Una VI query. Set the source to the posthumous memory extraction report of Senator Ilzales of the Core Galaxy Alliance. Luna 6 query. Now tell me in detail the events that took place inside the UXRS moments prior to its destruction. Ilzales was in an extremely bad mood. For the first time in his life, he had been coaxed into leaving the comfort of his private ship to visit a distant secret research station. And if that was all, he would have been just slightly inconvenienced. But the list of things upsetting him was not one with only 1 or 2 items on it. To begin with, the message he had received from the High Council, which had summoned him to partake in this secretive endeavor, was vague about his purpose. It only stated that an urgent situation had occurred, and it required an adequate overseer to take care of it. Besides the space coordinates of the research station, the message was filled with more warnings about the need for secrecy and discretion than anything related to the subject matter of the trip. The only hint he received was the name of the place he was supposed to go, the underground xenobiology research station. Another thing contributing to his sour mood was the questionable quality of his tiny ship. There was no customizable gravity, no readily available servants, and believe it or not even individually adjustable temperature. Why hadn't anyone informed this clueless Nacid captain of his tastes beforehand? His preferred gravity was only 80% of that of his homeworld, and his ideal temperature was exactly 18.75 degrees C, 3 whole degrees lower than what the average roomie would consider ideal. The senator moved both his emerald-colored antennae toward the window to try and get panoramic view of the asteroid where the UXRS was located, but to his surprise, there was nothing visible through the window, not even the expected light of this system's yellow star. The incongruity, however, didn't last long enough for his imagination to intervene, and a strong beam of artificial light revealed the surface of the asteroid they were approaching. There was nothing remarkable about it, just the average rocky and dusty surface littered with impact craters as far as his protruding eyes could see. There were no artificial constructions or leaked light that gave any signs that this piece of floating rock was anything besides a regular asteroid. As Ilzales began to wonder where their ship would land, a horizontal line full of white light presented itself in front of them. In no time at all, the line grew bigger and bigger until his eyes got a full view of the landing bay behind what he could only call the most perfect giant hidden door he had ever seen. Not that he remembered ever seeing anything comparable to that to use as a reference, of course. The senator lost interest in looking through the window when he noticed they had arrived. There was nothing that could hint at the nature of his mission in sight, only a few unremarkable ships close to the spot they were about to land. This prompted him to check if his loose robe and his insignia were as pristine as they should be. His antennae moved independently and guided his protruding eyes to inspect both his front and his back at the same time. Noticing that there were no wrinkles or dust sullying the beauty of his traditional light green robe, Ilzales' mood improved ever so slightly. Under any other circumstances, Ilzales would have lashed out at the captain for not cleaning his ship properly. However, since he was unsure of the type of reception he would meet upon leaving the ship, he judged his time would be better spent by using his handkerchief to polish the jewel until it was once again immaculate. With his attention on his insignia, time passed fast. Before the senator noticed the alert indicating normal air pressure outside, the doors of the ship opened, and 2 important-looking individuals, one that he knew and hated and another unknown, appeared in his line of sight. Ilzales raised his antennae and placed them facing forward in preparation to join a social setting. Knowing that most species found the way he could move them independently unsettling, he always did his best to not come off as impolite. I see that you made it to the station in time to share with us some of your great wisdom and help us with our current predicament, Senator Ilzales. Out of the 2 individuals, the one he least wanted to talk to came forward to greet the senator. Ilzales left the ship before replying. Minister of Interspecies Affairs Cognax Fuldreas Olite, I was not expecting to see you in here. Ilzales moved both his antennae in sync to inspect the recent additions to the body of this unrefined individual. The minister was an Asaidian, a species that hated to be addressed by anything other than their full name. They had one of the softest bodies of all species known by the Core Galaxy Alliance, Their boneless and shellless natural body could only stand erect on their two legs with the help of the Countess pebbles and tiny crystals that they attached to the exterior surface of their soft frame. They were all glued together with a natural secretion expelled by their skin that acted as a strong glue, turning the crystals into a semi-natural armor that, similarly to an exoskeleton, allowed them to stand tall in spite of their soft body. Eelzales noticed that a couple of shiny purple crystals had been added to the already otherworldly expensive collection of jewels flaunting the Asadian exterior. He could only mentally curse at the display of wealth of his political foe. It's usually my job to oversee facilities such as these, especially when there's a calamity. The minister had no reason to avoid being dismissive in his remarks to the one who had been summoned to do his job in his instead. But it seems that some safety protocol requires a second opinion before a final decision can be taken. We both know that the High Council can decide on a whim which safety protocols should be enforced. Eelzales didn't need to lie to get back at the Asadian. The truth would suffice. And if I'm here now, it's because they might not agree with whatever solution you propose to deal with said calamity. The Asadian's 6 sideways-facing eyes became slightly more intense in the greatest display of emotion his species was able to convey across the interspecies barrier. Before he could vocally reply to transmit his current emotions, though, someone else spoke. I apologize for interrupting your exchange, exalted ones, but I'm afraid we have an urgent issue to tend to. Interjected the female Nasid that was twice as big as the captain, and at least a head taller than both bureaucrats. And for this reason, I'm keeping the introduction short, if you allow me, Senator Eelzales. Eelzales bent his antennae in acquiescence. I'm the director and lead researcher of this station. My name can't be translated into your language, so you can call me just Fora. I've been told that you are unaware of the kind of work we do here, but we can go over that on the way to the specimen. Eelzales was used to interacting with male nocids, but it was unusual for him to have a chance to interact with a female of their kind. They were the epitome of a rare phenomenon where nature had decided an extremely high degree of sexual dimorphism would give their species an evolutionary edge. This caused the females to develop sturdy frames and powerful wings, while the males remained just as the below-average ground-bound bipedal reptilian, which prompted a skewed sex ratio evolutionary trait to end up in their genome, given that the females were much more resource-intensive to maintain. That'd be most ideal, Director Fora. I can only imagine the kind of work you all do in here, judging by the amount of secrecy. Eelzales kept a diplomatic tone in his reply, but inside he became a little bit apprehensive at the mention of the word specimen. You'll understand why all the secrecy soon enough, Senator. Fora was impatient. Now please follow us into the research area. This place is deceivingly larger than it looks like from the outside, and it takes time to move around the containment units. His apprehension only intensified at the mention of the containment units, but he shoved it into the back of his mind and followed Fora, who led the way. After passing through an airlock and going through both doors, Eelzales got a first-hand view of the research area. Within the span of a few seconds, the senator went from a state of apprehension to one of shock. Upon seeing what filled the research area, the senator lost composure, and both his antennae moved independently, each scanning one side of the open space. His left antenna was trying to follow a small being trapped inside a double-walled cell made out of transparent material. The small quadruped was lightning fast. It was using its suction cup-like tipped fingers to stick to the walls and jump frantically from one side to the other in an attempt to flee from the reach of a robotic tentacle that was trying to grab it. Eelzales' right antenna, on the other hand, was transfixed on a still target. It took some time for the senator to associate the emaciated being with the powerful Unel, one of the strongest sapient predators ever discovered by the Core Galaxy Alliance. From what the senator could tell, the male Unel must have been starving for more than 50 standard rotations to end up in his current state. The sight of the prideful but peaceful predator, one species that Senator Eelzales had interacted with personality on multiple occasions, reduced to a shadow of its former self, was a tough sight for him to witness. Eelzales took several seconds to regain composure. By the void, What is the meaning of this? Deathworlders, Senator. Someone has to study them. Fora had a hint of satisfaction in her voice as she appreciated the most recent reaction of someone entering her research station for the first time. All these cycles doing this job, and it never gets old seeing you bureaucrats freak out with this place. While Fora spoke, the unknown individual slowly turned toward Ilzales, which prompted the senator to look away. The barrage of emotion contained in the profound, piercing gaze of the enclosed predator was too much for him to bear. As a form of avoidance, Ilzales' right antennae joined the left one in an attempt to follow the fast quadruped in its struggle. To his dismay, however, this only led to him witnessing with full attention the helpless sapient as it was overcome by tiredness and poked by the mechanical tentacle. It was clear by the dripping tip of the apparatus that it had injected some sort of sedative that had ceased any form of resistance of the rodent-like being. He was deeply disturbed by the sight of a group of mixed-raced scientists entering the containment unit and restraining the alien without much care. Your antennae are twitching, Senator Ilzales. If you're not feeling well, I'm sure some of the doctors here can give you something to calm you down as well. The Ascidian saw through his moment of weakness and took advantage of it to make a thinly veiled threat. I'm certain those measures won't be necessary. Fora had been doing this job long enough to know that it would only take some explanations to show reason to the senator. Our job here is not to cause meaningless suffering to those unfortunate specimens, but to engage in the pursuit of knowledge that will benefit the collective of the galactic community. While you seek ways to pacify the Deathworlders through politics, A nagging voice inside Ilzale's head scoffed at the deluge of justifications Fora offered him. He felt so sick of it that he spaced out at some point and found himself in a weird state where he was watching her snout move, but no sounds reached his inner world. In this state, he contemplated his life choices, trying to trace back which stupid decision was the root cause of him being in such a predicament right now. Was it blindingly agreeing to travel all the way to the UXRS to do the High Council's bidding, or was it becoming a senator in the first place? What really mattered was what he would do now. Should he play along for the time being and later expose them for their cruel acts? Or should he run toward the ship and try to get away from there? None of that would work. He would lose all those if chose any of those paths. There was only one solution. He had to silence that nagging voice and let his rational side take control and act in his best interests. He came here to do a job, and he would do it. And then, he would hopefully forget about all of this and move on with his life. I see your point, Director Fora. I can't say I agree with your methods, and I won't pretend that I don't believe a political approach is a much preferred way to prevent the damage caused by Deathworlders. Ilzales did his best to rein his emotions in and perform the same neutral diplomatic tone he had been practicing for ages. All you need to know is that I won't get in the way of your work, neither now nor in the future. The High Council always chooses well their representatives. Director Fora was visibly amused by how little convincing it took to get the senator to cooperate. Now let's get moving. We can't let our specimen wait forever. Tsk! The Ascidian minister was not pleased by the outcome. Ilzales took a last glance at both containment units and swallowed hard. His mental state was so unstable that he almost failed to notice the duo was already walking ahead. They proceeded through the path in between the cages, with the senator walking quietly and keeping his antennae lowered. He realized that there were many more than just 2 containment units, but he refused to look at them. Upon noticing that the Noscid and the Ascidian had stepped into some sort of floating platform and had their waiting gazes aimed at him, he hurried to catch up with them and boarded the thing without inquiring about its purpose. You seem distracted, Senator. The minister decided to test the waters since subtle cues were hard to read in an interspecies context. You should just tell the High Council to follow through with my idea and be done with it. Preposterous. Ilzales realized he was showing weakness and immediately retorted to improve his facade. If your idea was so good, I wouldn't even be here. Fora didn't even try to use her voice to intervene this time. She just activated the moving platform, which started its motion suddenly at a speed that nearly caused the bureaucrats to fall off the edge and ended the argument. How about a tour of our less dangerous specimens before you meet your first Category 5 Death Worlder, Senator? Fora tactically avoided any complaints about the rough start of the ride by hinting at the nature of the calamity. What, Category 5? Pardon the impoliteness, Director, but that's ridiculous. Eelzales was quite knowledgeable when it comes to the history of Death Worlders' classification. The rule of classification is clear. If we find something out there living in harsher conditions than we previously thought it was possible, we just reclassify everything else using that as a reference, just as we've done 3 times already in the past. That's why a Category 5 is just not possible. You speak reason, Senator. Fora was impressed that unlike the minister, who visibly wasn't interested in anything that wasn't related to politics, Eelzales could keep up with the technical terminology. But have you ever thought of the possibility of something existing that is so unique that it causes systemic incongruency with our current classification guidelines? Let me show you what I mean. That over there is an Udu. Eelzales noticed that Fora was eager to show off her sick, twisted work. This semi-bipedal species evolved as a predator that hides in the crevices of their world during the day and hunts its prey during the night. The female Nasid took advantage of the fact that the floating platform was approaching the alien's containment unit to point out a detail that was hard to see from a distance. If you look closely, you'll notice countless transparent hair strands protruding from all over its body. This is the only sensorial organ this being has, but it's so specialized in capturing vibrations from the air that it can detect a single grain of dust traveling in the wind. If we follow the current classification guidelines, this alien can only be classified as a Class 2. But believe me or not, several Class 4 Death Worlders armed with superior weapons died in its capture. Eelzales was surprised but not shaken. For someone who accepted the existence of this place so easily, that is some serious level of commitment about some pointless terminology. The Asaidian minister would not miss a chance to bash his adversary, even if the current subject of their discussion didn't appeal to his interests. I would have said the same thing as Senator Eelzales had I not seen the specimen with my own eyes. Fora came to his defense, causing the senator to feel terrible since the last thing he wanted was to have any association with this female Nasid. What is so special about this specimen? Eelzales wanted to withdraw from the direction the conversation was taking. Of course I have. Eelzales had spent most of the previous 2 standard cycles helping to elaborate policies to mitigate the danger potential of this particular species that had been found outside of the charted systems of the Galactic Center. But if it's one of them that you are insisting on calling a Category 5 Death Worlder, I'm going to be quite disappointed. Eelzales became instantly annoyed by the Nosid. He couldn't see where she was going with her inquiries, and felt he was being played with. The name rings me a bell. Are you talking about those Shadowlings Death Worlders that are only good at working as mercenaries? Eelzales struggled a little to make the association, since Shadowlings were the common term used to refer to that specific race. Why did you bring up the humans and the Shadowlings then? Eelzales was becoming impatient. Finally, we can talk business. The Asaidian minister was more than happy to follow her. As the group approached the door, Eelzales' mind wandered into some weird places. The amassed expectation gave rise to a series of scary pictures of fire-breathing Death Worlders, each more dangerous than the last one. When Fora touched the door's handle, the senator snapped back to reality, and both his eyes at the tip of his antennae bulged in anticipation. He could only get a glimpse of the room's interior from the space in between the Asaidian and the Nasid. He was immediately struck by the sheer amount of empty space. But where was the fire-breathing Death Worlder he had pictured in his mind? He saw it when the duo fully entered the room and unobstructed his view. It was right there at the center of the room inside of what looked like a stroller, or rather, a mobile, transparent containment unit supported by 4 flimsy-looking wheels. Could that little thing smaller than the rodent-like Death Worlder he saw earlier be the reason for him to have traveled half the galaxy in secrecy? No, that couldn't be. Ilzale slowly entered the room in search of something else that could fit the bill of the monstrous predator he was sure he would find. The room itself was dimly lit, with a few flickering lights providing the only illumination. The air was thick with a pungent odor that could be described as acrid, with a burnt and slightly sweet undertone. On one side of the room, there was a massive electrical panel with dozens of switches and knobs, while on the opposite wall, there was a horizontal door that he presumed was the bio-incinerator that Fora had previously mentioned. Besides that, there was the wall behind him from which he had entered, and the ceiling, both a rough mess of chaotic jumble of pipes, wires, and electrical equipment, while the remaining wall was just the typical plain metallic surface with nothing remarkable about it. With nothing else to inspect, the senator was back to square one. Was that small thing the calamity? Maybe. Feeling betrayed by his own expectations and under the watchful eyes of those who waited for his reaction, Ilzales got closer to the containment unit to get a closer view of the little being inside of it. Laying above a piece of gradient-shaded cloth, there was a being with curious eyes and little coordination of its 4 little limbs. Its skin was not one of uniform color and static shapes, but instead, it had a constant flow of ever-changing iridescent patterns that seemed to instinctively try and mimic its background. Ilzales instantly associated this pattern with that of a shadowling. But immediately after, he noticed that something was not quite right. Shadowlings had a tail and sharp claws at the tip of their digits. This thing had no tail and lacked the feared black claws that were characteristic of their species. Wait, the eyes. Weren't all shadowlings supposed to have dull orange eyes? Now that Ilzales had noticed the intricate patterns in the blue eyes of the specimen, there was no going back. The interior of the mouth painted in a shade of red. Those were not characteristics of shadowlings, but they were those of a human. No, that's not possible. It can't be a hybrid. Ilzales regret externalizing those words. It sounded absurd. If the visual evidence is not enough to convince you, Senator, there is also the genetic study and a series of exams that had been performed in the specimen. Fora wouldn't allow denial to prevail. This is, with no room to doubt, a being born from a mixture of a human and a shadowling. The odds of 2 different species that evolved from completely different isolated systems being able to produce offspring should be close to none. Ilzales' mind wouldn't allow his worldviews to be shattered so easily. Not unless it had been created deliberately through the use of forbidden technology. Nonsense! Ilzales couldn't just throw away common sense. Can't you just accept it happened and then we can move on to what really matters? The Ascidian was getting impatient. The already low respect Ilzales had for the minister lowered, even more every time the senator heard his voice. We don't have time for a full explanation, but here goes a condensed version of how it happened. Fora tried to do something that wouldn't displease either of the bureaucrats. In summary, the shadowlings evolved in a world that orbits a blue star. Their survival in this extreme radioactive environment is only possible due to complex mechanisms that repair their DNA. Those mechanisms evolved to ensure that viable offspring would be produced even in the event of severe damage to the DNA of the parents. I believe this piece of information is enough for you to put 2 and 2 together. Isn't it, Senator? What Fora was hinting at was undoubtedly unorthodox, controversial, and for some, it would even be profane. But fundamentally, it was not impossible. Let's say I believe you, Director. Let's say that this tiny being is the natural offspring of 2 Category 4 Death Worlders. Ilzales was not fully convinced yet, but he played along for the argument's sake. I still don't get how this would make it a Category 5 Death Worlder, much less how this tailless and clawless soft-skinned being can cause so much fuss. Finally, we are getting somewhere, the Ascidian interjected. Earlier you claimed a Category 5 was not possible because it went against the very definition of what a Category 4 meant. But can you see it now? How selecting the best qualities of 2 completely different apex predators and combining them into a single being can create something so unique that it deserves this stigma. Fora didn't give time for Ilzales to digest all that new information and pressed further. So that's why I'm here? A flash of understanding took hold of Ilzales' mind. By showing me this, you all expect me to push for some legislation to ban interspecies relationships? Utterly stupid! Eelzales uttered those words centimeters away from the minister's face. He knew how much Deathworlders were protective of their offspring. His job had also given him some insight into their tendency to act even when not backed up by evidence. The Asaidian felt threatened by the close proximity and took a step back. Not many races would be afraid of a Rumi, but the boneless minister was not exactly made for physical altercations. It's been more than 20 standard rotations since we got the specimen, and they haven't accused the Core Galaxy Alliance of the kidnapping. The distance gave some courage to the minister. Don't tell me all Rumi are this afraid of some Deathworlders that hadn't even done anything yet. Eelzales' antennae retracted close to his face, and he took a step ahead. He could keep his cool before evil, but not before evil and stupid. All the psychological tension accumulated during his visit to the underground station was released into a single physical movement that ended graciously with the palm of the senator's hand in the face of the minister. The soft head of the Asaidian deformed with the impact, as a brief lapse of his consciousness caused his lower limbs to bend in one of the junctions of his semi-natural armor. Before hitting the ground, he recovered just enough awareness to avoid falling flat on his face by using his upper limbs to cushion the impact, but that didn't keep a few of the valuable crystals of his armor from separating from the rest and hitting the ground in a series of individual clicks. Fora didn't reply. She had a worried expression. Even though she was technically in charge there, both of them were big shots outside. Getting involved in their altercation would inevitably be a lose-lose situation for her no matter who she backed up. Eelzales is clearly unfit to make decisions. I hope you don't lie about what has just occurred here when they ask you about the reason why I took charge of the disposal of the pest. The minister didn't wait for her reply and announced his position. Eelzales' consciousness sobered after his outburst. Hearing the Asaidian accusation, he immediately understood that his reckless attitude had caused him to lose the argument and had sealed the fate of the baby. Thoughts such as keeping using force to get things his way did cross his mind. But where would that path lead him to? To kill a minister to save a Deathworlder? I'm putting an end to this calamity right now, the minister declared as he opened the lower door of the bio-incinerator with both hands. The frightening roar of the flow of hot plasma moving inside the waste disposal chamber propagated through the room as the minister prepared to push the sealed containment unit toward the opening. Eelzales found it increasingly hard to watch the scene. His nightmarish memories of this moment were deeply unsettling but quite clear. As he faced the urge to look away in a form of self-inflicted punishment he subconsciously imposed on himself, Eelzales watched carefully the mobile containment unit being pushed toward the edge. At the decisive moment, however, the anticipated vicarious pain gave way to actual pain. At the same time that a deafening noise hurt his sound receptors, his eyes caught a lingering trail of sparks coming from somewhere in the center of the plain-looking wall. The Rumi remarkably good eyesight was able to capture a glimpse of a shock wave that started from the minister's center of mass and propagated to the rest of his body. Just like a soft watermelon being shot by a 50 armor-piercing round, the body of the minister exploded with thousands of tiny crystals soaked with his insides flying in all directions. While some of these crystals were expelled too fast for the senator to perceive them, he still saw Fora's staggered expression as the bulk of the crystals rained down on both of them. Eelzales knew it was no accident. His subconscious protected him from putting that suspicion into organized reasoning, but that didn't keep him from throwing a fearful gaze at Fora, making it clear he disagreed. Of course, as an accident, there's at least 3 meters of dense rock separating that wall from the void. What else could it be? Fora's whole body was shaking. Here I can prove it. Eelzales' eyes widened in an attempt to keep her from doing something stupid. But it was too late. Fora took a single step toward the wall. Eelzales would never know what she wanted to prove. Her headless body fell close to him as a puddle of red spread. The joints of his lower limbs gave in shock as he pressed his back against the massive electrical panel without trying to avoid his feet from being stained by the ever-growing puddle. Eelzales closed his eyes in fear. Time and memory become elusive as a barrage of negative emotions took hold of him. A high-pitched hissing and crackling sound was a constant in the background. But he opened them again when a metallic clanging noise brought him back to reality. The plain-looking wall now had a door on it. On the floor, there was a metal plate still glowing red at its edges. But that was not all. Where Fora told there was supposed to be 3 meters of dense rock, now there was a narrow tunnel. And crawling out of it, there were some bipedal beings clad in white spacesuits. One of them had a metal gun that was so long and heavy that the senator almost couldn't believe his eyes, while the others were carrying smaller but still heavy-looking guns. Eelzales was being consumed by fear of what they would do to him, but he was mostly ignored. In an organized fashion, they breached the seal of the mobile containment unit, and one of them held the baby in their arms. Without delay, they took it toward the tunnel, where something was waiting for it with a plain-looking basked in their hands. He caught a glimpse of the being inside. Its bare skin with a nauseating pattern left no doubt about its nature. It was an adult shadowling. That was the last time Eelzales saw that baby. It was also the last time he saw the beings in the white spacesuits, or rather humans. The group of 4 individuals didn't return to the tunnel, nor did they interacted with him. But instead, with weapons in hand, they ventured deeper into the station away from his sight. The uncertainty of being ignored like that felt almost worse than if they had put a bullet through his head there and then. As far as Eelzales could tell, the few scientists he saw before wouldn't be a match for a group of well-equipped Deathworlders. When silence finally took over, he thought it was time for their return and his judgment to be passed. What came for him, however, was not the humans, but the same emaciated Unel he had watched through the containment unit earlier. Eelzales didn't avoid his gaze this time. The 4-eyed giant that under normal conditions would have been a mountain of muscles approached him slowly, as if it was about to collapse from all the effort. Every fiber of the senator's being was telling him to get up and run, but for some reason, he stayed still and allowed the alien to get close enough that his antennae had to be vertically aligned to keep eye contact. Eels. The Unel spoke not on the typical vocal range of his species, but tried to mimic what a Rumi would sound. The senator spent many seconds racking his brains to try and figure out the meaning behind this action, but he only got the message when he stopped trying. I know who you are. Eelzales' last living memory was just like that, painful, abrupt, and tasteless. What happened to the imprisoned Deathworlders? Luna 6 query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa. The leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa consist of 7.56 exabytes of raw data originating from several distinct sources. Assimilation and training might take some time. Are you sure you want to proceed? Luna 6 query, yes. Luna 6 query. Now tell me in detail the contents of the infamous briefing given by Colonel Jackson Vega to the 3 selected pioneers from the POV of the survivalist Nathan Everett. Wearing his radiation-resistant military-looking clothes, which included a pair of rugged boots and gloves, Nathan lay in bed as his green eyes scanned the empty metallic ceiling. To an average person, it might appear as if he had an involuntary tic, but every other human currently inhabiting the recently constructed Irisian human space station knew that the movement of his eyes was merely a consequence of accessing the brain-IO interface. The nanites integrated into practically every cell of his body provided him access to any content available on the local network of the station. Currently, though, his entire field of view displayed only a countdown that was taking forever to finish. 0 days, 0 hours, 4 minutes, 43 seconds. This countdown, which had started with 25 days, was now nearing 0. However, for Nathan, the last hour seemed to be passing more slowly than the entire first day did. 0 days, 0 hours, 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Those numbers were quite annoying to look at, but if he truly wished for them to disappear from his sight, they would have done so on their own. Just as he was doing now, during the numerous instances when Nathan had pondered how this system could read his thoughts, his mind never delved into the intricacies of this technological marvel. Instead, every time he thought about it, his train of thought led him to the same conclusion. It was scary. The idea that every one of his surface thoughts, emotions, urges, and desires could be captured by a system he didn't own or understand was inherently frightening. And given that the owner of the system was none other than Earth's unified government, this only made things worse. That was the price he had to pay in order to possibly be the first human to set foot on Irisa. At least there was the silver lining that governments tend to be good at hiding things, so it was unlikely that the file with his private thoughts would ever leak and end up on the internet. 0 days, 0 hours, 1 minute, 30 seconds. He and the other two humans representing their respective factions would soon be allowed to access this space for the final briefing, where Colonel Jackson Vega would fill them in on the last details of their upcoming mission. The Irisian human space station had been designed to resemble an hourglass, with the purpose of minimizing the points of failure and ensuring that the two bulbs containing the human and the Irisian crew would function in complete isolation from each other. The Irisians could not take chances given that most microorganisms that evolved on Earth would likely be a menace to themselves and the ecosystem of their planet. The reverse was also true to some extent, but previous experiments showed that Earth's mice had not had much trouble dealing with the very worst Irisa had to offer in terms of microorganisms. So in the end, the average human had little reason to be afraid, much less the representatives using military-developed nanites in their bodies. 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. A sharp beep and a green light indicated that Nathan was free to enter the sterilized space. In awe and excitement, he quickly opened the door. The space where the briefing would take place was, by design, unremarkable. Since it was totally possible that it would be used only once by the three explorers, no paint was applied to the metallic surfaces. There was no furniture, machinery, or loose objects anywhere in sight. And the only thing besides the doors that connected with the individual rooms of the representatives was a double-glazed window on the adjacent wall. Nathan also knew that there was supposed to be an elevator in there, but he forgot to look for it when he heard the other doors open. "It's been almost a month, huh?" Nathan was the first to speak. "I trust you two are faring well." 1 month on a confirmed space with access to the local network was nothing. Zara from the O'Neill conglomerate had the same unstoppable vibe as Nathan remembered from when they were introduced. Zara Rain was full of confidence. Her hair, cropped close to her scalp, framed her face with a sense of boldness. Her short hair accentuated her features, drawing attention to her eyes. Chestnut in color, her eyes held a depth in them that contrasted nicely with her fair skin. Training was worse. Ryo Hawthorne from the Martian Republic closed the door behind him and stood at attention without even taking a look around. Of Asian ancestry, Rio was slightly shorter than Nathan. He possessed a striking presence, with straight, jet-black hair that fell neatly above his brown eyes. Each strand glistened with a lustrous sheen, reflecting the light like a polished piano. His perfectly styled hair spoke of meticulous grooming and attention to detail. Nathan was aware that Rio had a military background, but he found it hard to understand how someone so well-dressed and handsome could be so serious. "Attention, folks, listen up." A hoarse voice, seemingly due to a bad speaker rather than a bad throat, announced, "I'm Colonel Jackson Vega, head of operations of the permanent outpost in the Solis mine system. And as the only name that hasn't been vetoed by your governments, you all will have to deal with me in person for the few minutes." Contrasting to the high technology the representatives had in their bodies, there was a single speaker below the double-glassed window projecting Colonel Jackson's voice. Colonel Jackson Vega was a middle-aged man of warmed-toned skin, whose posture alone would give away his military background. "Get closer to the window. The microphone on your side is terrible." Zara smiled at him as she capitalized on his mistake by taking the lead. Nathan cursed his lack of foresight, but he wasn't taken aback in the slightest. Rio didn't rush to the window but followed at his own pace. "At ease, Sergeant. We don't have a hierarchy here, and I don't serve the Martian Republic." Colonel Jackson raised an eyebrow. "Neither of you has been chosen for this mission due to your political skills, but a certain degree of political awareness is expected from you since you'll be representing your people and humanity as a whole for an entire Earth year in Irisa. Sorry, Colonel Jackson, old habits die hard. Rio was not tone deaf to politics. He just found it hard to get used to people acting overly informal outside of Mars. Zara didn't say anything, but her nod indicated that she was in the same situation. What both of you have signed is a private contract to represent your government as civilians. What you are going to sign now is a lifetime non-disclosure agreement that will be subjected to martial law. I won't sign anything. That's ridiculous. I'm not a soldier. Zara was outraged. Though Nathan didn't express his feelings, he pretty much agreed with Zara. He found it invasive enough to have his surface thoughts read, but at least he knew that this was only temporary. Rio, on the other hand, signed the agreement without flinching. Lifetime, Nathan squinted down to read the small clauses. Definition of confidential information. Specify what constitutes confidential information, including any specific details, data, documents, communication logs, or intellectual property related to the IRISA reconnaissance mission and its briefing. Term. The NDA remains in effect from the moment of signature until Earth's government provides written notice to terminate or modify the agreement. The word lifetime was not present anywhere in the contract. Nathan noticed that Colonel Jackson intentionally or unintentionally was putting things as they actually were and not trying to be deceiving. But now that the cards were on the table, he had to make a choice. To sign it and forsake even more of his freedom, or give up IRISA. Fuck it. Nathan pressed the NDA against the grass window and signed it. He had always been the kind of guy who preferred living his adventures instead of telling tales about them anyways. Rio was indifferent to his action, but Zara threw a piercing gaze at him, as if he had stabbed her in the back. She threw an angry gaze at Colonel Jackson, as if he was the one who had decided this, and said nothing for a moment. Now, with legal details out of the way, you can open your backpacks, Colonel Jackson announced. Rio opened his backpack right away, while Nathan went off on a tangent and started inspecting the quality of the material, wondering if it was actually waterproof. Zara, on the other hand, was still acting indignant and was visibly displeased by how Colonel Jackson had moved on to the next topic, without even acknowledging her struggle to sign the NDA. Rio took a sealed container and a syringe out of his backpack. Nathan and Zara watched him handle his items with curious eyes instead of inspecting their own equipment. I'm sure you are wondering what is this equipment, but let's take it one step at a time. Colonel Jackson started with the less controversial of the items. We can start with the add-on to your nanites. Our time here is short, so grab the syringe if you haven't yet. Nathan and Zara rushed to catch up with Rio. This time even Rio showed interest. It adds the infrared spectrum to your view modes, Colonel Jackson explained. The camouflage of Iresians is remarkably good, and they can even control their body temperature to match the environment for a while. But this technology will put you on a level playing field if you ever need it. Rio nodded attentively as he started unscrewing the cap of the syringe. Nathan was not in a hurry, but he found it reasonable to have a tool like that at his disposal. I don't think we are going to need it, but okay, Zara said, lacking excitement. Colonel Jackson waited as the three of them applied a drop of the contents of the syringe into their eyes. Before Nathan could even read the message that popped up into his view referent to the add-on, Colonel Jackson went on. Next up, you can open the container. They complied, and what Nathan and Zara found inside was truly confusing. Just a bunch of pieces of plastic that looked like they wouldn't even fit together. Rio, on the other hand, saw something he was very familiar with and proceeded to assemble the pieces before anyone had asked him to. His hands moved with precision and speed as they expertly put the parts together. Every movement was deliberate and efficient, showcasing his well-honed skills. He finished the assembly in less than 15 seconds, and when he was done, Nathan and Zara recognized the object with no trouble, a 3D printed revolver that looked like a toy but was the real deal. I wouldn't expect any less from a sergeant of the Martian Republic, Colonel Jackson remarked, leaning in to watch Rio's skills up close. The cartridges will be smuggled in the first shipment, but it's likely that you'll have to assemble them yourselves as well. You gotta be kidding me, Zara was fuming. This is not a military operation. Bringing a gun into a diplomatic mission goes against the very principle of diplomacy. How can we expect to establish a bilateral relationship with the Iresians if we trust them so little that we go out of our way to bring a toy gun to their planet? Nathan found himself agreeing with both arguments. As a botanist who had used his job as an excuse to travel to every corner of the Earth, he had seen people both saving the day or ruining more than just their own lives by having a gun with them. We are not going die in there if we act with an open mind and avoid picking a fight. Rio's calm demeanor got on Zara's nerves. I'm sure our chances of getting back alive will increase a lot if we leave behind the gun and the Asian guy who's clearly using it to compensate for something. Of course, the girl who grew up in paradise won't be the one doing something stupid to get us killed. Rio's opinion on those rich enough to abandon the planets to live in their own private heaven was not something he minded sharing. Enough of this. I'm not in a position to give you orders, but as the only humans on Erisa, sooner or later you'll have to learn how to work as a team. Colonel Jackson knew that the gun would be a sensitive topic. You haven't been privy to all information on the Erisians yet, so allow me to share some facts that might convince you that things are more complicated than you think. Like what? Zara was skeptical. They live in a radioactive hell, and they want us to help them save their planet from being destroyed by their own star, imminently going nova. How can it get more complicated than that? Nathan's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped at Zara's revelation, but Rio remained indifferent. I see that the O'Neill conglomerate trusted you with some delicate information. That's quite something. Colonel Jackson was amused. But I bet they didn't tell you all the details behind this piece of information. Seeing this, Nathan couldn't help but have second thoughts regarding the mission, given how much information Earth's government had withheld from him. The Core Galaxy Alliance appointed the Erisians as our guide species, claiming that having a race similar enough to us as intermediaries would facilitate communication. Colonel Jackson inhaled deeply to reveal the big secret. But can you imagine the reactions of our ambassadors when the Queen of the Irisians prostrated herself before them, begging for help to save her planet through the video channel when we attempted first contact with them? Nathan was doing his best not to curse Earth's government in his thoughts. Having to deal with politics was not what he had in mind when he broke up with his girlfriend to apply for the job of exploring an alien planet. That doesn't make sense, Colonel. Rio ignored Zara's gaze and went on. The Erisians are part of the Alliance for more than a century. They should have access to better technology than we have. Spot on. The Irisians claim the Alliance promised to save their planet in exchange for a few years of work, yet the Parliament always increases their price when it's time to save them. Colonel Jackson was finally getting to the main point. The Alliance has its own version of this story, but to decide who is telling the truth and who is lying is the job of those up on the chain. All you need to consider is how these facts change the nature of your mission. What do you mean by change? Nathan was getting impatient. To put it bluntly, the big shots of our government struck a deal with the Irisians. A very good deal, I might say. In exchange for an honest chance to prove that their planet is worthy of being saved, they agreed to share the details of every job they ever did for the Alliance. What? An honest chance to prove that their planet is worth being saved? Nathan was confused. What does that even mean? Earth's government is really stingy with information, aren't they? Zara interjected. The Irisians believe that the Alliance has never saved their planet because no other species has ever seen its beauty with their own eyes. They think that this only intensifies the stigma that comes with being the very definition of what the Alliance calls a Category 4 death world. Our basic grasp of the Alliance suggests most member species believe that not saving Erisa and giving them a better world is doing the Irisians a favor, Colonel Jackson clarified. They consider the Irisians brutes who are too stubborn to see reason. Oh, so the Irisians want to make a show out of our visit to their planet to shift the narrative of the Parliament in their favor? Nathan was starting to understand the situation, and he didn't like it at all. Rio and Zara were unfazed by his speculation. I'd say that this is their primary goal, but we suspect that they might try everything to convince us to save their world in the Alliance's stead as well. An awkward silence took hold of the room, and the three representatives discreetly gauged each other's reactions. To save a planet from a star going nova? I don't think we can do that. Nathan broke the silence since no one else would. Colonel Jackson held his head high with a smirk at Nathan's comment. That's beyond the scope of your mission. What is relevant to you is that the Irisians are desperate, and they might try to use any means to sway us into helping them, if they believe we are capable of doing so. To which extent their persuasion might go, and the means they might use, we are not sure, and that's why the gun. Those are just conjectures based on scarce information and bold assumptions. Zara put the container with the pieces of the gun back in the drawer together with the contract she had signed earlier and kept the backpack when she realized it was full of basic supplies. You two can do whatever you want, but I won't be taking a gun to a peaceful mission. Given that no one doubted whether Rio was taking the gun, all gazes fell on Nathan. Being put into the spotlight all of a sudden didn't contribute to his decision-making ability in the slightest, but Nathan somehow managed to decide what to do within a few seconds. Colonel Jackson sighed lazily, looking more like an underpaid space miner than a colonel. That's about it for the briefing. We better conclude it now before the higher-ups come up with another very important topic. Your training has covered more than just the basics, but any further questions you have can be addressed over the comms after you land on Irisa. Thank you, sir. I mean Colonel Jackson. Rio saluted. Bye, Colonel, said Zara. Where's the elevator? They saw Colonel Jackson smiling and his mouth moving, but no sound came out of the speaker. For a moment, Nathan thought the man had forgotten to press the speak button, but a sudden sharp metallic clang, followed by the hissing of a sealed door opening beside the glass window, gave away that the colonel was not speaking to them, but to whoever was responsible for the elevator. Rio and Zara exchanged a tacit glance as they entered the elevator and stood as far apart as physics allowed in that tight space. With tangible tension steaming from the upcoming encounter and the current belligerence, Nathan swallowed hard and occupied the empty space in the middle. They heard the hoarse voice of Colonel Jackson through the speaker. I know that being the first non-native to set foot on Irisa is impressive and all, but try to get back in one piece to the debriefing. Good luck. The hissing of the elevator's door closing marked the end of the briefing. This was an account of the briefing given by Colonel Jackson Vega to the three selected pioneers from the POV of the survivalist Nathan Everett. Here are some questions that might interest you based on your recent queries. What is the reason behind the Core Galaxy Alliance not saving Irisa? Why didn't humanity offer their help to save Irisa? Luna 6 query. Set the source to the translation logs of Princess Amara Orlin. Luna 6 query. Now tell me in detail the events that led to the admission of Princess Amara into the first meeting crew. Princess Amara was facing a cold stone door. Beige in color with a somewhat reflective surface, it was full of intricate engravings that the pattern-matching algorithm couldn't identify as anything meaningful. The status of the experimental integration of the nanites to the Irisian physiology was normal, and the total active time was 57.23 seconds. Amara's sharp but short claws slid through the surface of the door until they found a sequence of 5 matching clevises. She twisted a rotating mechanism that triggered the automatic opening of the heavy door. As any Irisian would instinctively do, Amara's eyes scanned the room to create a mental image of every single color, pattern, and texture of every single surface. The inside shared some similarities with the door, but only in its structural aspects. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all made of the same cold stone, giving off the vibe of some older times. While the giant holographic chamber in the middle, with a detailed map of a specific part of the galaxy highlighted, spoke of a more recent era. Amara noticed that the books, the pieces of art, and the decorations she remembered were all gone, and a single unremarkable chair, and the old man sitting on it, remained. He was so focused on the map, absorbed into the atmosphere of solitude, that he hadn't noticed her entering. A jolt of fear shot through the old man's body. A young Irisian would have instantly jumped out of the chair while their brain took care of tracking the source of the voice and adjusting the patterns of their body to match the background in the opposite direction. Unfortunately, though, Aldrich was not young, so while his instinct to jump out of the chair was still there, his body was unable to perform the action, and he fell on his arms and tail, with only some of the parts of his skin having adjusted their colors to the background. Upon realizing what she had done, Amara's neutral expression gave way to patterns of red and green. Instead of worrying, she was letting her true emotions show like she had trained her whole life not to. She rushed to help her old friend. "I'm so sorry, I didn't think you would." Almost as if they were noise, Amara ignored his words and inspected his body to ensure that her reckless approach hadn't caused a serious injury. The skin of his arms and tail were not visibly injured, but she was unable to see more, given that even an old man like Aldrich had adhered to the latest fashion trend of wearing clothes when not in battle. "You don't need to worry about me according to the way the humans measure time. I'm just a 2-year-old. Aldrich dismissed her worries by stretching his arms to show there was nothing wrong with him. His humorous tone made Amara realize her true emotions were showing. And that was not all. The fact that Aldrich had recovered enough of his composure to put her at ease and hint at the topic she came here to discuss, with a single comment, spoke volumes about his skills with politics. Amara closed her eyes and her exterior once again returned to the indigo blue with ephemeral black spots characteristic of her lineage. "You still haven't told me what happened to your things, Aldrich." Amara returned the conversation to where she originally intended to start it. "I can't imagine you parting with your collection of exotic poisons." "But that I did, young one." Aldrich entertained her curiosity. "Those were all mundane distractions." "Why did you keep this old holographic chamber then?" Someone with the position of Imperial Maven would have no trouble getting the latest virtual reality technology from the Core Galaxy Alliance, or even the humans. "Cheer up." Amara forced some positivity for the sake of her old friend. "Now that the humans showed up, we have a good chance to save Irisa." "I wish it was that simple, my young friend. But my experience has taught me that it rarely is." Amara noticed he had avoided going into detail to spare her from something he knew. She wanted to pursue some answers, but she felt now was not the time to seek this information. It would be a challenging endeavor to win his agreement for the favor she was about to ask him. There was no reason to make things even harder for herself by asking for even more. The earlier fiasco was already bad enough. "You might be right about that, but convincing the Parliament to change its policies is not our only option anymore." Instead of asking directly, she opted for an indirect approach. Amara did not expect to have her intentions seen through and her sugar-coating attempt to be foiled, even before she started listing why it was important to have someone like herself in the crew. "Elisira doesn't want to be in the crew. I caught her crying yesterday. She is not the right person for the job." Amara changed her strategy on the fly and appealed to an emotional argument. "I know that having alien technology inside her body and being labeled as an outsider is scary, but no one will treat her differently after she gets the translator. The only thing that will change is that she won't be eligible for any high-rank position and won't be privy to important secrets afterward." The way that Aldrich denied her request without saying it clearly was quite annoying, but she was prepared for that. "That's not the problem. She knows the kind of expectation my mother has from her, and she hates it," Amara explained. When I asked her for an explanation, she listed more than 10 reasons off the top of her head why the humans look hideous, and she said she'd rather die than comply with her orders. "Are you implying you are ready to take her place and carry her burden?" Aldrich looked displeased as a tone of orange materialized around his dark spots. "Not in a million years." Amara's exterior skipped the orange and became red at his insinuation. "I don't agree with my mother's subservient behavior, and I think desperation turned her rule into a disgrace to all of our people. And I was thinking you were not the same naive girl who barged into here asking me for borrowing a poison to kill your older brother 4 harvests ago." "Aldrich, His previous statement had caused Amara to purposely show her anger, but it had not affected her inner emotions nearly as much as this one, even though nothing was showing externally. "You need to understand something. Our position is terrible." Aldrinch moved his eyes away from the princess and used his claws to reach for some controls of the holographic chamber. This is a projection of the human territory. See that? They have full control of 4 systems, partial control over at least 3, and all of them are full or artificial constructions everywhere. I know that Aldrin... No, you don't. Aldrinch didn't let her speak. With every frame, a different ship model appeared. Some monstrously big, some devilish small, but all of them seemed to have a purpose in being positioned where they were. The projection zoomed out and again, and an overview of the 2 fleets was seen by Amara. She noticed the reproduction was sped up, but that didn't diminish her shock in the slightest as she witnessed those 2 fleets gradually converge. One single explosion was the spark that ignited a sequence of countless big explosions in the middle of the battlefield, none of them destroying a single ship at first. But gradually the battle was turning into a dance of combat, with ships darting and weaving their last moves. When the battle reached its climax and Amara wondered with tension who would win, Aldrinch paused the reproduction and zoomed in into a small corner of the battlefield. In the little corner, there were more explosions than she could count, and all of them had been previously labeled. Kinetic, chemical, atomic, antimatter, unknown. Have we been spying on the humans? Realization struck her hard. Not by our own volition, but rather at the behest of Senator Ealzales. Aldrinch told her more than she expected he would. Didn't you find it suspicious how many times he's been requesting our services lately? Yet, hidden amidst the dangers, lies an opportunity if we choose our moves wisely. Aldrinch took a seat again, contemplating projection. Amara racked her brain trying to make sense of how spying on the ones whom they hoped to get help from could be an opportunity, but she failed to see how a good thing could come out of that action. An opportunity, you say? To me, it looks like an opportunity to ensure that there's no planet to be saved anymore. Do you know what was our only bargain chip before the Core Galaxy Alliance had made contact with the humans? Our unmatched expertise in stealth ship technology was our only asset that was craved by the Parliament. Aldrinch went on. But the Core Galaxy Alliance gave us another bargaining chip without even realizing it when they ordered us to spy on the humans. Amara's interest sparked. She noticed Aldrinch was testing her deductive skills by giving her just this much information, so she decided to take on his challenge. You are implying that we could disclose our surveillance to the humans. Wait, that would be low, but playing on both sides is also possible. So you are not the same naive girl after all. Aldrinch finally moved his eyes away from the projection. We've been playing on both sides in the previous 2 harvests. We purposely omitted the size of the human fleets by a factor of 10. We cherry-picked the ships and the explosions we wanted to show Senator Ealzales in our report. Now we can choose which story we want to tell. A dangerous game. Amara was not surprised her mother or the elders had chosen this course of action, but Aldrinch should have been able to see another path. One that might not even be worth playing. Your words elude me, young one. There are only a few concessions we can offer, and if we aspire to secure aid, we must employ every available strategy, which includes making any potential outside helpers feel indebted to us. Aldrinch looked her in the eye. And it also justifies the requests your mother has made from Elisira and the others. Their personal feelings mean very little when the fate of Irisa is what is at stake. Amara clenched her fists inconspicuously at his last statement, but not a single color changed in her exterior. How meaningless their feelings are compared to the greater good is not the point. She noticed her effort to hide her anger was rendered useless by the aggressiveness of her words. Have you or the elders tried to set aside your maps and schemes for a while to have a casual conversation with the humans from the space station? And how would that help us? Aldrinch was still confused, and there was no sign he had taken any offense at her tone. The humans in the space station are not the leaders of their species. They are scientists, soldiers, and explorers. Even if some of them know some important information that might be beneficial to us, I don't see a species that has accomplished so much on their own, giving away their secrets in casual conversation. What if what I told you the humans don't think like us on a fundamental level? Amara had learned a lot about the difference between the human and Irisian cultures in the many hours she spent exchanging messages with the human crew. Have you ever wondered why they decided to land on Irisa's surface, even though they didn't even need to meet us face-to-face to have us intermediate their talks with the Core Galaxy Alliance? Aldrinch pondered out loud in an attempt to infer the humans' intentions. By landing here, they will put themselves into the spotlight, and every species will be talking about them in the upcoming future. This attention could be used to obtain some trading deals for their technology, but they also would have to factor in the negativity of potentially being associated with us. Most races fear us and see this planet as hell, so by being able to survive here, they will only prove that their plain appearance and lack of claws are deceiving, and they are deserving of being classified as Category 4 Deathworlders. They have much more to lose than to gain by being here. Their decision to land must have been taken without much knowledge about the current state of affairs of the Parliament. They know the implications of landing here, yet they will do it anyway, Amara countered. Oh, are you insinuating that they'll graciously land here solely to lend us a helping hand, with no ulterior motives or desire for some grand reward? How noble and selfless of them. I did not insinuate that. Aldrinch's resistance to at least consider the possibility that he was oblivious to some important information on the humans' motivations was starting to get on Amara's nerves. What I'm trying to tell you is that their purpose here has nothing to do with us, or even the Core Galaxy Alliance. And the humans just told you that? They did not tell me directly, but I noticed that every human I talked to would mention a lot of their concerns about who among the 3 representatives would take the first step on our planet. I didn't understand their fixation on this trivial detail at first. I thought it was some kind of mistranslation, but when they talked about the history of exploration of their own world and their first attempts at reaching space, it all made sense to me. The humans are not coming here to help us or try to get trading deals with other species. To them, this planet is just a hard place to go to, a perfect place where their factions can put their technology to test and compete against themselves. More than that, it means that humans are not trying to make alliances, and their biggest concern as a species is fighting against themselves. If that is the case, we should focus our energy on getting help from the Core Galaxy Alliance and forget about them. Aldrinch's dark spots slowly reappeared as he spoke. Absolutely not. Amara was incisive. You said it yourself that we don't have many bargain chips to negotiate. We can't afford to waste an opportunity like that. Well, but that's easy. The humans are looking for a challenge, then let's give it to them. Amara allowed her body to be filled with an energetic orange, showing the excitement she had in finally saying to core part of her idea. Instead of showing them the more peaceful corners of our planet, why don't we take them to places like the Noxious Chasm and the Eben Range? To embark on such an endeavor would be sheer folly. Few of our kin dare to traverse those treacherous lands. Bringing the humans into such perils would invite disaster, ruining the meticulously cultivated perception of our world as anything but a fiery inferno. Aldrinch didn't understand how Amara's idea would help them at all. To say that this would destroy our chances of being helped by the Core Galaxy Alliance would be an understatement. If we chose that path, I can see the more extremist races such as the Asaidians openly advocating to leaving us to our demise. But the humans would be put in the same basket, wouldn't they? Amara purposely let hints of bright yellow appear around her dark spots to express the mischievous pride she had in her idea. Amara noticed the inner conflict in the old man's thoughts and decided to keep pushing her idea. Making alliances and getting trading deals may not be their primary goal now, but sooner or later they are going to need that. And when the time comes, guess who will be the only ones who won't be scared of them? Your reasoning is not without merit, but let us not forget your own words of caution about playing a dangerous game. This endeavor carries even greater risks. What if a human representative perishes on those treacherous lands? Or worse, what if they become overwhelmed by fear and withdraw from the mission altogether? I'm not saying there are no risks involved, but you are the one who said we have very little concessions to offer. After hearing the old man using her own words against her, she ended up doing the same out of spite. If danger can't be avoided, why not choose the path of greatest reward, with the perks of giving a good scare on those deceiving wimps who can't stop reiterating we haven't done enough to deserve to be saved. Aldrich didn't say anything. He approached the holographic chamber and used his claws to interact with the controls to alternate the view to a series of maps and documents. Amara waited apprehensively without uttering a single word, as she had a feeling that it wouldn't be a good time to interrupt the old man. After exactly 1 minute and 27 seconds, Aldrich made eye contact. "Are you going to support me?" Amara found it hard to contain yellow from showing. "Just because I cannot die without seeing the chaos in the Parliament when we send them a detailed report of the humans visiting the Eben Range." Amara almost let her happy mood cloud her mind about the other things she had to ask, but in no time she forced her mind to focus on how to broach the topic of joining the first meeting crew. "I know what you want to ask, and the answer is no." The little pause in the conversation was enough for Aldrich to anticipate her question. "I know you've grown up and are by no means the same naive girl who is impatient and willing to do something stupid without understanding the consequences. But that doesn't change the fact that you are too important to take such a dangerous job and put alien technology inside your body." To have her intentions read so easily was truly annoying, but that gave Amara the excuse she needed to give up the mind games and speak her mind. "I'm grateful to you, Aldrich. I've learned a lot from you when you refused to give me the poison and explained to me why getting rid of my brother wouldn't solve all my problems." She went on. "But those were not all the lessons that episode taught me." "What do you mean, young one?" Aldrich didn't try to guess her intentions. In a sincere display of yellow, she concluded, "I also learned it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. 1. Irisians don't cry with tears falling down their eyes and sobbing. Instead, they lose every color of their exterior and end up looking like a cathode ray tube TV showing static." This was an account of the events that led to the admission of Princess Amara into the first meeting crew. Here are some questions that might interest you based on your recent queries. Was humanity aware of the spying? Luna 6th query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa. Luna 6th query. Now tell me in detail who was the first human to set foot on Irisa from the POV of the survivalist Nathan Everett. Nathan was staring at the emptiness of the narrow tube that connected both sides of the space station. Its transparent walls, impervious to the void, allowed him to glimpse into the conical shape of the Irisian side of the construction and put into perspective the perpetual rotation responsible for the artificial gravity. Similar to an hourglass, the flimsy transfer conduit was not responsible for keeping the structural integrity of the construction, and Nathan could see the 4 giant metal structures that linked the bases of both cones. As someone who had devoted most of his life to the study of botany, he was usually not thrilled by huge artificial constructions, but his brief stay in the space station had made him appreciate its vintage rotatory design. It was not beyond humanity's capabilities to create artificial gravity without using the old-fashioned circular acceleration, but one design principle employed in the construction of the space station was simplicity. The official note said that this choice was made because there was no guarantee the space station would be used beyond the extension of the 1 Earth-year mission. However, Nathan suspected it was actually due to the governments involved not wanting the Irisians attempting to copy their newer technologies. As his thought diverged from the space station and he waited for the go signal for meeting the Irisians at the center of the transfer conduit, Nathan wondered how Rio could keep an indifferent expression under such circumstances. The Martian had crossed his arms and had moved them only once to take some loose strands of hair away from his eyes. Had he not known better, he might think the man was a dummy, and not a human. Zara, on the other hand, was not hiding her apprehension, and was playing with her supplies to kill time. As far as Nathan could tell, she was using her ration packs to construct a floating stickman. He found it amusing how she would always make a mistake, and they would end up floating away in different directions. On occasion, one of the ration packs would fly toward one of the mini drones floating around and transfer some of its momentum to the little machine, which, in turn, would fire up its motors to return to a good position. Nathan was sure that the support crew was glad to have Zara in there to give them a warm-up controlling the drones in 0G. It was a given that they too must have been under a lot of pressure to do a good job registering this historical moment. All these little things happening around him kept Nathan from being bothered by the waiting. The message they had received in the elevator about a change in their landing location had caused him some concern, but since then, Nathan had enough time to digest the information and dismiss any worries. Soon they would be landing on an alien planet anyway, and everything would be exciting regardless of where they landed. 2 pop-up messages were received and took most of his visual range, interrupting his thoughts. The Irisians are ready. Commence moving towards the central point within the next 30 seconds. Both notifications were dismissed as soon as Nathan became aware of their contents. He gauged his crewmates' reactions and found Zara hurrying to gather her supplies, while Rio simply uncrossed his arms and was already looking ready to go. As he adjusted the shoulder straps of his backpack, Nathan saw 3 figures entering the tube on the opposite side of the station. The Irisians had arrived. Nathan strained his eyes to get a glimpse of the outline of the Irisians, but he couldn't help but focus on the fact that they weren't looking anything like what he had previously seen in the pictures. Fully clothed and with skin and hair tones that were within the realm of usual for humans, at that distance, the 3 Irisians weren't looking any different from some cosplayers, if not for the extremely natural swaying of their tails. How nice of them. I think they are trying to look like us to smooth out our first meeting. Zara looked at the situation with positive lenses. Rio didn't reply to her comment, but Nathan could almost touch the scoff in his gaze. Rio expressed his silent agreement by grabbing onto the holds of the tube and propelling his body forward towards the meeting point. Seeing the quiet man taking the lead, Zara followed suit as if they were in a competition to reach the center first. Only when the little drones fired up their engines and began to follow his 2 crewmates in an orderly fashion, Nathan felt left behind and put his arms to the test, trying to catch up to them. The eyes of Irisians met in understanding, and they too started racing towards the center. Nathan stopped trying too hard when he approached the duo ahead. Instead of being worried about being the first to reach the center as the others were clearly doing, he focused his attention on the differences in how both species moved their bodies in 0G. Nathan and his companions would use only their arms to grab the holds at the start of every 1-meter segment, and would usually use both arms to gain maximum speed. The Irisians, on the other hand, were grabbing the holds with only one hand at a time, and were using their tail to gain a second impulse out of the same hold once their center of mass had passed it. In spite of the differences in the way they moved, both groups were progressing toward the center at similar pacing. On the human side, Rio was slightly ahead, being the first to have reached the 50 meters mark. Zara was behind him by a single segment and closing in the distance with every boost. Nathan was 2 segments behind her and was being careful to not break any of the little drones moving close to him. On the Irisian side, things were not looking that different. The tallest of them was the one taking the lead in his path to meet Zara at the left side of the tube. Nathan could tell that, in spite of having the longest hair, the first Irisian to have reached the 50 meters mark was a male. As he had studied in the preparatory phase of the mission, sexual dimorphism manifested in the Irisians in a similar fashion as it did in the humans. The males had a statistical tendency to be taller and a bit more muscular than the females. But that was not remotely the more obvious trait to distinguish males from females in their species. On account of the typical case of convergent evolution, the Irisians and many other species on their planet belonged to the mammal crown group, which meant no human would need more than a single look at their chest to tell apart male from female. That, of course, caused Nathan to identify with ease that the second Irisian to have reached the 50 meters mark was a female. Her tight shirt left little to the imagination regarding the shape of her body. She was alternating between using her right and left arm to propel her body at every segment of the transfer conduit she overcame. At her current pacing, it wouldn't take long for her and Rio to meet face-to-face at the right side of the tube. Curiously, neither Nathan nor his Irisian counterpart were putting a lot of effort into reaching the center first. If nothing changed, they would be the last to meet in the middle spot between their peers a couple of seconds after the others. As Rio and Zara fought for every centimeter they advanced, Nathan tried to figure out the gender of the first alien he would meet. The individual in question was wearing clothes made of a very light-looking material. White in color and with a sort of balloon sleeve design, their top was quite loose, making it hard to see any shapes. The distance separating them was less than 100 meters by now, and even though every instinct he had was telling him that this particular Irisian was a female, his logic side wouldn't allow him to take it as certainty in fear of being labeled as the guy who committed a faux pas in the first in-person meeting with the Irisians. He left that thought at the back of his mind for a moment to see which of his companions would reach the center first. Zara had almost caught up with Rio, but was still slightly behind. Nathan couldn't see her arriving first into the meeting point now that there were only 3 segments left and they would have to decelerate. Rio realized that as well and used the next hold to kill off a lot of his momentum. Zara, on the other hand, saw this as an opportunity and kept pushing forward. Nathan's worry for Zara only increased when he noticed that even though Rio's speed had decreased, there was still a lot of momentum to get rid of in the next 2 segments. Zara had a smug smile on her face as she looked to her side and saw nothing, but that changed in the blink of an eye when she noticed she had missed one of the 2 last sets of holds in that brief moment of distraction. Her panic showed in the chaotic motion of her legs that only increased as she tried and failed to cancel all the momentum she had built by grabbing the last set of holds with all her might. Having lost her grip and any sense of control, her body kept going beyond the meeting point towards the male Irisian at a significantly high speed. Nathan's eyes widened as he predicted a serious accident where humanity's first contact with the Irisians would end up being a test of which species had the most resistant bones. He was wrong, though. In an impressive display of finesse, of control and dexterity, the male Irisian caught her body as he coiled his tail around one of the holds. To avoid an uncontrolled crash, he used his 4 limbs to cushion the impact and distribute its energy over a large area of their bodies. The residual momentum was taken care of by his tail, holding firmly in place through the short ordeal. "Are you hurt?" Nathan knew that the translator worked by parsing intentions into language rather than translating between the languages, but he couldn't help feeling astounded at how the rich, velvety tones of the male Irisian's voice chosen by the algorithm exuded a calm yet assertive presence. Zara was being princess carried by the Irisian, who didn't let go of her after having avoided a serious accident. "Damn, why are you so hot?" Zara was so confused that she didn't even consider the implications of that phase being the first thing said by a human to an Irisian face-to-face. The eyes of all humans and Irisians were immediately drawn toward her, and only then she realized the implications of what she had said. "I don't know how that translated for you, but what I meant to ask is how the temperature of your body can be that high." Zara's cheeks and neck became flushed as she tried to clarify her early question and undo the awkwardness she had created. "Unlike you humans, we can't dissipate the temperature of our body easily after intense physical activity." The male Irisian looked unfazed by her question. Nathan didn't know how her previous sentence had translated to them, but judging only by how easily the male Irisian had moved on with the conversation, they either had cut her some slack or were convinced by Zara's explanation. Another voice stirred Nathan's attention away from Zara. "Oh, I didn't think you humans could change the color of your skin as well." The female Irisian with the tight clothes spoke with a soft voice in an inquisitive tone. Her faint orange eyes, closely focused on Rio, left no doubt regarding whom she had addressed her comment towards. Only now did Nathan pay any attention to the fact that Rio and the female Irisian were already at the meeting point facing each other without any incident having occurred on their end. Considering that things were back on track, he killed off the little momentum left on his body and stopped beside Rio. Unlike the male Irisian, her amethyst purple lips had a natural allure defined by a delicate curve. Her eyes, faint orange, didn't appear to have any uniqueness, but the attention to detail in the colors of her eyelids created the illusion of eyelashes, something the male wasn't even attempting to mimic. She was shorter and had an overall slender body when compared to both of her crewmates. Nathan almost lost himself in the details, but in comparing her looks with the other Irisians, He also found some general characteristics that were shared by all of them. None of the Irisians had eyebrows, but they had a slightly protruding bone that went all the way from above their eyes to the lateral of their heads. Their noses were small, and unlike a human, the side-facing nostrils had a slight horizontal angle and a more elongated shape. Their ears were pointy, but unlike an elf, their tips pointed downwards to their back, and their ovate shape reminded him of a willow leaf at the mercy of gravity. As the male Irisian returned Zara to his left side, Nathan's mind was briefly reminded that confirming the gender of the individual in front of him was not his only concern. But as a symphony of life's interconnected wonders, dawn came as if a conductor had called it forth. The high-energy UV light and its less dangerous counterparts hit the Irisians from behind, and whatever part of the visible spectrum had overcome the protections installed on the many layers of semi-transparent material composing the transfer conduit gave Nathan the privileged view of the shape of the silhouette of the individual in front of him through the now partially translucent material that constituted her loose clothes. Nathan's stare had not lasted long enough to give rise to widespread awkwardness, but it lingered sufficiently for her to notice it. Ahem. May I suggest we get started with the introductions? In an attempt to divert attention off himself, Nathan took advantage of the fact everyone suspected it was not by chance that dawn hit them soon after both groups had reached the center. He was fairly certain that the higher-ups must have decided that having all of them exposed to a little radiation was a small price to pay for a good picture to use as propaganda of how good the nanites would be at repairing any damage to their DNA. Greetings, I'm Zenvalor. I mainly work as a mercenary. This is my 5th mission working with a different species. Nathan was satisfied with how easily the male Irisian complied with his suggestion. He knew that now that the first introduction was made, it was natural that everyone else would just follow suit. Following the just-established pattern, the eyes of the group fell upon the female Irisian in front of Nathan expecting an introduction. Nathan briefly wondered what intentions had caused the translator to generate that effect in her voice, before the gazes made him realize it was time for his own introduction. Nice to meet you all. I'm Nathan. I'm representing the good old Earth. I'm looking forward to seeing the amazing species I'm sure I'm going to find in your planet's biome. Soon after finishing his introduction, Nathan regretted not saying he was a botanist and having missed his chance to make a joke about people calling him a survivalist, even though most of the time all he did was just survive in order to get to where the plants were. I'm Yalara. I took this mission of presenting Irisa to you all on behalf of the Queen. My field of expertise is unrelated to being a diplomat, but I'm sure we'll be having a lot of fun together. She blinked her right eye the moment she and Rio met their eyes. Nathan found her body language quite human-like, a little bit too much to say the truth. My name is Rio. I'm representing the Martian Republic. Rio's introduction was as lifeless as a dry leaf. Nathan didn't know if he had done that on purpose or not, but Rio didn't seem amused at whatever game Yalara was playing. Why are you all trying to look like us? Rio didn't wait to address the elephant in the room, and he did it in a tactless way. Yalara seemed to have taken a hit by his directness. The tanned skin tone she had chosen for the occasion showed some very small black spots in her cleavage. The usual protocol for any in-person contacts with other sapient species dictates we should hide our claws and keep a color pattern that looks less threatening to our interlocutors. Amara came to her rescue and offered an explanation. That's a nice gesture, Nathan was glad Zara interjected. But you don't need to be afraid of expressing your true nature in front of us. I'd love to see how you look like. I swear we won't be uncomfortable with your looks. The little drones that were not doing much turned toward Amara in anticipation of some good footage, and at the same time, the Irisians also had their own reaction. The eyes of Yalara and Zenvalor converged on Amara and the atmosphere shifted. There was a hint of purple in both their skins, but Nathan couldn't tell what that meant. If at least there was some change in their facial expression or some sway of tail, he could at least have tried to guess. Amara's reply only intensified the intensity of Yalara and Zanvalor's gaze, and the purple became more vivid. Yalara and Zanvalor had stopped any nonverbal communication with their human counterparts. Nathan couldn't explain the elusive feeling plummeting everyone's desire to keep the conversation going. But some tension had clearly permeated the atmosphere after Rio's inquiry and Zara's request. Since the interaction with the Irisians wasn't going anywhere, and the little drones had already captured some footage of the first meeting of both species, Nathan thought now seemed like a good time for a notification to pop up and instruct them to proceed to the Irisian side of the space station. Reality, however, begged to differ, and the hum that reminded him of a swarm of buzzing bees reminded Nathan that the drone operators were still looking for more footage. A picture of an asshole government propagandist pressuring the drone operators and the security supervisors to keep them out there for longer than needed appeared on Nathan's mind as he gauged the emotions of his crewmates. Zara looked unconcerned as she took every opportunity Zanvalor was looking away to get a glimpse of the alien. She looked like she wanted to ask something but didn't want to be the one to start a conversation. Rio, on the other hand, was in a league of his own. Nathan's limited opinion of him spoke of a man who would gladly die for the Martian Republic if ordered to do so. He couldn't see Rio getting bothered by the radiation if it meant complying with his orders. Nathan sighed at the realization he would have to take matters into his own hand if he wanted to get away from the radiation faster. If it was more footage that they wanted, he would give it to them. Amara, is there any chance I could touch your hand? Nathan had to muster all his willpower to say those words under the current awkward atmosphere, but he had no doubt it would be worth it. If she accepted his request, that would give the higher-up the great picture they wanted, and if she did not, that would also send the message that it would be useless to keep them out there in the hopes of capturing more interactions. Yalara and Zanvalor also expressed some reaction by turning their heads toward Amara and showing more purple, but all useful information Nathan got out of their reaction was the fact they were waiting for her reply. As long as it's just my hand, I don't mind. Something in her tone gave Nathan the impression that she was hinting at his previous stare, even though he had no way of verifying if this was really her intention or just his own mind playing tricks on him. Amara stretched her left arm in a way that reminded Nathan of noblewomen expecting a gentleman's kiss of politeness and deference. The way that Yalara and Zanvalor scrutinized him with their gaze while his own crewmates looked surprised by the situation almost made him second-guess his request. But the prospect of reducing everyone's exposure to radiation was enough of an incentive for him to ignore them and propel his body forward as he approached Amara slowly. He flawlessly stopped the momentum of his body by grabbing one of the holds with his left hand and looked her in the eye to make sure she had not changed her mind with his approach. With deliberate care to avoid any sudden movements, the distance between Nathan's and Amara's hands decreased until 4 of his fingers touched the palm of her hand, as his thumb rubbed gently the opposite side. Your skin feels smooth and slick. It's like I'm touching some latex gloves. Nathan described the feeling out loud to give the drone operator some extra info that could never have been obtained through virtual interactions. He didn't mention anything about the slightly hot temperature because he didn't want to repeat what Zara had done earlier. Yours feels uneven, full of texture. I can feel some moisture in between your fingers. Also, your claws seem softer than that of a baby. Nathan was momentarily taken aback by her reply, although in retrospect it made sense that she would reciprocate the loud description. He hadn't considered that possibility in his mind until she had actually done it. For some reason, hearing her saying that his hand was moist and his nails were softer than that of a baby struck his ego a little bit, which caused him to briefly forget his immediate goal, get a little defensive, and even make another bold request even though he didn't need to. We don't call them claws, we call them nails, and they didn't evolve to win a fight, so it's natural that they are soft. What about your claws? Can I touch them too? We cannot show our claws to any other species under any circumstances, much less let you touch it, Zanvalor interjected before Amara could reply. There was some faint red showing on his skin which made Nathan instantly think he had overstepped some boundaries even though he was not sure what the colors meant. You don't need to intervene, Zanvalor. I can handle this. Amara's words caused all the faint red in Zanvalor's skin to turn into a hint of purple and made even Yalara, who had not displayed any reaction at Nathan's request, to follow suit. Due to something that happened more than 200 harvests ago, in our first face-to-face interaction with an Asaidian, it became taboo to show our claws to any other species. I don't think you touching my claws will be a problem in this situation as long as you promise you'll be careful to not get hurt. Seeing that Amara had retracted her arm and had started removing the rubber-like protections in her fingertips, even before he replied, lessened all doubts he had. Don't worry. I have no intention of getting hurt, even though I doubt any accidental cut would cause me any serious harm. With the attentive gaze of all the natural and artificial eyes, Nathan and Amara took the spotlight as she stretched her left arm again, this time with all 5 claws exposed. Go ahead. Nathan didn't worry too much about not moving fast this time, and Casualty pinched her middle claw with his thumb and the finger next to it. Her 5 claws had nearly the same size, being about half as long as Nathan's thumb and having a pitch-black reflective surface that reminded him of obsidian. There was no doubt that they were sharp and could cut and tear his skin if she wanted to, even though he doubted a human would die easily unless cut into the neck or deep in the eyes. He also noticed that touching the outer part of her claws felt smooth like touching glass, while the inner side was rough and porous like pumice stone. The edge that connected both parts and the tips was sharp, so he refrained from putting any pressure against it to test the resistance of his skin. How does your species avoid hurting yourselves with your claws? Nathan released her hand and pondered out loud without addressing anyone specifically. Doesn't it get in the way of performing fine motor tasks? Accidents happen, but that's not a common occurrence. It seems that our spatial awareness is higher than that of you humans. Zanvalor replied in an annoyed tone that Nathan guessed the translator had purposely chosen to convey his discontent with what Amara had done. We can manipulate small things if we are careful, but I think not having claws give you humans an edge on that aspect. Yalara also joined the conversation. Nathan noticed Rio and Zara must have felt left out and also approached their counterparts. But before they could have joined the conversation, a notification popped up in his field of view. Leave the transfer conduit and follow the Irisians to their side of the space station. The buzzing of the drones returning to the human side of the space station confirmed that his plan had worked, and the higher-ups had gotten all the footage they wanted. Nathan tried to gauge the reactions of his crewmates to try and figure out how to broach the subject of ending the first meeting and getting on with the mission, but his worry proved to be unneeded. Please follow us to the docking bay. It seems like an agreement was reached to take you all to the surface immediately. Zayanvalor's announcement caught the attention of not only Nathan, Zara, and Rio, but also Amara and Yalara. What? Wasn't there supposed to be a tour of your side of the space station before we go to Irisa? Zara looked happy to finally have an opportunity to speak. I only know that both sides of the mission control voted in favor of the change in plans. Zanvalor clarified without hiding he had access to some means of communication with the ones in charge of making decisions. Nathan suspected that his handler would contact him to explain the reasons for the change after landing on the surface of Irisa. Rio showed some subtle aversion on his face but followed her without complaining. Amara and Zayanvalor just turned their backs to them and started propelling their bodies toward their side of the space station. Nathan and Zara exchanged a look of mutual understanding and followed them silently. Nathan was glad that the journey toward the Irisian side was uneventful and not a competition to see who could reach the airlock first. From there on, the Irisians took care of everything, and they crossed the entirety of the space station without meeting any new face or diverging much from the central rotary axis. Before Nathan had truly registered what happened, Zanvalor interacted with a screen showing some untranslatable script, and they heard the hissing sound from the door behind them closing, and the male Irisian announced, "Behind the next door is the ship that will be taking us to the surface." Amara and Yalara were already waiting close by the round door, while Nathan and the others watched from the center of the room. The hissing sound was heard once more, and both female Irisians took the lead, lowering their heads a little and crossing the threshold between the space stations and the ship. Zanvalor alternating gaze between the open door and the 3 humans was all communication they needed to proceed. Nathan saw Rio entering first and followed him inside immediately after. The interior of the ship was surprisingly empty. There were no seats anywhere in sight, which was a surprise to Nathan given that he suspected the interior designs of the Irisian ship wouldn't look that alien to humans, since both species had similar anatomy. The first detail that caught Nathan's attention was a pair of handrails, one thicker and spanning all that way from one side of the rectangular-shaped interior to the other, and the other was thinner and bent into many round subsegments protruding from the walls. The former was positioned a little above his head, and the latter was placed lower, at about the same height as his hips in relation to what he supposed was the ground. Nathan didn't need to rack his brain to understand why that particular design had been used as the first glass he took at Amara and Yalara, who had entered the ship first, reviewed to him why that internal arrangement had been adopted. Both of them had their tails coiled around the lower handrails and could reach for the upper ones with their hands if they wanted to. But that still didn't explain why all the empty space. Why are we using a cargo ship without any cargo inside to take us to the surface? There were many small details, such as the sturdy floor, the lack of windows, the lashings points, and the structure that looked like a ramp on the back of the ship that made Nathan assume they were inside a cargo ship instead of entertaining the possibility that the Irisians had some fundamentally different approach to design passenger ships. Cargo vessels, military vessels, and science vessels are all we have, Amara explained, her intention being conveyed with a subtle hint of anger. Our existential predicament is keeping us from indulging in the construction of frivolous means of transportation. This is not one of our own ships, though. Zenvalor pointed the tip of his tail at the bridge. Look at all those convoluted controls. The only species that would willingly build something like that is a Rumi. Only now, Nathan noticed that there was a seat in front of the only viewing port of the ship, and before it, there was a multitude of buttons, screens, switches, and levers, creating a chaotic and cluttered appearance. "Are you the captain of this ship?" Rio asked. "You humans can see him?" Yalara asked. With a single thought, Nathan switched the view mode to infrared, revealing the silhouette of a person seated in the captain's chair. The Zara's widened eyes let Nathan know he was not the only one surprised by not having noticed the additional individual on the ship. "Oh, you humans can actually see him if you pay attention." No color had changed in Zenvalor's body, but the timing of his words alone gave Nathan the impression that this was not the outcome Zenvalor was expecting to see. "Are you testing us?" Rio was blunt as always. "Yes and no," replied Amara. To improve the understand of how our species compare to each other had always been one of the goals of this mission. But even if that wasn't the case, the captain would have tested you anyway. He hates wearing clothes and has only been selected for this task because he's the only one who can land this ship. The look on Rio's face made it easy to notice he didn't like her reply, so Nathan decided to change the subject. "That won't be necessary. He doesn't have a translator and he will need all his focus to land this ship safely." Zenvalor took the spot beside Amara and Yalara and coiled his tail around the lower handrails. "If we don't need to introduce ourselves, then we should take the time to decide who will be the first to set foot on Irisa." Zara brought up a subject that caused Nathan to forget about the captain. "What?" Nathan noticed that the three Irisians were paying a lot of attention to their conversation, but he couldn't care less. "Have you forgotten that our governments will decide who will be the first, and we only have to wait for their decision?" "Didn't you get the notification just now?" asked Rio. "I just received word from the O'Neill conglomerate that we are on our own to decide who will have their name written in history," said Zara. Nathan faced Rio only to find him shaking his head in agreement with Zara's statement. Why would Earth change their plans at the last minute? Thought Nathan. Seeing Rio and Zara finding a place to hold next to the three aliens, he mimicked their actions in autopilot while he checked the status of the local connection. Hearing the loud noise of the undocking followed by a slight acceleration, he confirmed that the connection was still barely active, but only with receiving mode enabled. Refrain from being the first human to set foot on Irisa. Connection lost. Nathan froze at the unexpected order. I should be the one to set foot in Irisa first. I know how that sounds, but just hear me out. Unaware of Nathan's plight, Zara went on. The machine wars had not escalated anywhere close to involving a direct fight between Earth and Mars since it began 50 years ago. If any of you became the first on Irisa, with the other losing, we risk some hurt egos, and this might become the spark that led to the escalation of the conflict. What a rich girl like you knows about war, Rio rebuked. No one has anything to gain by an escalation of the conflict. The big shots from the Irith government might be a bunch of greed old bastards, but no one is stupid enough to risk mutual destruction for some hurt ego. Of course, you are the kind of guy that would risk the future of billions of people for some personal gain. Honestly, what else was I expecting? Zara didn't look like she would give up anytime soon. You should take some inspiration from the Irisians. Look at them all united to face an existential threat. I'm sure they don't have people like you in their ranks dragging all their species down for the sake of some vain glory. Zara tried to involve the Irisian in the discussion, but none of them had taken the bait and got themselves involved in the argument. Their back and forth continued as the ship descended, and Nathan became a bystander since he had received the order. He found it extremely weird the timing of the notification, and every instinct he had was telling him that something was off. But since communication would be unavailable until they reached the ground and received the first batch of supplies, there was absolutely nothing he could do to shed some light into the situation. The thought of saying fuck it and disobeying the order did cross his mind. But what if it really was according to Earth's intention to give up on being the first on Irisa, and he ended up ruining some important plan that he was unaware of? It sure wouldn't be a pleasant year in Irisa if he angered the people responsible for sending his supplies. Besides, his personal goals had nothing to do with engraving his name in history just by stepping somewhere. When Nathan was considering applying to the mission, he saw the possibility of being the first human on that specific alien planet as just a perk and not something he deeply longed for or was willing to put a lot of effort towards achieving. The kind of accomplishment he valued was being the first to do some scientific discovery and finding some cool plants and animals to study and leaving behind a legacy of discovery, paving the road for the ones who would certainly come before him. With all of that in mind, Nathan decided to not fight for the spot of the first human on Irisa. What he truly wanted, he would get anyway, no matter if he was the first, the second, or the third human to leave the ship. Some mild turbulence and deacceleration took Nathan out of his deep thought, only for him to notice that almost 10 minutes had passed as he spaced out with Rio and Zara arguing in the background, and the three Irisians awkwardly avoiding getting involved in their exchange. This peculiar scene washed away any doubt Nathan had about disobeying the order. The last thing he wanted was to make a fool of himself in front of the Irisians like his crewmates were doing. You know what? Trying to show you reason is a lost cause. I'll just leave ship first, and you can try to stop me if you can, said Zara as they approached the ground. You speak as if it's too hard to stop a rich girl from throwing a tantrum. A sudden jolt where the bodies of Nathan, Zara, and Rio were thrown forward and their feet briefly lost contact with the ground caused their argument to stop, and Nathan to wish he had a tail as he saw the three composed Irisians completely unaffected. Welcome to Irisa. We just landed on a research outpost in the middle of the planet. There are not many people working here, but the three of us will take care of showing you around before we start the exploration tomorrow. Nathan noticed that Amara was being vague about the place they had landed. Maybe that was an attempt to stop the argument between Zara and Rio. But either way, he doubted it would work. They had landed very close to a building that was keeping his sight from investigating the planet. But still, the undergrowth below that ship was more than enough to amaze him. Every single leaf, stem, and petal was glowing in an alluring tone of blue, without a single hint of green anywhere. Did you seriously threaten to hurt a woman? Their constant exchange was getting old fast, and Nathan was getting angry at their obnoxious behavior. How can they ignore the whole alien planet before us and just keep arguing? Nathan knew that emotions didn't translate well across the interspecies barrier, but he couldn't keep himself from imagining the awfulness of having your welcome disregarded and your guests ignoring your planet in such a historical moment for your species. The fact that there wasn't a crowd of reporters surrounding their ship proved that the Irisians had a different cultural background than the humans, so any guess about their current feelings would just be a guess. He might be projecting, but he couldn't help but feel like Amara and the others were not enjoying the situation in the slightest. This planet looks amazing. Those plants are so beautiful. I'll be checking them out until you guys decide who goes first. Nathan caused the argument to stop and a pair of piercing gazes to be directed at him. Don't worry, I'm not going to jump out of the ship and steal your moment of glory. I've received an order to refrain from being the first, and I'm going to abide by it. Nathan didn't intend to do anything more than just take a close look at the plants and say some nice words, so that the Irisians wouldn't think that every human would act like those two. The three Irisians glanced at Nathan briefly and assessed one another before returning their attention to Rio and Zara, which basically conveyed nothing about what they were thinking of the situation. Nathan distanced himself from the group and stopped inches away from the ramp. There, he bent his knees and lowered his upper body, sticking his head out of the ship. He felt the scrutinizing gazes coming from behind, but he couldn't care less if his crewmates were afraid of him not keeping his word. A second was all it took for him to forget about them and concentrate on the plethora of blue leaves that made his passion for botany shine through. In his head, a sequence of detailed observations that only someone with a similar background as himself would understand emerged as naturally as breathing. The specimen he set his eyes on was a prominent flower that seemed to be very common where they had landed. A layman would have instantly reduced the plant to a blue sunflower and called it a day, but not Nathan. The venation pattern in its leaves was exquisite, having some circular shapes that were visible in a faint tone of purple. The midrib was a purple dot at the center, branching into secondary spiral veins, forming a complex hierarchical architecture. The petals took most of the surface area of the flower, leaving very little room at the center for what Nathan classified as seeds by analogy. Noticing that the plant he was inspecting was within the reachable range of his arms, he didn't resist the impulse of plucking one of its 5 round seeds to study from up close. The flower that was facing the sky instantaneously reacted and turned itself towards Nathan. Plants moving when threatened was nothing unheard of on Earth, so he didn't feel any danger coming from the flower that was smaller than the palm of his hand. He felt a weird sweet scent in the air, unlike anything he had smelled before, and wondered if it was some sort of mechanism to ward off predators. Before he could think much of it, though, just like a chain reaction propagating from an epicenter, every single other blue flower around turned toward Nathan within the time span of a single second. What the fuck? Those were the only words he was able to utter, as he was engulfed by a cloud of white powder, as all seed-like structures of all flowers expelled their contents toward him simultaneously. Nathan felt his eyes and mouth burn, and he stood up in a hurry to get away from there and avoid more exposure. But when he opened his eyes, everything was spinning. The only thing he managed to see was the 3 Irisians running towards him. He tried to say something, but all that came out was a sequence of violent coughs as he staggered and fell down the ramp without feeling any pain thanks to the adrenaline. With solid ground behind his back and the bright sky as the background, that notification was the last thing he saw before his consciousness faded into black. This was an account of who was the first human to set foot on Irisa from the POV of the survivalist Nathan Everett. Here are some questions that might interest you based on your recent queries. Who are the parents of the baby? Why did Nathan receive the message asking for him to refrain from being the first to set foot on Irisa? Luna's query. Set the source to the translation logs of Princess Amara Aurelin. Consider it done. Luna 6 query. Now tell me about Amara's first talk with the Queen after her unadvised joining of the Irisian crew in the human reconnaissance operation. Amara was sitting on an ordinary stool she had found lying around in the room that had been previously prepared for the human guests. On top of the brand new piece of furniture full of drawers with an unusual handle that had been prepared specifically for the humans, there was a heavy backpack that the other humans carried all the way to this room. The lack of eyes watching her led her mind to entertain the possibility of opening the backpack to inspect what kind of possessions the humans had brought with them to her planet. But of course she wouldn't actually do that. Unlike the owner of this backpack, she had the sound judgment of not letting her curiosity get the better of her on a whim. Or at least she hoped she had, as she remembered how she had stolen the syringe with the clear fluid that after only a few drops in her eyes had given her the ability to understand the words spoken by the humans. Looking back, she couldn't tell which one was scarier. The translator provided by the Core Galaxy Alliance, a grain of sand, that when injected in any species would grow roots like a tree, connecting to many places on the user's brain. Or the translator provided by the humans, a syringe full of transparent liquid that looked like nothing at all to the naked eye. Amara forced her train of thought to return to the present, since questioning the decisions she had already made wouldn't help at all with her current pediment. There was a poisoned human in the bed in front of her. If he died, the plan she had meticulously put together would crumble into pieces. In case that happened, she had no doubt she would be the one taking the fall, even though all the elders supported her idea, when Aldrinch explained what they could gain if it succeeded. Why did he have to be so stupid to the point of almost getting himself killed, even before leaving the ship and hearing the warnings they had prepared for the humans? Amara could help but question if she and the others might have underestimated the level of danger of the plains near the Ebon Range, which they decided to use as a base of operations for the duration of the humans' stay on the planet. Seeing the unusually pale skin of Nathan, who was laying motionlessly in his bed, she felt a pang of guilt for his current state. It was her who was responsible for the change of plans, and it was her who had failed to consider the possibility of him touching something when he said he would take a look at the flowers after all. If only those other two were not demanding all of her attention at the time. But at least their argument ended after the incident, and they stayed with Nathan in silence until they had to leave to get their equipment from the first shipment sent from the space station. "May I come in, Princess?" Yalara's voice came from outside of the room. "You don't need to ask for permission, Yalara. This is not my room." Amara spoke with a low voice, even though she doubted Nathan would wake up so soon. "And don't call me Princess in here. There is no good reason to let the humans know who I am." "Why are you still looking like this?" Amara noticed that even now, hours after they had landed on the surface, Yalara still had maintained her skin color in that oddly specific, boring single color that was aesthetically pleasing to a human. It was weird that she chose to look like that when there were just the two of them. Unless... Oh, I know why. "Is this what you do to me when I refuse to talk to you, Mother? That is too low even for you." Amara reached for the bag that she had left on the ground with the tip of her tail and retrieved a pair of AR visors that she promptly transferred to her hands and then to her face, without delay. With just a short sequence of commands using the tip of her claws to interact with the interface of the visor, she contacted Yalara and asked to join the ongoing call. Even before her hands had time to return to a resting position, the virtual image of the Queen appeared at the center of the room, as if her mother had suddenly materialized there out of nowhere. A mother can't worry about her daughter anymore? Queen Kala was wearing her usual partially transparent clothes. The thin and delicate fabric of her top highlighted the indigo blue full of mesmerizing black spots that seemed to have a life of their own. It was the neutral expression of those of royal blood. "Today has been a most eventful day for you, has it not? It is only natural that my interest is piqued." "As if you don't know everything already." Yalara was left out of the conversation as if she didn't exist while Amara kept sitting, which no one else besides herself would dare to do in the presence of the Queen. "You and I both understand that our connection does not bear such intimacy. I am baffled as to why you persist in feigning otherwise. It deeply saddens me that you regard me in such a cold way." Noticing that her mother had deliberately added a tone of gray to her skin to appear sincerer, Amara only felt anger remembering all the times she had fallen for that. "But today, you will listen to what I have to say. And even if you choose to disregard me as your mother, it remains your duty to heed my words as your queen. If you want to remind me of how my carelessness has almost doomed our planet, then do it. But in case your intention is to make me reconsider the plan, you are wasting your time." Just like Aldrinch used to do with her, she tried to take control of the conversation by inferring her mother's intentions. The subtle yellow in the Queen's exterior let Amara know she had failed to read her mother's intentions. "Oh, but you are mistaken, my dear. Amara was not sure why her mother deemed it safe to talk of such topics right in front of an unconscious human, but knowing that the queen was much better informed than herself in those matters, she dismissed her concerns. My reason for contacting you is to congratulate you on the success of your scheme. Yalara's exterior was instantly filled with purple dots. The extended period of time she had kept a human appearance had taken a toll on her ability to hide her emotions. That's why you called me, Mother, to mock me. Unlike Yalara, Amara remained indifferent. I would never do that to my own daughter. I meant every word I said. Today's incident will not only sell the idea that this planet is a deadly place, but it also will prove that humans can in fact survive here. Don't forget that in spite of the best efforts of our ancestors, some information on the predatory plants of Irisa made their way into the hands of the senators and have been used against us every single time we brought up the topic of saving our planet. Amara tried to find some implicit meaning in her mother's words without success. She doubted her mother would have called her just to say that, but since the queen was just stating facts, she would have to play along until she revealed her true intentions. You speak reason, but don't forget that this is our home, and we have hidden eyes and ears everywhere. We will make sure that along with the report of the human surviving the miasma of the marabane flower, there will also be many files attached showing what its poison can do against other living beings. Queen Kala alternated her gaze between Yalara and Amara, only for her virtual eyes to become transfixed at the unconscious Nathan at the end. How do you think the senators will react when they see that a puny human has survived a poison that can kill even an adult ox oil? The queen's perspective shed light on the ramifications of Nathan's survival, leading Amara to a profound realization that this was not a trivial accomplishment. Yalara, who until now had avoided getting herself involved with their discussion, took the opportunity to approach Nathan's bed and join the conversation. It's hard to believe that such a clawless and harmless-looking being can survive the poison of a group of marabane flowers. With how much he inhaled, I doubt any of us would have survived long enough to receive the antidote. It's even more impressive when you consider he lasted long enough for the tiny machines in his body to find an antidote that would be effective for his physiology. Amara stood up and got closer to Yalara. If only the humans would agree to sell us such technology, just imagine how much we would be able to accomplish. The projected body of Queen Kala got closer to Yalara, and her intangible hands were placed over her left shoulder. In reference to that matter, pray tell, what progress have you made in your dealings with the other human male, Yalara? Amara could literally see the regret Yalara felt for having joined the conversation. There have been some impediments, my queen, but I assure you I can adjust to his preferences with enough time. As the only delegate I nominated personally, do you understand how your poor performance reflects on my reputation when even Amara, who was not even trying, did a better job than you? My queen, I'm not trying to justify my failure, but the human I've been assigned to is the worst. Yalara kept her head lowered as she spoke. He has shown no interest at all in our planet, in our culture, or in myself. Every attempt of having a conversation with him was met with a single-word reply at best. Her worry for Nathan and the repercussion his death would have caused to all of her people kept Amara from reflecting on everything that happened on that awful day. But Yalara's mention of Rio's lack of interest in their society brought back the memories from before the poison accident had ended the human competition for being the first to touch the surface. Yalara is not to blame for anything, Mother. She is doing her best, considering the disgraceful request you made from her. Amara couldn't stand the way her mother would disregard the feelings of her subjects, just because a few of her advisors think the humans might be susceptible to this kind of ploy. The humans are harder to deal with than what we anticipated. The exaggerated importance they gave to who would be the first to set foot on our world was already expected, but not that they would disregard us completely and make light of our efforts to be friendly. It was truly frustrating the way that Rio and Zara were acting before the accident. Their disrespecting behavior and endless arguing as they descended ruined any chance the recordings of that unique moment could be used to give the people from Irisa some rare piece of happy news to counteract the many consecutive harvests of collective desolation. Failing to perform one's duty after being directly ordered by your queen is a great crime that would be punished with pain, imprisonment, or even death if we follow the ways of the old. Queen Kala purposely waited for the many spots of dark purple to manifest on Yalara's exterior before she went on. However, as you remain oblivious to a matter of great importance concerning the humans, I shall graciously overlook your failure on this occasion. Amara had witnessed this repetitive pattern of intentionally instilling fear in her servants, only to subsequently present herself as a benevolent and forgiving queen. It would occur so frequently that she had grown an intense aversion to it. Which matter of great importance are you referring to, Mother? Amara refrained from highlighting the annoyance and unnecessary nature of her mother's constant need to assert her power as queen in every conversation. She did that because she discerned in Yalara's eyes a strong desire for the conversation with the queen to conclude promptly. A spying device was found on our side on the space station. We are certain it took advantage of the mutual pact of not using encryption inside the station and tampered with the orders of the 3 human delegates right before they were out of range of communication. Her mother's nonchalant tone didn't keep Amara from needing all her willpower to avoid losing control of her exterior due to the implications of those words. Don't dare complain about that after refusing all contact coming from me. Queen Kala didn't hide a tone of orange forming around her black spots. But you, Yalara, and Zenvalor don't need to worry about the device interfering with the mission anymore. The workers of the station took care of it already. Amara almost felt guilty for repeatedly ignoring her mother earlier. But who could guess that a crisis of the same level of importance as a human dying on Irisa would be happening at the same time? Are the humans aware of the device? She knew that it was not viable to keep a secret like that, and the elders wouldn't approve an act that could easily cause strife with the only ones who had a chance of helping their species. They have been informed soon after the landing. It's a shame that we had to let the humans know that we have some factions that might be hostile to them, but it was undoubtedly a wise decision since they disclosed to have long ago identified unusual radio emissions coming from our side of the station. Queen Kala's projected body distanced herself from Nathan's bed and took a contemplative stance at the center of the room. Yalara, you must know that the human you've been assigned to might not be as indifferent to us as you think. His original order was different from the one that was given. The device ordered him to do anything in his power to be the first to set foot on the surface and keep it a secret from the others. Amara couldn't believe her mother had returned the topic of the conversation to Yalara and Rio. While the way that Rio and the others had their orders tampered with was important and could be insightful into the process of finding out the motivations of the perpetrator, the Queen was using that information to keep pushing Yalara to do what she wanted instead of focusing on what mattered. I understand, my Queen. I'll keep that in mind during my interaction with him. Yalara's voice sounded tired. What has been done with the device? And what do the elders think of the motives for changing the orders of the humans? The importance of the situation was enough for Amara to avoid an argument with her mother, even though she didn't bother hiding her disapproval from showing on her skin. The device has been offered to the humans as an apology for the incident. Queen Kala threw a judgmental gaze at Amara. I should let you ask them yourself if you dislike talking to me that much. But since I'm a good mother, I'll tell you. The elders suspect that the goal might have been to instigate the human representatives into killing themselves and causing an irreversible diplomatic incident that would put an end to their presence on this planet. Before she had met them personally, she might have thought that a plan like this could work against the humans. 2 of their factions were fighting a fierce war after all. But after spending some time with them, she never felt their argument, as annoying and disrespectful as it was, would culminate in someone losing their life. In the end, Nathan, who apparently didn't have his orders tampered with, was the one who almost died instead. Who among our own people would want to purposely direct the anger of the humans toward us? I can't see what anyone would gain by doing that. She was certain the Queen had already done an investigation. I'm fairly certain I found the culprit, but I can't tell you that right now. The human is about wake up. The queen ended the call abruptly. Amara and Yalara exchanged a look of confusion as they checked the soundlessly sleeping human. He had his eyes closed, and nothing from his heartbeat to his breathing had changed from the last time they checked him. Amara wasn't completely convinced that her mother could tell exactly when Nathan would wake up from the other side of the world. Maybe she didn't like her question and just used that as an excuse to end the call. But either way, she promptly convinced herself to not get angry, as she would find the truth sooner or later. Yalara taped Nathan thrice with her tail to make sure he wasn't awake before turning her attention to Amara. "I'm deeply sorry for entering the room with an ongoing call with your mother, princess." The human-like color of Yalara's skin gave way to a tone of blue filled with several black spots. Her neutral expression was different from Amara's in its static nature as opposed to the lifelike patterns of the princess. "I know you didn't have a choice except to obey her, but that is not important. How are you feeling?" Amara could barely imagine how hard it must have been for her to keep that human-like appearance all day, while under constant pressure from the queen for her to establish a close relationship with Rio. "I have a terrible headache and my vision is blurry." Amara was not expecting this level of sincerity. It was a rare occurrence for people to forget about her status and talk their minds in her presence. "If I had to keep that stupid skin color for 5 more minutes, I'm afraid I would have fainted. I'll try to talk to my mother later. It's not reasonable of her to expect you to always maintain that appearance during the mission." Amara believed she would be able to convince her mother to give up on that point, even though she doubted the queen would be willing to abandon her shameful scheme. Yalara widened her eyes and wrapped her tail around her belly defensively. "I'm flattered you're worried about my well-being, princess. But I'm not Elisira. I choose to be part of this mission, and I'm prepared to do what I'm required." The usual insincere reaction she got every time she suggested anything slightly defiant to the queen's wishes. She didn't blame Yalara for that attitude, but it was still sad to experience a glimpse of closeness and realness, only for her status to scare people from being truthful. "Unlike you and Zen Valor, I didn't have any meaningful interaction with them, so there is not much I can say." Yalara was avoiding eye contact as she spoke. "You were there from the moment we first met them until the accident. I don't believe you don't have an opinion regarding their behavior or appearance." Amara had already heard her saying Rio was the worst. It was highly unlikely that this was her only opinion. "But this was a stressful day for all of us, so I understand if you don't want to talk." Yalara's tail remained wrapped around her belly, but she made eye contact. "I thought this mission would be so easy when I was studying their culture and language. But now, after spending some time with them, I'm more confused than ever. One of them almost died from being too curious, while the other acted as if just talking to me is a waste of his time. It's like the 3 of them are each from a different species." Amara suppressed any happiness from showing for getting Yalara comfortable enough to open up with her. That was a risky question to ask, but Amara was genuinely curious about how someone who willingly volunteered to do her mother's bidding saw the humans. "I don't think they look hideous, just plain, clumsy, and boring." Yalara's directness was unexpected. "What about you, princess? Pardon my indiscretion, but the way you took Elisira's role without thinking twice spared some rumors among the select few that are aware of it." Amara was aware of the repercussion her decision of taking Elisira's place would entail, but only when hearing about it from someone else was it truly internalized. "The stakes of this mission are too high for me to care about some rumors. My mother's insistence on having Elisira take part in this against her will could have been the spark of our doom if she broke down in front of the humans." Amara was one of the very few that could oppose the queen without fear of punishment. "Still, to answer your question, I mostly agree with you, but I think their eyes are beautiful. It's like they hide all the secrets of the universe inside of them. Yalara was about to say something when Nathan moved his hand slowly toward his face, which prompted her to approach Amara and whisper in her ear, "I'm returning to my room, princess. Now that he woke up, Rio will be here soon and I'm too tired to interact with him." Yalara left the room silently while Amara watched Nathan rub both his eyes with the tips of his fingers, which caused her to feel quite uncomfortable imagining what would happen to her eyes if she did that with her claws. Harmful substance neutralized. Nathan's eyes opened at once and, instead of checking his surroundings, his eyeballs darted rapidly from one side to the other in seemingly random directions. After almost half a minute of Amara wondering if that was some kind of side effect of the poison or some involuntary reaction, he said, "So you are a princess, hum? What was the thing about us having our communications tampered with that you and Yalara were discussing earlier?" This was an account of Amara's first talk with the Queen after her unadvised joining of the Irisian crew in the human reconnaissance operation. Here are some questions that might interest you based on your recent queries. How much Nathan knows about their conversation? Why did the Queen end the call? Luna's sixth query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa. Luna's sixth query. Tell me about Rio Hawthorne's first night on Irisa. It didn't feel natural to waste his priceless time stargazing while thinking about life. Yet Rio found himself enjoying the loneliness of this moment of peace as he appreciated the view of the moonless sky in this alien world. It was extremely annoying that a permanent list of goals, which he had long since memorized, was etched in his peripheral vision. However, that was what it took for him to become the representative of the Martian Republic on Irisa. 2. Collect a sample of Nathan's blood. 3. Study Irisian culture, biology, and ecosystem. 4. Show the superiority of Martian technology to the galaxy. The first two items on the list were permanently highlighted in red, which spoke volumes of the reasoning behind Rio being chosen as the Martian ambassador when a proper diplomat and a scientist were rejected. In contrast to the first two items, the remaining ones were almost unnoticeable when not actively paying attention, but that didn't keep Rio from cringing hard every time he read the last goal. Even as a believer that the strict and organized Martian way of life was better than any other, he still found it pretentious and unrefined the way it was phrased by his superiors. Synchronization complete. The redundant notification that popped up simultaneously in his field of view and on the tiny screen of the mobile laser beam communication station reminded him that his time for stargazing was over. This process, which didn't last more than 2 seconds, left Rio with a cylindrical object in his right hand that looked no different than a classic umbrella, an item that had miraculously survived many centuries of technological improvement with unchanged design. Not that Rio had ever seen one anywhere besides on Earth's virtual simulations, of course. Now that his leisure time was over, a few neatly organized groups of semi-transparent icons appeared in his peripheral view. Unlike the list of goals, these icons were visible because Rio wanted to always be aware of pieces of information such as temperature, radiation levels, air particles, etc. It was not because he didn't trust the system to notify him if something was amiss that he kept those icons in his view. But having a good situational awareness at all moments was something that brought a sense of security he enjoyed. One of the icons expanded when Rio wished it to. Time until synchronization, 22 hours 36 minutes. Every time he looked into this countdown, Rio thought of how lucky Nathan and Zara were. Being civilians, neither of his crewmates would be required to do a full synchronization until the end of their mission on Irisa. Even though he knew they were not at fault for this, he couldn't help but get slightly angry when he remembered how unaware of their privilege they were. Given that the duration of the day on Irisa was about 2 hours shorter than a day on Earth or Mars, and that they were approaching midnight local time, Rio sighed at the realization he wouldn't be getting any sleep that night. Thanks to Nathan stupidly getting himself involved in an accident, it took considerable time to carry all the equipment of the botanist to the second floor, while also taking care of their shared stuff, which included a series of objects that had to be handled discreetly. He made sure to take all the propellant, the cartridge cases, and the primers to his room, where he would spend the rest of the night manufacturing ammunition for both firearms. If not for the information he received from his superiors about the hostile groups that wanted to end human presence on their planet, and also the fact that they had already acted by disrupting human communication, Rio might have concluded that leaving Nathan without ammunition for a day would not be a problem. But since that was not the case, he would feel bad for not helping. It was true that they were technically enemies, and one of his goals was to get a sample of Nathan's blood. But, considering that the most recent years of the war between Earth and Mars had consisted only of machines killing machines far away from the solar system, Rio felt more compelled to help Nathan, who at least had brought a gun, than Zara, who was counting on luck to keep herself alive. With that goal in mind, he activated the infrared view mode to ensure the darkness wouldn't cause him to inadvertently touch any of the local flora while returning to his assigned room. He had not gone too far away from the new building that was constructed by the Irisians to accommodate the human crew to communicate with the space station. There were only about 50 meters of unpaved ground between him and the clean surroundings of the building. He noticed some safe paths among the local undergrowth that he could easily use to avoid contact with any plants, and since he wasn't Nathan, he didn't spend more than a single second thinking about them. The brand new building consisted of just a metallic structure painted in white with human lodgings on the first floor, while the upper floor had a shared space for storing lab equipment and supplies. If Nathan had not been so foolish, he was certain the three Irisians would have taken them on a tour of their building and explained various things about their design choices, their culture, and introduced them to the personnel of this isolated research outpost. But, at the very least, he could thank the Earthling for causing a commotion big enough to keep Yalara away from him for several hours. From the moment following the accident until he had left to get all the equipment from the first shipment, she was still trying to look cute in her obvious attempt to honey trap him, which, given how much effort she had put into trying to look human, only caused him to feel weirded out and uncomfortable. As he approached the window to Nathan's room and heard voices coming from inside, Rio increased his pacing instead of trying to eavesdrop or make his presence known. Shortly after the incident, he interfaced with Nathan's reporting subsystem to extract his encrypted health assessment status and sent it to Earth's government through the Irisian network. In response, they provided him with the estimated time for his awakening, which happened to be now. Rio, however, had no intention of seeing Nathan right now. To him, the prospect of having to deal with Yalara sounded way less inviting than spending the whole night manufacturing ammunition. Even though he had no substantial reason to be averse to interacting with her to this extent, he had a gut feeling that avoiding her at all costs was the best thing he could do. The only Irisian that for some reason hadn't raised his inner alarms was Amara, but he hasn't yet learned enough of her to gain any sort of trust. Only after entering the building and passing Nathan's door without encountering anyone did Rio finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, his sense of relief was short-lived as he noticed a single out-of-place detail on his own door. When he went outside for the synchronization, he had locked the room, but he had not left the locking mechanism at a perfect horizontal angle as intended. Instead, he had forced it back to a barely noticeable off-angle, which served as a good indicator if someone had entered his room without permission. Seeing the object return to its original position, he was certain someone had violated his room in his absence. What remained to be seen was whether the intruder had already left or was still inside. And if it was the latter, he prayed it was a thief or an assassin, because if it was Yalara who was inside, he would have to find a good excuse to explain why he would throw her out the window. A single thought was all it took for the network of self-replicating machines inside his body to enter combat mode. His perception of time improved several-fold, and his reaction time was elevated to a staggering average of 10 milliseconds. Chemical compounds with various distinct properties were released directly into his muscles, while the efficiency of his heart and lungs was momentarily boosted to twice the usual. With his alert set to maximum, he opened the door casually with a poker face that didn't betray the turmoil happening inside his body. In a movement that felt like it took forever to execute, Rio's left hand reached for the old-fashioned switch, responsible for turning on the lights only to confirm what his heightened perception had already discovered: an empty room with no one inside. When no divergences were found, and the endeavor proved fruitless, Rio shook his head in defeat. He began to entertain the possibility that whoever had entered his room had performed a meticulous job with the sole goal of spying on him. He relaxed his muscles and left his poker face to crumble, revealing a tired face as he deactivated combat mode. With his perception of time returning to the usual speed, he got closer to his bed to take a 5 minutes rest, before considering the implications of the spying when, again, he noticed, with only his natural human skills, a certain detail that raised his guard to maximum level all at once. Mentally cursing it would take a few minutes before he could enter into combat mode again, Rio surreptitiously reached for the knife attached to his belt with his right hand. He then threw it towards the corner of the walls in an explosive movement as he declared, "Reveal yourself if you don't want to die." The loud sound of the knife penetrating the wood-like material of the inner wall was followed by a pair of orange eyes opening up where previously there appeared to be nothing but empty space. Gradually, the shape of a head emerged, unblending itself from the warm peach colors of the background wall. The knife was only a single inch away from grazing the pointy ear below it. Rio was delighted when he saw fear in those orange eyes, that particular emotion being the easiest to overcome the interspecies barrier. Either I can see all of your body, or I'll still consider you a threat. With Rio grabbing a second knife with his left hand in a threatening manner, the iridescent, lively patterns full of black spots took over a silhouette that now was very distinct from the background. Her voice did not sound artificial, but lacked the naturalness provided by the direct translation of intentions into words of the human translation system. This was enough for Rio to infer that this mysterious female was using the translator made by the Core Galaxy Alliance. He ignored her question as much as he ignored the fear in her eyes. He just approached her without making his intentions clear, which caused her now deep purple body to adopt a defensive stance. Her claws raised as she got as close to the wall as physically possible. "Now I am," said Rio as he retrieved his knife from the wall with the sweet sound of her racing heart in the background. With a knife in each hand, he gave her some, not too much, personal space before asking a question. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" His retreat caused some tones of light purple to show on her skin, which faded quickly as she regained some composure. "How did you notice me?" She did not answer Rio's question right away. "I've been around all day and none of your kind saw me when keeping my body at room temperature." "I'm Elisira." The knife did its job and she took him more seriously this time. "I'm here to confirm something with my own eyes." "If you think a vague statement like that is what I want to know, then you Irisians are more stupid than I thought." Rio's patience was running out. Rio distanced himself from her even further, but he only did so to get a roll of tape he knew exactly where to find and suggestively used his teeth to peel off a large amount of it. "Wait, what are you doing? I told you the truth. I wanted to see how ugly you are." He was taken aback by the extent she would go to reiterate an insult. "All I was seeking was some closure." Rio was unable to understand what kind of trick she expecting to pull by uttering those nonsensical words, but something about her latter sentence ignited a spark of doubt that prompted him to try and entertain that ridiculous idea. With the distance between herself and Rio being significantly higher than before and the fact he was casually sitting instead of pointing a knife at her, Elisira took her time to articulate a reply and started her story from the beginning. "I was supposed to be the one who would take this mission in Amara's place." She explained how one day the Queen had summoned her and ordered her to get ready to take part in a very important mission. She told him about all the studying of human behavior she had to undergo. She told him about being informed later that she would be required to put alien technology inside her body. The waves of emotion propagating through her body as she told her story took away some of Rio's satisfaction from having his suspicions of the Irisians' attempt to honey trap confirmed, but it also caused him to seriously question why she would share that much information to justify her invasion of his room to verify if he was ugly. Her exterior was filled with black dots that flickered in between existence and oblivion in her now gray skin, as Rio noticed some difficulty with her speech. The Queen, she ordered her close servants to put a translator on me, and she transferred me to permanently live in this research station to work with every human that comes to our planet during and after this mission. Rio couldn't see how all of that was related to his ugliness, but her emotional display was enough to get him invested in her story to the extent of allowing her to go off on a tangent. "We won't do anything about you being stationed in here, but I doubt any human will mind if you remove your translator and never interact with us if that makes you any happier." You don't understand. Elisira raised her voice, forgetting the situation she was in. The Core Galaxy Alliance gives the translator for free to anyone who wants one, but its roots grow like a tree in your brain and it's impossible to be removed surgically. They are the only ones who can extract it, and they take it as an offense if you ever ask to get it removed. Rio vaguely remembered reading about how no one was able to reverse engineer the technology of those translators and how they could adapt to any physiology despite being a worse translator when compared to what humanity already had. Your species destroyed it? The black and gray on Elisira's skin gave way to purple. Why did you tell me this secret? It's not a secret. Rio questioned his sanity as he tried to understand why he was answering her question. There was even a guy on Earth who live-streamed his nanites consuming the translator from his brain to get his 2 minutes of fame. We don't have all night. Just keep telling me why you invaded my room. Rio forced himself to cut her short and returned the conversation to the place it should have never left. Her skin returned to a tone of gray at his sudden change of tone, and Elisira did as she was told with a weak voice. I just wanted some closure. I wanted to see if it was really worth it to have thrown my life away just because I considered you humans too ugly to follow my orders for a meager 2 harvests. So that's what you Irisians truly think of our looks. Rio found it infinitely less annoying to hear the blunt truth as she said, than those lies and deceptive behavior that Yalara kept trying to use on him. Roy was amused she had the gall to say that to his face, after all she went through and the current situation she was in. Consider it mutual then, to me. You look no different than what I would expect to see from the irradiated offspring of an elf and a kaleidoscope. Rio laughed at his joke as Elisira visually struggled to get the meaning of his sentence. Now, what is left to decide is what I'm going to do with you. She wrapped her tail around her belly as some spots of dark purple manifested on her skin at the mention of the possibility of having to face the consequences of her actions. Rio had not mentioned that to scare her any further. He would have to consider how to deal with her now that he was aware of the intention behind her invasion of his space. He usually could take any important decision in a single second, but in this situation, he felt conflicted. If, on one side, he despised people who betrayed their country for fear of fighting or unwillingness to follow orders, on another side, his respect for leaders who abused their powers and gave immoral orders was even lower. He had considered, of course, the possibility of the story she told him being totally fabricated and just an excuse to avoid getting in trouble, but, given how convoluted it was and how it still made sense, he saw no reason to assume she was lying. In the end, after several seconds of playing with the blade on the table without considering how it might be affecting the scared Elisira, Rio uttered, I have a proposal you might be interested in. Elisira said nothing, and only inquired him with her eyes in her defensive posture. How about you do me a few favors and I forgive you for having invaded my room? There is a reward. If you do a good job, I can get permission from my superiors to destroy your translator. A glimpse of yellow followed by a cascade of purple took hold of her skin. I don't think I'm willing to do anything for you. The nature of the favors I'll ask you are all related to telling me information about various things and nothing more than that. It sounds bad when you put it like that, but that's not exactly what I want from you either. Rio decided to clarify exactly what his intention was. Be it because of her being part of some scheme or not, Yalara is extremely annoying. She is the one who is supposed to teach me about this world and I don't like it. What I want you to do is to come to my room every night at this same time and teach me about your culture so that I can ignore her as much as I want during the day to focus on what truly matters. You want me to be your teacher? The purple on Elisira's skin became lighter. If you disregard the fact you'll need to do it in secret, that's basically it. Rio himself was unable to tell how much weight his dislike for Yalara had played in the process of coming up with that proposal. But deep down he knew that this might have been just a logical excuse he used to justify going out of his way to fix some of the unfair treatment Elisira had received from the Queen. Purple and yellow coexisted in her exterior as she declared, I don't mind having to look at you for a while if you help me remove this thing from my brain. And I don't mind having you here every day as long as you keep your mouth shut about our deal and what you see inside this room, warned Rio. You have my word. The purple in her skin let him know the warning was effective. Rio extended his right hand without explaining his intention and waited for a reaction. Elisira got the message, but she also took a step forward, which put them at a distance a little bit closer than Rio intended. Hand and tail touched awkwardly as Rio avoided his gaze from hers to suppress the urge to look below her eyes. This was the only second his eyes were not locked on Elisira from the first moment he noticed her, until she left the room soon after. This was an account of Rio Hawthorne's first night on Irisa. Here are some questions that might interest you based on your recent queries. Why does the Martian Republic want Nathan's blood? Luna 6 query. Set the source to the posthumous memory extraction report of Senator Eelzales of the Core Galaxy Alliance. Consider it done. Luna 6 query. Now tell me about why the senator decided to interfere with the first humans on Irisa. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Eelzales contemplated concurrently many video snippets. The 8 floating borderless screens that were arranged in a perfect circle around the senator gave him a continuous flow of information that was more than enough to keep the multitasking adept brains of the roomie busy. After a diligent standard cycle of work, the large video selection that was shared by the Shadowlings or obtained through other means had been reduced to only 8 important moments that the senator kept playing on a loop. His goal was simple, to obtain some insights on how to ensure that the humans wouldn't become a serious problem just like he had done with the Unnell. Eelzales was lost in thought. His right antenna was focusing on a video of the ridiculous display of stamina and dexterity in 0G of 3 humans and 3 Shadowlings who, he assumed, were playfully enjoying some sort of dangerous competition. At the same time, his left antenna was facing the screen that showed a race, an event where a male Shadowling had been left behind to eat a cloud of dust, while a female human uttered some profanities in excitement for her victory. He absolutely couldn't understand how a sapient being could possibly enjoy those silly competitions. The only way he could get some sort of understanding of that behavior was from an academic point of view. It made sense that beings born in overly competitive worlds would be interested in improving their skills to improve their odds of survival against whatever predators had evolved in those hellish places. Or maybe it was the other way around. Either way, weird. As Eelzales' antennae moved toward another pair of screens, so did his thoughts. On those screens, 2 different moments separated by a single day on Irisa showed the same male human in a similar predicament. First, he had just descended on the surface of Irisa and was immediately attacked by a predatory plant due to his own foolishness. He ended up unconscious and was carried inside a building by the other 2 in a hurry. The fact that the human had survived would already be enough to cause quite an uproar in the parliament. But what was even more shocking was the subsequent footage. The same human had repeated his foolish feat on the following day. The only difference being that on this instance, he had been fast enough to barely evade the cloud of miasma as he took a bunch of seeds at once. Eelzales could at least conceptually understand the overly competitive nature of Deathworlders, but this... utter insanity. Even non-sapient animals could normally understand that something that had hurt them before should be avoided. This level of reasoning was so fundamental that it should be expected from even the simplest life forms. When he had proposed the law of new species needing a guide, his goal was to take advantage of the Shadowlings' desperate situation to compel them into accepting the job of spying on the humans, since the primates would not be using the universal translators. He never thought the humans would end up landing on that hellish planet of their own volition, much less that this new species would have such suicidal tendencies. In his struggle to understand the humans, Eelzales questioned his decision to accept the role of overseer of this new species. His success in handling the Unnell crisis after many others had failed had given him a distinguished status among his peers, but it also made his name a natural choice for the High Council when a new problematic category, 4 Deathworlder species, had been found away from the galactic center. All his impetus to perform his work derived from his beliefs that Deathworlders were just unfortunate sapient beings born in harsh environments, and they were not at fault for their own existence. His attention shifted to the remaining 4 screens. 3 of those were filled with images shared by the humans themselves on the first contact. Earth and its gray and green cities with busy skies, full of flying machines of various kinds. A time-lapsed video of Mars's terraformation that portrayed a barren world with a few scattered settlements, turning into a densely packed hubbub of activity, with some blue and green appearing seemingly out of nowhere. And lastly, several groups of giant cylindrically shaped structures, each having a unique design for its inner surfaces, some going as far as having artificial lakes and mountains on it. Ilzael's antennae converged to the last screen. There he found the report he had obtained from the Shadowlings about humanity, the source of his profound concern. The normal path of development of spacefaring species was having their home system as a primary hub for the construction of megastructures, with any subsequent star system conquered being gradually less developed. But the humans broke that pattern, as the star which they called Sol had a single ring constructed vertically relative to the orbit of the planets, capturing only a fraction of the brightness of the star. The other 3 systems had full spheres evolving them. Not a single ray of useful light was being lost to the void. While the planets and asteroids orbiting Sol were mostly intact, the ones on those other star systems were being dissembled, having their atmosphere extracted, or being mercilessly melted whole by concentrated light from the star in a shockingly organized fashion. 3 whole star systems transformed into a cosmic-sized, intricate factory where mining, transporting, and assembling took place in the inner parts, as the most diverse models of brand-new ships would flow in groups to the outer parts of the system and vanish. Unfortunately, the Shadowlings claimed they were unable to get information on where those ships were going, but Ilzael's could still conjecture that they would face each other on some battlefield, given that the humans weren't very subtle about not being a species under a unified government. He closed his eyes and bent his antennae downward to deprive his brains of too many visual stimuli. For the first time in his life, Ilzael's felt he was facing an unsolvable conundrum. The primary protocol for first contact with Deathworlders dictated that mutual benefit agreements must be firmed prior to uplifting or transferring technology. To get warp cores and their secrets, a species must agree to respect the laws of expansion. To get life extension medicine and universal cures, a species must agree to ban IA research and self-replicating machines. To have access to large-scale mining and ownership of new systems, a species must first prove its loyalty and generate collective value to the Alliance. Ilzael's was frustrated, because none of that would work with the humans. The secondary protocol for dealing with a sufficiently advanced Deathworlders society in the unlikely scenery it existed stated that it should be handled with a decisive preventive strike with a fleet of jump ships loaded with antimatter materializing in every single one of their planets simultaneously. Prior to finding the humans, Ilzael's had only heard of this protocol on some obscure laws, and it was universally regarded as an impossibility that was only written down for the sake of completeness. It was believed that Deathworlders were incapable of achieving the lasting peace and collective cooperation needed to achieve such level of development without destroying themselves as soon as they learned how to split the atom or edit DNA. Not without incurring dire consequences. Thanks to the unique way that the humans separated stellar-level structures from their home system, a clerical error was made by the astrocartographers and the scout ships that made first contact. In a cosmic-scale mistake, they had concluded that humanity's greatest achievement as species was constructing the vertical ring that absorbed some light from their star, which already put them on the highest level of death world or society ever found, but it was still considered manageable since it was assumed they had no large-scale mining, no FTL, and no universal cures. Upon receiving word of a new species, the High Council rushed to announce the big news to the galaxy to divert attention from the Unnell crisis. It all happened to prevent a generalized Deathwarders rebellion, given that it was a palatable risk at the time. It was only when the announcement had already been made that the computers of the astrocartographers found a small inconsistency with the stellar data. The expected light of 3 nearby stars was simply missing. One standard rotation was all it took for the astrocartographers to notice their mistake. What they were seeing was not a typical pre-FTL society, It just happened that their misconceptions about Death Worlders had caused them to look at the eye of the storm and interpret it as the whole picture. Once they decided to return to charted areas to report their findings in panic, it was already too late, and they found themselves surrounded by mysterious ships who forced them to hide their panic and proceed with first contact. Upon hearing the news, the High Council was caught between a rock and a hard place, because now that they had already announced that a new species would be soon joining their ranks, they couldn't destroy it without causing a generalized rebellion. It was at that time that Aelzels was summoned. They had high hopes for him, repeating his greatest feat of causing a war between the Unnell, but this time with the humans, thus making the problem solve itself. Initially, Aelzels thought his job, as ethically questionable as it was, would be easy since the primates were already in fighting. A slight push to escalate the conflict was all that was needed. But without the endless flow of data from universal translators, understanding the thought process of these aliens proved to be a way more daunting task than he had prepared for. He was counting on the possibility that at least a small group of them would want to test how their own translators fared against the one provided by the Core Galaxy Alliance, but so far, no data has been collected. Not having a clear path of action, Aelzels opened his eyes to repeat his observations, hoping that, unlike the many previous attempts, this time he would get some inspiration from all that footage. To his surprise, an unusual name had overlapped the footage, informing the senator a scientist was trying to contact him through his direct channel. Aelzels rushed to check if his insignia was well positioned and if his robe was not wrinkled before consenting to open a live channel. Xenocognitive researcher Krata. That's not a name I was expecting to see on my screen. Aelzels spoke as soon as the connection was established. Senator Aelzels, you have no idea how many favors I had to call in to get your direct contact. The six-eyed Asaidian on the other side of the screen was as inexpressive as he remembered, but he was certain he had not offended the alien for using only one of his names since his status as senator was leagues above the researcher. If it was not hard to get my contact, I would do nothing more than lay off servants for wasting my time with unimportant issues. I apologize for contacting you directly, Exalted One, but I'm afraid I'm in possession of some information that might be useful. Krata's 6 eyes were locked on the camera. If it's not much work, you might be interested in abandoning those ancient screens and connecting your implant to discuss it face to face. I don't have an implant. Aelzels would never use the tech he had no full control over. He would rather use an external translator that was discreetly positioned over his sound sensory organ. Those screens might be old, but they are safe and reliable. By we you mean your species or yourself? There was no need for excuses or a feint of ignorance. His status allowed him to disregard basic courtesy, even when alluding to not fully trusting a founding species such as the Asaid. I'm nothing but a humble servant to the Alliance, and my species is no different. Aelzels hated them. It didn't matter if he was dealing with a fellow senator or a lowly servant. The arrogance the Asaid showed was always proportional to how many shining crystals they had flaunting their exterior. So even in the unfortunate situations when he found himself in the presence of a small fry such as this one, he could feel that the arrogance was still there, but only veiled behind those too many inexpressive eyes. Already regretting having accepted talking to the scientist, the senator went on. So what information do you deem important enough to demand my attention? I've been told that the Exalted One was entrusted to the task of introducing those new Deathworlders to civilization. Krata's 6 eyes avoided his antennae, which prompted the senator to pay attention to his statement. I have some unofficial information about the translators we gave those humans that I'm willing to share before the official report comes out. Wouldn't that be a violation of the rules to tell me this information before the High Council authorizes you? Aelzels wouldn't ever admit that he only said those words to mask his interest and avoid accountability. Those rules only exist to keep this information from falling into the hands of conspirators, not from keeping it from becoming known to exalted ones such as yourself. Such flattery sounded so unnatural when coming from an Asaidian that it assured the senator that the scientist wanted something big from him. Wait, you wouldn't say that if you knew that the humans have destroyed all of their translators. The senator found it hard to keep his antennae from twitching in excitement. Crata had just exempted him from all accountability. Destroyed? Elzales was not expecting to hear that. I wonder how you learned that. Go on and I'll hear everything you have to say. He felt Crata needed some assurance. I was tasked to search the Shadowling's data packages when I stumbled into something interesting. The scientist was terrible at asking for questionable favors. There is a conversation those creatures had with the humans that one of the primates claimed to have the means to destroy the translator without causing damage to the subject. Deathworlders often overestimate their abilities. I wouldn't be surprised if this human was just boasting to impress another species. Elzales didn't doubt for a moment that humans could indeed have the means to remove the translator. The fact that they have achieved FTL alone was a factor that the senator could use to hypothesize that their technology could also have advanced in other fields. But lying was advantageous to him, as it would be an incentive to get more information out of the scientist. There is more evidence that supports his claim. Crata was eager to prove the value of the information he had. None of the humans who landed in our worlds were using one of our translators. Besides, we never received the typical complaint followed by a threat of death when they realize we are the only ones who can remove the implants. I would have to see the data first before I can determine if the information is interesting or not. Now it was the time the scientist would reveal his price. Elzales had experienced enough similar interactions to be certain of that. Crata was not missing a single movement of Elzales' antenna with his 6 eyes. Of course, that won't be a problem. But before that, if the Exalted One can hear about an idea of mine about a small change in the current legislation that can solve many of our current problems with Deathworlders, I would be truly grateful. There it was. If he wanted the data, Elzales would have to endure listening to the small fly's brilliant idea without interrupting or pointing out how stupid it was. Then he would have to find a way to gently explain why it was a bad idea without burning a bridge with the scientist. Go on, but be quick. We are only having so much trouble with the humans due to our leniency with Deathworlders who tamper with the implants. It would be easy to redesign the implants to fry the brain of those vicious Deathworlders every time they think they can disrespect the gift we give them. Crata sounded enthusiastic, which by itself was a great feat when coming from an Asaidian. If the Exalted One who deflected the Unel violence away from us and towards themselves manifests his support, I'm sure the High Council will approve my idea in no time. Delusional, ridiculous, utterly stupid. Elzales failed miserably in his self-imposed endeavor. One would think a scientist such as yourself would know how the 4 founding species turned the tides against the Deathworlders and established lasting peace that endured thousands of standard cycles. But since the Asaid failed on your education so badly, allow me to make up for that in a way that your tiny single brain can understand. Crata took a step back even though they were many light years apart from each other. Deathworlders are inherently better at domination over cooperation, but that doesn't mean that they are incapable of working together. If we oppose them in such a direct way as you suggested, it would be just a matter of time until many species join forces against us, in the same way we joined forces to defend against their aggression in the early days of the Alliance. There is a reason behind the way your ancestors designed the implants the way they did, and you would know that if you had spent your time studying your own history, instead of only worrying about ways to get an easy promotion. I've never believed the rumors that the modern Rumi had all become cowards, but it seems I was wrong. Crata dropped the humble acting faster than Elzales could move his antennae. Your ancestors who fought against the Deathworlders to protect this alliance would be ashamed of you if they saw how a senator is afraid of angering a bunch of primitives that together control only a small fraction of our territory and have inferior technology in every single field you can think of. Elzales struggled to resist the urge to verify how sturdy the screen showing the 6-eyed researcher. His previous outburst was triggered by the ignorance of the scientist, but now he was more inclined to cash in a favor to get Krata transferred to some obscure research station on the other side of the galaxy than to educate the Ascidian. We have nothing more to discuss, and I expect to receive those files you promised as soon as your tiny brain can send it to me, or else. You cannot demand anything from me. If the High Council learns anything about our exchange, you will be in as much trouble as me. Use this tiny brain of yours for once, and you will remember that I never asked for information, but if that is beyond your capabilities, you can consult your recordings. Elzales cut the link abruptly. Elzales had no doubt that even if he had been the one who had contacted the scientist, he would only have received some mild reprimand from the High Council, so he had nothing to fear in this situation. His antennae twitched when he received the files exactly after the time he guessed Krata would need to consult the recordings. With a few touches, he filtered the useless raw data from the translators and obtained a translated transcription of the interaction between a shadowling named Elisira and a human named Rio. Nanites. Elzales only had the lexicon shared by the humans themselves to find the meaning of that word, and it was not defined anywhere. He searched every single word spoken by every single human ambassador on every planet, and he found no mention of that word in any of the 245 recorded interactions he had access to. Noticing the word consumed being used to refer to what the nanites had done with the universal translator of the Alliance, Elzales made an educated guess that the humans had something akin to the biomolecular tech the Aesaid used to create their implants. It's wise not to treat those humans lightly. It seems that they might have reached technological parity with us on the microdomain. Instead of franking out, he only stored that information in some corner of his brains, as he kept searching the part of the files that Krata had not highlighted. The thought of the Ascidian overlooking something important made too much sense to ignore. Elzales knew well how the universal translator from the core Galaxy Alliance worked. While many Deathworlders had spent countless resources trying to prove that the translators had some sort of long-range transmission device on them, the truth was much simpler. Every time two users of the translator were physically close to each other, a copy of its database was mutually exchanged in ultra-short-range, low-power transmissions. With this principle infused in its design, it took only a single individual entering the Alliance's territory for the data of thousands of Deathworlders to be recovered at once. This knowledge being something he had mastered during the Unel crisis, Elzales traced back the path Elisira's data package had traveled until it reached the Alliance's network. The first copy had been made when she had briefly interacted with a member of the crew who had resupplied the research outpost one day after her conversation with the human. With all his attention on the task, Elzales read this shadowling file and dismissed it quickly after learning that the most remarkable thing about this individual was that he also delivered some illegal substances to the research outpost to make some extra money. The second, third, and fourth copies proved to be equally useless and took some time to read, which caused the roomie to feel exhausted, even though doing this kind of work was one of their specialties. Maybe Krata has done a meticulous work after all. Elzales swallowed those words as soon as he had uttered them in his mind. The fifth copy belonged to an individual that was flagged as an ally to the Alliance, and everything about them was very interesting. With renewed attention, Elzales' antennae twitched on many occasions as he read many facts about this shadowling life and how he had joined the rebels who wanted to abandon their planet and start anew somewhere else under new leadership and with close ties with the Alliance. As exhilarating joy took hold of the senator, who had just stumbled across a gold mine, he decided to read the sixth and last copy, just for the sake of completion. He had just found the perfect pawn to influence the humans indirectly. The one shadowling who had planted a spying device on their joined space station with the humans and came back to buy some guns from the core Galaxy Alliance after his plan had failed. His name was Xandrid. This was an account of the reasons why Elzales decided to interfere with the first humans on Erisa. Here are some questions that might interest you based on your recent queries. What has Elzales done to cause the Unel infighting? No, why did the rebels want to give up on their world? Luna 6 query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of IRISA. Luna 6 query. Now tell me about the greatest achievement of survivalist Nathan Everett in his job as Earth's diplomat. Currents of warm wind stirred the leaves atop the hill, making it hard to focus on any specific noise. The threat of some wild animal attacking was as real as ever. The radiation levels at noon were higher than usual, and even the vegetation around him was highly dangerous. A testament to this peril lay close to his feet, a deceased creature entwined in a web of roots. There were not many tall trees around, but the undergrowth was tall enough to dangerously limit his field of view, leaving only the clearing where he found himself as a somewhat safe space, that if he didn't touch any of the predatory plants by accident and caused a chain reaction. The poison itself wouldn't kill him, but something else might if he lost consciousness. The death cocoon on the ground gave him a glimpse of his fate if he made a mistake. Nathan never felt more alive. The first few days on IRISA had been a challenge. His accident on the first day, the political games he found himself involved in, the looming threat of those who tampered with their communication, Amara the princess. At first, he found it hard to concentrate on his work. Even some of the trivial things, like the perpetual floral scent that was always there in the background to remind him he was on an alien world, were keeping him from focusing on his passion. But everything changed at around day 5, when he got used to his new routine and learned enough about the local flora and fauna to feel safe distancing himself from the research outpost. Earth's government had not given him a fixed list of goals, only some broad guidelines. They would be happy as long as they kept receiving his daily reports about his findings. Nathan was certain he was not disappointing them in that regard. His AI-powered drones had already cataloged more than 1,000 different species of plants. He had collected and analyzed samples of dozens of them. He went as far as doing a detailed report on the genome of a lot of them, which ensured that the data obtained so far would be enough to keep the scientific community busy for years to come back on Earth. But since he was the only human representing Earth on IRISA, his suboptimal expertise would have to do for now. Given that his equipment was capable of collecting data effectively, everything he obtained would be useful to someone after all. With that in mind, Nathan took the MLBCS out of his backpack and pressed its button to deploy the transmitter and receiver. He smiled as its harpoon-like arm attached itself to the ground with ease, and a two-way connection was successfully established. "You are a little earlier than usual, Nathan. What happened?" The picture of his handler, Mia, was showing in a little square in his peripheral vision. "You wouldn't have to do nearly as much work if only did a full synchronization. Why are you so stubborn, Nathan? You know you'll have to do it at least once. Why make things harder for yourself?" Again, Mia was trying to push him to synchronize his nanites with the database of the space station. He knew that sooner or later, someone would read his surface thoughts and review all the data his senses had collected during the mission, but the later he could push that date into the future, the better. "I'm not making anything harder for myself. The reports I write are a good way to organize my thoughts and review the data before sending it to you." Nathan was not lying to her. He only omitted the fact that if he wasn't required to, he would only do them once a week instead of every single day. "You can do whatever you want, but sooner or later, people are going to start asking questions. You are familiar with how those things go when important people are in charge, right?" Mia seemed to be thinking about his best interests when she suggested the synchronization. Mia sighed. "You are not wrong about that, but you are forgetting something important. You did about 3 months of work in just a few days. You tested the equipment, and you even worked several hours more than what you were supposed to. There is a problem, though. The scientific work is just one of your jobs. How much did you learn about the Iresian culture? And what about your work as a diplomat?" Mia mercilessly pointed out the work he'd been neglecting. So it's been only 10 days since we landed. I had to prioritize." Nathan scanned his surroundings using the infrared view mode out of habit. "You alone did more important work than Rio and Zara are expected to do in months. But do you have any idea how popular you are back home when compared to them?" Mia went on. You started well by being the only one who had any meaningful interaction with the Eurystheus, but after the race where Zara defeated Zenvalor and the fiasco of your accident, there are many people calling you either stupid or a cheater who got poisoned on purpose to mark your name on history. It's not like I care what people think of me. If he did, he wouldn't have become a botanist in the first place. But it still felt unjust to be accused of being a cheater when the communication had been severely compromised and his crewmates were acting like children. The stupid part he would have to own up to. You have to understand that your reputation influences how people see Earth's unified government. For God's sake, you are representing us as an ambassador. The nature of the mission required someone like you to avoid serious accidents, but don't forget that I'm here to help with the ambassador part of the job. Thanks, Mia. I'll make an effort to improve when I return to the research outpost. It seems like his easy life without having many worries was about to come to a premature end. Nathan didn't hesitate to cut her off after hearing a crisp, snapping noise. We can discuss that tomorrow. It seems I'm not alone. He pressed the button of the MLBCS, causing the device to retract as he took a long knife from his belt. He had a gun with him as well, of course, but he only would use that as a last resort to avoid causing a diplomatic incident. Nathan didn't point the knife at the source of the noise. Instead, he activated the infrared view mode and kept his guard without missing a single detail of the usual movement of a leaf or a branch. "Hey, hey!" Nathan shouted. In his few days of experience, he noticed that being noisy would dissuade any small animal from getting close to him. His translator captured Amaris's voice coming from behind a wall of dense foliage. They hadn't seen each other ever since she had run away from his room after he had questioned her after his accident. She was making a lot of noise, which was unusual for an irisan, given that their special awareness was beyond what humans were naturally capable of. You should turn around and take a few steps back and choose a different path if you want to get here. She did not reply, but Nathan could hear her having a hard time navigating the rough terrain. He could tell that her limbs were tangled in the dense foliage. Each step was a struggle, as if the plants resisted her passage. Need some help? It was true things might be quite complicated between them, but it was frustrating to see someone getting even the basics of hiking on untamed nature so wrong. With perseverance, she pushed through and emerged. Her hair was disheveled, and some pieces of dead leaves had stuck to her skin, making her camouflage less effective. The shapes of her body were more visible than ever. While moving and not actively trying to hide from his eyes, her naked skin, full of ephemeral, iridescent black spots, had a tone of blue that blended well with the leaves in the background. He had already seen that pattern prior to him asking the question that had caused her to go all purple and run away from his room. Based on what he saw from the other Irisians, it had to be a sort of neutral expression. Nathan's eyes were drawn to her front. Her shape and muscle structure were slightly different from a human, but the overall shape was still close enough to make him slightly uncomfortable. If he ignored the claws, tail, and ovate-shaped ears, she was not much different from a beautiful girl wearing full-body painting, with the perk of it changing colors according to her will, of course. Maribane Flower's hunting grounds? Amara crossed her arms as she checked the surroundings. A dead animal? They are some fascinating plants, aren't they? There are few places safer than here if you don't touch the seeds. Nathan suspected she had just said that because she didn't want to hear a comment about her struggle with the terrain. What are you doing here, Princess? For some reason, her comment prompted him to be direct. Why not wait for my return at the outpost? Nathan saw her eyes widen at his question, but her exterior remained unchanged. I can understand why you would be surprised by an unconscious man overhearing a conversation, but I don't get why you disappeared afterward. He was expecting she would try to find him to undo any misunderstanding on the following day, but what had greeted him upon waking up the morning was much worse than an awkward conversation. I felt that even Yalara, Zainvalor, and the scientists from the outpost were avoiding me as well. I don't follow you, Amara. Nathan tried to make sense of her vague statement, but it was hard. In my mind, it was all over. The mission, the planet, the plan, and all of that would have been my fault. Traces of green remained, but she looked him in the eyes as she spoke. The humans would go, The Parliament would paint Irisa as hell, and we would be left with nothing but our imminent doom as the prize for my stupidity. I don't know much you think I overhead, but I can guarantee I didn't capture Queen Kiela's voice on the call. Nathan knew a proper ambassador would never give away how much he knew to extract as much valuable information as possible. However, he found it wrong to exploit someone who had so much at stake as this Irisian princess. But let me give you a piece of advice. Give up any obscure ploys and let's just talk. Having Ylara trying to seduce Rio is not just wrong, it's plainly stupid. The guy has a sharp eye. I don't think he took more than a second to notice her intentions. Amara's eyes widened, and some purple showed in her body. It seems she was not expecting him to address the elephant in the room so directly. She opened her mouth and closed it without speaking a word. Nathan waited patiently for her to regain some composure. You are right about Ylara. But forgive me for not being able to order her to stop. That is not my decision to make yet. Telling my mother that the humans are aware of her intentions will only result in Ylara being punished for having failed her job. I would like to avoid that if possible. Amara showed a mix of green and light purple. Her voice trembled as she spoke, which was how the translator conveyed her emotions in a way that sounded natural to the human ear. Nathan could see her struggle with being upfront about the situation. He was perplexed by how much the translation helped convey emotion across the interspecies barrier. While it was hard to understand the patterns of her skin, the voice helped him fill the gaps that her beautiful but inexpressive face left behind. That's less than ideal. I don't see the Martian Republic not complaining with the Queen if they have concrete proof of this ploy. Nathan was not exactly versed in politics, but he was aware of the rumors about the Martians being strict and prudish. Maybe not telling Rio would be better for now. I have no doubt that he can take care of himself in the meantime. Something he said had caused deep turmoil in her emotions. It was frustrating not to be able to pinpoint exactly why she was reacting that way, so he decided to follow his own advice before answering her question. I will answer you to the best of my abilities, Amara, but can you tell me why you are asking me that? Oh. Only now Nathan realized the seriousness of the situation he found himself in. It might be obvious that Amara and himself each were representing a lot of people, and a misunderstanding between both species could impact more lives than just their own. But it was only now that it truly sunk in how important his work as an ambassador was. May I ask how much proper talking besides just speculation about our intentions had been done before we descended to the surface? Oh shit. No, that can't be. Someone else would have noticed it by now if that was the case. I'm sorry if my next question sounds unusual, but please answer me. A certain suspicion took hold of his thoughts, and Nathan rushed to test it. By landing and surviving here, we expect the core Galaxy Alliance to recognize our strength so that we can negotiate a better deal than what they offered for us to join their ranks, or at least negotiate peace and borders. Now my question to you, did it sound weird or unbelievable that I just told you that? He had never been told explicitly about the goal of the mission with those specific words, but any literate human who read the news once in a while would be able to conclude this much. Amara froze. Purple took hold of her body from head to toe. Her wide eyes and hesitation to answer in practice gave away the answer he wanted. He was already convinced that his crazy suspicion might indeed be true, but he would have to wait for her reply and ask a few more questions to be sure. Weird and unbelieve are not enough to describe what you did. Who would tell important information so casually? Does that mean your factions are just pretending to dislike each other to fool us all? Amara was a mixture of red and purple as she held her tail in between her claws. Amara approached him like an angry teacher and went on. I don't understand what you would gain by telling me that. Is it some form of elaborate trickery? Revealing your intentions to this extent will only put you and your people in a bad position. Are we familiar with the concept of a show of force, like showing your cards on purpose so that your adversaries learn more about your means and avoid conflict? No, revealing you means only puts you in a bad position. She still was angry. She failed to understand his point. How could such misunderstandings happen when the translator worked so well? Maybe no amount of advanced tech could completely erase the interspecies barrier. I think there is a fundamental problem with the assumptions our species had made about each other, a fundamental incongruency in our cultures, or maybe in the very nature of how we think. Let me give you an example. Look around. Imagine we are two competing animals that are interested in eating all the seeds around us. Now imagine I start screaming and make myself look big and threatening. If I'm successful, you walk away, and I can eat all the plants without having to fight for them. Does the behavior I described make any sense to you? Amara looked like she was lost in thought. She didn't say anything for a while and let her tail touch her lips as her gaze shifted from Nathan to the plants. The close proximity made it hard for his eyes to not land where they shouldn't as he waited for her reply. No. Making noise and looking threatening would make you a target and potentially attract more competition for the food. The purple and red on her skin subsided, and her voice returned to the usual tone. I believe I grasped the concept of the reasoning of our species being different, however. Look at yourself in this yellow clothing. I would feel exposed and defenseless if I were wearing this in an untamed area like here. But you must feel big and intimidating enough to face anything that sees you. Nathan was happy he was able to get his point across, but her comment, I can't comprehend how your species considers your natural forms a taboo. Amara's skin assumed a white color similar to Nathan's, while her hair went full black. She took yet another step forward. Not looking intimidating now, are you? Like a predator who had caught the scent of weakness, the tip of her tail touched the beard in his cheeks slowly. Then it retracted. Nathan was at a loss for words. No clever comebacks or ways to divert the conversation to more safe territory came to his mind. His only form of protest was refusing to take a step back as what was left of his reason was telling him to do. My mother has many flaws, but I can see why she thinks this kind of ploy would work against you. Amara's exterior returned to the typical blue with ephemeral backspots. If you are trying to do like Yalara and think that Nathan could swear he saw a flash of gray in her skin that lasted less than a second. No, she took a step back. What you told me today was enlightening. If my understanding is correct, I don't believe there will be a need for more schemes. There is something more fundamental and powerful that will keep our species working together in the future. No. You humans want to sell yourselves as strong and threatening enough to attain a better deal, and we have our reasons to help you with this task. Amara turned her back to Nathan and approached the path from where she came. Our interests simply align. Wait, what about the mission? Nathan noticed something strange in her behavior, but since he couldn't pinpoint what exactly it was, his mind focused on the cultural exchange. Even though he had learned something quite important about the Irisians in their talk, he still felt it was too little. I've learned almost nothing about your culture on all these days we haven't talked. I have something important to discuss with the elders now, but time to talk won't be a problem from tomorrow on. Amara's figure disappeared from his view, but her voice went on. Since there will be no more ploys, I can tell you something in advance. I will convince the elders to arrange a hunt on the Eben Range and invite all humans to participate. This was an account of the greatest achievement from the survivalist Nathan Everett in his job as Earth's diplomat. Here are some questions that might interest you based on your recent queries. What is the main difference in the way humans and Irisians think? Luna 6 query. Set the source to the translation logs of Princess Amara Orlin. Certainly. Luna 6 query. Now tell me how Amara convinced the elders to change the initial plan on how to interact with the humans. 2 guards were attentively looking for her in the vicinity of the main building of the research outpost, while many more had their eyes on the landing area around the human building. Knowing that if someone found her, she would be forced to waste a lot of time answering questions, Amara used her claws and tail to climb a tree as she waited for Yalara to walk through the same regular path that she did every day. Not bothered by the commotion she had caused and the trouble she inflicted on her security detail, she opened her hand and counted how many pebbles she had collected before finding the tree. There were 8 of them, more than enough to execute the plan she had in mind. She waited a bit, and she saw Yalara approaching, looking as tired as ever for maintaining a human-like color pattern all the time. When Yalara got close enough, the princess put her plan into action and began throwing pebbles towards the young woman. It only took 4 attempts for Yalara to look at her direction, and Amara made her color quite distinctive from the background, for less than a second, just enough for Yalara to notice her in the tree. Yalara showed purple for a second, but regained composure fast enough and understood what Amara wanted from her. She took a look around to make sure she was alone and rushed to the tree without dropping the human-like tanned skin tone. "Where have you been? Do you have an idea of how many times your mother contacted me today?" While normally she would appreciate people not being afraid of her status and speaking their minds, now she did not feel like explaining herself. It was not only because of having learned something important about the humans, but also because of how tired she was after struggling against the dense foliage in the distant place where she had to go to meet Nathan. "I will deal with the queen later. I have a request now and no time to explain it, but know that it's important, and I'm going to remember it if the day comes when I replace my mother." Yalara showed a lot of purple and even a hint of red before dropping the human color. "How can I be useful to you, princess?" "They are too busy searching for me to care for an empty room." Amara watched from the tree as Yalara reluctantly walked toward the main building, doing her best to conceal her presence. The princess noticed Yalara was overdoing it with her camouflage. All she needed to do was walk in there, as if she were heading to her own room and then take a different route. However, the way she was acting could attract unwanted attention if one of the security systems caught sight of her. After some worried waiting, however, Yalara entered and existed without being noticed. Amara suspected her luck was because the ones responsible for the security systems might be trying to find her with the surveillance equipment. Yalara was about to climb the tree to give the device to the princess when Amara coiled her tail around a firm branch and let her body fall to grab the AR visors from Yalara's hands. The princess didn't even bother to return to her original position before making a call. She contacted Aldrinch, who immediately expressed concern about her disappearance. He even went so far as to suggest that he could make that human disappear if he had done something bad to her, regardless of the cost it would incur. Amara decisively dismissed his concerns and explained why she had secluded herself. Next, she also tried to explain what she had learned from Nathan, but Aldrinch didn't quite understand the concept and fired some questions that she wasn't able to answer. What would the humans gain by painting a stellar-sized target on their own back just to get a better deal? Why weren't the humans afraid that many species might consider them uncivilized and pretend to give them a better deal out of fear while planning to attack them? Amara thought about those questions, but she failed to find an answer to them. Why didn't she talk with Nathan just a little more instead of rushing back to the research outpost? Why didn't she think of those important questions herself instead of whatever was that thing she had done to get back at Nathan for his remark about her lack of clothes? In the end, she was able to convince Aldrinch to arrange an audience with the elders, taking advantage of the fact all of them would be eager to hear her words given the proportion that the rumors of her disappearance had taken. Before ending the call, Aldrinch told her of his concerns about a deal Zanvalor had made with the humans of the O'Neill conglomerate in her absence, and she agreed to help to address the issue in the audience. While still being upside down and supporting all her weight with her tail, Amara turned toward Yalara and asked a question. "Have you ever been to the virtual copy of the Chamber of Elders?" "Today is your chance then. I need to ask you some questions about what Zanvalor has been doing for the past 10 days, and we can talk as we wait for the elders in the virtual space." Amara grasped the branches with her claws and climbed back up the tree effortlessly. "Come here by my side and bring your AR visors." She found herself a comfortable spot as Yalara climbed and noticed that dusk was about to give way to darkness into following minutes. When Yalara sat by her side on the branch, she invited her to join the virtual chat. As soon as Yalara accepted the invitation, the world around them changed, and they found themselves sitting side by side on exuberant chairs adorned with shining metals and cushioned with soft material. The back of the chair had a hole in it for their tails to pass through and several spots for resting it behind their backs. Of course, that was all fake, and they still felt like they were sitting on a tree-branch. All those chairs in front of us are the... Yalara gazed down from a slightly elevated vantage point at the 15 famous chairs reserved for the leaders of the most powerful clans. These chairs encircled a half-elliptical table, which was affixed to the wall. Both of them were inside an alcove carved into that wall. We are alone here now, so that won't be a problem. Amara knew that they wouldn't be able to walk with the equipment they had now, so she selected the option for an automatic tour. Both their chairs began to float, and before they knew they were flying above the elliptical table. Their chairs rotated, and now they both were facing the alcove from where they took off. Is it true that no males are allowed in this place except for the queen's husband and sons? Amara found Yalara's question stupid, given that some of the elders are males, but she still debunked that old myth again and was polite in her reply. That was only true until Queen Sikia's dynasty met its end at the claws of my grandmother. Amara didn't hide her boredom as she repeated the same story she had told so many times. This is just one of the many changes that followed our joining of the Core Galaxy Alliance. The male Irisians had superior physical prowess, and that proved useful in the line of work of mercenaries, improving their stand in modern Irisian society. The Alliance had more demand for the protection of important individuals than for discreet assassinations, but Amara only thought that briefly, without bothering to say it out loud. She had many important questions to ask Yalara before the elders arrived, and no time for chit-chat. She allowed Yalara to look around a bit before ending the tour and starting to ask about what had happened in the previous 10 days, mainly what Zayanvalor and Zara had been doing. Yalara didn't hide anything. She told her about how Rio was still mostly ignoring her and spending his time looking around and talking to the other Irisians. She told her about how Nathan would disappear all day every day. She told her how Zenvalor would show many things to Zara and test her reaction, explaining that there were another 2 deals that the mercenary was bragging he would make with the humans from Zara's faction. Upon learning everything she wanted, she informed Yalara that her avatar would not be visible to the elders, and assured her she wouldn't be required to speak. Soon after, Aldrinch arrived. Yet in the Chamber of Elders, he acted more distant and only greeted Amara shortly. The ones arrived as a group. They were her mother's allies. The 7 elders who had close ties with the royal family would be very easy to convince and certainly wouldn't make things hard for her. Then, Elder Ingara and Elder Kivor appeared together, shortly followed by Elder Rezra, who took the most distant chair and didn't greet anyone as always. The last to arrive was Elder Ikor, who sat next to Ingara in silence. Queen Kala didn't attend the audience. We may commence. Everyone who accepted the invitation is here, Aldrinch announced. That made things hard for Amara. If she wanted to convince the elders to change the plan, she would need 10 votes. But as there were only 12 elders present, she could only afford to lose 2 votes. Elders, it is an honor to be in your presence once more. I have called this meeting because we made a mistake in our judgment regarding the humans' decision to land on our planet. We assumed that their intention was to use Irisa as a battlefield to compete against themselves, but I discovered that their reasoning is not as simple as it seems. Therefore, we need to change the plan again and reconsider how we interact with humanity. Amara tried to gauge the reaction of the elders, but she remembered that everyone would hide their colors in this virtual space, making it useless to try reading anything besides the words spoken. You convinced us to change the plan once, and now you wish us to change it again? Elder Kiever was direct. Before you inquire about anything else, you should explain why you disappeared for all those days. You abandoned your duties on the mission, and after going to great lengths to replace Elisira, you slacken the work. That was said by one of her mother's allies, Elder Vizera. Her mother had not come personally, but Amara was sure that question didn't truly come from the elder who asked. Elders should not subject themselves to the role of messenger. You are only diminishing your own worth by acting as a servant of the Queen, Vizera. Ingara's gaze landed on Amara. But it's true that there were rumors that the princess regretted following her mother's orders and isolated herself after. Explanations are unfortunately in order. Enough of this. You all should let her speak if you want explanations. Amara was glad that Aldrich gave her another chance to speak before any more accusations could be thrown at her. It's true that I made a mistake, but it's nothing like Elder Iangara is suggesting. Besides, looking back at it now, it's nothing I regret either. Amara was vague on purpose to gather everyone's attention to the important part. The human from Earth overheard a conversation between me, Yalara, and the Queen. They learned about the plan, and they did not leave even after knowing that their reputation in the Parliament would be ruined just by surviving here. They are different from what we were expecting, and that's why we need to change the nature of our interactions. If we don't understand humanity better, we might make a mistake that will ruin our chances of getting help, even if we end up as the only ones in the galaxy not afraid of doing business with them. Amara noticed that many elders exchanged looks and went silent at her revelation. They only did that when they were having private chats between themselves. The only positive thing she saw in this was that Aldrich was clearly speaking to one or more of them as well. You say that we need to change, Princess, but Zainvalor has been nothing but successful with his mission. Elder Kivor was the leader of Zainvalor's clan and also his grandfather. You say that humanity is not here to compete among themselves, but even the first deal that Zainvalor sealed with them is about competing. The O'Neill conglomerate offered us 1,000 non-military ships in each of their years in exchange for exclusivity in selling our Quinthar fruits. Can you believe this? 1,000 ships each, 2 harvests just for a fruit. Amara considered Zainvalor just a mercenary who worried more about amounting merit and keeping an immaculate track record than saving their planet. Yet she never thought this tendency of his would become a problem for her in this important moment. Do you know how this deal will affect our relationship with the other human factions? And what benefit will 1,000 ships per year bring us? She commanded her avatar to stand up and looked Elder Iquor in the eyes. None, unless you are thinking about abandoning our planet and starting over somewhere else just like the rebels want. When Zainvalor discovered their interest in the Quinthar fruits, you should have ensured they would be offered to the humans as a gift, not just to the O'Neill conglomerate, but to all humans. I spoke with Earth's ambassador today. He explained their reason for landing. They rejected the Core Galaxy Alliance's conditions, and their aim is to be perceived as a threat with the intention of being offered better ones. While they may compete among themselves, there might be more unity beneath the surface. Aldrich, 2 questions from before the meeting were still bothering her, and now she knew she wouldn't be spared from explaining her interaction with Nathan. Are you implying that Earth's ambassador just told you their intention as a species after you asked, and that this intention is ruining their own reputation on purpose? Iquor asked her in a mocking tone. Yes. Amara was aware that she would need an extremely compelling argument to convince the elders that she was not lying. Elder Iangara, it would be extremely rude of me to ask you about how many people live in Zavat City, wouldn't it? Amara's eyes shifted to Kivor. Elder Kivor, I know that you have been doing business directly with the Alliance, but no one at this table would dare to ask you what have you been trading for, right? She turned towards Resra. Elder Resra, I don't even know if that's your real name, but since your clan has been loyal for so long, no one will ask you that. Isn't it correct? Amara's glare landed on Elder Iquor and stayed. Elder Iquor, it's true. Humans are more lax about secrets than we are. I don't know how Zainvalor failed to notice it in all those days, but they care little about hiding their intentions. It was a mistake to guess why they landed and to try to ruin their reputation. We don't need to make excuses to take them to the Ebon Range, and all we need to do is to invite them to a hunt there. We don't even need to hide it's dangerous, and I assure you that they will still be willing to go. Amara was not nearly as confident as she sounded about the willingness of the humans to go the Ebon Range, but she had to make her argument compelling, which worked remarkably well given that the elders exchanged looks and went silent again for several minutes. Suppose you are right about the humans. It still doesn't explain why they are not afraid of being labeled as dangerous by those weak creatures of the Alliance. Our ancestors were very careful to hide our claws, to avoid looking directly into their eyes, and to control information about our planet from the moment they noticed that most species were afraid of us. Don't the humans fear that those species might conspire against them? Don't they know that scared prey wielding world-ending weapons are much more dangerous than any predator? Said Elder Ingara. Amara didn't know how to answer that. She remembered Nathan explaining what a show of force was, but how would his example apply to Elder Ingara's questions? She should have talked to him just a little longer. Elder Ingara, just like all of you, I don't know how to explain why they are acting like this. Maybe they think that they can scare the members of the Alliance enough that they will leave them alone. Or maybe they think that their ambassadors can use the fear to their advantage in some way. But that is precisely why we should invite them to a hunt on a Bon range. If we can see how they act when facing danger, I believe we might understand them better. She looked briefly at each one of the elders as she spoke. The elders once more engaged in private conversations, and it took longer than before. But unlike the previous times, Aldrinch sent her a private message discreetly. Call for a vote now, young one. Elders, we must decide on abandoning the previous plan and inviting the humans for a hunt as soon as possible. Those in favor, please select yes on the system. The voting was secret, and not even the Queen could see how each of the elders had voted, only the absolute number of votes. It was only when the time limit of voting was reached that the results appeared. Against 1. Abstentions 1. Her avatar remained neutral, but Amara went full yellow after seeing that she successfully convinced the elders. If she had failed, how would she even face Nathan after telling him that there would be no more schemes? Looking at how close the voting went, a single less vote would have meant the previous plan would have persisted. She strongly suspected that Elder Iquor was the one who had voted against her, which meant that Zainvalor would certainly complain later. Or rather, at least try, given the cue of her security detail, who would undoubtedly ask her a torrent of questions about her disappearance. Amara thanked the elders and bid farewell before leaving the meeting alongside with Yalara, who did nothing but observe. Yalara spoke as soon as they took off the AR visors. Does that mean I no longer have to charm the Martian ambassador? Maybe. But I don't know how my mother will react to the change. She can be unpredictable at times. Amara hated to not be able to just say yes to her question. Regardless, I will find a way to help you after I talk to Nathan again. Oh, how wrong she was. Even before Nathan had explicitly told her about that being a bad idea, Amara had already noticed Yalara was only annoying the Martian ambassador. She suspected that Yalara was not only afraid of being punished. She might have reached some sort of agreement with her mother, and giving up the mission would mean giving up something important to her. So she opted to not say, with the intention of assigning someone to investigate Yalara's real motivation. You may do as you wish. Amara looked around, and day had already given way to night. You can go now. Please inform the guards of my location when they ask. And thank you for helping me today. I will remember that. I'm glad I was helpful, Princess. Yalara jumped out of the tree, and Amara watched as she moved away toward the main building. Now it was just a matter of time until she was surrounded by her security detail and forced to answer questions until late at night. Yet, she unconcernedly lay down on the tree branch, enjoying maybe the last bit of alone time she would get in a while. She checked her messages and noticed that on those 10 days, her mother had not attempted to contact her directly, not even once. This was definitely weird, since it had always been her who avoided contact with the Queen. This added one more item to the list of things she would have to investigate. But not right now, of course. She set aside the AR visors and thought about her day. She had fled from safety, followed Nathan into the wild without any experience walking in those areas, talked to him about many important topics, returned to the research outpost alone, and after all of that, she had convinced the elders to change the plan on how to deal with the humans. This marked the second instance where her actions would impact not only herself, but also the fate of the Irisian as a species. She had been taught since childhood about how to make those important decisions by the best teachers, and she also learned how to use her title to attain what she wanted from people. Yet, she still couldn't help but wonder if she had made the right choice. Without schemes, would common interest, or even some sort of friendship, be enough to get help from the humans? Amara didn't think so. The hunt would have to be more than just trying to understand the humans better. She would have to ensure that the humans would see the potential of her species and prove that it would be worth saving them and having them as long-term allies. She only hoped Zanvalor, Yalara, her mother, or even worse, her brother, wouldn't do anything stupid to ruin that, or else, words might not be enough to solve the problem. This was an account of how Amara convinced the elders to change the initial plan on how to interact with the humans. Here are some questions that might interest you based on your recent queries. Why was the Queen not present in the audience? Why was Yalara refusing help? Luna 6 query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa and the translation logs of Princess Amara Orlin. Luna 6 query. Now tell me about the moment that inspired Senator Eelzale's plan of escalating the Earth-Martian war. Your request will generate an account from multiple POVs. Do you want to proceed? Nathan's perspective. Day 13 on Irisa's surface. After completing his morning routine and reporting back to the station, as he had done every day, Nathan was left with nothing to do until the ship that would take them to a place the Irisians called the Ebon Range would arrive. The Irisians had sent the invitation directly to Mission Control and had explained the dangers they would face in detail. So of course the higher-ups accepted it on their behalf, and they were requested to take part in the hunt. Nathan had no problem going to a dangerous place and even killing whatever they wanted him to kill, as long as someone would eat it afterward. However, Zara, who was to his right, wouldn't stop saying that she wouldn't kill anything and repeatedly tried to sell the idea of lab-cultivated meat to Zanvalor, who was listening to her and agreeing. To his left, there were Rio and Yalara. The Martian was mostly silent, and he only spoke once when Yalara asked him what he thought of the hunt. If they want us to kill something, they should have sent better equipment. Nathan didn't agree with his comment. A little earlier, he had received a set of blue-coated military gear, a pocket-sized auto-foldable tent based on CNT's tech, a new set of sharp blades, and some fingertip-sized drones that could connect with his personal network and give him another view mode, which scanned everything in a 10-meter radius through a myriad of sensors and highlighted anything that could be remotely harmful according to his preferred settings. Nathan wasn't certain about the equipment the Martian Republic had provided for their ambassador, but he doubted it was inferior to what he had received. What was Ryo expecting? To receive a second skin non-suit and some nasty cellular decomposer grenades? They were only going on a hunt, not to a war against the Irisians. Besides, even though he hadn't had a chance to speak with Amara again, he was certain that what the Irisians had in mind was an event for both species to show off what they can do with their natural abilities, and not one where they terrorize the local fauna with advanced tech. In this regard, what Nathan had received was already more than overkill for the task at hand. They are here. Zara was the first to notice the group of Irisians from the research outpost that would be joining the hunt. Nathan didn't know any of them. He had learned how to tell the Irisians apart from one another based on their neutral expression, height, and mannerisms, but Nathan was certain that it was his first time seeing most of the ones from the approaching group. Well, that was expected since he had spent most of his time away from the outpost. There were 2 males, and 1 female who was apparently trying to hide behind the 2. None of them were wearing clothes, unlike Yalara and Zanvalor, who were dressed in light clothing. Hi there, Ilzoch Atior, and who is that behind you 2? Zara did nothing more than talk to the Irisian all day, but even she didn't seem to know the female. Her name is Elisira, said Ilzoch. Don't mind her silence, she doesn't talk to us either, added Atior. This was the first time Nathan had heard the voices of Irisians, who were not using the brain interface of the nanites to do the translations. Without the features of direct translation of intention and the illusion of synchrony with the movement of their lips, Nathan felt like he was watching a cheaply dubbed movie, where a voice would override what he actually heard with the translated version of it. It was not a terrible experience, but it paled in comparison with how natural it felt talking to Amara, who was using human-made translator. Why have you never introduced her to me? You said that I already knew every Irisian from the outpost. Zara's inquisitive gaze naturally fell into Zanvalor. She is one of Amara's allies. Zanvalor expressed a hint of red. She has made some serious mistakes, and she's not someone worth associating ourselves with. Amara? I haven't seen her ever since Nathan touched those plants for the first time. Zara didn't seem bothered by Zanvalor's sourness toward the girl. What happened to her? Only now Nathan realized he was still the only ambassador who knew she was a princess, that if his superiors didn't share the information with the others, which he thought was likely. There were some rumors that she hid in regret after doing something unfortunate. Zanvalor glanced at Nathan. The truth is much simpler, however. She is just entitled. She does not see how beneficial for both our species some trade agreements might be, and is creating difficulties for those who do. Zanvalor made sure that Nathan and Rio would also hear his opinion of Amara. Ilsok and Atior went purple at his remark, while Yalara showed no reaction. And look at where this friendship has brought you. Nathan noticed the tension rising. Ilzok and Atior were avoiding their gazes, looking at the ground. Yalara had her eyes locked on Rio, who uncharacteristically seemed to be interested in the discussion between Zanvalor and the strange girl who promptly went from hiding behind the other two to defending Amara. Should he say something as well? Nah. In the same way that the Irishans didn't involve themselves in Zara and Rio's dispute when they were about to land on their planet, Nathan also should avoid getting involved in their internal disputes. Zara and Rio seemed to think the same, since none of them had spoken a word ever since Zanvalor started to bash Amara. Elisira was about to speak when a low-frequency rumble caught the group's attention. From behind a location where there were a couple of tall trees on the backside of the human building, a weird flying contraption appeared, causing the Irisians to show a hint of purple, which confirmed that they too were unaware of why that odd ship was approaching them. The ship was flying low. Its powerful thrusters were seamlessly bending the trees and the undergrowth below, but that still didn't explain how something with that shape could take off from the ground. Upon seeing its lateral, Nathan associated its shape with that of a bug, a beetle. At the front, where the head of a beetle might be, two black windows served as the ship's viewport. Its sleek metallic surface was curved, again resembling the carapace of a beetle. And that was not all. The ship's propulsion systems on its underside reminded him of a beetle's legs, which caused Nathan to contemplate the ridiculous thought of that thing landing and devouring the plants around, like some species of herbivorous beetles would do on Earth. The ship was not moving very fast, and combining the fact that its shape was not very threatening, an elusive blend of a somewhat cute shape with the vibe of a flying piece of junk, no Irisian or human felt the need to run away or hide. It approached the landing area steadily, throwing leaves and dust as it rotated in the Y-axis, turning its lateral towards the group. Before it landed, though, when it was a merely foot above the ground, one of the thrusters gimbaled in a very specific direction. Zanvalor's direction. The mercenary showed purple and covered his eyes with his arm at the cloud of dust that was thrown at him. He took a step back, then one more before the thruster was turned off after the ship had touched the ground. Just like a beetle elevating its carapace, the ship's butterfly door opened, revealing Amara's figure, who was standing on the inside with plenty of spare room between her head and the roof. Nathan noticed her eyes seeking Zanvalor, and the atmosphere growing thicker as soon as their eyes met. What's the meaning of this? Zanvalor's clothes were wrinkled and dead leaves stuck to his hair. This passenger ship is not very reliable. Amara was wearing thin clothes, but Nathan saw that her exposed arms were keeping the neutral pattern of ephemeral black spots on an indigo blue background. Isn't that why you traded our fruits for so many new ones? Nathan didn't know what they were talking about, yet he could tell she was playing innocent after deliberately humiliating Zanvalor. What has Zanvalor done to deserve this? If this princess had done it just because of his previous comment about her, that would be incredibly authoritarian. You can't blame me for making a deal after disappearing for so long. Zanvalor took some time to reply, as if he was choosing his words very carefully. What are you even doing here, Amara? I've been informed earlier that you would be waiting for us at the foot of the Eben range. I figured this would be a good opportunity to ask the human ambassadors if they want to enjoy a panoramic view of our planet in a comfortable ship. Amara's gaze shifted between Zara and Rio, but stayed a little longer on Nathan. It can only accommodate 4 people, so unfortunately, all of you will have to wait for the arrival of your transportation. Nathan immediately realized that Amara's intention was to get some time alone with Zara, Rio, and him. Was she trying to make up for all those days she had lost hiding? If that was her plan, this princess was truly being merciless with Zenvalor and Yalara. Besides, would that actually work? Nathan saw Zara's sympathetic gaze directed at Zenvalor. She had spent a lot of time talking to the mercenary on the previous days. Would she actually leave him behind to take a trip with Amara without even knowing she was a princess? I'm sorry, Amara, but I'm going to wait here with Zenvalor and the others. Zara herself answered Nathan's unvoiced questions. Let's put off the panoramic trip for a different time. She was very polite in her tone, but Nathan could see that her opinion of Amara was not positive, either because of what had just happened, or because of some influence Zenvalor might had on her in the previous days. Amara showed no reaction to her refusal and only nodded. Her gaze landed on Nathan soon after. He knew about her real identity, but even if he didn't, there was a lot he wanted to discuss with her. His previous interaction with Amara had been positive, and she had apologized for her previous behavior, so of course he accepted her invitation. A panoramic trip sounds good. We didn't have a chance to see the planet from high up on the landing. A fleeting trace of yellow showed on her skin, but Amara's eyes moved to Rio immediately after. With Yalara's sole attention on him as well, he said, I will go. He turned his back to her and walked towards Amara's ship with no hesitation at all. Yalara followed him with her gaze. Was she expecting that Rio would act just like Zara and stay with her? To Nathan's surprise, the one speaking was not Yalara, but that weird girl from before, Elisira. Ilzok and Atyur went purple as Amara's gaze turned in their direction. Zenvalor and Zara also seemed surprised by her request, but the one hit the hardest seemed to be Yalara. Was she regretting not having taken the initiative of asking for a ride? Elisira didn't even notice this. She ran toward them as if she was afraid of being left behind. She ended up catching up to them and entering the ship soon after Nathan and Rio did. The interior of the ship was different from what Nathan was expecting. Unlike the cargo ship they had used to land, the interior was spacious, but not empty. It gave off a cozy atmosphere for passengers, creating a calming ambiance. Couches were strategically arranged on both sides, and they seemed to be able to accommodate more than 4 people. In fact, they seemed a little too big for being designed for either humans or Irisians. As Elisira scanned the ship's interior with interest, Nathan asked, Haven't you told me that you didn't have passenger ships before our landing? I told you that we don't possess passenger ships or construct them as a species, not that I didn't own one as an individual. Amara touched a button on the single screen below the 2 viewports, where there wasn't a captain or even a seat or physical controls, and the ship's door closed behind them. This ship was a gift from the Unnel on my visit to their planet when I was little. So, this is also not one of your ships? It's almost like you are hiding them from us. Rio took a seat before it was offered. We are for now. Amara was prepared for his directness. That is why this hunt is important for reaching a better understanding of each other and how our species act in different situations. Maybe Nathan was giving himself too much credit, but it seemed like Amara had taken some notes from their previous conversation. All his life, Nathan has used self-driving cars and autopiloted planes, so he didn't spare a single thought about the ship not needing a captain to fly. His eyes met Rio's gaze and he chuckled, sitting at the opposite end of the couch and leaving a comfortable amount of space between them. Elisira and Amara took a seat on the other couch. They too seemed to prefer some distance, even though Elisira claimed to be Amara's longtime friend, unlike Nathan and Rio, whose relationship existed in a weird place somewhere between enemies and co-workers. A few seconds later, the roar from the thrusters and the smooth acceleration informed Nathan that they were airborne. It was satisfying to know that he would be free from Yalara's pestering for a few hours. Seeing her and that insufferable rich girl being left behind while he went ahead for the hunt was not bad at all. What Amara had done to Zenvalor had come across as extremely petty. However, given that she went to such lengths to talk to them alone, Rio could use this chance to learn more about that mysterious girl. He hadn't seen her for a while, but Elisira told him that she had isolated herself for several days. She had refused to say much about Amara, which in itself was already a strong indication that she was someone important. Zenvalor was not afraid to confront her, but he was still cautious. Was she a member of a rival clan? In his night classes, Elisira had taught him that, in addition to the royal family, the Arisians were led by a coalition of 15 powerful clans. But if that was the case, Rio suspected Amara had a higher standing than Zenvalor. Maybe she was the leader of a clan herself, or the daughter of a leader. Why was she asking such a question to Nathan? Rio had kept tabs on Nathan, and the botanist had done nothing more than play with his plants. Rio had even put some surveillance equipment on their shared lab, and Nathan had been one of the most boring targets he had ever spied on. How had they interacted without his knowledge? Would it be possible that he and Elisira were not the only ones having secret meetings? Amara showed a hint of yellow. He deserved it. The hunt was supposed to be yesterday, but he wasted my time complaining, and at night he tried to convince the elders that letting you humans know that we kill animals for meat would ruin our reputation with the O'Neill conglomerate. Her attention was all on Nathan. Lab-cultivated meat is popular, but there are very few people who eat it exclusively. I'm fairly certain that even on O'Neill conglomerate, there is only a small percentage of the population that advocates for banning the consumption of animals when they are not subjected to cramped and unsanitary conditions during the farming process. Nathan was thorough in his explanation. But I believe that there is a fundamental misunderstanding of how you think that we would require your species to follow the same moral code as us to have any sort of friendship. As long as it's not something along the lines of slavery or genocide, we won't be unreasonable to your species about cultural differences like eating habits. How would Nathan conclude that there was a misunderstanding between their species from what Amara said about meat consumption? Rio gauged Elisira's expression, only to notice that she was also confused. Amara, on the other hand, looked shocked. Nathan's statement seemed to have caused her to show a reaction as strong as when he had threatened Elisira with a knife. Was she also unable to comprehend what he said? Slavery and genocide are not something we allow in our current society. Amara recovered composure. But you are right. There is indeed a misunderstanding. Our expectations of what is needed to build a relationship of mutual benefit seem to be misaligned. I also suspect that we treat conformity in a radically different way. What? She's not confused and she even agreed with him? What does she even mean by conformity? Rio was not really following their conversation, which felt tremendously frustrating. He could not let it continue as it was, or he would feel left out, and that would be extremely annoying. When did you two become so close? Rio used his usual tone, which might or might not have come off as rude. It's like you are speaking your own language. As if an enchantment had been broken, they remembered his existence, and a pair of gazes fell upon him. He couldn't really tell about Amara, but based on Nathan's expression, his previous remark did indeed come off as rude. We talked briefly once after my accident, and that's it. I'm sorry if I'm not doing well in my role as a host. Amara's voice sounded apologetic. Our previous conversation was enlightening, and this is the first opportunity I've had to talk to Nathan after that. They were definitely lying. He and Elisira had talked for hours every single day since the landing, and their talks didn't get close to this level of depth. Besides, that was not the only hint he saw of the lie. Amara had admitted that her stunt with the ship had been heavily influenced by Nathan, and she had implied that it was he who had taught her about a show of force. How does one even influence others so much with just one short talk? The thought that he was projecting his lie onto them didn't even cross his mind. The evidence was there, and anyone with a brain would see it. So what if they were lying? Rio might not like being lied to, but he was not a hypocrite. Whatever you two do is your problem, but I want to know why you are so interested in taking Zainvalor and Yalara out of the equation and talking to us alone. There is something important that I want to ask both of you. Amara's gaze met Nathan's, then his. It's about a deal that Zainvalor made with the O'Neill conglomerate. Nathan and Rio had left their seats and were standing side by side to the viewports, watching the panoramic view of Irisa from high up now that the ship had reached cruise altitude. Amara had not joined them. She was wasting precious time with both of the ambassadors at her disposal by not using this time to get to know them better. She was red from red head to toe, like a toddler who hasn't figured out how to hide or tame their emotions. What a shame. She had thought she had properly braced herself for the bad news, but then the human ambassadors started talking. Nathan confirmed her suspicions that the O'Neill conglomerate would profit at their expense. After overcoming his initial surprise at Nathan's frankness, Rio added that the warp-capable passenger ships they would get would need fuel and maintenance, and that the O'Neill conglomerate would be the only ones capable of providing it, possibly to be charged after the deal. It was soon revealed that the humans had perfectioned automation to the level of ending scarcity, making the production of thousands of ships a year basically free when compared to a rare exotic fruit, which would be extremely expensive given that it came from a planet about to be destroyed by its own star-going nova. Zainvalor and the Elders had been ensnared by the very beings they were trying to enthrall, and they had no idea. Why did Zainvalor have to be such a fool? If he was next to her right now, Amara was afraid that, instead of the kind of accident where some leaves were blown to his face, Zainvalor would end up suffering the kind of accident where some claws would puncture his neck. The time she wasted suffocated by the guilt of thinking she had single-handedly doomed her species to a future of destruction had cost her a lot. Zainvalor could not be left unsupervised, and even worse, now that he had gained Zara's trust, his status could not be considered that of a mere mercenary anymore. Amara would rather have to deal with the plots of betrayal of an elder than with a mercenary who had close ties with one of the human factions and was trying to sell their resources for cheap in deals that would look bad if they walked away from, costing them even more than what had already been lost. That was enough. She would not let guilt, fear, or even anger get in the way of what she had to do, not anymore. She would have to take control of the situation. Of all of it? Amara closed her eyes and filled her lungs with air. When she released the air and opened her eyes again, a dim red was still showing on her exterior. She diverged her thoughts to her original plan of offering some Quinthar fruits to Nathan and Rio, even though most of the production was technically the property of the O'Neill conglomerate now. She also tried to see the positive side of the situation. She had learned that things the humans could manufacture autonomously and on a large scale were basically worthless in their economy. That piece of information made up a little for the terrible deal, and she was glad that Nathan and Rio had told her that. She closed her eyes again and breathed. This time, red was not showing at all, even though she was still feeling angry inside. Good. This would hopefully be enough for her to keep being a functional host before she could cool off when they landed. Now, why was Elisira acting so weird around the human ambassadors? Upon noticing that Amara was having some trouble controlling her anger, Nathan suggested that they should take a look at the view. He had done so mainly to give her some space to calm down, and he hadn't regretted his decision in the slightest. The view from up high was breathtaking. The similar atmosphere made the sky blue, just like on Earth. Fluffy white clouds were scattered everywhere below them, casting shadows on the blue trees, rivers, lakes, and hills below. On the horizon, a distinct but barely visible purplish line resided in between the ground and the clouds. This line didn't exist on Earth. Nathan had already measured an unusually high concentration of particles on the surface. Those particles were the cause of the annoying floral scent that had bothered him a lot on his first few days on Irisa, and they were also the cause of that line that added another layer on the atmosphere. Who could have guessed that planets could have an inherent scent to them before landing in there and experiencing it for themselves? Maybe Earth also had a scent, and humans and other animals just didn't notice it. What evolutionary advantage being able to smell something that existed everywhere on the planet would even bring? A constant background noise in the way of valuable sensorial input would be utterly useless, detrimental even. He would ask this to Amara later after she had recovered from the news of the bad deal. He would also have to ask why those particles existed in the first place. Of course, someone as curious as him had a solid hypothesis for why they existed. All he would gain from asking Amara was confirmation of what his mind prematurely was treating as a fact. Those particles had an organic origin, and the plants produce and eject them in the atmosphere to create an additional layer of protection against the unforgivable light of a blue star. This light was also the reason behind the blue leaves. That was the color that reflected away the harmful ultraviolet light after all. A direct message popped up in his field of view and killed his vibe, reminding Nathan that he wasn't alone. Why are you helping her? On all those days in Irisa, this was the first time Rio had used the peer-to-peer communication protocol of their personal network to send him a message. He didn't want to let Amara and Elisira hear his question, which raised a red flag in Nathan's mind, given Rio's previous rude comment. As for the question, Nathan had to take some time to consider how to reply. Was he helping her because he considered Amara a friend? Not really. He barely knew her, so that was not the case. Yet. Was it because he personally found Irisa an interesting place that he didn't want to see being destroyed? Partially. The scientific value of a planet that had evolved life under such extreme conditions was undeniable, no matter how he looked at it. The main reason, however, was because humanity had nothing to lose by helping them. He didn't know if they could do anything about the star, but if humans were disassembling and melting whole planets to churn out drone ships to fight a war that didn't even need to be fought, why couldn't they spare some of these resources to move Irisa somewhere safe? Nathan lacked knowledge about the feasibility of this plan. It was not like humanity ever needed to move a planet without breaking it, but how hard could that be? After many days thinking about the issue, Nathan wholeheartedly believed humanity might be able to do something to save Irisa if they really wanted to. And that was without even considering any undisclosed tech that might exist. As for how he would answer Rio, why not? It was not like he owned a detailed explanation for the guy who usually seemed like speaking a full sentence was too much work. Besides, Rio himself had helped explain why the deal with the O'Neill conglomerate would be bad for the Irisians. So why was he even asking for his reasons? Nathan's attention diverted to trying to locate the Ebon range on the horizon, but another message popped up. Be aware of Amara. She is just using you to get help. For a second, Nathan got really angry at his comment, but after he considered Rio's perspective, his anger subsided. Given that he was someone who had been subjected to Yalara's not very subtle advances for several days, and also that he was unaware of Amara's identity and all the information Nathan had collected from overhearing their interaction with the Queen, it was actually understandable why Rio might think that Amara was doing the same as Yalara, just better. Still, before telling Rio, Nathan would need to have a private talk with Amara. It was not up to him to reveal her identity after all. You might think that, but you don't know her well enough to make a sound judgment. Nathan regraded his wording as soon as he had sent the message, but now it was too late to undo it. He also didn't want to look like a fool and sent a second message clarifying the first. That might actually make things worse. So, he just tried to focus on trying to locate the Ebon range as he waited for another of Rio's messages to pop up. He never received a reply, though. Even when exchanging messages with Nathan and paying some attention to the horizon, Rio had never lost focus on Elisira and Amara, who didn't follow them to the viewport. That's why, unlike Nathan, he was not surprised when he returned to his seat and found a table with a basket full of weird fruits waiting for them in between both couches. The table had protruded from below, but its surface was not made of the same metallic material as the ship's floor. Was it some kind of wood or some synthetic material? He didn't care enough to ask regardless. Amara had calmed down, it seemed. There was nothing on her color or voice indicating anger. But why was she asking Elisira to help them with the fruits? Didn't Amara know that Elisira did not enjoy interacting with them? Elisira, who was sitting on the same couch but on the opposite side as Amara, stood up and took a weird-looking metal object from the basket on the table. The object was pointy, and it had a similar shape to the claws of the Irisians, as if it was made to look like a claw attached to the handle of a spoon. Elisira held this object with her right hand, while she took one of the fruits from the basket with her other hand. Her gaze was facing Nathan. Amara was glaring at her from her spot on the couch, while Nathan was paying attention to the fruit in her hand. A notification informed Ryo that Elisira had used an untranslatable word instead of the word those. It informed him that the closest translation possible would have been the word spike. She pressed the tip of the sharp utensil against the fruit, which looked like the result of a genetic modification project that used as base some obscure Peruvian potato and tried to make it even weirder, and split it in two halves, revealing a white, soft interior that contrasted with some black seeds that permeated its insides. Elisira put one of the halves on the table and kept the other half in his left hand. Next, she used the spike to dig into the soft interior of that half and scooped out as much as of creamy white meat as the utensil could carry. Then, she took a few steps forward and passed it to Nathan, along with half of the cut fruit. This looks too sharp to use as an everyday utensil. I think most humans are too careless to use it without hurting themselves. I can only imagine the kind of accident a kid, an elder, or a drunk adult would cause if they were to use it. Not following his own advice, Nathan brought the spike to his lips and slipped it into his mouth. Ryo ignored him, since only a sliver of his attention was on the fruit. For some reason, Amara's intense glare at Elisira was making him uncomfortable. Was she suspecting that Elisira and him had some sort of relationship? Ryo didn't think so. Elisira had barely even looked at him ever since they had entered the ship, and being Amara's friend was the primary reason why she had asked Amara for a ride as far as he could tell. Not even when Nathan spoke, Amara's gaze left Elisira, who took some steps back and retrieved the other half of the fruit and another of those sharp utensils to give him. Oblivious to Amara's scrutiny of her, Elisira approached him and passed him both items without saying a word, exactly like she had done with Nathan. They didn't even exchange a glance as she returned to the couch on the other side. Ryo was relieved she hadn't made a mistake that would give away their deal. He had nothing to lose, actually, but it would still be annoying if he was forced to interact with Yalara whenever he wanted to ask something for the Irisians. Amara went red, she stood up, and faced Elisira, whose body went full purple. As for what gave away their secret, Ryo absolutely couldn't see it. Amara's perspective. When looking for hidden cues of betrayal, one should look as much for absence as one must look for presence. Aldrinch had repeated those words so many times as Amara grew up that they had been ingrained in her very nature, causing her to constantly check for what was missing. It started only as a vague hunch. Elisira asking for a ride was normal. Her mother had ordered her to work with the humans for the foreseeable future as punishment. If they were going to the Eben Range, she would have to follow them there. But something about the way she was excessively avoiding Ryo's eyes was slightly suspicious. Of course, there could be so many reasons for that behavior that jumping to the conclusion it was because of betrayal would be insanity. That's why Amara decided to test her. She knew Elisira well. By asking her to teach the humans how to open the Quinthar fruits, Amara was certain that she would feel uncomfortable and be more inclined to make a mistake that would reveal the truth. That, if her suspicion was true. Amara watched attentively as Elisira opened the fruit and explained why they don't use their claws to eat anymore. Nothing wrong so far. When Elisira approached Nathan, Amara noticed that her eyes were following his every move, and her tail was right in front of her belly, ready to constrict his arms at any sign of danger. Nothing wrong with that as well. Upon getting closer to Ryo, however, she noticed that Elisira was avoiding his gaze. That alone could have a myriad of explanations behind it, but her belly was fully exposed while her eyes were away from him, her tail fluidity swaying behind her back, as if her mind was so at ease in his presence that the possibility of being suddenly attacked didn't even exist in her subconscious. Amara was so livid at the sight, but she still stopped herself from falling into a fit of fury while Elisira returned to her seat on the couch. Except, she could only restrain herself so much. Even you, Elisira, After all I did for you, you still betrayed me. When did you and the Martian ambassador become so friendly? Teach him what? Amara took a step forward and glared at her from above. In secret. Why? Now she had her tail protecting her belly. We have a deal. He will help me remove the translator in exchange for me freeing him from having to interact with Yalara to learn about our culture. I promised I would help you remove it. Amara took yet another step forward, towering over the scared girl. And the first thing you do is follow Zenvalor's steps and make deals behind my back. When did you make this deal? Elisira was unaware of her own mistake. Amara, however, immediately noticed Rio's eyes widening at the revelation. She had just been robbed of her chance of coming clear about her identity to the Martian ambassador. Our friendship is over. With red replacing the indigo blue in her body, Amara turned her back to Elisira and was about to return to her seat and hopefully think of something to say to the ambassadors when Elisira spoke again. Her body moved faster than her thoughts. Before Amara realized it, her tail had looped twice around Elisira's neck. When her body turned around, she was already constricting, causing Elisira's breath to become labored and erratic. If Elisira wanted, she could have used her claws to make her stop. She looked her in the eyes and watched her futile attempt to speak. Was Amara waiting to see if she would dare to use her claws? Let her go, or I swear I will cut off your tail. A wave of purple propagated through her body at Rio's decisive voice. When Amara glanced in his direction, her eyes landed not on his face, but on the sharp blade he had retrieved from a sheath attached to his belt and was pointing at her. Red returned to her body and eradicated any trace of purple. This was the first time in her life she had been threatened with physical harm, and she didn't know exactly how to deal with it. Compliance was not even an option in her mind, so she just froze, her gaze connected with Rio's. He had noticed Amara's strange behavior from the beginning. When she was scrutinizing Elisira's every move, he already knew that something was not right, but no amount of awareness could have prepared him for the way that tensions had escalated so quickly. His first reaction was to remain silent and observe how the situation would unfold. It came as a surprise that Elisira and Rio had been interacting in secret and had even made some sort of deal. Yet Nathan saw no reaction on Rio's face, as though he didn't care about what would happen to her. His face only expressed some surprise when Elisira revealed Amara's identity. His attention returned to Amara when Elisira stood up angry. At that point, Nathan was already fearing for the worst, but nothing could possibly have prepared him for how fast the princess's tail wrapped around Elisira's neck. At this moment, the only reason why Nathan didn't intervene immediately was because he noticed drops of Amara's blood, leaving both her hands and hitting the floor, which showed that there was still some reason governing her actions. He was considering what he should say to Amara to diffuse the tension when Rio went from being a spectator to becoming part of the problem. Rio stood up in a huff and pointed a knife at Amara. There and then Nathan accepted that the situation had truly gone sideways and his intervention would undoubtedly be necessary. But what to do? Let her go, or I swear I will cut off your tail. Nathan felt a surge of adrenaline as soon he heard Rio's voice. It was like his subconscious already knew what he would do before his reason could have followed. How could an ambassador's first reaction to a problem be a threat of violence without even trying dialogue fist? To Nathan, his behavior was unacceptable. As Elisira gasped for air, Amara and Rio were in a stalemate, their eyes not yielding an inch to each other's pressure. One sudden movement and hell would break loose. "Stop this!" bellowed Nathan. His voice fell on deaf ears, or rather, Elisira's eyes turned toward him as she struggled to breathe. What are they thinking? That whoever won the staring contest would be right? That was stupid. Nathan rushed to get himself in between them, facing Rio and ending the staring contest. With no gun or knife at hand, he addressed Amara without letting Rio out of his sight. "Release her, Amara. It will look bad if you do anything against her. Trust me, this is the best you can do if you care about your people." He hadn't had to look back to know he succeeded. It took less than a second for him to hear the noise of something falling and the sound of fast breathing. Now there was Rio. What do you think you are doing? Nathan gently pressed his index finger against the blunt edge of Rio's knife, lowering the blade. Rio didn't try to resist. You learn of her identity, and the first thing you do is pointing a knife at her? I'm sure the Martian Republic expects more dialogue and less violence from their ambassadors. Tsk! They will be so busy complaining about how Earth knew of her identity while we didn't, that they will forget about me pretty fast. Rio sheathed his knife, not lifting a finger to help Elisira, who was coughing on the ground. And as for the violence, you should be asking this question to that princess, and not to me. He was probably right about the political part. It would be hard for the Iretians to explain why only Nathan was aware of her identity, given how prominent of a figure she was for them. No matter what Amara or the Queen said, it would sound like an excuse. It was undeniable that it would seem unfair the way that Rio, and by extension the Martian Republic, was kept in the dark for so many days. Earth and Mars rivalry would also play a role in exacerbating the problem. She wouldn't have done that if you hadn't turned her friend into a spy. Given that the immediate danger had been dealt with, Nathan addressed his grievances. Now I see where your comment about Amara and me being close came from. You had just assumed we were doing the same as you. Nathan regretted his remark of Rio having turned Elisira into a spy when he noticed that Amara had reacted to his comment, turning her eyes again toward the girl on the floor. Elisira went purple on the spot, then activated her camouflage, instinctively trying to hide from Amara's eyes. Nathan had never seen that pattern before. When did the Iresians kill the plant aficionado Nathan and replace him with a lawyer? A personal lawyer for the royal family who forces their subjects to put an unremovable translator into their bodies. Rio spoke much more than Nathan thought he would. I expected much more from you, but you are nothing more than fool who cannot resist to the allure of a flower. Nathan had never started a fight in his whole life, but damn, how punchable Rio's handsome face was looking. If only the situation was not that bad already. We are done talking. He had questions about the royal family, about Elisira, and about why Amara had snapped. But he also had concrete proof that Amara cared about Yalara, and that she was doing everything in her power to keep her from being punished by her mother. His gut feeling was telling him that the situation with Elisira might be similar to that of Yalara. Rio didn't return to his seat. Instead, he walked to the viewport without uttering a word. Elisira followed him closely, looking back in fear as she held his sleeve. Nathan sighed and took a seat where Elisira was previously sitting. He checked on Amara beside him, who was currently a mess of red and green. She had closed her eyes and seemed oblivious to his presence. Nathan was previously excited by the panoramic view, but now he was feeling trapped in the ship, wishing to land soon so that he wouldn't have to deal with any of that for a while. A gentle touch on the back of his hand caught him by surprise, and when he turned his head, Amara hadn't moved much. Except she had extended her tail, letting its tip resting atop his hand. He didn't know what that gesture meant, nor did he ask. His hand remained in the same position on the couch until it was already tired when the ship finally landed. Already at the foot of the Ebon range, Nathan and Amara left first, and Rio and Elisira followed them immediately after. Both pairs exchanged a tacit glass and walked away in different directions. No words were exchanged. This was an account of the moment that inspired Senator Ilzale's plan of escalating the Earth-Martian war. Here are some questions that might interest you based on your recent queries. What were the dangers of the Ebon range? Who were the parents of the baby? Certainly. Luna 6 query. Now tell me about Nathan Everett's first hour at the foot of the Ebon range. A few minutes had passed since they had landed, and Amara still had not recovered from the aftermath of her outburst. In all honesty, Nathan was also second-guessing how he handled the situation, thinking about what he could have done better to avoid the tensions escalating to the levels they did. Should he have intervened sooner? Should he have said something different? A few kilometers ahead, countless peaks stretched out from the ground. Some had near-perfect conical shapes with white snow-capped summits, like Mount Fuji on Arath. Others were thin and tall, as if they were imposing needles piercing the clouds and hiding their full height behind them. At a closer distance, there were smaller hills. All of them were covered by a tapestry of tall trees with leaves of different tones of blue. The vegetation was what made it impossible to forget that this was indeed an alien planet. The difference in gravity was small enough that he got used to it in a few days. The floral scent was annoying at first, but now Nathan only noticed it when he thought about it. There were no buildings around, only a few tents and ships, bustling with Irisians coming and going. So far, Nathan had failed to see what the Irisians considered so dangerous about this place. Right behind him, Amara was leaning over an almost finished metal fence that a team of Irisian welders were hastily working to finish, adding the final metal bars to the structure about 50 meters away from them. The fence was almost as tall as him, encircling an area full of trees with very little underbrush beneath them. Nathan still had not asked Amara about it, as she didn't look as if she wanted to talk right now. His patience was not unlimited, though. He eventually decided to get closer to her. Maybe he could say something that would make her feel better, or at least give her a chance to vent about what was making her feel that way. That if the Irisians actually did that to make themselves feel better. Amara glanced at him but did not reply. Was that not a good conversation starter? What was more interesting than talking about the local plants? Nathan climbed the fence right beside Amara and sat down on the highest vertical metal bar. At this close distance, and with abundant daylight around, the lingering red on her skin became clearer to him. The way that anger expressed itself in her skin was less of a cartoonish display, and more like the red part of a coral snake with some black spots scattered on her face and arms. If her anger increased, the red would become more prominent, squeezing the ephemeral black spots out of existence. Nathan didn't want to stare too much, so he shifted his eyes to the horizon. Amara, why did you attack Elisira? If she didn't want to talk about trees, he would be more direct. Are you sure that she betrayed you? I don't think she told Rio about your identity on purpose. You don't understand. I was not supposed to partake in this mission. I only did it because Elisira was afraid of the translator and hated the idea of having to interact with your species. I took her place, and my mother punished her because of that. The red in Amara's skin gave way to gray as tiny black spots alternated between existence and oblivion. She is the reason why I stopped speaking with my mother, and after all of that, she still makes a deal behind my back on the first day. Someone who can remove her translator appears. Was she crying? There were no tears in her eyes, but the quivering in the translation must be there for a reason. This was also the first time he saw emotion in her eyes. It was subtle, yet he couldn't help but notice the same sad eyes of a puppy whose favorite toy got stuck below a piece of furniture. Dang, how would he be impartial in his judgment after seeing that? He could understand Elisira's side. If what Rio said was true, the Queen must have forced her to get a translator from the Core Galaxy Alliance as punishment after Amara had volunteered to take her place. But, after hearing Amara's story, it made sense that she was angry at the fact that Elisira didn't wait before making a deal. If Amara had asked him for a way to remove Elisira's translator, he was sure it could be arranged without charge by Earth's government. Earth has several laws against unremovable nanotechnology. Given her identity, she could ask for as many small favors as she wanted, and it would certainly be granted by whoever was in charge of Earth's part of the mission in the space station at the time. Nathan believed Amara was wrong in how she handled the situation, but he didn't have to say it right now. I'm sorry she did this to you. Nathan didn't think before petting her head gently, taking advantage of the height of the metallic fence he was sitting on. You were very brave for volunteering to get the translator in her place. You didn't deserve this. The frequency in which the tiny black spots appeared in her skin diminished and the gray subsided, gradually giving way to a dim red tone with bigger black spots. After a while, she released her tail from the metal bar of the fence and eventually used it to get his hand away from her head. Her tail remained wrapped around his wrist, though. I did not volunteer to get the translator. I just stole it from the warehouse and arrived at the place where they were organizing our trip to the space station, while Aldrich stayed behind to address the repercussions. A hint of yellow appeared briefly on her skin, but red soon returned. Zayenvalor almost killed me with his eyes when he realized he would not be leading the mission. Nathan burst out laughing. That sounds like something you'd do. His laughing stopped suddenly, and his face went serious when he noticed some noise and several footprints appearing on the underbrush, encircling them from every side. He activated the infrared view mode and saw many unknown bulky Irisians getting closer, staring at him as if he were their prey. The only reason he didn't panic was because Amara seemed to have noticed them and was unperturbed by their approach. Is he misbehaving, Amara? We can deal with him at any time. Nathan didn't want unnecessary trouble. Wait, I can explain, Amara let go of his wrist and shushed him with her tail, taking her time surveying them with her eyes before replying. I requested no interference when I am talking to the humans. Why are you all here? They all stopped their approach and some of them showed a glimpse of purple at her question. You were angry and you used force to get his hand away from you, said the one closer to him. When he showed his teeth, we assessed you were in danger and required our help. What? Did they though she was in danger when he laughed? It's true that this was the first time Nathan was in a place with so many Irisians and some misunderstandings were bound to happen from time to time. But knowing that his laughing came off as a threat to the Irisians still made him slightly uncomfortable. The reason I am angry is unrelated to him, and humans showing their teeth does not mean aggression. Nathan has been nothing more than helpful. Amara undid the misunderstanding easily. Also, you can address me as usual. He is aware of my identity. Doesn't mean aggression? What does it mean then? Nathan noticed that now they were avoiding his eyes. They bowed a little lower and disappeared from his sight again, the footprints on the blue underbrush receding to where they had come from with no complaints. Wow, they really listened to you. Nathan was glad it took him no effort at all to get away from a complicated situation. I don't think I've ever seen this level of obedience anywhere else. They listened to me on the surface, but their loyalty belongs to my mother, just like everyone else's. Amara leaned over the metal fence again. Elisira and Aldrich were the only exceptions. Now there is only Aldrich. Gray manifested again. On a whim, Nathan looked at her from his vantage point on the fence and said, I cannot promise you obedience, but I could be your friend. Something you said didn't translate, but why were you talking about not promising me obedience? Amara was confused, with some hints of light purple showing among her black spots. What was that? Nathan's mind immediately returned to the training when he was still on Earth learning about the translator. He remembered hearing that everything could be translated as long as the concept existed in the other language, but the only situation where it would fail was if he were to speak of something casually without fully comprehending it or putting much thought towards it. For example, if he tried to talk about some topic he didn't grasp like quantum mechanics just to sound cool, the translation would fail. But how could he not understand something as simple as friendship? Was it possible that he really didn't understand it? He had never really stopped to think about what was a friendship. He would just start calling someone a friend and at some point passively going along with it until they would eventually know, understand, and respect each other enough for it to actually represent a meaningful relationship. Wasn't this how most people went about friendships? Amara just stopped, her eyes moving as she stayed quiet. How can you humans use such a broad word to describe ties between individuals? Amara seemed like she was reading a pop-up message that her translator had shown her. I might be able to explain our interpersonal relationships to you with some examples if you are interested. Nathan understood her, but he didn't think English had a word to represent that concept. Maybe an acquaintance? No, that was not right. Nathan wouldn't feel threatened if a stranger were in close proximity to his back, not unless they were acting like a creep. I do understand it, but we don't have anything similar as far as I know. Nathan scratched his head. We're usually not bothered by other people behind us. Fascinating. To think that the first species to ever land in our world would be so trusting. Amara's voice sounded excited even though no color had changed. It makes me wonder how you all are still alive if don't care about your back, especially being as clumsy as you are. In the conversation between Amara and Yalara that he overheard on the day of his accident, they had called humans clumsy behind their backs. Now she was calling him clumsy again to his face. What had he done to deserve that? Says the girl who was having such a hard time walking in the woods. Nathan also remembered that the group of Irisian that approached them just now also left a trail of bent stems and leaves on the underbrush. They were also making noise. The guys you dismissed earlier were also not the definition of stealth. Not fair. That was my first time in a place so hard to walk. Amara sounded indignant, but he could swear he saw a trace of yellow in her neck. My guards were not trying to hide either. They just wanted an advantage if there was a fight. If you trust someone enough to depend on them, and you are willing to help them in exchange for that, or if you just find them pleasant to be around, and they like to be around you as well, then that is the most common friendly connection we can have between ourselves. Amara used the tip of her tail to point at the group of Irisians who were now welding the last metal bar that would complete the fence. Look at those three over there. They appear to have this sort of relationship. Where she was pointing, there was a group of 3 males. One of them was giving the final touch to the fence, while the other 2 were talking behind him. They would express yellow, red, and purple as they talked. One thing that Nathan noticed was that every time someone passed close to them, the conversation would stop. Then the eyes of the duo would follow the individual until they were distant enough before the talk would seamlessly resume. Why are they being so secretive? Are they talking about doing something illegal? To Nathan, their behavior looked extremely suspicious. They are likely just complaining about having to fly to this dangerous place on short notice to do this sort of job. Amara's gaze connected to his. You only find it suspicious because you humans are lax about your secrets. Maybe it's your species that worries too much, Nathan replied in the same tone. I don't see the point of bothering to hide that you're having a bad day on your job. Her argument was not terrible, but Nathan couldn't see himself ever having this level of paranoia about every little thing he said. Still, even though didn't agree with her, he knew this was not a competition about who was right and who was wrong. There was definitely a cultural or biological reason why the Irisians behaved like that. We'll need plenty of conversation before our species can understand each other. Nathan petted her head again a few times to hopefully make it clear his previous disagreement wouldn't come across as anything other than a byproduct of his curiosity. Are there other kinds of friendship your people have? Yes. The highest friendly connection we can have is when, on top of trusting your back and enjoying someone's company, both parties also care for each other's well-being even when they have nothing to gain from it. Amara's gaze scanned the other side of the circular fence, as if she was looking for someone through the openings between the trees, but ultimately it landed on Nathan. This is the kind of relationship I thought I had with Elisira. Though some sadness could be spotted in her voice, Amara was controlling well her emotions now. I could be your friend. It was painful to repeat the same thing he had said before, but after so much talking and thinking, he felt he had learned more about friendship. He knew what kind of relationship he had in mind when he spoke the word friend, and he was not using the term loosely. Relief took hold of him when there was no pop-up, but it soon vanished when he noticed red slowly building up amid her black spots. I'm sorry if I said something weird or culturally inappropriate, but I was serious. Nathan wasn't expecting this, but he would not back off. And please don't you human me. I'm saying this as Nathan Everett and no one else. This will never work, Nathan. The red in between her black spots slowly transitioned to gray. You are an ambassador on a mission. There are too many conflicted interests for a meaningful friendship to flourish. On my part, there aren't. He took a lungful of air, not avoiding her eyes as he went on. I already told you why humanity as a whole decided to land on this planet, but I haven't told you yet why Earth has sent me here. Our government is a democracy, and those in power can be replaced from time to time. Of all people on Earth, why do you think they choose me to be here and not someone else? It's because I had a reputation as a survivalist, and those in power think that my actions here might gain them some votes among the young people. Anyway, I said all of that just to let you know one thing. I don't have an ulterior motive to be here, in fact. I suspect that besides the scientific exploration and cultural exchange, they don't have high hopes for me as an ambassador. As he spoke, Nathan watched gray fade from her skin while light purple and red manifested again. That is so frustrating. All sapients we knew either pitied, feared, or wanted to use us, but not a single one of them was so casual with our species. This might be a good thing. Nathan smiled with sparkling eyes. I might be an in-name-only ambassador, but thanks to that I can conduct proper research on this planet without worrying too much about politics. I also can help you find ways to convince the people who need convincing about saving Irisa. She said nothing for a while as some light purple propagated through her body, filling the space among the ephemeral black spots on her exposed face, neck, arms, and tail. When you landed, I felt like the plan I had crafted was perfect and was certain it would never fail. But it did. Now you want to be a close friend, and I feel like it has no chance of working. The more I think about it, the more it appears to be a mistake, but a bright golden hue spread between her ephemeral black spots, taking over space and nearly squeezing them out of existence. Fine, we can be friends. Now you better prepare yourself for the perks and perils that come with it. Nathan beamed, admiring her golden tone. He considered offering her a handshake, but nah. Instead, his hand moved towards her head. This time, however, his fingers dared to venture among her strands, which felt thicker and much more frail than human hair, and then he playfully tousled them. Do those perks include messing with your hair? Her tail coiled swiftly around both of his arms, bringing them together as if he were handcuffed. Only if you don't mind being treated as a scoundrel. How strong was her tail? If not for the playful tone of her voice and the warm golden color persisting in her skin, Nathan might have thought the strength in her grip meant that he had overstepped her boundaries. Now how would he free himself? There was no need to think. She suddenly released him, and all bright golden vanished, giving way to the typical neutral expression that she was having so much trouble maintaining when they were on the ship. By following her gaze, Nathan realized how easily she had noticed an approaching group as soon as the first individual left the cover of the trees from a distance, her behavior identical to the welders from before. Zara, Zenvalor, Yalara, Ilzok, and Adior, Amara whispered. Now that they are here, the hunt will begin. Nathan was so invested in his talk with Amara that he had forgotten to ask her about the hunt. It was even worse than that. He had even forgotten to ask about the purpose of the metal fence he was sitting on. What will we be hunting? Nathan mimicked her low voice. Ox oils. Amara's gaze shifted to 4 ships approaching from the distant horizon among the peaks. Each of them was hoisting a closed container. I ordered a few of them to be captured from the valleys deep into the Ebon Range and brought here so that your species can assess part of the danger before committing yourselves to the trip. This was an account of Nathan Everett's first hour at the foot of the Ebon Range. Here are some questions that might interest you based on your recent queries. Luna-6 inquiry. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa. Luna-6 query. Now tell me about Rio Hawthorne's first hour at the foot of the Ebon Range. Rio and Elisira walked around for several minutes without exchanging a word. She never let go of his sleeve, and he, despite being bothered by it, allowed her to continue just this once. While she was still deeply affected by what had transpired inside the ship, Rio was only mildly inconvenienced. It sucked that their agreement had been exposed. It also sucked that Nathan had been easily seduced by that mysterious girl, who was actually a princess. However, those things hardly affected his mission. They were at most problems that he would report, and someone else would have to solve. His little disagreement with Nathan meant nothing in the grand scheme of things, and he doubted it would affect the relationship between Earth and Mars. Still, Rio briefly considered if he had overreacted when pointing a knife at Amara. Maybe, just maybe, Nathan could have convinced her to let go of Elisira without him taking any personal action. But that thought only lingered in his mind for a few seconds before he dismissed it, looking at Elisira, who was now safe at his side. It was not as if he cared about her, but he had some responsibility for what happened, and it would be unpleasant to let her face her fate just because it made his life a little bit easier. According to his initial assessment, there were some tall trees and even taller mountains around, but nothing dangerous in close proximity. Even if there was something he wasn't seeing, the number of Irisians patrolling the surroundings would probably ensure that any threat would be neutralized before he needed to act. No one explained to him what he was supposed to do or where he was supposed to go, but Rio didn't need to be told those things to figure out what the Irisians expected of him. To him, it was obvious that the metal fence they were building in this wild place was meant to enclose something inside it, or keep something out of it. Given that all Irisians were working outside of it, he concluded that something would be released inside. It was likely that they wanted to show the humans some sort of aggressive animal. Following this reasoning, he and Elisira made their way through the distrustful gazes of the workers. Rio made sure to stare back at them every time they stared at him for too long. He didn't find it uncomfortable at all how they were treating him as a potential threat, because that was exactly what he was, but only if he wanted to be one, of course. When they reached the circular metal fence, he pushed Elisira away from him and scanned the surroundings with the infrared view mode, just to be sure there was no one around them. Besides a group of welders finishing the fence on the opposite side of it, they were alone. So, Rio took the opportunity to start his usual set of exercises by extending his arms and legs for a deep stretch. He wouldn't waste time waiting for the Irisians to bring whatever animal they were planning to show to the humans, or expected them to kill. Elisira leaned on the metallic fence and started to sob, something she had done in multiple instances in Rio's presence, especially when she talked about what the Queen had done to her. Rio tried to ignore her and focus on his routine, but the way she opened her mouth and then closed it without speaking a word was extremely distracting. "Whatever you want to say, just say it. Why did you help me?" Rio didn't even think before replying. "To see someone dying so slowly would ruin my day. Amara would not have killed me, I'm sure of that." Elisira's exterior showed some hints of red amidst the gray. The gray on Elisira's skin only intensified as countless black spots began to appear and spread in a chaotic fashion. Noticing that she would not reply, Rio resumed his exercises, starting a set of squats with the improvised weight of his backpack to make it slightly harder. When he was almost done with the set, Elisira stopped leaning on the fence and she spoke again. "I need to find Amara. If she listens to me, we can undo this misunderstanding. Go ahead, but I won't save you this time. She might not attack you, but your relationship with her definitely won't go back to what it was before." He had talked to enough Irisians during the previous days to understand that once the word betrayal was said, it was unlikely that trust could ever be recovered. "You will just humiliate yourself for nothing." You don't know enough about her to say that," Elisira said, storming off. For some reason, Rio felt some anger, but he just ignored it. He was about to continue his squats when he heard her voice from behind him. "There is one thing I don't understand. Why are you not angry that I hid her identity from you? You were only being loyal to your people and your friend. I respect that." Rio had figured out on his own that Amara was someone important, so he had been only slightly surprised when he learned she was, in fact, a princess. "What I can't respect is how they treated you like shit after you devoted your entire life to working for them." "I've never told you I worked my entire life for the royal family. How do you know it?" Elisira showed purple all over her body, which was fully visible as she wasn't wearing any clothes. "It was easy to put the pieces together," Rio replied. He had talked to her extensively in the previous days. "You told me you were an orphan. You told me that you wouldn't have anywhere to go if you disobeyed the Queen. And then I heard you say that you and Amara were childhood friends. With all those pieces, I can easily take an educated guess that the Queen took you in intending for you to be Amara's friend as she was growing up." In his conversations with Elisira, Rio learned that the leaders of powerful clans lived in constant fear of assassination from within or outside. This suggested that the royal family faced even graver threats to their safety. Consequently, there was a strong possibility that Amara never had the freedom to choose her friends, leading to the likelihood that Elisira was hired to fulfill that role. These were all conjectures, but Elisira's momentary silence spoke volumes about the accuracy of his guessing. How? Elisira was appalled, light purple showing everywhere. Amara said you humans don't care about your secrets, but you inferred everything about me, and I know nothing at all about you. Her helplessness didn't evoke any sympathy in him, only anger. I only know this much because you talk a lot every time you get emotional. You should learn how to control your emotions better. People like us cannot rely on anybody but ourselves if we don't want to suffer. Us? Your species has everything. You would never understand what it's like to be abandoned by your parents in a world where everyone knows that the end is coming in just a few harvests. Elisira let red spread among her black spots without an ounce of fear or hesitation in her voice. This was the first time Rio saw her like that. Rio's gaze locked with hers as he walked over to Elisira in silence. Do you think I don't know what it's like being abandoned by my parents? Rio forcefully held her wrist, not bothered by her sharp claws. Do you know what a sim junkie is? They are people who are addicted to living their lives inside simulated worlds, only getting out to eat or take a shit, sometimes not even that. Noticing a hint of understanding in her eyes, he went on. I was born in a place the Martian authorities called the underground slums. It's a maze of underground constructions left by the first settlers. My parents were sim junkies, and the only life I knew until I was 11 was one of fleeing from the authorities whenever they raided the place. I was taught that they were the bad guys who wanted to capture me to run experiments on my body. I was the only kid among them, and in all my naivety, I had no idea how those police officers could be so strong while everyone from the slums was so weak. I thought of them as superhuman beings who could easily break through strong doors and lift any heavy objects that whole groups of people from the slums would come together to put in their way. But one day, a group of them saw me in there, and they became unyielding in their pursuit. I ran, and ran, but in the end, I was finally caught. That day, I learned the truth. The police officers were never superhumans. The people in the slums were the ones who had weaker bones and muscles because of the low gravity and lack of physical activity. I was specifically weak because I was born there, and I had never experienced stronger gravity. That's what happens to us humans when we are raised on a planet so different from Earth, you know. I never saw my parents again after that. I'm sorry. When Rio finished telling her about his parents, all red on Elisira's exterior had given way to a little bit of green, coexisting with the numerous black spots that never vanished. Your life was not as easy as I thought. Rio didn't know how much she understood, but he went on anyway. After I was captured, I was brought to a foster home, and they made me attend a school for people like me, who, for one reason or another, had stayed in low gravity for too long. But even among those people, I was specifically weak. On top of being the only one who didn't know how to read, nor had any information on what life was like on the surface. It took only a few days for them to start calling me the Gaunt Caveman, then a few more for some accidents where they would bump into me with too much strength and hurt me badly to start to occur. This went on for several years and many broken bones until I was 16. On my birthday, I dropped out of school to enlist in a special program. Rio would never have said so much about himself under any other circumstances. The only insult he absolutely couldn't brush off was being labeled as someone born with a silver spoon, even if it was merely implied as Elisira did. He released her, pushing her away and breaking eye contact. I'm sorry. Elisira repeated the same as before, but this time, gray prevailed, squeezing her black spots and replacing most of the green. The queen took me in when I was young. Yet the worst that was asked of me back then was doing some simple chores when I was not playing with Amara, compared to... Listen up! Those sorts of comparisons are useless. Rio cut her off as he returned to the place where he had been exercising before. Plus, my point still stands. People like us cannot rely on anybody but ourselves if we don't want to suffer. Elisira's colors became so mixed and changed so fast that Rio lost track of it. You might not be wrong, but Amara's friendship is all I have. I need at least to try to fix things. This time Rio watched as she left, running along the circular metal fence without looking back. He shook his head and sighed. Rio's eyes abandoned her retreating silhouette to focus on his physical routine, but the sound of Elisira's steps suddenly stopping caused his attention to deviate from his activity once more. Upon turning towards her, Rio found Elisira with her tail wrapped around one of the vertical metal bars of the fence, her skin fully gray, and her eyes transfixed somewhere between the trees inside the circular fence. Anticipating his own move, Rio cursed inwardly in frustration. He was furious with himself for allowing his curiosity to disrupt his workout routine. To minimize the time wasted, he headed straight towards Elisira, who was about 40 steps away from him. As soon as he got to where she was, he stopped to her left and followed her eyes only to find Nathan and Amara on the other side of the enclosed area. Nathan was sitting on a vertical metal bar, petting Amara's head, who, in turn, was exhibiting a bright golden tone in her arms, neck, face, and likely everywhere else hidden behind her light clothing. Oh! Rio didn't know how much happiness that tone meant. It was hard to understand nuance beyond the basic meaning of each color in the way that the Irisians could. She must have gotten what she wanted out of that fool. There's no going back. As if they were raindrops splattering on a window pane, fleeting black dots emerged on the canvas of her skin. My friendship with Amara is over. Now I have nothing. You still want me to keep teaching you, even after I have failed to maintain the secrecy you requested? The intensity of the black spots diminished. Rio had only requested secrecy from her because he wanted to verify how far Yalara would go to try to seduce him, conceivably gaining important information in the process. However, now that their deal was exposed and they considered her a traitor, he would have to let his superiors complain to the Queen about the schemes and use that as leverage to keep Elisira around. Because she herself might not realize how valuable she was. Yes. Now Rio knew much more about her than when he originally proposed the deal. The royal family used you when it was convenient, then they discarded you when you ceased to be useful. That's not how I or the Martian Republic treat our associates. If you want to work with us, your loyalty won't be wasted. Rio wasn't expecting to have his intentions seen through that easily, but that was not so bad. He saw Elisira as emotionally unstable, gullible, and indecisive, yet he believed she deserved the truth after everything she had been through. Yes. He got in front of her, blocking her view of Amara and Nathan. Can you really call them your people after everything they did to you? Elisira's gaze became complex, and so did her colors. Her eyes faced the ground for a while before she made up her mind. I accept. Good. Rio unashamedly extended his right while looking her in the eyes. This new deal would be excellent for him and for the Martian Republic, and, of course, it would also be advantageous for Elisira herself. He told no lie when he implied that the Martian Republic was generous to their associates. Rio raised his eyebrows. You? Fighting? I don't know how your species fight. Besides some threats, Rio never fought anyone in front of her, so her request came out of the blue. Plus, why do you assume I know how to fight? You obviously do, and you are the only one I can ask this. She didn't back off. When we were young, Amara was taught how to fight and many other things, but I was never allowed to participate in those classes. Rio considered her request. His primary focus was on the mission. He didn't have the spare time needed to teach a rookie. Besides, There was no doubt that the optimal way to fight as an Irisian and as a human was extremely different. The extra limb spoke volumes about the nature of the problem, let alone their natural camouflage. He could only agree to her request if he framed the time he would spend teaching her as a part of the cultural exchange. Technically, it could be classified as such. Also, teaching her how to fight would be much more enjoyable than talking about boring cultural differences and a lot of yada yada about history, biology, and economy. That's enough. After she released his hand, he involuntarily glanced away with an awkward smile. In reply, a shy glint of yellow was the first positive emotion she displayed after the landing. This was an account of Rio Hawthorne's first hour at the foot of the Ebon Range. Here are some questions that might interest you based on your recent queries. Why didn't the Irisian queen allow Elisira to study like Amara? Luna 6 query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa. Luna 6 query. Now tell me about Zara Rain's first hour at the foot of the Ebon Range. Upon landing near the Ebon Range, Zara felt no danger as they left the landing site. Being together with a group of Irisians made her feel safe. What would she need a gun for if she had cultivated friendly relationships with many of the natives? No amount of individual power would make her stronger than the Irisians, who knew their planet better than anyone else. With Zanvalor leading, the group made their way through a forest of tall trees, soon arriving at a vast clearing containing a metal fence. The fence encircled even more trees, and hovering near their blue canopies, some ships were placing 4 weird-looking containers, right beside what looked like a metallic gate connected to the enclosed space. There were more things such as tents and other stationary ships around, but Zara's focus shifted to Amara and Nathan, positioned significantly far from where her group currently stood. While moving forward, she observed the pair sharing quiet words near each other's ears. When did they grow so intimate? She and Zanvalor likely spent more time talking than all of Nathan and Rio's interactions with the Irisians combined. It was not a competition, of course, but if it was, she had no doubt she would be winning. Upon arriving, Nathan greeted them and immediately expressed his desire to check the containers, claiming they had some sort of interesting animal inside. Zanvalor's eyes landed on her. With only a friendly glance as an explanation, he volunteered to go with Nathan and show him the animals. Zara suspected he was interested in returning the favor to Amara and getting some time alone with Nathan. With Nathan and Zanvalor's departure, only Yalara, Ilzok, and Atior remained by her side. In the presence of this sizable group, she felt reassured, not having to face the potential discomfort of being alone with Amara, especially after refusing her offer of a ride back at the research outpost. As if the gods of misfortune had just passed her judgment, something unlikely happened that took away her feeling of relief. Ilzok and Atior exchanged a look and claimed they had something important to do, followed by Yalara, who claimed she had to speak with someone urgently. Had Amara somehow arranged for an opportunity for the two of them to have a chat alone? Because if that was the case, she was ready. An awkward conversation was not something enjoyable, but Zara was used to talking with important people. Her connections ranged from rich CEOs who owned private paradises in space to some of the leaders of the non-planetary states who had a say in policies that affected the O'Neill conglomerate as a whole. Her expectations were utterly broken, though, because Amara didn't start a conversation. Is this rude bitch assuming I'll break the silence after she set up this situation? Zara knew that starting a conversation with an Irisian she had little familiarity with was especially hard, but Amara seemed to be deliberately making it even harder. Zara's protest persisted for about half a minute until the awkward silence started to get on her nerves. If Amara wanted her to speak first, she would gladly comply. You may think that you are clever by hiding your identity from us, but you are only hindering the prospects of our species having economic collaboration that might even lead to us saving your world from destruction. You are right, Amara agreed with her right away, which again betrayed Zara's expectations. I am Queen Kala's daughter and the rightful ruler of Irisa. The Orlin family, my family, are the ones in charge of our unified government. Given that Zanvalor had heavily hinted that Amara was someone important, Zara was not surprised by the revelation. The process by which the current royal family had unified Irisa under one government was also something that Zanvalor had explained to her in detail. In a time when many independent kingdoms were forced to come together to face imminent doom, the Orlin family united many groups with conflicting views in what would later become the current Chamber of Elders. Of course, their ascendance to power was not only peaceful, it was also paved by blood. Amara's grandmother and a small group of her followers infiltrated the palace of one of the most powerful kingdoms at the time and assassinated Queen Sakia, ending a millennial-old dynasty and replacing it with a new one that followed the rules of the Core Galaxy Alliance. If you are admitting it so easily, why keep the secret in the first place? Noticing that not a single hint of emotion was showing on Amara's skin, Zara felt a little annoyed for not being able to get a reaction out of Amara to get back at her for the awkward silence. "Our species are different in how much we value our privacy," Amara said, facing Zara from a vantage point. Zara had thought nothing of it when she had climbed the fence to sit in the place Nathan had vacated, but now that they were talking, she realized she hated it. "You also have to understand that by agreeing to use your species translator, I subjected myself to a lot of risks. And now that every single one of your factions knows of my identity, I am taking even more risks than before. There are several laws against the misuse of the technology employed in the translators, and believe it or not, each of our factions has conducted an independent code audit to ensure that the laws are being followed. You have nothing to worry about." She still had to do her job as an ambassador, even if she didn't like Amara. "I know that we are new, and we haven't proved ourselves to be trustworthy yet, but humanity would never do anything that would harm others and spread mistrust of our species. When you look at this deal alone, it sure looks bad for your people. It appears that the O'Neill conglomerate will be profiting at your expense, and your people are getting little in return. And you are not wrong for seeing it that way, because this is exactly what this trade deal is about. You know that saving a whole planet from a star going nova is not a simple task, don't you? On top of it being hard, it also requires a lot of effort from people who might not be willing to help. The trick to solve the problem is a simple one. Just to give them a reason to care. See? Easy. Nobody would wish to have the goose that lays the golden eggs destroyed by a nova, after all." Zara was hoping that her mention of saving their planet would be enough to get a reaction out of Amara. A little bit of yellow in her neck followed by a relaxed tail would be perfect. Some red followed by more questions would be good. Even just some change in her voice would be something. But she got nothing besides utter indifference followed by more awkward silence. Only when Zara was already struggling not to call her a bitch out loud did Amara speak. "I suppose the trading deal of the Quinthar fruits will not be enough to convince your people to save us. How many similar deals would be needed to convince them?" Zara's eyes shone at Amara's reply. 20 more would spark the interest of the non-planetary states, but 50 will give them a strong reason to put things in motion fast. 20 is too much, and 50 is unacceptable." Amara crossed her arms and wrapped her tail around the metal fence. "But there is still more I want to know. Can you assure us that the O'Neill conglomerate will come to our aid if we accept these agreements? And are your people willing to link them to the condition of saving Irisa?" Those were tough questions. Zara had no doubt that the ruling classes of many non-planetary states would never agree to conditioning those deals on preventing the destruction of a planet, especially an alien planet. To warm them up to this idea would require that they already had a taste of Irisa's benefits. "Make hay while the sun shines" was a motto extensively followed by most of the O'Neill conglomerate. Even so, Zara was confident of the prospects of the O'Neill conglomerate saving Irisa once they saw how much profit they could make. She hated it profusely. No doubt she did. That's why she would use all of her influence to ensure that those contracts would have a maximum duration of 100 years, allowing future generations of Irisians a chance to renegotiate terms. Now, the best thing she could do was to sugarcoat the truth so that Amara would not straight up reject her ideas. "I cannot guarantee that the O'Neill conglomerate will help you, but I can say for sure that we are your best chance. To condition the agreement, as you mentioned, will only scare the people who make the decisions. But if you take a leap of faith and trust us, showing some goodwill, I can promise that we will reciprocate in the future. This sounds exactly like the promise the Core Galaxy Alliance made us when they found us. The only difference is that they were afraid of anything that came from our world and only wanted our labor. Amara didn't show any emotion. This is not a risk that we can take again, not when we don't have another 200 harvests to waste on vague promises of help. Besides Amara's words, Zara didn't have a clue about what she was thinking. It was so frustrating. Talking to Zainvalor was much easier because she could adjust her tone and speech according to how he was reacting. She took an envious glance at Nathan, who was close to the containers talking to Zainvalor at a distance before she went on. You might think that you have a better chance of receiving help from Mars or Earth, but let me tell you something interesting. If Amara was making herself hard to read, Zara would break her equivalent of a poker face with some juicy information. Earth and Mars don't have much interest in this planet. Establishing a bilateral relationship between our species is not in their main agenda. Zara's eyes meticulously sought a hint of any color in Amara's skin, only to find the same blue with ephemeral black spots. There were no other colors. How was that possible? When she told Zainvalor the same thing, he showed her many interesting colors. Could it be that Nathan or Rio had revealed that information to Amara already? But that didn't explain why they would tell her something that would only benefit the O'Neill conglomerate. Humanity's main agenda is a show of force, the O'Neill conglomerate included. Is that not true? Those idiots. Zara had never told Zainvalor about what had motivated their landing. It was true that Earth and Mars saw the exaggerated importance the Core Galaxy Alliance gave to Iressa as an opportunity to test the waters with a small-scale show of force, but there was no reason to let the Irishans know that. Who told you that? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Zara tried to undo the damage. It's true that Earth and Mars are a little bit too worried about the terms given to us by the Alliance, so they decided to do a small show of force, but the O'Neill conglomerate was never in favor of anything other than approaching them with a team of diplomats. We believe they won't be unreasonable with us and will not refuse a middle ground if we are nice to them. A small show of force? Amara's tone sounded a little interested for the first time, but Zara cursed on the inside at her interest not being focused on the part concerning the O'Neill conglomerate. Your species landed on the planet that the Parliament considers the definition of a death world, and you call it just a small show of force? Excuse me, we don't use the term death world in the O'Neill conglomerate. It's considered offensive, and we already sent a complaint to the Core Galaxy Alliance demanding a change in their terminology when addressing us in the future. Zara was getting impatient with the conversation, not going in the direction she wanted. As for your question, no one died, and nothing blew up, so of course, it's a small show of force. Amara took a little time to reply. Zara was not sure if she had done this on purpose or not this time. You humans are willing to negotiate important topics but get offended by a word? Your species is truly hard to understand. It's not just a word. If we accept that they call us Death Worlders, we are also buying into their narrative that our environment made us violent, and therefore we are dangerous to the galaxy. That cannot be tolerated. Zara was struggling to return the conversation to the topic she wanted. Anyway, that's not important. I don't know what that military-grade prick told you about the Martian Republic, but you should know that there are rumors that they only got interested in Iressa after they barely detected a mysterious ship in their space. And I bet you know more about that than me, don't you? Nothing. Just that whatever goal the Martian Republic has on this planet, it definitely is not building a strong bilateral relationship with your species. Zara finally brought the conversation back to where she wanted it. Now all she needed to do was avoid making a mistake. The O'Neill conglomerate, on the other hand, is always looking for new partnerships. I am happy that you are considering saving Iressa this early in the mission, but I fear that our species do not understand each other enough to make any big decisions yet. Amara's demeanor returned to neutral, and her colors remained unchanged. Zara's understanding was that the Arisians were desperate for help. In her perception, they would jump headfirst into the first opportunity that presented itself to them. Sometimes that made her feel guilty for trying to exploit them in that situation, yet she knew that this feeling was not justified, because she wholeheartedly believed the O'Neill conglomerate was their best shot at saving their planet. That's why she couldn't take no for an answer and had to be more incisive. To do that, she had to understand why Amara was hesitating. Was it because of Nathan? You believe Earth will save your planet? Zara spoke in a mocking tone. Earth is as old and powerful as it is bureaucratic. Whatever sweet words Nathan might have said in your ears, you should know that he isn't even a qualified ambassador. He's nothing more than a glorified poster boy, doing Earth's government propaganda. Zara had diligently tried to get Amara to change her colors. Only when her desire had already faded did she get what she previously wanted. You humans may differ, but in our view, when you speak ill about others, it says as much about the speaker as it says about the one being spoken. As Red kept spreading while Amara spoke, she saw all the effort she had put into that conversation wasted. Gone. Maybe the chances of Amara accepting the deals of the O'Neill conglomerate before they had exchanged the first word were better than now. How could she have foreseen that Amara would react this way? As far as she knew, Amara and Nathan had only interacted 2 times, one of them being their short interaction in the space station. Whatever I might have said that you didn't like, it doesn't change the fact that neither Earth nor Mars has any reason to go to the negotiation table with you. Zara knew she wouldn't convince Amara of anything now. All she had to do was control the damage and appeal to logic. Sooner or later, you'll have to accept our deal. Then why not sooner? Time is much more important to you than it is to us. Zara was indeed a highly competitive woman. It was not by chance that she ended up as the O'Neill conglomerate's representative. Why was Amara asking that question, though? Then why don't we turn this into a bet? If by the end of the mission I bring Earth and Mars to the table to talk about saving Arisa, I win. What do you say? Zara found it hard to understand how this princess could suggest a bet on something so serious. Yet she was no pushover and was not afraid of putting her money where her mouth was. I'm in, and if I win, I want something big. Zara knew exactly what to ask. I want you to personally introduce me to the 15 elders, so that they can hear my proposals directly from me. Zara suspected Amara didn't want to throw her weight around again so soon to get the elders to annul the deal before the first batch of ships was delivered. That works for me. She was grinning from ear to ear, confident in her chances to win. Interesting. Amara jumped out of the metal fence as the tip of her claws pressed a sequence of buttons on her AR visors. You humans don't mind showing happiness too soon. While our discussion was not enjoyable, there were a few enlightening points I learned from you. I believe we talked enough, though. Now it's time for the hunt to begin. Amara pressed a few more buttons and went on, clearly not addressing Zara anymore. Find the Martian ambassador and bring him here. Meanwhile, I want the camera crew ready in their posts. Also, summon the Huntress and her team. I want the humans to see her before she starts. And someone please release the oxoil. Zara watched in awe as the atmosphere around changed after Amara's orders. Many of the Iresians who were doing their thing stopped, seamlessly assembling in small groups. A few of these groups converged to a single place, and some individuals began giving orders of their own. She herself was someone influential, yet the control she exerted was subtler and indirect. There was something more impressive about bossing a bunch of people around and seeing them obey you in an orderly fashion, even if in practice it meant nothing. That sight made her rethink her bet with Amara, her confidence scratched but unshaken. Before she could think too much, though, the sound of a metal door opening in one of the containers close to where Nathan and Zayn were standing took her out of her inner world. Nothing left the container at first, and her eyes moved to a group with 1 female and 2 males approaching them. The female was much taller than Amara and had a streamlined and defined build that was hard to see on her naked body, which naturally blended with the blue tapestry on the ground. She was carrying a clay bowl on her hands, and so were the males. Upon looking back, the whole fence was shaking, and a creature larger than a horse with a mouth that opened wider than that of a hippo was standing right behind her. She took a step back out of reflex, then another one, watching her feet to avoid tripping on the underbrush. When she raised her head again, she only saw its bluish back after the beast had sprinted toward the trees. She tried to get a better view of the creature, but the only thing she saw was the canopies of those giant trees shaking and multiple leaves falling as it made its way through the enclosed space. This was an account of Zara Rain's first hour at the foot of the Eben Range. Here are some questions that might interest you based on your recent queries. Why did the Irisians choose a huntress? Or how did the Irisians hunt? Consider it done. Luna 6 query. Tell me about Nathan Everett's interaction with Zanvalor on the 13th day of the mission. Oxoils were strange creatures. Their body was massive, but their long legs and neck gave them an agile vibe that without taking away the air of a tank they naturally exuded. Their skin was thick, or rather extremely thick, rivaling or even surpassing the robustness of the skin of a rhino or a hippo. On the first glimpse Nathan caught of them, he noticed they were inherently aggressive animals. Every time someone approached the containers, their mouths would open wide in a display of aggression, revealing 4 pointy teeth that set themselves apart from other flat ones. On their upper body, they had 3 sharp horns. The bigger one was a single protrusion in its snout, while the other 2 were significantly shorter and different, akin to a pair of serrated thorns laterally connected to their lower jaw. Upon closely inspecting them in the containers, Nathan was fascinated by the horn-like protrusion that also grew on their 4 legs. Similar to the legs of a rooster, 4 spurs the size of Nathan's feet extended from each one of the 4 legs of the beast. A horse kick could easily kill a human. Why would that creature need the spurs? Their strength alone was likely more than enough to get the job done. Besides, wasn't it too much? Between the multiple horns, sharp teeth, and spurs, the oxoil had virtually no weak points. Their long neck allowed the species to have ample reach with the horns, even above their back if they turned. Their lower body and rear, on the other hand, were protected by the spurs. Nathan had not seen the beast in action, but just by looking at it, he knew. A bull was not worth mentioning. That thing would be harder to kill than an elephant or even a hippo. Given how ridiculous his initial assessment sounded, Nathan tried to spot any weaknesses in the creature. But even something as obvious as their large eyes were not vulnerable. Their eye cavity was deep within the skull, and their eyeballs could retract and hide behind thick-skinned eyelids. Except for their bluish skin, they had no camouflage. But what would they need camouflage for with such a tough body? The short claws of the Irisians looked pitiful against that skin. Nathan could see a single result. If an Irisian tried to sneak unnoticed into the beast and attack it from the shadows, they would just scratch it and be impaled by either the horns or the spurs immediately after. Nathan remembered that Zanvalor was there, leaning against the back of the container. He didn't know why the mercenary had followed him, nor did he have a reason to ask. It's caged inside. Why would I be? On my first mission for the Core Galaxy Alliance, one of the Asaidians I was protecting spent hours lecturing me on how we should stop raising those dangerous animals for food. Zanvalor used the tip of his tail to point at the frontal part of the beast. He kept playing a video of a herd of oxoils to scare the other species. I was wondering if humans might share the same feeling when looking at one of them. Your species raised them for food? Nathan was surprised, but not at the fact that other aliens found the oxoils scary. I can't believe you guys don't have other smaller animals that would be less of a hassle to deal with. Nothing that can survive in any climate and eat anything like oxoils can. Zanvalor's tone was casual and uninterested in the topic. There is also the cultural significance of hunting them. They have been the main source of food for our species since before we mastered fire tens of thousands of harvests ago. Main source of food? Nathan's eyes widened and his brows furrowed. I don't see how your species could hunt them without some sharp metal spears. I'm just curious, and I mean no offense, but I don't think you guys have enough stamina to defeat it with just sharp sticks in a battle of attrition. Sharp sticks? Battle of attrition? Zayanvalar's eyes looked like he was reading a pop-up with explanations of the terms. Those crude things would never work against an Oxoil. It would just unleash their rage as they kill your group one by one before any significant damage is made. You will see the proper way our ancestors hunted them soon. Never work? Nah. Nathan was skeptical. He would not engage in an argument with Zayanvalor about something he was not an expert in, but sharp sticks and battles of attrition were likely how the mammoths went extinct for the first time, an undoubtedly more honorable way to go when compared to the leaky seal valve that ended the species for the second time in a spatial zoo owned by the O'Neill conglomerate. You mentioned a herd of Oxoils. Nathan changed the topic of the conversation to something less controversial. Does that mean that they are social creatures? They are social, except not social enough to be tamed. There is a sufficient amount of awareness in those ugly heads to understand that we are not members of their herd. Unlike Amara, Zayanvalor had spent a lot of time talking to Zara. The way he anticipated Nathan's questions wasn't something Nathan had seen any other Iresian do. Nathan's curiosity wouldn't be stopped so easily, though. Have your species ever tried to tame them? You think we didn't? Our farmers have tried everything you could possibly conceive for hundreds of harvests, and a tall, solid fence is still the best way to contain their aggression. Zayanvalor's tone betrayed his annoyance even though his skin was unchanged. There were several ongoing attempts to selectively breed a less aggressive subspecies before we were forced to abandon our efforts and focus on saving Irissa from destruction. Most people would have just taken Zayanvalor's word for it. That was the normal thing to do. Unfortunately for the mercenary, Nathan was not exactly a normal person. He was the guy who traveled to the most extreme corners of Earth in search of undiscovered species of plants in an attempt to quench his obsessive curiosity. In the end, even that had not been enough to satisfy him, and he ended up on an alien planet where everything was new. While Amara and Zara were having a chat about a range of presumably important topics, Nathan bombarded Zayanvalor with questions regarding a single species of animal. From that, he discovered that the Irisians' changing colors always triggered an instinctive aggressive reaction from the Oxoils. He also learned that the species used a pheromone to identify themselves. Nathan went as far as asking if covering himself in that pheromone would make the Oxoil less aggressive towards him, which Zayanvalor strongly denied. Nathan only stopped when there was some red showing on Zayanvalor's skin. Feeling remorseful for what he had done to the mercenary, he decided to leave him alone and conduct his own research. He took a small box from his pocket and opened its hinged cover. With nothing but a thought, the barely audible sound of a swarm of little drones taking off caught Zayanvalor's attention right away. As hundreds of mosquito-sized drones autonomously flew around Nathan, the wide-eyed Zayanvalor, whose red had given way to some light purple, asked, "This many tiny flying machines. The law enforcers from the Alliance have something similar. Why didn't Zara tell me you humans have this?" "I don't think she has a tool as specialized as those drones." The main reason Nathan believed Mission Control had given him the little drones was because they might have judged he needed better tools to assess danger after his incident. That, or they thought he was stupid enough to not survive without it. "What do you use them for?" Nathan didn't owe him an explanation, but after how much he had disturbed Zayanvalor with his questions, he felt he did. "Each of these drones has dozens of sensors that can scan anything around me in a 10-meter radius. Some of them are highly specialized, and there is an AI that controls the swarm the way I intend it to operate." It was agreed that you humans wouldn't bring weapons to our world. If the This is not a weapon, it's a research tool. If you want to see it in a weaponized fashion, it's at most a low-range scouting tool. Nathan had an actual weapon with him, so he felt a little bad even though he had not lied. "Let me show you." Nathan signaled for Zayanvalor to accompany him to the area between the containers, and Zayanvalor understood his intention and complied. The scent of Oxoil's waste was strong in there, yet that wasn't enough to dissuade him. Just accept it when the notification requesting your consent to share visual information appears. Even though he had never had to use it before, The translators that Amara, Zayanvalor, and Yalara were using had the same communication capabilities built in as the system Nathan was using. Of course, his integrated system had many more functions than the generic downgraded version that was given to the Irisians. This is unbelievable. Seeing through each other's eyes would make a team of mercenaries unstoppable. Zayanvalor had accepted the request, and Nathan was certain that now the mercenary had a floating window showing the world seen by Nathan's eyes taking up some room in his field of view. Naturally, the software made up for the blind spot and inaccuracies of the human eye, which people don't notice under normal conditions since the brain fills in the gaps unconsciously. Nathan then commanded the drone swarm to focus on the ox soil instead of trying to assess the danger of everything around. After that, a single thought was all it took to activate the personalized view mode. The drones approached the container. Some even entered it through the openings. Then, the metal structure became transparent to Nathan, almost as if he was playing the game of life with a see-through hack. Next, the world around lost most of its color, and a lot of descriptive pop-ups began to appear in many parts of the ox soil. By the Great Mother! With a little purple in his neck, Zayanvalor was awestruck. Given that he was a seasoned mercenary, Nathan wasn't expecting this reaction from him, so he went on with his analysis to give him time to recover. Again, a single thought was all it took to further filter through the data. 4 spots were highlighted, 3 on the back of the large beast, and 1 close to the base of the frontal horn. That was still not enough for Nathan. He ordered the drones to capture data on how those pheromones were spreading in the air. Within seconds, hundreds of tiny probes were feeding the AI with real-time data, which created an accurate visual representation of the spread of the substance in the air. Now we monitor their behavior. No groundbreaking discovery is made on the fly, no matter how good your tools are. Nathan calmly observed the ox soils sticking their heads through the gaps of the container and interacting with each other, just taking a step back and returning whenever they tried to bite or impale him. As time passed, Zayanvalor recovered composure and became a little more cooperative. Nathan was enjoying the talk as they spent several minutes observing the ox soils together, Zayanvalor replying to his questions without delay. During this time, Nathan's original distrust towards him was slowly diminishing. Eventually, a group of Irisians came to release one of the beasts, and Zayanvalor stopped talking in their presence. He resumed talking when they left, but in no time, he stopped mid-sentence yet again. Already used to this pattern, Nathan looked back and found a stranger bowing to Zayanvalor. Princess Amara is summoning the human. Nathan was annoyed at not being addressed directly until he remembered most Irisians didn't have any sort of translators. The stranger bowed to Zayanvalor again and left, ignoring him completely. Nathan didn't need Zayanvalor to do any translations, so he announced after ending the sharing of visual information, "Well, I guess this puts an end to the observations for now." "Wait, your endless questions distracted me from what is important." He was preparing to wrap things up with the drones and leave the narrow space among the containers when Zayanvalor put his body in front of him, blocking his way. "Some concerning messages reached me on the way here." Nothing in Zayanvalor's tone or color betrayed any emotion. "I don't expect you to understand this, but you should avoid getting too involved with Amara." Amara is someone important. She has many adversaries, enemies, and suitors. Zayanvalor's tone was neutral. "This is why it would be wise for someone like you to keep your distance from her." In his mind, Nathan excluded the chance of that being a friendly advice. Our species sees the world in a different light in some ways, and that includes secrecy. So if you want to say something, quit the riddles and schemes and just say it. You humans love to waste words. Zayanvalor's voice changed to a stern tone. What you need to know is that by being in Amara's close circle, you might tie your fate to hers. This world could afford to lose a princess, but it absolutely cannot afford to lose any of the 3 human representatives. Are you threatening her? This was so unexpected that Nathan didn't know what to say. I am stating facts. Zayanvalor crossed his arms without getting out of Nathan's way. She recklessly took charge of this mission, ignoring numerous risks for her safety, And now, she is here exposed in the open, while her enemies are in the shadows plotting her death. Okay, I guess I won't need to punch you. Nathan went from considering Zenvalor a serious enemy, or God forbid, a jealous suitor, to just someone who harbored a grudge about having the leadership of the mission taken from him. Your concerns are valid, but don't worry about me. I won't die as easily as you think. You are underestimating what our species can do, and you are unaware of the situation as a whole. Zanvalor persisted with a hint of smug yellow on his neck. She considers you a friend now, so I'm under no obligation to keep her secrets from you. It should be of your interest to know that her brother is one of the worst criminals in this world, and he swore to kill her when he rebelled. Recently, there's been a lack of information regarding his minions' actions. That absence is extremely concerning. When did Zanvalor become aware of his friendship with Amara? He was certain that they were alone with no one close enough to hear what they were saying. Besides, did Amara have a brother who wanted to kill her? Now that he thought about it, even though they were friends now, they never had a chance to talk about personal matters. Nathan sighed, reminiscing about how he felt when Rio complained about the equipment provided for the hunt. Maybe Nathan was the one who had underestimated the situation. First, the sabotage of their communication. And now this. Asking for some new gadgets would be his top priority before the shipment from the space station. As for his friendship with Amara, I'm glad you told me all of that, Zanvalor. Nathan tapped his shoulder twice as he crossed the adjacent space between the mercenary and the metal container. But I can't distance myself from Amara just because of the risk of getting caught in a crossfire. I'd hate to have a memory like that in my head after I'm done with the mission. Nathan left Zanvalor behind without looking back as he returned to where Amara was. This was an account based on Nathan Everett's interaction with Zanvalor on the 13th day of the mission. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Certainly. Luna 6 query. Tell me about Nathan Everett's impressions of how the Irisians hunt. Even as she pressed the buttons on her AR visors and talked to someone else, Amara's eyes were the first to find Nathan as he approached the group standing outside the metal fence. After Amara, a tall female and two other males, all naked and strangers to Nathan, also shifted their focus to him. Zara and Rio didn't even acknowledge him as he approached. Their gazes were locked into the oxoil inside. The beast was running loose among the trees, not bothering much to avoid the trucks in its path. Unlike Nathan, they didn't get a chance to take a good look at the powerful creature. It didn't escape his notice that Elisira was nowhere to be seen. Had Rio by any chance ditched her somewhere after what happened inside the ship? Nathan didn't need to be very imaginative to see that happening given Rio's temperament. Amara looked busy, so he saw no way around joining Rio and Zara for now. They both were standing within a modest distance from each other along the fence. Nathan opted to join Zara, leaving Rio with only himself as company a few meters away from them. Zara was holding onto the fence with both hands, squinting her eyes in search of the oxoil that was covered behind the trees. Nathan had not spoken to her in a while, so he tried to remember the topic of their last conversation. It was something about how much of an idiot he was for messing with alien plants on his first day on the new planet. As he was searching for a less embarrassing topic, Amara's voice captured his and the others' attention. Standing by my side is a traditional huntress. Her name is Paella. She is one of the last huntresses who can perform the ancient ambush technique. The huntress was significantly taller than Amara. Nathan's eyes briefly met with Paella's, making him realize that his own height was likely the same or quite similar to hers. So far, that was the tallest Irisian that he had met. Another trait that set Paella apart from the other females was her toned muscles and streamlined build. While Amara, Elisira, and even Yalara had slender and softer bodies when compared to Zanvalor, Paella looked more robust than the mercenary. These two individuals by her side are her hunting companions. She will explain their role and introduce them to you all now. Amara cued Paella to speak with a strange gesture using her tail, which the huntress took a few seconds to understand. Nathan was under the impression that Amara was also not very familiar with the huntress and her team. I don't have a fancy translator. The forest is my sanctuary, and I don't need much more than that to survive. But if the high and mighty folks from the capital want to pay me to show how our species used to hunt to some aliens, I will gladly do so. Hyla surveyed each one of the humans. It's useless to ask me questions, so pay attention. She approached the human group as the two males followed her. Rio turned to her with his arms crossed, not showing much interest. Before anything else, I need to clarify something. Those two are just hired muscle, and that is the extent of our relationship. I would hate if the first impression the aliens have of me is a misunderstanding. Nathan had no clue why Bela was being so defensive. He had not assumed anything about their relationship, nor did he think Rio and Zara had done so. Your statement was unnecessary, Bela. Amara noticed a problem with the huntress's communication and immediately stepped in to explain the missing context. The humans do not have the same prejudices our species does towards your profession. Let me clarify. Amara got closer, her gaze shifting among the humans as she looked them in the eyes. Tens of thousands of harvests ago, our species resided in small communities. They needed food, so it was normal for hunters and huntresses to form parties and go hunting ox oils in the valleys. On those hunts, huntresses often had the most dangerous of the jobs. Therefore, it was extremely common for them to die on their first hunts, which caused an unbalanced rate of males to females of those in working age. Amara's gaze connected with Nathan's. This caused the few women who survived many hunts in a row to have a lot of power. They were few, and they could choose freely who among the men they wanted to have as a mate. Those huntresses were known for not changing their initial choice, keeping the same partner in all instances where the hunt was plentiful. This was not good for her chosen one, though. It never was. Accidents. The chosen males would oftentimes suffer an accident during the hunts. Amara paused and surveyed the reaction of all humans before concluding her explanation. This is why Bhaela had to clarify that her relationship with her companions was restricted to business. She was afraid the three of you would assume that one of her assistants was her chosen one, while the other was jealously plotting his death. Nathan was speechless at how the ancient Irisians organized their primitive societies. That explained some of his questions, or rather, that explained a lot of them. For starters, it solved the mystery of the matriarch system, and why the females still seem to have more power in their current society. It also explained the Irisians' tendency to be secretive. Undoubtedly, the Core Galaxy Alliance may have amplified that inclination by how they treated the Irisians, but that doesn't change the fact the roots of that behavior likely trace back to the period Amara just elucidated. If that historical era persisted long enough for evolution to do its thing, it was possible that such a trait was no longer just a cultural phenomenon. It could be etched into their genome, an inheritance from times of hardship. Before Nathan could think of all the ramifications, Rio pointed at the ox oil that momentary had left the protection of the trees and said, "Is she killing that thing, or is she all talk?" Zara threw Rio a dirty look, while one of the male hunters whispered something in Bahila's ears. "Oh, one of the aliens is doubting our skills? Don't worry, we'll show him." Amara didn't seem to mind Rio's comment and just watched their exchange, only speaking after a brief silence had ensued. "Before you do anything, would you introduce your assistants, Paila? You are quite polite with a lowly huntress for someone of your standing. I don't know if I should be grateful or worried." Paila addressed Amara and then shifted her focus to the group of humans. "There is no mystery about my baits. Vutier is a former mercenary who got tired of dealing with aliens, and there's also Erich, who simply has a family to feed. Both of them are competent enough to convince me to entrust my life to them during our hunts." Nathan assumed the one who whispered in Bahaila's ear was the former mercenary, Vutier. He was nearly as tall as Bahaila, and he was somewhat imposing, even to Nathan, who didn't get impressed easily. Arik, on the other hand, was fit but not bulky. Standing close to Bahaila and Vutier, he looked unremarkable, but if he were alone, he would stand out as much as Zanvalor. "Why are you calling them baits?" Nathan asked a question even though she wouldn't understand him directly. Vudier whispered in Pila's ears again. Then she replied, "Because that's what they are. I'm a leaper and they are baits." As proved by Amara's claws interacting with her AR visors, her attention was split. Still, she interjected, "It is easier to show them rather than explain, Piela." Her gaze fell upon Amara, but instead of replying to her in any way, she squatted down and retrieved a clay bowl that had been placed to the metal fence. She then turned towards the humans and said, "It's a pity that we don't have many white drop trees in this neck of the woods. There's nothing better than the feeling of freshly drawn sap sticking to your claws before starting a hunt." Pila dipped her pitch-black claws into the bowl, and when she took them out, their blackness was hidden by the white coat of a sticky substance adhering to them. She repeated the process for the other hand and climbed the fence using only her legs and tail. "Let's catch some big game, boys, and remember, corned prey is always dangerous." As Vutior and Arik unceremoniously followed her to the fence, Nathan's mind was already picturing the oxoil dying after being scratched by those poisonous claws. Of course, that white substance had to be poison. What else would it be? Such a fool he was for assuming the Iretians would take the beast down in a fair fight. But wait, could he really say it was unfair? If that liquid in Paela's claw was the sap of a tree, weren't the Iretians from the past just using primarily their intelligence to hunt, just like a group of ancient humans with pointy sticks? Besides, if they were planning to use poison to hunt, how would they eat the meat afterward? And that was not all. How would she give a deep scratch to that dangerous animal without dying in the process? Could that poison act fast enough to kill such a big creature before it could retaliate? In Nathan's opinion, that was extremely unlikely. Those unanswered questions guaranteed that Nathan's full attention was now focused on the hunting party. He went as far as deploying his drones to get a see-through view of the enclosed space, but he had not activated the custom view mode yet. He first wanted to watch them only through his natural senses. Vutier and Arik were the first to move. They jumped inside the fence at the same time. Nathan found it hard to believe how silent their landing was. The duo sneaked behind the trees as their bodies blended with the background. But, since the many eyes outside the fence were not the ones the duo were trying to deceive, the dynamic patterns in their body looked nothing like the perfect camouflage that Nathan was used to seeing in the Iresians. The only thing Vutier and Arik were trying to hide from was the oxoil, after all. The only thing he found on the spot where the poking occurred was the tip of a tail. Nathan mimicked her silent tone. "It takes more than some kid's prank to startle us. If you can fetch me a sample of that poison, it won't be a problem." Nathan was pointing at the half-empty bowl that Pila had left on the ground. "I can do better." Amara pushed the bowl away from him with her tail. "I could take you to the tree where my assistants extracted it." "That's my kind of tour." Nathan couldn't help but smile. "We go tomorrow then. One last question. How did you know the bowl contained poi?" Amara stopped her question midway when the oxoil noticed Vutier and promptly charged toward him. Pila silently took the opportunity to join the fray, jumping inside the enclosed space and immediately hid behind a large tree trunk. It was no accident that Vutier had been spotted. He was alternating his color between white and red, purposely attracting the oxoil outside the cover of the tree trunks. The beast was furious, charging with its main horn aimed at his position. Vutier wasted no time. Before the oxoil had reached his position, he dashed behind another tree as his body blended with the background. The oxoil was unable to see his movement, but that didn't mean it forgot about him. As soon as it reached Vutier's previous location, the creature began a frantic series of attacks at every single corner and empty space surrounding it. It didn't escape Nathan's notice that the oxoil was not attacking at random. Instead, it was doing a literal brute force search, trying to kill Vutier at every possible place someone could be hiding. With canopies shaking and a continuously increasing number of spur holes leaking out blue sap on the tree trunks, Nathan's heart rate soared at the sight of the raging creature getting closer and closer to Vutier's new position by sheer virtue of trial and error. But if he stays there, Before Nathan could finish his sentence, a bunch of pebbles hit the raging creature from the other side of the fence. Arik had unblended his color from the background and was making a lot of noise. The Oxoil's response was immediate. It abandoned the blind search for Vutior and charged at full speed toward the new enemy. Arik relied on the same tactic that Vutior had used before, dashing behind a boulder and hiding as the beast approached him. His current position was not visible to Nathan. Oh, now I see why they are called baits. That was a pretty smart way to keep the creature busy. Nathan had to give the Irisians that. As one of them relocated and found a safe position to hide, the other kept the creature aggressive and wasting its energy in its furious search. It was also obvious how hunting accidents mentioned by Amara happened in the Irisians' past. Given the level of coordination required to keep the large creature at bay, it only took a single mistake, with the timing to remove the competition from the equation. Nathan was certain that putting their trust in the wrong individual was a death sentence for the ancient Irisians. As for how much that translated into their current society, Nathan could only speculate. That, or he could simply ask Amara later. Good thing I have you to warn me. Nathan sought the Huntress, but found nothing. With that failure as a cue to activate the custom view mod, his artificial eyes looked for what his natural ones were missing. It took him no more than a second to find Hyla surreptitiously climbing a tall tree, careful not to alert the Oxoil and avoiding relying on her hands. She was doing this to prevent losing a good chunk of the white substance sticking to her claws on her way up. Pela's tail was the main propelling force as she coiled it around smaller branches and pushed her body upward. With her feet guiding her climb by griping on both sides of the trunk, she reached a large branch and let Nathan see something impressive. She wrapped her tail around a high branch and let go of her feet. Just like a bat hanging off a cave ceiling, Pela stayed unmoving nearly 5 meters above the ground, supporting her full weight with nothing but her tail. Nathan ordered some of the drones to observe her from the Oxoil's perspective, and from there, it was as if there was nothing at all on her position, just the usual leaves and branches that every Thee had. Her camouflage was extremely good, and so was the location she had chosen. Even if she found herself in need to open her orange eyes for a moment, this would be extremely unlikely to give away her position to the Oxoil. What kind of creature could keep track of all canopies above them while surrounded by enemies on the ground after all? It will happen soon. Amara pointed at the 2 males with her tail. Preparing the perfect ambush is the job of the baits, and Baela is good at selecting her partners. My mother should have praised me for choosing her to showcase the worth of our species. Vutier and Arik were seamlessly guiding the raging creature to the place where Baela was waiting. Each time they attracted the attention of the Oxoil to themselves, the path the Oxoil took during its charges was getting closer and closer to where the Huntress was waiting for it with her poisonous claws ready. Nathan's heart skipped a beat when the large beast walked beneath Pela, but even though he was certain she wouldn't miss the opportunity and would pounce, she did nothing and kept waiting without moving an inch from her position. The males didn't seem to mind her reluctance and continued to annoy the raging creature. Nathan was trying to understand why they were doing this, but only in the 4th instance that the Oxoil passed below the Huntress that a moment of epiphany struck him. The incessant charges followed by attacks with the spurs and horns were becoming fewer and far between, which could only mean one thing: the beast was getting tired. The group of Irisians, on the other hand, had moved sparingly and made very little effort. They could only be preserving their energy for the right moment. Nathan's eyes widened as Vutior and Arik came together close to the spot below Baela, changing their colors to red. The ambush would occur now. The large creature charged at the males at once, but it lacked the same speed and violence it had at the start. A moment before the Oxoil's head had even reached the space below her, Pela's tail let go of the tree branch. She fell gracefully, only opening her orange eyes mid-fall as they darted between both her sets of claws and the Oxoil in a split second. During her fall, the moving Oxoil had advanced enough for its neck to be in the right place for a collision with the falling Huntress. Before the beast could react, it happened. Pela's claws, powered by the momentum of her fall, penetrated deeply on both sides the Oxoil's neck. A violent response followed quickly, but when the beast tried to impale Pela with its lateral horn from the right, Pela's body was already flipping mid-air toward the left. With part of her momentum canceled by her attack, she didn't break her legs when she reached the ground. Still, her body rolled twice to absorb the impact. Transparent droplets had formed on Nathan's forehead as he watched the fast-sequenced action. Bahala didn't have a second to recover. Upon turning toward the beast, a sharp spur was already flying against her face. Her reaction was immediate. She used her camouflage at the same time that she evaded a hit by bending her upper body backward. Except, just that would not be enough to survive, because the oxoil already knew where she was. That's why Vutior and Arich came to her rescue by getting dangerously close to the raging creature as they alternated the color of their body in a sequence of red, green, and white. This only distracted the oxoil for a second before another spur kick was launched in her direction. She was forced to evade once more, stirring the dead leaves on the ground with her feet and confirming her current position to the beast. Nathan squinted his eyes as he watched her struggle. Bahala was now facing a serious predicament. The oxoil promptly turned, ready to charge at her with its main horn aimed at her center of mass. That's when Vutior sunk his claws at the large creature's rear right below its tail, scratching it superficially between its legs but causing enough pain for it to roar and turn its neck and head to its back. When the oxoil attention returned to Bahala, there was nothing there anymore. The creature immediately searched for another target, but Vutior and Arik, who moments later were giving their all to distract the creature, had also vanished from its sight. While breathing heavily and with no other annoying enemy capturing its attention, the oxoil walked towards the fence where Nathan and the others were watching it struggle. It stopped right in front of Amara, Nathan, and Zara, and roared with its mouth wide open in a last attempt to intimidate them. Nathan knew there and then that was a dead alien animal walking. A few long breaths later, Nathan witnessed it limp and tumble. As its large body touched the ground, he saw an overall happy atmosphere spreading among the Irisians. Bahala, Vutior, and Arik triumphantly left their hiding spots and gathered next to their trophy. At the same time, synchronized waves of a shy yellow began speeding among the audience. The camera crew, the welders, and even those who were there for security, all of them joined the cheerful waves of yellow as they rushed to lean over the fence and watch the conclusion from a closer position. Zara and Ryo turned, showing interest in their conversation this time. Is it such a big of a deal to hunt an oxoil? To Nathan, beyond satisfying his curiosity, it hadn't been particularly enjoyable to watch the large creature being hunted. Normally it would not be. Amara was unfazed by the stares of Zara and Ryo, who were only listening. But they are not stupid. The workers know that you humans are watching and that we are filming for a reason. They suspect that this is an important moment for our species, even without being aware of the specifics. I cannot assume anything about your species, but to us, the sap of white drop trees is only poisonous if it enters our bloodstream. Amara pointed to the claw marks left on the neck of the fallen oxoil with the tip of her tail. Bahala was also careful to only scratch it on the veins that carry blood to the oxoil's brain. Seriously? Now that was something that impressed Nathan. Bahala's graceful accuracy as she fell was impressive on its own, but knowing that she had aimed for a very specific place on the neck of the oxoil put yet another layer of awesomeness to her skills. All yellow on Amara's neck vanished, her expression returning to neutral. We will still be happy if you join us later. There will be food for everyone. Nathan was surprised by how well Amara took Zara's comment. The little he knew of the princess suggested she had a somewhat sassy personality, but Nathan's surprise only lasted until Amara kept talking moments later. If I'm not mistaken, that lab-grown meat you gave our species will also be on the menu. I trust we still have plenty left over on a fridge somewhere. For a moment, Nathan feared that the conversation would escalate into a loud argument, but Zara's reply was unexpected. Nathan sighed at a potential source of contention being diffused. He was never fond of disagreements, and had always been happy being the one big dude among his friends who rarely got involved in fights. As if Amara had heard his thoughts and decided to mock him, immediately after Zara had replied, Amara turned toward Rio at a distance and said, "What about you, Rio? Will you try the meat and join us at the fest tonight? Or do you have reservations about eating meat from a sentient being?" This was the first time that Amara addressed Rio directly after what had happened inside the ship. It seems like she wasn't holding a grudge against him, or maybe she just wanted to make amends and keep a civil relationship with Rio and the Martian Republic, possibly to try and improve it in the months to come. "I'll eat whatever," Rio replied, not even uncrossing his arms. "But I'd prefer if our dinner is not poisoned." The concentration of "Spare me the science lesson, princess." Rio blew some air in his own hair to take some loose black strands from his eyes. "The concentration of poison will be 0 if you let me kill another one of those beasts." "I cannot allow it." It was agreed with the humans from the space station that the conditions for the participation of your species in the hunt would be defined after they received today's footage. Before you can fight an ox-oil, we have to at least agree to the weapons your team will be allowed to use. Team, the Earthling and the rich girl can stay behind the fence where they belong. Rio reached for both his knives and unsheathed them from his belt. As for weapons, I need no more than those 2 bad boys. Nathan was a pacifist, but Rio's face, yet again, was looking quite punchable. No words were needed between himself and Zara for them to understand they were thinking the same thing. "I cannot allow you to risk your life here." When she started speaking, Nathan thought Amara was worried about Rio. "But if I contact your superiors and inform them of your intentions first, I could allow you to proceed as you see fit." Yet, when she fished, he was sure she only wanted plausible deniability. "Whatever makes you sleep at night, princess." Rio turned away from Amara and stoically began to wait, not taking a single step from where he was standing. Nathan never doubted Rio's skill of being unfriendly, but this time the Martian had outdone himself. Both Nathan and Zara not enjoying his company was already a given. However, the looks he was getting from every Irisian who had a translator spoke volumes of what they think of him. "Can he truly kill an ox-soil alone?" Amara whispered in Nathan's ear. A hint of yellow flashed on her skin at the same time that Nathan heard some malevolence in her voice. "Perfect." This was an account based on Nathan Everett's impressions of how the Irisians hunt. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6th query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa and the translation logs of Princess Amara Orlin. Lunas's query. What happened after Bela defeated the Oxoil? Your request will generate an account from multiple points of view. Do you wish to proceed? Luna 6th query. Yes. One of the several virtual screens appearing before Amara was showing what looked like a picture of Rio standing by the metal fence, waiting for his turn to fight an ox-oil. What that virtual screen was showing, however, was not a picture. It was a live feed. After Bahila's team had hunted the ox-oil, Amara had already done a lot. She had talked to Nathan, instructed the filming crew, talked with the butchers who would extract the meat from the dead animal, and even contacted the joined space station to confirm with Rio's superiors that he had permission to do what he wanted. She did most of that while inside the private tent that her assistants had prepared for her. This was her first time entering the tent. She wanted to get some rest and some time alone given that the previous 3 days had been hectic. During all the time she was inside, Rio hadn't taken a single step from his spot along the metal fence. This was so extreme that she found it unnerving. So she kept bringing up the live feed with the Martian ambassador on her AR visors, even though there was nothing new to see. Even for an Irisian, who could slow down their metabolism and wait several hours for an ambush, to stand upright for an extended period of time without moving a muscle or leaning into any solid structure would be a hard task. But for a human, how hard would that be? She dismissed the video stream showing Rio and took a peek at the other individuals she was keeping track of. The first one was Elisira. Since she was alone, Amara didn't try to do anything to prevent gray or red from appearing on her body as she observed her. There was no live footage of her former friend, but there were people constantly updating her with recent pictures. Elisira was sitting alone on a thin three brunch outside of the enclosed hunting ground. Amara caught a glimpse of gray and red in some of the images, but Elisira was doing surprisingly well at keeping her emotions under control. Much better than Amara herself, which only made her angrier. It had always been Elisira who had trouble hiding her true feelings. Why was she holding up so well now? She dismissed the virtual screen with Elisira's pictures and brought up another one with Nathan's live footage in it. Her new alien friend was close to the containers again, sticking his hand dangerously close to the mouth of an oxoil, which made Amara forget about Elisira for a minute as she envisioned several scenarios of accidents in her mind. She gave an order for several of her guards, the ones who carried the real guns, to keep an eye on the botanist and intervene in case he did something too stupid. After that, her attention moved to another live feed. This one showed Zenvalor and Zara having a private conversation in a discreet place beside one of the ships that belonged to his clan. Zenvalor might think that he had an edge on her by having an agent hidden among her security detail, but little did he know that the agent was in fact a double agent. Those two weren't too much of a problem, so Amara just dismissed the feed with their conversation and made a mental note to look into it later. Following that, she checked on the filming crew, the chief of the security team, the cooks, the radar operators, and lastly the meteorologists, before dismissing all of that and having a look at her own image in the old-fashioned mirror in front of her. She knew she only had a few minutes alone before she had to go back outside and tell Rio that he was allowed to do as he saw fit, so she would make every moment count. She had asked her assistants to prepare her tent with only essentials, but it looked like they went above and beyond to fulfill her request. Besides the basics, all of her preferred products had also been neatly placed on a humble dressing table, which by itself was a luxurious item to have in a place so isolated such as the vicinity of the Ebon Range. She rifled through the little boxes and vials, but found nothing she wanted at the moment. Remembering what had happened earlier, Amara forgot about those items and concentrated on creating vertical white straps that sharply covered the entirety of her body. The imperfections in her hair confirmed what she suspected. Earlier, Nathan had done a thorough job when he messed with the natural order of her strands, rendering her camouflage less effective. Unlike Bahala, who had mastered the old skill of making certain braiding patterns and having conscious control over the color of her strands, Amara had never learned how to keep her camouflage effective with different hairstyles, which meant that now she would have to return each strand that was out of place to its natural position. As she began to identify each misplaced strand, an incoming call from Aldrinch distracted her from her task. Given that Aldrinch was someone close to her, she casually accepted his call as she continued her task, not bothering to be seen by him with a messy appearance. Did something happen in the Chamber of Elders, Aldrinch? Aldrinch's image appeared on a virtual screen in front of her, while Amara was certain that her own image was showing as a giant floating head in Aldrinch's ancient holographic chamber. Ah, not that exactly, young one. I have a different topic to explore. It didn't escape Amara's notice that Aldrinch's eyes were moving a lot, as if he was truly paying attention to her appearance. Nothing set in stone, young friend, only whispers that merit your attention. Is it about the Queen? Ever since the instance when Nathan overheard their conversation, Amara had not been contacted by her mother, which was extremely concerning since Queen Kala had never given Amara this much freedom of action before. Indeed, but there are also murmurs circulating concerning you. Something I should be worried, said Amara as she finished re-establishing the natural order of the strands on the right half of her head. Determining that is beyond my realm, but permit me to clarify something first. How did your hair come to be like this? That question was all Amara needed to foresee how the whole conversation would go from now on. For someone who never leaves your resting chamber, your ability to collect information is truly remarkable. Age brings its own benefits, and having a lifetime of accrued favors certainly facilitates matters. It is true that I am now friends with Earth's ambassador. Amara stopped organizing the misplaced hair strands and focused on reading Aldrinch's reaction. If you are concerned about that being a decision I made because of what happened with Elisira, you can rest assured. I did not accept his friendship just because I was desperate to recover something I had lost. I know you well, young one. I know you wouldn't make mistakes of this nature. Aldrich allowed some gray to fill his face as he avoided her gaze. I remember as if it was yesterday when you, Elisira, and Xandrid would hide in my office and attempt to give me a scare. It was not easy to pretend I hadn't seen you all behind my desk every time you did the triple ambush on me. I always knew you could see us. Your fake jumps were not as convincing as you think they were. Amara also let some gray show before she inquired further. But you did not call me to remember the past, did you? In all honesty, my counsel to you is to tactfully decrease the closeness of your association with Earth's ambassador. Aldrich looked Amara in the eyes. There are some lines that should not be crossed, and mixing personal feelings in an interspecies endeavor that is so much bigger than any individual will not be good to anyone. Amara forced her colors to return to neutral as she spent a few seconds trying to articulate a reply, but the right words still felt elusive to her. Only after giving it some more thought, she went on. It is true what you said. I would also give you this advice if I was in your shoes, knowing as much as I suspect you know. But I have no doubt you would also see why I did this if you talked to Nathan for a few hours. It's unlike you to be so imprecise, young one. Amara could see that Aldrich also kept his true emotions inside as he surveyed her with his eyes for a few moments before replying. I cannot tell you what you should do, but I want you to promise me something. Keep my advice in mind and enhance your argument in the following days if you want me to agree with this friendship. Amara truly hated to be treated like a child, but she agreed that her argument was not very compelling. I will keep your words in mind, Aldrich. I am quite tired now, but I promise you that once I am rested, I will improve my argument. How could I not? Considering that Aldrich was moving on with the conversation, she had no reason not to do it as well. If she keeps refraining from interfering with what I do, this planet will be under a new rule within the 2 harvests. Is that all you can infer about her absence? This time Aldrich didn't bother hiding his disapproval. Amara could infer much more than that, and she would have replied more seriously if she knew that this was another one of Aldrich's unsolicited tests. The human presence should be by far the most important event happening on the planet during her lifetime. This is her best chance to etch her name in history. Amara's words flew so easily that she made Aldrich's test look like it was child's play. There are only 2 reasons I could imagine that are keeping her from being here. It is either the Core Galaxy Alliance or... It's your brother Xandrid and his army, young one. Aldrich cut her off with some approving yellow showing on his skin. Rumors have it that all illicit activities by the Resistance ceased in the initial days following the arrival of humans. Is Mother preparing for a war? Amara went straight to the point. She was running out of time and couldn't leave Rio and the several support crews waiting outside for much longer. I have no proof of her recent movements. Amara struggled to keep her skin from turning purple in confusion, but Aldrich soon clarified. The support I gave you in the last assembly of the Chamber of Elders didn't go unnoticed. Vizera and her group went to great lengths to prevent me from obtaining information about your mother's recent actions. I'm not aware of her intentions, but you should be prepared for anything. As long as Mother's orders remain the same, I still have the command of all the regiments protecting the air and land around the Eben Range. Amara was aware that Aldrich had paid a price for helping her in the Chamber of Elders. Instead of taking him, she would make sure to remember this when he needed her help in the future. She wouldn't let you and the humans unprotected, but that might not be enough. Aldrich's eyes connected with hers. I will send you the few loyal guards together with all the ships and guns I can move under the shadows. It's not much, but you can trust my guards enough to keep them close. Aldrich, I know that you are unable to spare anyone for my assistance. I cannot agree to that. Amara couldn't ask any more from Aldrich after all he had done. In the realm of reason, no one would allocate resources to eliminate someone of my age. You need protection more than I do, my young friend. Aldrich's black spots were encircled by some yellow. Your denial holds no weight. I already sent them your way and told them to follow your orders. Amara was speechless. Yet, even though she was overwhelmed by gratitude, she still read what was not being said by him. You are truly worried about me. I might be focusing too much on the humans and underestimating my enemies. Aldrinch's eyes widened and all the yellow gave way to purple. I taught you well, too well for your own good. There is nothing you can do about your enemies now. Focusing on the humans is the best for the future of Irissa. Amara pondered his words and found one thing she could do. No, there is still one thing I can do. Do me one more favor, Aldrinch, will you? I don't like the look in your eyes, young one. Amara could tell that Aldrinch was afraid of hearing what she had in mind. I will order the engineering team to cut off our communication when the humans accept, and they will accept, going to a hunt deep into the valleys of Ebon Range. Amara could barely keep the yellow from showing, and eventually she gave up trying. When the time comes, I need you to contact Elder Kivor and let him know that Zenvalor and I will be flying together. Say no more than that. This. Among traces of happiness, guilt, and sadness, Amara saw a display of complex emotions emerge on Aldrinch's skin. Oh, how I yearn to witness what kind of ruler you'll become. It's a pity I won't be here for much longer. Cheer up. Amara didn't need any words of confirmation to understand that Aldrinch had approved her idea. You still have many harvests ahead of you. And besides, I suspect the humans must have something to increase your longevity. You are right. Contrasting his words, gray took over his skin as he took a long time to go on talking. This battered soul won't impose on your time any longer. I understand that the present may not be the most opportune moment for conversation. Just promise me you will call me before you take the humans to the valleys. You have my word, Aldrinch. Amara noticed he was more in a hurry than herself to end the conversation. The connection was cut, and only her own image in the mirror remained. As she mulled over her conversation with Aldrinch, Amara continued to fix the misplaced hair strands on the left half of her head. Some Irisians could keep that extension of their skins growing to a length long enough to reach the base of their tails. Amara was unfortunate in that regard. Her strands would start to lose their dynamic color-changing nature when they grew past her shoulder. Her younger self would worry about this every time she was in front of a mirror. But now that the kind of problems she deemed worth her anxiety were so much bigger, Amara didn't even think about this quirk of her body as her sharp claw severed one long strand that had lost its color at its tip. Rio was waiting outside for permission to fight an oxoil. Nathan was being reckless around the enclosed beasts. Zara and Zenvalor likely were plotting their next move. Elisira was doing better than herself about the end of their friendship. All of that while war was looming over the horizon, and the whole planet was on the verge of being destroyed if nothing was done to prevent it. She took a good look at both sides of her head as she changed her colors and exclaimed, "Good." The bed her assistants had prepared for her looked inviting, the food over a table on the other side of the tent even more so. Still, Amara moved toward the door without looking back or hesitating. If Rio wanted to help her ruin humanity's reputation in the Senate, why she should prevent him from doing so? Her species would always be there if humanity found themselves lacking friends in the immediate future after all. Rio was getting tired of waiting. It helped a little to have some old TV shows playing on a pop-up window, courtesy of his personal file repository. But how much time has passed ever since Amara entered that tent to contact the space station? What a stupid question that was. It had passed exactly 46 minutes and 22 seconds. As always, the mission goals were always etched in his peripheral vision, getting in the way of a clear view. 1. Obtain information on the military capabilities of Irisian ships. 3. Study Irisian culture, biology, and ecosystem. 4. Show the superiority of Martian technology to the galaxy. Goal number 1 was currently in progress. Elisira would certainly give him a lot of valuable information now that she was also an agent of the Martian Republic. Goal number 2 would be a little harder. Maybe he could find a way to annoy Nathan enough so that he gives him a valid reason to extract some blood. If only the botanist would grow some balls and punch him in the face, that would undoubtedly be a valid reason to act in self-defense. As for goal number 3, Elisira could also help him a lot with Irisian culture and scientific research. Now that she was technically an ally, she could even do that job for him, depending on how trustworthy she turns out to be, of course. But Rio was not much worried about her. She had lost a lot and had no one besides the Martian Republic to rely on, so of course she would help. Goal number 4, on the other hand, would be the easiest one to accomplish. Mission Control had alerted him that there was a chance that the Irisians themselves were planning to use the footage of the hunt to scare the other species, and use the opportunity to close their ties with humanity. So, all he needed to do was show them firsthand what Martian technology could do. Rio was pondering that question when he caught a glimpse of Amara leaving her tent at a distance out of the corner of his eyes. Finally, he couldn't wait until she got closer so that he would be able to move from that stupid position. He got it that staying unmoving like that gave off a vibe of order and discipline that his superiors loved. But even with the help of the nanites improving the performance of his muscles, the pain in his legs and back was starting to bother him more than just a little. If only he wasn't required to do a daily synchronization, he would have abandoned that perfect soldier act a long time ago. Amara approached him and spoke right away. "I will allow you to do as you wish. The support crew will release the oxoil soon. I advise you to wait for its initial charge to die down before trying to face it in combat." Nathan was not around to take up her cudgels, so it was useless for Rio to be rude to her on purpose. Still, he hadn't forgotten what had happened inside the ship. This was an account based on the events that happened on Irisa after Bahyla had defeated the oxoil. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6th query. Set the source to the translation logs of Princess Amara Aurelin. Certainly. Amara watched Rio's confident stride with skepticism. Unlike Pyla and her team, he was casually walking toward the containers where the 3 remaining oxoils were being kept, not bothering to seek cover or use the terrain to his advantage. His display of arrogance was all the push Amara needed to give the order on the support channel. Ensure that the hunting grounds are cleared and release another oxoil. Although she hadn't summoned Zara and Nathan to watch the show this time, Amara could see many heads turning toward her as several workers came close to the metal fence to watch how this human would fight. If her mother was around, Amara was certain that this would be the moment when the Queen would order them to go back to their posts and find a way of making themselves useful. The Queen wasn't there, however, so Amara turned a blind eye to the curious workers and allowed them to watch the fight. She only did it, of course, because none of the people performing essential functions had left their posts to join the fun. Yalara was also coming to see the fight. Earlier, she had ordered her to retreat so that she and Zara could talk alone, but it seemed that Yalara too wanted to see how Rio would fare against the ancestral foe of the Arisians. He looked so small compared to the containers. Yalara broke the silence unceremoniously. All those days that I tried to get close to him wasted, only for him to end up crushed, bitten, or impaled. Yalara had finally accepted reality and had stopped trying to look human. Her true self was now exposed between the gaps of her tight clothes. It is not likely he will lose. Amara had given a lot of importance to Nathan's opinion about the odds of the fight. Zanvalor believes you only allowed him to fight the oxoil because you resent him for what happened to Elisira. Amara purposely allowed some red to display. She wanted to ensure that anyone who might be watching her would know what she thought about her private matters becoming public knowledge. It is not surprising that a fool who sold our resources for cheap would think like that. Yalara spoke, and the first word she said was all Amara needed to hear to understand that she was only conveying what Zanvalor had told her to. Zanvalor offered help to solve the Elisira problem for you. Amara showed some more red this time, not entirely purposely. If I wanted her gone, she would not be here anymore. Yalara's facade crumbled and purple took over. I'm sorry, Amara. I'm only passing a message. Did Zanvalor offer you a job? Did he notice that you were desperate after failing Mother's task and took advantage of you? Princess Purple took hold of Yalara's body, and then gray suddenly took over, only sparing her black spots. I'm not cut for those jobs. I failed the Queen, and now I just failed Zanvalor. Amara wanted to be angry at Yalara, but what she had just attempted, to act on Zanvalor's behalf and take advantage of Amara's weakness to get her in debt to Zanvalor's clan, had no chance of succeeding. It was similar to the task that the Queen had entrusted to Yalara to seduce Rio, something that was bound to fail from the beginning. Amara had to understand why Yalara kept doing that to herself, but that could wait until later. You refused my help several times already, but that ends now. Tonight, you either tell me why you are trying so hard to please the Queen and Zanvalor, or I will treat you as nothing but a liability from now on. Ah! Yalara didn't reply, but Amara's attention was no longer centered on her. From afar, she saw two male workers using a metallic rod to lift the door of one of the containers without entering the fence. Neither Rio nor the about-to-be-released ox oil were worth her attention at that moment. What was more interesting was the curious gazes of her people. Groups of workers of all genders gathered to watch the show, and even Vudior, Arik, and Bela leaned against the fence with curious expressions. Amara also found it interesting that neither Nathan nor Zara seemed to care for the fight. She didn't know exactly how to interpret that behavior, but one of the possibilities she entertained was that they did not doubt the outcome and, therefore, they saw no reason to watch it themselves. The last thing Nathan told her before she retreated to her tent was that an ox oil was likely tougher than any naturally occurring animal found on Earth. From his statement, she could infer that this shouldn't be an easy fight for a group of humans, much less for a single individual. The door of the container was lifted, and nothing happened immediately. The ox oil remained inside while Rio continued his calm stride toward the now open door, which meant his current position was in between the numerous threes at the center of the hunting grounds and the container, making this a situation that evoked some instinctive fear on Amara because Rio's current location lacked cover. There were no tree trunks, no boulders, and no underbrush. He was completely exposed. Unlike Bela and her team, Rio didn't attempt to deceive the ox oil in any way. After a roar from inside its cage, the beast charged directly at him, its main horn aimed at his center of mass. Rio didn't flinch at the approaching foe, nor did he slow down his pace or move his hands to grasp the handles of his knives. Amara couldn't understand the scene, her mind unable to make sense of any of his actions or the lack thereof. When the horn of the ox oil was a mere step away from Rio, Amara's tail coiled around the vertical bars as her toes supported her body, now leaning over the metal fence. Her eyes were transfixed on the battle. As the ox oil was about to touch him with the sharp horn, Rio jumped. The jump was not impressive on its own, his body lifting only half a meter from the ground. What was truly unbelievable to Amara was where both of Rio's feet had landed. Each one of his boots was pressing against the ox oil's head, the main horn restrained in between his legs. Amara had called the humans clumsy many times, but her eyes were barely able to follow what happened next. The ox oil responded as it typically did to any threat, by attacking it with all its might. It elevated its head with violence, trying to overpower the feeble creature with pure force. Rio didn't succumb to the sudden movement. Instead, in a display of finesse of control beyond human, he took advantage of the situation and catapulted his body into the air, effectively stealing the impetus of the ox oil's attack and using it to his advantage. Whether Rio did it on purpose or not, Amara couldn't tell. But the way he subsequently flipped his body in the air and plummeted head first gave off a vibe weirdly similar to Bela's ambush. As Rio fell, his eyes closed for a moment, as though his mind was so at ease that he was enjoying the moment. It was only when his fall was nearly approaching its end that he reached for both knives in his belt and swiftly stabbed the ox oil's neck from both sides at once, both blades sinking their full length inside the animal. Leveraging the sharpness of the knives, he drew them upward, leaving behind two enormous wounds. He then propelled his body backward, using both his fists that still held the knives. This was the first and last time he touched the beast directly. Amara struggled to believe her eyes. Rio fell gracefully behind the animal and didn't even watch his back to protect against a follow-up spur attack. The ox oil tumbled as two streams of red were gushing forth vigorously on both sides. And it did so without even uttering its final roar. The assessment of the implications escaped her mind as Amara surveyed the utter silence pervading the crowd. Whether it was the welders, guards, cooks, or even Baela and her team, it didn't matter. Silence was unanimous. When her eyes returned to the defeated Oxoil, the scene evoked intense bittersweetness. On the one hand, if all she wanted was for the humans to be seen as equally as dangerous as her species by the Senate, that was it. On the one hand, though, a certain pride that comes with being considered the most dangerous species on the stairs had been shaken in her core. Knowing how much Irisa would gain by sharing that footage with the Senate eased the toll on her emotions, which she kept contained inside with little to no trouble. But that was only Amara. Just like the wave of yellow that had previously spread when Paela's group successfully defeated the Oxoil, a less energetic and more individualistic gray took hold of the crowd individual by individual. If even she, who had watched the last assembly of the Chamber of Elders with Amara and was aware of the plan, was feeling like that, then the common people, that was bad, terrible even. And now that the whole crowd had seen the fight, it was too late to contain the spread of information. How did she let a crisis of that nature happen under her supervision? Her mother and the elders had spent the entirety of the previous harvest working hard to combat the narrative of the revolutionaries, the one that claimed they had no other option but to accept the new planet from the Core Galaxy Alliance and abandon Irisa. And now Amara would ruin the elders' efforts with a single fight, shattering the little hope left on the hearts of the common people. If only she hadn't allowed it. Why did she let Rio do as he wanted when everything was going so well? She constricted the metal bar with all her might, but then released it. Now was not the time to blame herself or exempt herself from fault. The 10 days of isolation she took because of the mistake she made on the first day of the mission had helped with nothing, and she wasn't about to repeat that fiasco anytime soon. Instead, she had to fix this. The real question was how. She didn't find a solution as she watched the widespread gray subside and morph into an exchange of whispers where purple reigned supreme. It was easy to imagine the nature of the words being exchanged, but not so much what she could say to undo what had been done. For the moment, her best course of action was to coordinate the removal of the Oxoil and ensure that no meat would be wasted. Simultaneously, she would observe the crowd, trying to gauge the extent of the damage that would inevitably happen when the news of Rio's fight inevitably reached the masses. It was at that time that she heard the sound of sliding metal humming along its track. Her eyes were drawn toward the source of the noise, the container with the Oxoil inside. Nathan was there, releasing the animal by himself from the inside of the fence and using nothing but his hands, nonetheless. "What is he doing?" asked Yalara. Amara didn't reply, because she didn't know what to think of it. He hadn't asked for permission to get involved in the fight, nor had he informed her of his intentions. Was that because of the rivalry between Earth and Mars? Had he felt compelled to participate after Rio's overwhelming display? Before she could consider how she would handle the situation, Nathan simply went to the other container and lifted its sliding door, attracting even more attention to himself, and causing all the whispering of the crowd to die down, some of them sensing that something was amiss and leaning against the fence while narrowing their eyes. With both containers now opened, Amara could do nothing but wait for the initial charge of both beasts. She was worried about how Nathan's independent and unannounced actions would impact the already dire situation she was facing. There was also concern for his safety, even though Nathan was solely responsible for his actions. Weirdly, though, time was passing and none of the Oxoils had left their cages. Nathan was doing nothing besides staring at them with interest from close by. It took a while, but when the expected violent charge finally happened, Amara was disturbed by what she saw. Both beasts sprang towards Nathan, and when they got closer, instead of moving elegantly like Rio, he raised his arms defensively in a way that looked so clumsy that she couldn't contain some purple from appearing in places hidden behind her clothes as she envisioned a disaster. The moment both pointy horns missed Nathan by an inch was one she would never forget. For both beasts had advanced past him as if Nathan was a stationary boulder innocuous to them. Amara had to close her eyes and open them again to confirm if they hadn't betrayed her. With deliberate intent, she suppressed her confusion from showing, but among the bystanders, light purple was appearing everywhere. She even noticed some individuals whose black spots had been squeezed to oblivion by the intensity of their emotions. Unlike Yalara, who had studied the human's nonverbal communication to exhaustion for the sake of seducing Rio, Amara was learning all of that through practice, which meant she couldn't be as certain as Yalara. Still, she had no reason to doubt the expert. The beasts lost interest in the outside quickly as they continued their vain attempt to find a gap in the metallic structure. But Amara couldn't be bothered to observe them. Her full attention was focused on Nathan, who was cautiously strolling towards her position from inside the fence as his eyes moved between the oxoils and herself. It was torture to preserve her dignified image and not to shout her questions at Nathan, who was not close enough to keep a civilized conversation yet. "How did you do this?" Yalara asked loudly. Amara threw her a dirty look and added her question even louder. "Why did you do this?" Nathan's gaze alternated between Amara and Yalara, not knowing what to do. He then took a deep breath and ignored them both until he was a bit closer. "The how is complicated. As for why I did this, it's just because it's unfair." Any satisfaction she would get from having only her question answered faded quickly as she tried to make sense of his reply. Was Nathan referring to the previous fight being unfair to him? It was true that Rio had stolen the spotlight for himself, but that was unlikely. Nathan hadn't expressed any desire to participate in any fighting before. Was Nathan referring to the previous fight being unfair to Earth? That was a possibility. They might be interested in showing their skills, even if not in the same way that the Martian ambassador had done. Another possibility that crossed her mind was that Nathan was acting on her behalf, but that didn't make any sense considering that he most likely was unaware of how Rio's fight would affect her species. "Explain this unfairness you speak of." Amara was not as angry as before, yet she still had to understand why he had acted without consulting her first. "Well, the way that Rio fought was unfair to the oxoil." Nathan was scratching his head as he spoke. "I just wanted to show how it wouldn't be so easy to fight against them without relying on technology. But, I couldn't make them behave as friendly as I did when they were in the containers and they just ran away." It was only upon recalling his words with precision that she noticed something important she had missed. Nathan had just said that Rio had relied a lot on technology to win against the oxoil, and he said that in public, while most of the crowd was listening to him. There weren't a lot of them who had a translator, but the number of those who did was high enough to spread the information when the whispers would re-emerge after Nathan returned to safety. "Behind you!" Yalara shouted, taking Amara out of her inner world. Coming from the trees, at the center of the enclosed space, emerged the two oxoils. Amara was incapable of being at ease at their approach, even though Nathan himself didn't panic at the warning. He stayed still, not trying to hide or run as both beasts approached, each from one side. Nathan was calm but never took his eyes off them. The one to his right seemed indifferent to his existence. To Amara and every other Irisian who was there, this was unbelievable. The other beast, on the other hand, began to smell him from head to toe, moving only its long neck to reach Nathan's entire body. Following its every move, Nathan skillfully avoided the main horn of the oxoil, which swung inconsequentially, making Amara's heart skip a beat each time it brushed against his clothes. As distressing as this pattern was, its lack of purpose gave a sense of security, which unfortunately was short-lived. All of a sudden, the animal moved with purpose, aiming its main horn at Nathan. A wave of purple propagated in a flash among Irisians. Nathan was quick to react, intercepting the horn with both hands and stopping it with great effort. Amara was about to order her guards to intervene, when Nathan simply yelled, "No, bad boy!" His words were followed by a kick right in the beast's jaw that didn't do much more than make it retreat a few inches in annoyance. Putting themselves in Nathan's shoes, the whole crowd protected their bellies with their tails and turned purple, some going even further and blending themselves with the background instinctively. But what happened was different than anything they could have imagined. The oxsoil was not bothered by Nathan's attack and simply turned its head back to lick Nathan's arm gently with its enormous mouth. Only now Nathan's eyes left the animals and scanned the Irishans outside the fence. A pop-up explaining roughhousing showed up in front of Amara. She read through the text and barely could believe that humanity had a word like that. She glimpsed at Nathan, then at the baffled citizens, Yalara included, who were so confused that Amara was unable to tell what would happen when they recovered. She still had numerous questions to ask and too many things to worry about, but with how everything had turned out, she decided she wouldn't ask them right now. The notion that the lack of interference from her mother would make everything go as she wished had vanished, giving way to way more uncertainty than she was comfortable dealing with. Instead of trying to learn more about how Nathan had tamed the oxsoils or how Rio had defeated one, she just said, "Get out of there, we need to talk later." She didn't believe she had said anything wrong, but Nathan seemed to have taken it the wrong way. He took a brief look at the oxsoils, and then he left them behind and ran toward her. Under the gazes of many, Nathan climbed the fence and said, "Did I screw up that badly?" "I do not have that answer." Amara's tail wrapped around his wrist, and she helped him get back to the ground. Before Nathan could finish his sentence, she sealed his mouth with her tail and said, "Go take a shower. You are stinking." After that, Amara checked with the filming crew to confirm if they had recorded everything. Upon receiving a positive reply, she turned her back to every single inquiring gaze and returned to her tent quietly. This was an account based on how Amara reacted to the human interaction with the oxsoils. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6 query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Orisa. Of course. Luna 6 query. Tell me what happened the night after the fight with the oxsoil. Your request will generate an account from multiple points of view. Do you wish to proceed? Rio's perspective. Rio was sitting on a fallen tree. The light of the blue star had stopped touching his skin nearly an hour prior, leaving only the faint light that lingered from the peculiar purplish alien sunset. The artificial lights from the tents and ships were too distant to illuminate the surroundings properly, but that was not a problem since his eyes still could see the movements of the knife in his right hand. Are you done yet? Asked Elisira. On his left hand, there was a piece of wood. It was nearly identical to the knife on his right hand, and it was getting more perfect each time he chipped away some wood. The most important difference was that it had nothing but blunt edges. Why does it need to be so realistic? Rio was also taking his time to ensure that it would be as dark as possible when their fighting class began. Elisira was a complete beginner, and if he also wanted to gain something by fighting her, he would have to give her every advantage possible, which of course included not even thinking about using fight mode as he had done to defeat the oxsoil. Elisira was impatiently walking around him, and sometimes even letting her tail pass right in front of his eyes. He could swear she was doing it on purpose, but he wouldn't complain and made up his mind he would pay her back during training. It was unexpected that Mission Control had approved her request so easily, even more so after the generous salary that they offered her, along with the promise of Martian citizenship after the end of the mission. If he had not seen by himself the authentication token of the Federal Office for Migration being annexed in the documents, Rio would have suspected that they might have been tricking her with empty promises. Seeing how much they valued her made him quite happy, that is, because the merits of her co-option were all his. And that was not all. Now there were only 2 goals stamped on his field of view. 1. Obtain information on the military capabilities of Irisian ships. 2. Collect a sample of Nathan's blood. Goal 3. Study Irisian culture, biology, and ecosystem had been marked as complete simply by having Elisira working with him from now on. Goal 4. Show the superiority of Martian technology to the galaxy was completed after the fight. Rio could already smell 1 or 2 promotions if he completed the other 2 remaining goals as flawlessly as he did the other 2. And the best of all was that he still had almost a year to do that. He thought, so easy. Are you angry that Nathan did better than you? Rio only raised an eyebrow at her question, not bothering to reply. His goal was never to impress the Irisians more than Nathan, It was just to show the potential of Martian technology, which he did flawlessly. I understand how that feels like. Amara nearly always did better than me in anything we did. She stopped walking around. And even when that was not the case, no one would care how well I did in anything. I hope you can fight as well as you can talk. Rio stood up and stored his real knife while keeping the blunt copy in his hand. He saw some hints of red on her skin, but she made it disappear as soon as he got closer to her. I've seen enough of how your species fights to understand that holding something like a knife would only make you weaker. Anyone would know that a floating knife in the air was being held by a hand or a tail. If you want to see me naked that badly, I don't mind, but these clothes will ensure you don't have to worry about accidentally hurting me with your claws. She stopped complaining, touched the fabric of his jacket with her tail, then with her claws, and soon there was a flash of understanding in her eyes. Still, his bad joke didn't go unpunished. I truly can't understand how humans see nakedness as taboo when you have such boring skins. What were you expecting? That I would show you some fighting styles and you would repeat the movements I teach you? Rio's face turned sour. I'm a human. All I can do is tell you if your attacks work or not until you develop your own fighting style. This will likely be very different from how Amara or any other Irisians are thought to fight. If you don't want that, we can stop right now. No, Elisira replied instantly. I saw your fight early and I want you to teach me. Please, just say what I have to do and I will do it. For now, just attack me. Rio saw the determination in her orange eyes, which vanished from his sight as her whole body blended with the darkness around her. He did not activate the infrared view mode and concentrated on the sounds, waiting for her attack as he surveyed the movements on the short undergrowth below. When he noticed some small leaves being flattened, he changed his stance and restrained a clawed hand, aiming for his belly. Then he thrust the fake knife toward where he believed her body was, causing his hand to be intercepted by a tail that coiled around his arm. She released Rio, and they continued. Oh. Too noisy. Beware of the grainy soil. Not enough power in your grip. You'll just scratch me, then you are dead like this. That's better. You incapacitated both of my arms and put me in a bad position, but you still lost. Elisira was holding both of his wrists with her claws, her tail coiling around his neck. I would kick your face like this, and then I would stomp you until you stopped moving. Rio flaunted his flexibility by raising his right foot at the height of Elisira's nose. Again, it's not fair that I won't win once. Elisira was breathing heavily. Her movements had dulled, and the high temperature of her body could be felt every time their skin touched. And yet she persisted. At some point, Rio had made up his mind that this training would go on until she gave up. But this was already too much. A pop-up window appeared in front of him. Rio was sweaty and tired. He hadn't even tasted that ox oil meat yet. Nothing was keeping him from telling Elisira that this would be all training for now, except for his pride. That and the fact he was having a lot of fun watching her fast progress. He yawned, but still refused to use the diminishing returns excuse. Go ahead. Nathan's perspective. The blue star was about to set, and he had already taken a shower twice. But the lingering smell of ox oil was bothering him still. What was he thinking when he decided to rub that oily pheromone all over his skin? When he had asked Amara for some soap and she allowed him to enter her tent and use anything she had in the shower area, Nathan had thought his plight would be over. Yet, little did he know that the soap the Irisians had was useless on human skin. And that was not all. Nothing that Amara had among her belongings had any fragrance whatsoever. In a hurry to join the party outside, Nathan set aside that question. He got dressed and accepted his fate of being the smelly guy at the party. At the very least, the reason for his bad smell was very public, and no one would question his hygiene. Upon leaving the tent, he recognized the guard who had approached him before, when Amara's security detail had thought his laughter was a sign of aggression against her. Nathan was wondering if he wanted to cause trouble now that he was alone, when the guard said, "The princess is waiting for you. I was tasked to take you there." As soon as they began their short journey, however, something else caught his attention. The looks he was getting from the Irishans felt very different. Before the fight, the most he would get when he passed by a group of Irisian would be some curious gazes followed by the typical halt of any conversations. Now, however, some of them were staring longer, and any group close to his path would give way to his passage even when it was not needed. Nathan would be lying if he said that this behavior didn't make him feel more self-conscious of his bad smell. It was the smell, though, a good one, which reminded him of roasted meat, that let him know that they arrived at the place where the Irishans were preparing the food. He tried to find the source of the smell, but all he found were huge stoves in the open with some large saucepans that didn't look like were being used to roast anything. It was only when the guard kept advancing outside of the vicinity of the tents that everything made sense. 5 bonfires were blazing on the east side of the metallic fence where the fight previously happened. The crackling sounds of burning wood and makeshift stools spread in circles around the fire was something that looked familiar. He saw it as a scene that could easily be mistaken for one from Earth, except for a single detail that made everything extremely weird. None of the Irisians were sitting with their front facing the fire. Instead, they were holding sticks full of chunks of meat with their tails as their eyes were facing the opposite side of the fire. He was prepared for many cultural differences, but this was just weird. "The princess is waiting for you over there." The guard pointed at the most distant bonfire using his tail. "Thank you, Azanor." Nathan remembered his name, but forgot it once again during the short time it took to get to the bonfire, where Amara and someone else were waiting for him. He noticed that this bonfire in particular was very empty when compared to the others that were bustling with activity. Yalara? He had never seen her like this, in her natural neutral colors and wearing a loose-fitting shirt, too transparent for human standards, paired with what looked like some workout shorts that had a hole for her tail in the back. Yalara's color didn't change, but Nathan noticed that her black spots had contracted for an instant at Amara's comment. Nathan only gave a short and somewhat ambiguous comment to avoid the classic trap of commenting on any woman's physical appearance. Whether that rule applied to the Irisians or not, it was not something he desired to be the first to discover. "There is something we need to discuss, all of us." Amara's tail pointed at Yalara and then at Nathan, making it clear that the following talk included both of them. "But first grab a stick. I want to hear what you think of the meat." Nathan found the sticks in a large glass bowl, complying with her request without much consideration. Had the meat originated from either of the 2 amenable ox soils, he would have declined. But given that this was not the case, he had no reason to abstain from trying it. What truly bothered him was how, as soon as he took a seat, he found himself feeling weird, as he was the only one using his hand to hold the skewer above the flames. Amara and Yalara were by his side, but just like the other Irisians, they were holding their skewers with their tails and not facing the fire like he, or any other human, would certainly do. It seems that it didn't even cross their minds that humans didn't have a tail to do things as they did. I should be the one asking the questions. Nathan reached the breaking point. Why would you have a bonfire and give up the cozy ambiance to this? He used his free hand to point at the weird way that the Irisians were sitting around the bonfires. Amara and Yalara exchanged a look, and some light purple manifested on both of them. "Give up the cozy ambiance? How?" asked Amara. Nathan sighed and proceeded to explain a piece of human culture to both of them. He talked about camaraderie and the role oral storytelling had in the development of human culture. Then, he proceeded to share some of his personal experiences about the lasting friendships he made while sharing stories by a bonfire. "I think I understand you." Amara transferred her skewer from her tail to her hand and turned towards the fire. "Yalara, we should try roasting meat in the way the humans do. This is slightly uncomfortable, but we just need to do it once." Yalara's gaze surveyed them both, but she did the same as Amara without questioning. "What do you mean by uncomfortable?" In the same way that Amara was not getting him before, he was not following her now. The brightness of the fire makes our eyesight slightly worse at night, and if we let ourselves be distracted by the flames, we might forget how the scenery around looks like, which will make us feel anxious, explained Amara. Just like it didn't even cross their mind that the humans lacked a tail to do things as they did, Nathan also hasn't thought deeply about why the Irisians chose to sit like that. I just don't like my back exposed, added Yalara. Yalara opened her mouth but stopped halfway through, waiting for what Amara would say. I am. Don't tell me you humans are not afraid of heights. Amara was playing with the skewer. It was as if her using her hands to hold it while directing her full attention to it was something new to her. After what you did today, I would not be surprised if your species lacked self-preservation instincts entirely. Nathan wanted to keep the conversation casual and just enjoy the moment, but he took Amara's comment as a cue to move the discussion towards a more serious subject. Did my earlier actions cause a lot of trouble to you? Taming an oxoil was not something that had ever been done before. Amara's eyes locked with his. What you did caused many different reactions. Some see hope in you, and others fear what your species will do to our planet. At least, you kept them from losing hope in themselves when you said that Ryo had relied on technology to win his fight. Amara's voice sounded neutral, and he found no clue about her feelings on the color of her skin. Yalara, on the other hand, was staring at him with widened eyes as if she couldn't believe that Amara had just told him all of that. What do you think of what I did, Amara? This is what he truly meant in his previous question. He had just failed to express himself properly. You did not inform me of your intentions before acting. I want to understand why. With the glow of the fire illuminating her face, he noticed some faint red in her neck. It only lasted a second before vanishing, without him being sure if it was real or just an illusion created by the playful shadows. I didn't think it through. I was angry, and when I second-guessed my actions, I was already inside the fence with the containers opened. Nathan never thought he would end up acting without thinking, much less on a distant planet and while representing Earth. I know that my actions don't reflect the best behavior of an ambassador, and nor that of a friend. I'm sorry. Amara's tail slowly reached for his hand and lightly grabbed it, and when Nathan looked at her face, some of that beautiful bright golden hue had spread among her black spots. Just promise me you will not attempt anything like that again without telling me first. Nathan was about to agree when Yalara cut him off. In a flash, Amara's color returned to normal, which Nathan took as intense denial of whatever Yalara just implied. He already knows that you were trying to seduce Rio to fulfill a mission from the Queen. Yalara's eyes turned towards Nathan, but she fumbled for words as her skin was taken over by a white color that quickly spread among her black spots. No need to be ashamed. Just tell him. Amara encouraged her to continue. My sister, she is sick. Yalara's eyes surveyed her back, before turning toward the fire as some gray spread on her skin. The Queen said she would exchange some of our species' contribution points for a cure if I, succeeded. And today Zenvalor promised me he would use his points to help me if I worked for him. Nathan rubbed his chin in confusion before Amara explained better. The Core Galaxy Alliance gives contribution points to all species that work for them, but every time we need a cure for a disease that we are unable to treat, they deduct our points and make saving Erisa an even less attainable goal. You want me to ask Earth's doctors for help? Nathan did not doubt that if Amara wanted help for something like that, then there would be a line of doctors waiting to help for a chance to study alien physiology. I want you to explain to me how much it would cost us. Nathan was tempted to just say it would cost them nothing, but instead, he explained to Amara the situation as it was. He said that the doctors would not charge them anything, and yet he delved into a detailed and prolonged tangent, explaining how valuable information about Irisian physiology would be to the doctors and other scientists. He said all he could to ensure that Amara could make an informed decision. I'd say yes. Nathan noticed that Yalara had become a bystander again, even though the conversation was about her sister. You could easily interview the doctors who will supervise her treatment and choose only the ones you think are more trustworthy. But there are two things you should keep in mind. That is, if you decide to trust the health of her sister to humanity, one is that we'll need assistance from your doctors. The other is that we can't guarantee that we'll be able to cure her as fast as the Alliance can. This will be humanity's first time treating your species after all. Amara's gaze landed on Yalara. I can take care of the politics, but that is a decision for Yalara to make. I accept. Of course I accept, Yalara decided in less than a second. About that, I don't think it'll be necessary. I suspect they'll deliver a mobile communication station and some drops to put in her eyes. I don't see why they would want to move her. I can contact Mia to make sure of that first thing tomorrow. Nathan was no doctor, but his overall knowledge of many sciences was a little above that of most people. Nathan only laughed. No doubt it is. What followed was a few minutes of little talking, where all of them were more concerned with roasting their skewer than anything else. Yalara commented on the weather and another about the feast, yet Nathan noticed her extreme care when addressing Amara. His perception of their relationship was that it was friendly but not close. This was confirmed when Yalara ate her portion before it could even be called rare, while Amara and Nathan were taking their time holding their skewers over the flickering flames. Yalara left without fuss, and now there was only Amara and Nathan. He noticed that during all this time no one had approached them and found it weird, reminding him of his bad smell, even though he was certain that this was not the reason. Is your species always like this? Nathan was not exactly an extrovert, but such quietness in a place with so many different individuals walking close by was something that felt weird. I mean, why is it that no one is sitting at the vague spots on this bonfire? I might have ordered this spot to be reserved for us. It was subtle, but some yellow appeared on her neck. I also invited Rio and Zara, but they declined. Was it an official invitation through mission control, or you just tasked one of your guards to ask them if they'd like to show up? They continued to talk until the meat was perfectly seared, and Nathan tried a few bites first, before eating the whole thing and getting another skewer while claiming it tasted just like pork, even though it was only vaguely similar. As minutes and more minutes passed, they spoke of many topics. Nathan told her about how he grew up learning how to draw the Venetian pattern of leaves on his favorite notebook, while Amara shared the elaborate plans she used to make to annoy the elders when she was young, but she only mentioned Elisira and her brother briefly and moved on to another topic. Minutes turned to hours, and the topics of their conversation became more and more specific. At some point, Nathan went on a tangent about a certain plant he was studying back on Earth, losing himself in the flow of his own words. When he came back to the present, a few things had changed. The fire was dying out, and Amara was there, leaning on his shoulder and sleeping with her tail wrapped around his arm. Inside Zanvalor's ship, away from prying eyes, Zara meticulously organized a stack of 17 translucent, flat objects. She could hold the whole stack in the palm of her hand, and each of the rectangular-shaped items was just a little thicker than a sheet of paper. Why do you have 17 of those when we have only 15 elders? Zanvalor asked. 2 of the gift cards are special, said Zara, the one at the top and the one at the bottom. Special? How? Zanvalor's arms were crossed and he was leaning against the wall. The one at the top has 5 million credits instead of 1 million. The one at the bottom has more items available in the store, said Zara, who purposely had not revealed the whole mystery to Zanvalor so that he would have to ask more questions. That's not the plan we agreed on. Who are you going to give those additional devices? The one at the top is for Queen Kala. Zara separated the last card from the stack and offered it to him. The one at the bottom is yours. Mine. Zanvalor uncrossed his arms and hesitated to take the transparent card. Are you sure? This must have more money than all I ever made as a mercenary if you intend to use it to make the elders friendlier towards you. What makes this valuable is not the amount of money it has, but the access to the human market it gives. Zara explained while bringing the card even closer to him. If there was too much money, Earth or Mars would get angry, see? This is just a small gift, a taste of what your people can get if they work with us. Zainvalar looked at the item for a few seconds before taking it and squinting his eyes to inspect it. How do I use it? Touch it at the center until the screen turns on. Zara immediately went on to point out his mistake. No, not with your claw. Use your skin. Zainvalar wriggled his finger, doing as Zara had told until a logo appeared, briefly followed by the screen being filled with a search bar and a list of categories. Have fun scrolling. Zara left him with the item and lay down on Zainvalar's bed. I wouldn't mind giving you one of those every day if that meant getting a proper bed to sleep on. I don't know why Mission Control is so adamant about me joining the expedition to Valleys after we have already seen your biggest animal. She sighed while lying flat and spreading her limbs. If only they knew how much I hate camping. Zara was not an indoors person. She loved ruining, swimming, and practicing all sorts of zero-G sports. One thing she never enjoyed, though, was traveling to Earth and having to deal with bugs, weird terrain, and uncomfortable tents. Zainvalar ignored her completely. Is that a ship? Only 50,000 credits. That can't be right. That's a mass-produced model. Zara hadn't fully explained to him the perks of post-scarcity. They're cheap. As Zainvalar was entertained by the store, she took her time explaining to him that the nerds from the station had ensured her that, as long as they were used in the open, the gift cards would work. She also explained how a company from the O'Neill conglomerate would deliver the items as soon as they got permission to land on Irisa. After a while, Zainvalar asked, are those mini drones the same as those that Nathan used to study the oxoil? They might be similar, but without the software, they'll be useless. Zara didn't have access to the information about what Nathan had with him, yet her overall knowledge was enough to reply to him. Why are you so obsessed with those drones anyway? This is your 4th time mentioning this, or is it the 5th? You don't understand. What Nathan did today will be remembered for hundreds of years. Just imagine what we could accomplish ourselves with this sort of technology, said Zainvalar. Gods, how can you be so easily impressed? Zara sat cross-legged on the bed, her eyes meeting Zainvalar's. He just had better equipment and was lucky. Nathan is taking too much risk. I don't know why his bosses let him do those things without reprimanding him. From what I saw, it looked like he knew what he was doing. Zainvalar was still scrolling. But you might be right. He is still mingling with Amara even after I told him about her enemies. That entitled girl is nothing but pure poison. Me? I know better than getting involved with her. Zainvalar had already figured out how to read her facial expressions. After what she did to her former chosen, those who dare to pursue her are only the overly ambitious, the fools, and the crazy. Zara focused her gaze and partially opened her lips, but waited a bit on purpose to not sound too nosy. What did she do? It's a long story, not worth telling. You know I won't go to her sentient being eating dinner. I have all night. He then lay down by her side and crossed his arms while looking at the metallic ceiling. Within the next few hours, Zainvalar told her all the juice details of how Amara's relationship with the heir of one of the allied clans to the royal family had come to a tragic end. It was a tale of the downfall of a young man who went from being strong, rich, and powerful to nothing but a shadow of his former self. All of that was caused by the princess for whom he had declared his undying love countless times. This was an account based on what happened the night after the fight with the oxoil. Here are some questions that might interest you based on your recent queries. Why did Amara not cancel the trip to the valleys of the Ebon Range? Who are the parents of the baby? Luna6 query. Set the source to the posthumous memory extraction report of Senator Eelzales of the Core Galaxy Alliance. Luna6 query. How did Senator Eelzales come up with his plan to escalate the war? From afar, Eelzales observed his trusted assistants patiently working on recreating a perfect 3D projection of something the Shadowlings called a quinthar fruit. This single element was something that took countless hours of work to be recreated to perfection. And this was no cheap work from Nasids or the rare breed of competent Asaidians. The ones doing the work were all Rumi, just like Elziles. We analyzed the data packages of 900 shadowlings so far. The mathematicians are saying that we are nearing the limit of how precisely we can recreate the scene from the subject's memory. Both of Professor Eligris's antennae turned to Elziles. It's not my place to question your actions, Senator. But is this level of precision truly required? It is. With an antenna facing Eligris and the other on the 3D projection, Elziles said, "Play the simulation again from the beginning." As he had seen numerous times already, the scene began with the female shadowling called Elisira explaining to two humans, labeled Earth's envoy and Mars' envoy, how to use a sharp tool to eat a quinthar fruit, which now looked as vivid as the rest of the scene. The projection continued until another shadowling, labeled Kala's daughter, appeared in the simulation. The two females argued loudly, and each time they spoke, a graphic indicating the intensity of an emotion changed close to Elisira. Worry, fear, anger, doubt, intense worry, intense fear. When the simulation reached the part where Elisira was being choked by the other female's tail, Elziles' other antenna joined the minute examination of the simulation. Confusion, shock, despair. As those emotions reached the maximum, Elziles' attention was not directed to the females, but instead, it was focused on the micro-expressions on the faces of both human males. Close to the face of Earth's envoy, many labels rested: confusion, anticipation, conviction, and aggression. Even though her consciousness had barely registered any of the words exchanged by the humans, Elisira's translator had saved every word they uttered. He witnessed the short exchange between both males, which happened as Elisira's mind recovered enough to walk towards the Mars envoy. After that, the useful part of the simulation was over, and Elziles' attention returned to Eligris. "It's only marginally better. This is not enough to give me any new ideas." Elziles had seen that the expected aggression was there. Even if it only lasted a moment, he could already think of many ways to engineer a similar situation that would intentionally cause a similar reaction out of the humans. What he needed was something with the potential to start a war among the humans, something similar to what he had done to the Unnel, a situation so unacceptable to the frail set of rules that those Deathworlders used to restrain their primitive instincts. It would make them throw it all away and surrender to their most violent tendencies. His understanding of humans had increased substantially through indirect observation, but that piece of the puzzle, a single engineered situation capable of starting a chain reaction of aggression, was still missing. "I don't know how we could improve the simulation further, Senator." Eligris was worried about angering him. Elziles could tell by how he was moving his antennae that he was afraid of incurring his wrath. Yet, Eligris' worry was unjustified because Elziles could tell they had done their best with all the indirect information available. "Rest assured, Professor Eligris, your assistance helped the team perform an outstanding job." Elziles' antennae turned toward the other Rumi. "Give them a rest, but keep them busy. We will need sharp antennas when we have more data." Seeing relief manifesting on the subtle movements of Eligris' left antenna, the senator left him behind and walked toward the large clock he had asked to be installed on the main deck of his private spaceship. This clock was special, for it was not showing the time according to the standard cycles of the CGA. It was running on the local time of Irisa instead. The current number being shown was about 15 cycles and a half since the humans had landed. Cursing the delay of how long it took for new data packages from Elisira to find their way from the planet's surface to him, Elziles' focus split, concurrently imagining several scenarios that might have happened on the planet's surface during those days. Suddenly, though, the clank of metal on the floor brought him back to reality. It was his male Nasid servant, who had fallen to the ground while holding a flat screen that was much bigger than his body. "Chaos! Chaos! Chaos!" He tried to stand up and again fell victim to an ungainly descent thanks to the heavy screen he was trying to carry. "Chaos in the Parliament!" Senator Elziles hated incompetence. And when it comes to incompetence, There were very few species surpassed a male Nacid trying to perform a complex task. Who left you in charge of monitoring the parliament? Yalzal's memory, like every roomie, was nearly perfect, and he was certain he had not given such an order. I most certainly did not. Every roomie on the ship will now work with me in the main deck. That's what you said, Senator. The small Nocid pointed at one of the roomie at a distance. Elsani was in charge of monitoring the parliament. Ilzales understood what had happened. He had left no one in charge of monitoring the parliament, and this Nacid assumed he had the job. Monitoring the parliament was not very important to him at the moment. What mattered was fulfilling the request of the High Council and engineering a war among the humans. If it was any other species making this mistake, there would be no end to Elzale's insults to their intelligence, and no forgiveness for the wrongful interpretation of his orders. An ill-suited individual performing an important task was the recipe for disaster after all. But since the one making this mistake was a male Nacid, Elzales would be lenient. Why were you screaming the word chaos, little creature? Elzales felt pity towards the male Nacids. They were an extreme case of dimorphism. The males were small, weak, wingless, and on top of that, save for a few outliers here and there, they were 2 levels below the rare females of their species in the sapient scale. Just looking at them made Elzales glad his species could switch genders at will and had no dimorphism whatsoever. The founder species are arguing. The other senators are trying to contact you. The Death Worlders are threatening to use violence. There was more. But I don't remember. When the Nocid began to talk, nothing registered as important in Elzale's brains. But the last thing the Nocid said sparked his interest. The Lysil senator is defending we go to war with the humans and... What did you say? Elzales couldn't believe it. The Asaidians might have the gall to say those things in public, but the Lysil were a peaceful species that condemned violence in all situations. They were nearly blind, and their only instinctive response to being threatened was burying themselves into the sand, many believing they had trouble comprehending the very concept of generalized war. I forgot. Elzales felt a surge of anger, but he kept composure and bent over to press a single button on the screen that the Nocid had dropped. The device began to float in front of him, weighing nothing at all after being turned on. You have a new job now. Find the armory and count how many missiles we have in stock. Report your findings to your boss later. Elzales felt a little bad at what he'd done, because they were in a luxurious vessel that didn't have an armory. This feeling, however, faded quite fast when he checked the recent events on the screen. There was indeed chaos in the parliament. To get information the most effective way, the senator skipped the official sources and asked directly the other roomie in the parliament, and the first thing they sent him was a video that raised more questions than explained what had happened. It showed the shadowling speaker, isolated in her seat. The other bipedal Deathworlders who usually sat by her side were all away from her, leaving many empty seats separating her from the other species. Was it a problem with the individual atmospheric regulators hidden on the floor? That was his first thought, but a second video was received soon after the first. This one had not been recorded in the parliament. The blue trees made it easy to identify its source. It was from Shadowling's home world, the only known place where plants were blue and had to reflect away ultraviolet light to survive. This was not a short snippet like the first one. There were many minutes of unedited fighting, showing 3 Shadowlings struggle against a powerful creature and their eventual victory over it. Elzales had seen similar footage before, but it was never recorded in such high quality, much less by the Shadowlings themselves. This explained why their speaker was sitting alone, as if the radiation from her world had suddenly become contagious. Yet, the very existence of this file eluded him. Fascinating to see the reason why we can use those creatures as mercenaries. Eligris and a few others had joined him in watching the video. For a moment, the senator had forgotten that he was on the main deck of his ship among other roomie, and not alone. But I fear that by sharing this they might have hindered their plea for saving their planet. I didn't know your range of interests included politics, Professor Alagris. Elzales knew that the Shadowlings had no chance of saving their planet, but that was not information he could disclose even to his own species. Were it not for my interest in politics, someone else would be assisting you with the simulation, Senator. One of Elzales' antennae bent in agreement with Alagris. Through the other, Elzales saw that his contacts from the Senate had sent him another video, providing him a choice of sharing it with Agris and the others, or not. They all being from the same species made it easy for the senator. If it won't bore you, we shall watch the rest together. More Rumi gathered behind him. They waited as their antennas took little peeps at the screen, foolishly trying to hide their interest. As he enjoyed the slight influence he had over them, a fleeting moment passed before Elzales played the video. It began with a wide shot, a large quadruped animal on one side and a bipedal being on the other, both advancing towards each other on a collision course. With each of his antennae following one target, Elzales' brains were still able to multitask and notice a problem. If this was another video of a fight, then why the system was informing him it was an instant away from ending? That question would have to wait, because an abrupt zoom-in to a fast sequence of actions nearly caused one of the most embarrassing moments of Elzales' life. He came dangerously close to tangling his antennae. Under normal circumstances, no help would be offered to a Rumi who made such a childish mistake, but the peculiar way that those Deathworlders presented the video was especially tricky against their species. "Was that a human?" said another Rumi from behind Elsani while trying to help. Instead of replying, Elzales simply played the video again in slow motion, unaware of the storm of insights he was about to unleash. As he experienced the fight for the second time, it was not the impossible display of movement by the human that inspired him, but a barely visible detail in the background that kick-started the unstoppable chain reaction of ideas. Elzales' mind correlated a lot of information in an instant, piecing together many seemingly unrelated facts and glimpsing at the final piece of the puzzle that he was missing. In a rare moment of epiphany, Elzales synthesized all those complicated concepts in a single plan, a crude seed of chaos that after perfected would achieve the result he wanted, a war. "Go back to your work, now!" The intense desire to verify the feasibility of his plan overwhelmed him, leading him to cast aside all politeness without a second thought. In a state of focus that was hard for most Rumi to achieve, he disregarded even his status as a senator. He sat on the ground against a wall, bringing the hovering screen close to his antennae, and reducing his whole world to only himself and the tool that would allow him to confirm his idea. He knew that the Shadowling's speaker was still in the parliament, likely having traveled directly from Irisa, and most importantly, he was certain that the speaker had a universal translator from the CGA. This meant that now was a perfect moment to make use of his secret channel with the High Council to request a manual scan of the translator Shadowling's speaker and hopefully get a more recent reading of Elisira's data package faster than any other way. He sent the message and then waited. Time passed as the senator did nothing but anxiously stare at the screen until a reply finally arrived. It had no words and just a data package. That was extremely good news. From memory, Elzales typed the long individual ID corresponding to Elisira, and there was a match, and it had a whole new day's worth of information waiting for him to dig in. He could have easily asked for the support of the other Rumi to create a crude simulation of Elisira's day in just a few hours. But no, the senator just skimmed through the raw data as if it was natural for a Rumi to be able to understand the codified experiences of an alien being just like he understood his language. From the tangled web of numbers, descriptions of biological processes, and convoluted sensorial information, he extracted the confirmation he sought. For the detail that he had noticed earlier, a female shadowling in the background of the fight between Mars's envoy and the wild beast, was indeed suitable to be the cornerstone of his plan. Behind a single trace of yellow in Elisira's skin, hidden even from herself in the depths of her tender eyes, lay the spark that would ignite the flames of war for humanity. Senator Elzales' path forward was settled. He didn't enjoy it in the slightest, but he believed it would be the best for the greater good. He would brief his team and polish the plan. Then he would have to pull some strings with the resistance, with Queen Kala's son more specifically, and ensure that they would follow every step to perfection. In the end, all that would be left for him to do was watch many worlds burn from the comfort of his ship while hating himself, just like he had done after causing the war among the Unnel. This was an account based on how Senator Eelzales came up with his plan to escalate the war between Earth and Mars. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6 query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa. Luna 6 query. Narrate the details of Nathan's first conversation with Igmila. For the first time since landing on Irisa, Nathan's overall mood was not great. To begin with, the wind above the canopies was causing the MLBCS to have trouble connecting with the space station. Every time he started to talk to Mia, some big branches would get in the way of the laser beam, interrupting his call. Of course, this was not nearly enough to dampen the good vibes of having a whole alien planet full of alien plants to explore, but Amara's guards had taken even that away from him throughout the whole day. It's too dangerous to eat that? Just remembering his unproductive morning, where they kept him from doing anything besides following them toward the meeting point on the Eben Range, made his mood even worse. Maybe his idea of traveling, by foot, the short distance between both places, where they had fought the Oxoils and the closest mountain of the Eben Range, was not as great as he thought it would be. But he was not the kind of guy who would pass on the opportunity of finding some interesting flora. Even if that was merely an excuse, he told himself, hoping Amara would come in person to explain why it was a terrible idea, which she didn't. No doubt this was also contributing to his bad mood. Fuck this! He slapped the MLBCS as if brute force would help calm the wind. Curiously, though, Mia's image appeared in a pop-up window at the corner of his eyes. Nathan made it occupy most of his field of view since the guards were still around, and he didn't have to worry about a sudden animal attack. It seems I'll have to be brief in our meeting today, Nathan. The connection is terrible. If there was a silver lining to the trouble with the communication, it would be that today Mia would likely skip the part where she tried to convince him to do a synchronization. Your popularity increased a lot back on Earth. The video of the Oxoils did wonders for your public image. I wouldn't be surprised if the higher-ups increased your salary. Mia smiled. Don't forget about your amazing handler in the interviews after the mission ends. Nathan wasn't sure if they would allow him to speak with a reporter for the rest of his life, but he still entertained Mia. Of course I won't. Without the drones you gave me, I would most likely be dead by now. It's good you know that, Mia went on to the topic. Another group you made happy is the doctors who are taking care of Yalara's sister. They won't shut up about how well the Irisians are adapted to live on a planet with such high levels of radiation. Do you know how long they will take to cure her? Nathan hadn't heard from her after he had conveyed Amara's wishes to Mission Control 2 days earlier. All I know is they are optimistic about helping her. Your new friend's request for confidentiality was granted, so the doctors can't share the details with us. Mia's index finger touched her chin. If you want to keep tabs on her health status, you could ask Princess Amara directly. I don't know about that. Nathan sighed, remembering the fiasco 2 days earlier after Amara had woken up with her tail around his arm. Things had been awkward with her in the past few days. She forgot her promise to take him to see the tree where the poison that had killed the Oxoil was extracted, and he felt as if Amara had been making excuses to avoid him ever since that sizable portion of a night they spent together talking by the bonfire. Did something happen between you? The connection had been cut off. Not again. He stared at the MLBCS for a few seconds. Then he slapped it with enough strength to uproot the foldable object from the ground, disregarding that its harpoon-like attachment arm had not retracted. Nathan regretted what he had done immediately, checking the equipment for damage. He had been looking forward to talking to Mia about Amara the whole day, but the canopies of the trees only seemed to be getting denser and denser as they approached the first mountain of the Eben Range. As he prepared to reassemble it in another position after confirming it was intact, a voice caught him by surprise from behind. "Don't tell me you are looking for edible roots again." When Nathan suddenly turned his head in a hurry, he caught a glimpse of a wall of orange eyes glaring at him from behind every tree trunk. The one speaking was a female whose only item she was carrying was a bulky gun on her back. It was being held in place by a transparent adjustable strap designed to mitigate how much carrying it around affected her camouflage. "Did the noise I made startled you all?" Nathan hit it well, but he was ashamed for having lost his temper with a machine. They're getting used to how loud you humans are, but they still must check if anything invaded the safety perimeter when they hear anything unusual. She was the only one not holding her gun. The others all had their guns in hand, and only lowered them after he confirmed the false positive. "I'm sorry for that. I'm just flustered that I couldn't find a single clearing to have a conversation with Mia." It was not for lack of trying. The last clearing he saw was very early in the morning, and it was the very same one where the Irisians had constructed the fence for fighting the Oxoils. She listened to his apology but addressed the other guards instead of him for the moment. "Gather your belongings and give me a moment alone with the human. I have a message to convey to him from the master." Nathan saw those orange eyes catching a glimpse of her and then fading. He soon found himself alone with this female of whom he knew nothing besides the fact she seemed to be in charge of the other guards. Something about her request to be left alone with him sounded weird, and her mention of a master was even more so. As he was thinking about this, all the other guards left, somehow walking in the stiff terrain without producing noise. The unknown female was getting even closer. He tried not to avert his eyes from her, more due to not trusting her than anything else, but it was hard to keep staring at her with a straight face when they were alone. I'm not sure if I caught your name." Nathan remembered Azenor and some of the male guards that followed Amara around, but he suspected that those who were assigned to babysit him in his most recent stupid idea were all Irisians he never met before. "I'm Igmila." She advanced slowly, her camouflage still partially blending with the background. She ceased approaching when she was a step away from him. Her tail, which only now he noticed had a shining blade attached to it, moved swiftly, stopping an inch away from his neck before he could react. "Depending on what you do, I can either be your ally or your enemy." Nathan felt a surge of adrenaline racing down his spine. He grabbed her tail with more strength than he had ever used against an Irisian. "What's the meaning of this? Do you want to kill me?" The notion that she took advantage of his trust to put a blade against his throat made him quite angry, mostly at himself for not even having activated the infrared view mode when his gut feeling told him something was off about her. "If I wanted to kill you, simply allowing you to do everything you want might be sufficient." Igmila's skin flashed some purple, but she hadn't attempted to point her gun at him, nor did she use her claws. The tone the translator gave to her voice was emotionless and detached. "My goal is to tell you something you might not like to hear in a way that your species understands. Let go of my tail, and you'll know." Maybe the notion that humans and Irisians had some fundamental differences in how they communicate was spreading among their species, but it seemed she was doing so in a crude way. Nathan was not in the mood to undo her misconception, so he just pushed her away, taking a comfortable distance from her while checking all the bushes and 3 trunks around just in case. You sure have some strength. It'd have been a problem if my tail had any bones." Igmila broke eye contact to take something from behind her back, reaching for a little purse attached to the transparent strap holding her gun. Taking what looked like a piece of paper, she punctured through it with her claw and extended her hand toward him as if she wanted him to take it. "This has to stop." Nathan was suspicious of her. Something about her behavior was a little bit odd when compared to every other Irisian he knew. Yet he still took the item while being extra careful, not missing any movements from her hands and tail. "Me and Amara?" Turns out the item was a printed copy of a photo, one that had been taken when they were talking by the bonfire. On purpose or not, Igmila's claw had made a hole in between them in the picture. "Master Aldrinch is concerned about the princess." Igmila's color was unchanged as she spoke. "You are causing her a lot of distress, and mixing personal relationships with official negotiations is a dangerous game for both of you. He was caught off guard. Of all the things he thought this would be about, someone worried about Amara was the last thing on his mind. In their talks, Amara had mentioned this Aldrich a few times. Nathan didn't know much about him, except that Amara held him in high regard. I understand that someone like me showing up out of nowhere and claiming to be her friend might seem suspicious, but I don't get the part of me causing her distress. Nathan's bad mood assured he wouldn't explain to her that Earth and Irisa didn't have much of a conflict of interest, and likely wouldn't have one in the foreseeable future. Hey, blaming that on me is next level unfair. Nathan was Amara's friend, but that didn't mean he was willing to take the blame for her misunderstanding of a situation where she just ran away, instead of seeking clarification with him. Even if we set those 10 days aside, the past 2 days where she shut herself off from anything beyond work are undoubtedly your fault. Wrinkles appeared across his forehead, Amara's broken promise of showing him the poisonous tree making more sense now. If this Igmila could be believed, all the crazy ways Amara came up with to avoid meeting him in the previous 2 days also could be more or less explained. One thing was still bothering him profusely, though. What had he done so wrong that caused her to detach herself from the world again? Forgetting about Igmila for a moment, he tried to recall in detail the last conversation he had with Amara, which, of course, happened right after he had woken her up by petting her head and messing her hair by the bonfire. His tedious rambling about plants, which was the reason she had fallen asleep in the first place, would have already sufficed to make that conversation awkward. But Amara's reaction of turning white and purple as soon as she woke up, followed by a not-so-grateful fall upon trying to stand up with her tail still coiled around his arm, made that an absolute nightmare of a conversation for both parties. He had asked if she was okay, to which she had simply replied yes. She had asked if he had enjoyed the meal, to which Nathan had simply replied, "It was good." That night had ended with both of them returning to their tents after failing to find a topic to continue their conversation. "Ignoring me won't take you off the hook." Igmila got tired of waiting and spoke again. If he had truly caused Amara some distress, Nathan would accept his share of the blame, but not before hearing it from Amara herself. "Listen, I get that you're just the messenger and all, but if you expect me to end my friendship with Amara without even talking to her in person first, I'm sorry to break it to you, but that's not happening. That's not what Master Aldrich wants." Igmila's colors remained unchanged, but she began to walk around and make trails in the undergrowth below, which raised Nathan's caution. That line has already been crossed. Master's current understanding of the situation is that it would be more detrimental than it would be beneficial to try and reverse this breach in professionalism. "Well, why are we talking then?" Nathan struggled to see the point of their conversation. A certain possibility flashed in his mind, but Nathan refused to consider it. "Master Aldrich will leave you alone if promise you won't cross any other lines." Nathan understood the implications and was left at a loss for words, prompting Igmila to continue. "If you have nothing to say, I will repeat Master's advice word by word. Inform him that my young friend bears a burden too heavy already and has no time to squander on paths destined for tragic outcomes. I trust that the human is aware that he will return to his planet in a not-so-distant future, and Amara has her duty to fulfill with her family in this world. I've been observing him from the shadows, and he doesn't seem to have bad intentions, so he might be able to understand my concerns and do what is best for both of them." Nathan would have dealt very well with threats of harm or political ploys, but those simple words hit him harder than anything else would. And the worst of all was that he didn't even understand why. Igmila gauged his emotional state better than himself. "You don't have to give me an answer now. It'll take us a few hours to reach the lifeline where Princess Amara and the other humans will be waiting. In the meantime, you can consider Master's advice while you study your plants." Igmila left after saying that they would be waiting for him to proceed. Nathan stayed alone, staring at the mountaintop through the few gaps in the canopies, the mysterious meaning of the word lifeline, and the wonders of the lush vegetation around having no place among his current thoughts. This was an account based on the details of Nathan's first conversation with Igmila. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Next, eyes Patreon. Luna 6 query, set the source to the translation logs of Princess Amara Orlin. Luna 6 query, why was Amara avoiding Nathan? Perched on a pointy rock, Amara felt the cold wind on her face, but she was not much bothered by it thanks to the dangerous high-energy light constantly warming her skin. A human without high-tech protection would undoubtedly die in a matter of weeks in such an environment, yet Amara felt a weird sense of belonging amid the harsh conditions. The rugged landscape, the unrelenting elements. There was something strangely comforting about it all. Still, she was in there not to unwind or enjoy the view, but simply because that was a convenient spot to oversee the ships coming and going. They would bend the canopies with their thrusters while dropping cargo and bringing the people, who would follow her on the journey to take the humans to the valleys. The most recent ship to land had unloaded additional supplies, guns, and Yalara, who was heading directly toward her. This happened after she underwent inspection by the line guards, who were on high alert as per Amara's orders. Yalara stopped below the pointy boulder as she looked above. Princess, can I join you there? Her polite request caused Amara to picture Elisira in Yalara's place, who would have just complained about her fixation with tall places instead of asking to join her. As Yalara began to climb the smaller rocks around, Amara made a conscious effort to stay in the present. If left unchecked, her mind would keep revisiting the entity of the day, when she had ended her childhood friendship with Elisira and embarked on a complex new one with Nathan. She knew that her personal problems were just a drop in the ocean when compared to the situation as a whole, and she felt horrible for wasting valuable time worrying about her relationships with Elisira and Nathan when there was so much at stake for all the Arisians. The video of Rio fighting the Oxoil was being delivered to the Senate at that moment. She suspected her mother and her brother were about to start a war, and the planet was going to be destroyed if nothing was done about it. Her problems seemed so insignificant in comparison to all of that, so why were they the only things she could think of when her mind wasn't occupied with something else? Perhaps having been raised with the looming threat of doom by the explosion of the very star that had given her species life had made her numb about it on an emotional level. That much she could accept. But both the footage of the fight and the potential war would bring immediate consequences to her and everyone else on the planet, making her feel immense guilt for wasting time thinking about Nathan and Elisira. You were right about the Queen. She never contacted me to punish me for failing her task. Yalara sat by her side. I'm sorry I didn't accept your offer of help earlier. I was afraid to end up just like Ely. She stopped herself mid-sentence, showing just enough purple among her black spots for Amara to barely notice. You have, Princess. Amara. Recently, Amara noticed that Yalara was less afraid to become closer to her, but nothing compared to Nathan's boldness of asking for the highest level friendship as if it were normal. I just thought you wouldn't want to hear Elisira's name after what she's done. Saying her name will change nothing. Amara forcefully suppressed gray from showing, letting only a hint of it appear briefly. Then she grabbed her tail and squeezed it. My life would be easier if pretending she doesn't exist would help. If I could just return to when she was not my friend, but just a presence who would follow me around and cry. Yalara's eyes turned to the horizon where another ship hovered, waiting for its turn to land on the narrow clearing that the vessel that had brought Yalara was currently occupying. A presence who would just follow you around and cry, huh? My sister was just like that. Yalara's exterior remained neutral, but Amara noticed that she too had struggled for it to stay like that. This is going to sound bad coming from someone who asked if you didn't want her gone, but she was just like a sister to you, wasn't she? I cannot. Amara had more than just her feelings to consider on that matter. She was not like her mother, but she still knew well the consequences of someone in her position showing weakness. The noise of a ship taking off closely followed by another one landing in its place interrupted their conversation. A long ramp extended from the vessel that had just landed, and the guards from the outside joined the crew inside, both groups inspecting the containers and talking before anyone or anything was allowed to leave. After the inspection concluded, Amara witnessed Rio and Elisira emerge from inside. Elisira's gaze quickly found her among the rocks, and their eyes connected, a fleeting connection that lasted only until Rio briskly descended the ramp and vanished among the trees. This prompted Elisira to rush and follow him, as if afraid of being left behind. Amara and Yalara exchanged a look, but silence persisted. Everything worth saying had already been said. Zara and Zayenvalor emerged next, both of them immersed in their conversation as they received annoyed looks from the crew, who had to wait for them to get away from the ramp before they could start unloading the containers. It was only when several of the containers were already out of the ship that Yalara broke the silence. "Don't you feel bad about leaving Nathan behind?" A hint of white and green flashed on Amara's skin. "He is the one who chose to walk all the way here to study the plants. Why would I feel bad?" "Princess, forgive me for what I'm about to say." Yalara's eyes turned toward Amara. "Nathan was only suggesting coming all the way here on foot because he knew that this would create many chances for him to talk to you while planning the details of the trip. But you knew this already, didn't you?" Hearing the same thoughts she had tried to suppress for the past 2 days being spelled out directly was painful, and Amara failed to reply, letting time pass as her mind was forced to face the very issue she'd been avoiding all at once. "Princess, if you don't say anything, I might die from anxiety." Upon returning to the present, Amara noticed how much purple there was on Yalara's skin. It seemed it had taken her a lot of courage to point out Amara's contradiction. "Elisira would have been less polite than you." Amara found some amusement in Yalara's reaction, and a barely visible hint of yellow appeared. "But your assessment is correct. I already knew that Nathan just wanted to talk to me." Amara's soft reply fueled Yalara's courage to ask for more. "Then why didn't you just go talk to him?" "Of him?" Yalara's curiosity sparked, mimicking Amara's low voice. "Of myself." Amara's words flowed faster than her reason. "Of how no one would have stopped me from inviting Nathan to my tent that night." With some white and purple dots struggling to vanish among her black spots, Amara waited. She noticed the hesitation and shock Yalara was going through after her admission, which had turned the situation around, making her the one in a position of anxiety. "Princess," Yalara checked for prying eyes before she went on. "When did you—" "How am I supposed to know that?" As Red leaked, Amara cut her off. Amara was expecting her outburst would dissuade Yalara from prying further, but soon she realized that there was no going back from sharing such a secret. "You did ask for my opinion on how the humans looked like on the first night that the humans spent on our planet. You even said something about liking their eyes." Amara saw the gears spinning in Yalara's head. "But it wasn't the eyes of every human you were talking about, was it?" "You are getting too comfortable with your questions, are you not?" Before Amara's warning could be taken seriously, she added, "I won't deny that I never hated some of his traits, but your assumption of the timing is ridiculous. It was no sooner than our first private talk that some unconventional thoughts about him began to bother me." To Amara, the many days that separated the landing from her first private talk with Nathan changed the situation completely. Yalara, on the other hand, simply let most of her blue turn faint yellow, as if her questions had all been answered. "That's so unfair. I spent days working hard, putting my best act to seduce Rio and nothing happens, but you—" "I never tried to seduce Nathan, and nothing ever happened between us." Amara knew that saying this had no meaning after. Out of all things that she could have said, she had confessed that she almost had asked Nathan to follow her to her tent. "I am not even certain that it would be possible for something to happen given our positions and any physical limitations that might exist." Amara only realized she had said something that caused Yalara to turn purple when there was no reply for a while. "You've truly pondered this thoroughly, huh?" Yalara's hand formed an improvised barrier around her mouth as she spoke. "I don't know how aware you are of the training that Elisira and I had been subjected to as the joined space station was being built. But there were lessons with all kinds of scientists and doctors. I'd rather forget everything I heard in those meetings, but if you want to, I wouldn't mind sharing the details. Amara was at a loss for words. When she had ordered Yalara to come with her to the valleys, all she wanted was to have someone other than Nathan to share her thoughts with, and this was definitely not the type of talk she intended to have. The noise caused by the now empty ship taking off caused Yalara to stop expecting an immediate reply. This was as if a burden had been momentarily lifted from Amara's shoulder. The timing of Nathan's arrival was nearing, and that would mark the start of their journey to the valleys. Amara had too much on her plate, and there was no good reason to hear the information that Yalara had just offered her. She had to keep her brother's spies from infiltrating among her staff. She had an ongoing scheme to ensure that Elder Kiever would be compelled to send reinforcements in case the worst happened. Those should be her current priorities. So, while the noise was subsiding and the ship was fading on the horizon, Amara considered the situation and reached a reasonable conclusion. Do tell me about those highly speculative lessons you had. As her eyes faced the sea of blue canopies with a single clearing at a distance, however, the words she uttered followed another direction. This was an account based on the reasons why Amara was avoiding Nathan. The previous narrative is based on the events of the 15th day of the exploratory mission of Irisa. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Patreon. Luna 6 query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa. Luna 6 query. Tell me about the proposal Zara made to Elisira. Only a few minutes had passed after he had left the ship, and Rio already counted 4 pairs of eyes locked on him from far away. For reasons he didn't know, despite not yet having started the journey on foot to the valleys of the Eben Range, Amara had already begun to allocate her people to keep tabs on his activities, which was bothering him more than it actually should. Rio suspected that now that they had been brought to the foot of one of a series of mountains that stretched as far as his eyes could see, Amara was worried about his safety and had ordered her people to observe him in case they were attacked or did something stupid. This was not a baseless assumption, but one of the scenarios he predicted with Elisira's help a day prior. The fact that he was being watched didn't matter. Instead of talking to his handler, Rio could easily do a synchronization and receive his orders, if any, through text, which wouldn't compromise the mission in any way, although his perfect routine of doing the synchronization every night precisely at the very same time would have to be broken. Elisira had predicted that they would be traveling through the dark forest that grew above what she referred to as the lifeline, and that would hinder the use of the MLBCS, leaving him with only more basic forms of communication at his disposal. Will I get one of those now that I'm working for the Martian Republic? Despite not being invited by Rio to enter the woods with him, Elisira remained by his side. Rio had gotten used to her asking for a replica of every piece of equipment she saw, regardless of her understanding of its use. Count yourself luck they gave you a uniform when you don't need one. Elisira was not wearing it right now, but it would be given to her the next time there was a shipment from the space station. Oh, I really need it. It's so light, and the best is that it can totally resist my claws. Elisira wouldn't stop talking about it after their first training, and Rio had been forced to forward her request to mission control. Besides, it would help you keep your eyes away from me. Rio raised an eyebrow as if he didn't know he had to interpret Elisira as an Irisian and not as a human. What she truly meant was that she could track his eyes easily and was capable of noticing how much of a distraction she was for him. Of course, Rio had already made it clear that this was just an involuntary action over which he didn't have a lot of control. Does it bother you? Rio had rarely cared to ask how she felt about anything, which meant Elisira had mostly followed him around and had done most of the talking herself, while he was barely paying attention to her. Why would it bother me? What is a taboo for us, and for you humans, is much different. Elisira had been doing his reports about cultural differences for him, which meant she knew the details of the topic much better than Rio. Rio finished his synchronization, and the MLBCS retracted its attachment arm. As he stored the item in his backpack, he asked, "What's a taboo for your species?" All of Elisira's blue transitioned to faint yellow around her black spots. She loved to talk about her species, and Rio never cared to ask. Touching strangers anywhere that is not their tail is a kind of taboo. What you humans call a hug is too much for us, even among friends, and not even family would enjoy each other's claws pressing against their backs. Elisira's skin shifted slightly towards white as her black spots remained unchanged. A taboo similar to how you humans treat nakedness is the kind of expressions that are considered offensive in public. We don't talk about them under normal circumstances. Rio's serious countenance dissolved into a quizzical smile. Skin patterns that are offensive in public. Have I ever seen anything like that? What Rio had in mind were patterns that were insulting or derogatory, but Elisira's display of red proved he was mistaken. Obviously you haven't. The nature of the expressions Elisira was talking about became clearer with her anger, but Rio's focus moved to her downwards pointed ears that were twitching in a way that he already had become quite familiar with. Is anyone approaching? Zara! Elisira's anger vanished as she spoke. She is calling my name. What do I do? Zara calling Elisira? What could that be about? Rio tried and failed to imagine any scenario where Zara might have anything to discuss with Elisira, which only made him more curious. Follow me. He sprang to the maze of tree trunks, traveling uphill and avoiding the same path they used to reach the small opening where communication was not obstructed. Elisira followed him without question, much like she had grown accustomed to doing during their training. Rio could easily have asked her where Zara's voice was coming from, but instead, he considered the probable routes she might have traversed to go from their landing spot to his current location. He then proceeded to march in that general direction, where Zara's voice reached his own ears from a distance. As if not drawing attention is something you can do. Elisira let a hit of red appear at his vagueness, but she complied, and both of them advanced stealthily towards Zara, who was still calling Elisira's name. Despite generating minimal noise and maintaining a swift pace, Rio couldn't help but notice that Elisira was doing a better job than him at the task, and this was not amusing to him, who had undergone extensive training to achieve that level of proficiency, while she had never practiced infiltration tactics before. Still, he swallowed his bitterness and continued ahead until he caught a glimpse of Zara, closely being followed by Zanvalor. That was exactly what Rio expected to find, and now was the perfect time to put his plan to the test. He used the distance measuring tool from the integrated system, feeding it with his eyesight as input, and it turned out there were precisely 52 meters between them and the other duo. Rio took active control of his breathing and concentrated on slowing down his heart rate as much as he could without relying on the perks of combat mode, and he began to advance even more carefully. Seeing how serious he was taking this, Elisira showed some confusion, but still blended herself with the background and made her body very hard to spot to the other duo. 40 meters. Everything was going smoothly until, at the market of 21 meters, Zanvalor turned toward him and announced, "I know you are there. I can hear your heart beating and your heavy steps. There is no use trying to hide from me." Zara was surprised by Zanvalor's voice, quickly trying to catch sight of whatever had captured Zanvalor's attention. Elisira also stopped moving, staring at him without understanding what he was doing. He decided this was enough and revealed himself from behind three, smiling. 21 meters, I thought you'd notice me sooner." Rio and Zanvalor had maintained a little back and forth, gauging each other's skills ever since Rio had noticed the Irisians were testing the humans' eyesight during the landing from the space station. Elisira gave up her camouflage, and Zara's gaze landed on her first, before shifting to Rio. "I'll never get you. You had Yalara with you all the time, and now you have Elisira, but you still insist on bothering Zanvalor." Rio could have explained that testing Zanvalor, who had been trained and worked as a mercenary, was an entirely different affair than doing the same with Yalara and Elisira, who never received proper training, but instead, he decided not to fix her ignorance and asked an unrelated question. "Why were you calling Elisira?" "There's something I want to discuss with her." Zara's attention moved to Elisira. "You can go back to whatever you were doing, Rio. Our conversation does not concern you." Arching one eyebrow, he waited more to no avail, and eventually Zara spoke again. See, she doesn't want you here as well. Rio knew the importance the higher-ups gave to Elisira, which meant he should just stay regardless of anyone's opinion and hold his ground, avoiding the risk of her being co-opted by the O'Neill conglomerate at all costs. He looked deep into her eyes again, prompting her to speak. He waited no longer, turning his back to her and heading away. He heard Zara's laughter from behind him as he was about to disappear from her view when Elisira's voice reached him. "Stay!" followed by a meek, "Please stay." Rio would be lying if he said it didn't feel good to hear those simple words. He had a faint grin on his face when he turned to Zara, who had maintained a neutral expression but gave off the feeling she was fuming inside. Zara didn't just give up the talk simply because he would be staying, and soon she and Zenvalor approached Elisira. Rio just found a small rock to sit on, not bothering to get closer to them and join their conversation. With her exterior still full of purple zones and her neck conquered by it, Elisira stood there with her tail in front of her belly, watching Zara move around and waiting for her to start the conversation. Seemingly noticing Elisira's discomfort, Zara took her sweet time before she spoke. In Rio's perception, this was her way of getting back at Elisira for preventing him from leaving. "Listen, the fact that Rio is still here won't change what I have to say. It's even better this way, so that you can hear his side before accepting my proposal." Zara's confidence in what she was about to offer was undeniable. Rio didn't think she was faking it to appease her hurt ego. "Not just any proposal, but one that will change your life for the better and end all of your worries at once." Zara kept the mystery alive while she smiled at Zenvalor, who had crossed his arms and leaned against a tree. "You can say goodbye to alien translators in your brain and to unreasonable requests you can't deny. Even us humans will be forever gone from your life for good, and you will be finally free." Elisira's eyes widened as she followed Zara with her eyes. Rio was taken aback by her words but quickly reminded himself that there would certainly be a catch for such a good deal. "Well, what do I have to do for you in exchange?" Elisira was not naive enough to believe for a second that this would be free. "Nothing unreasonable." Zara only smiled, taking a glance at Rio. "You only have to work for me for a few days and answer my questions without lying. Then you are free." This... Elisira turned yellow for a second, but purple returned abruptly, squeezing her black spots out of existence. "I can't. I betrayed Amara. The only thing left for me is fleeing the planet with Rio, or else the Queen will come for me." What the Martian Republic had offered her was the possibility of leaving, which would be chosen at her discretion at the end of the mission. Elisira had not discussed her decision to flee the planet, and Rio was caught by surprise by her revelation more than anyone else. Zara saw the surprise in his eyes and smiled at him while addressing Elisira. "You don't need to leave the planet if you don't want to. Zenvalor convinced Elder Kiever to offer you protection against the Queen, even if it takes accepting you as part of his clan to keep you safe." Before Rio could say anything, yellow took over Elisira's body, but again it vanished in a second without any interference on his part. "Elder Kiever wouldn't want to anger the Queen no matter how much he values any information I have. Zenvalor told me you were just a servant who would be easily persuaded, but I prefer it this way anyway." Zara again smiled at Rio. "It's not Elder Kiever who wants information, it's me. Elder Kiever will only help you because I will pay him a price that it's worth his assistance." Yellow took over Elisira's body, and this time it lasted longer, only diminishing slightly its intensity when she spoke. "I just don't understand. I don't think anything I know is valuable enough to justify paying such a hefty price." Her lack of understanding was not shared by Rio. Elisira's upbringing among the elders and the powerful individual who made all decisions ensured she was a valuable asset, probably even more so to the O'Neill conglomerate, whose interests in Irisa extended beyond just spying and researching. "Trust me, you are more valuable to me than you can imagine." Zara's words, although real, sounded fake, yet Elisira's happiness at hearing them was very real. The yellow in her skin was concerning, and for the first time, Rio felt as if he had to do something, or else he might lose her. If his superiors found that he let her slip through his fingers without doing anything to avoid it, he would have to say goodbye to his promotion. Besides, just thinking about the rest of the year on Erisa without her constant questions made him feel a little empty. But how could he beat Zara's proposal? Before any idea could pop up in his mind, Elisira asked, "Will anything I say to you be shared with Elder Kever?" What a silly question. Of course it will. Zara's tone was patronizing, and she still found time to smile at Rio again. Elder Kever will want more than the resources I can give him, without angering Earth or Mars, to be worth for him to keep you safe. He will ask you all you know about Amara, the Queen, and the other elders. But that is not a problem, is it? After how the Queen has treated you, and after whatever happened between you and Amara, I bet my soul you want the very worst for them. Elisira's skin returned from yellow to a neutral expression, but it didn't turn red. Rio's concern only grew, seeing that Elisira was not offended at the mention of her wishing harm to Amara, which could only mean that she had somehow learned to cope with the end of their friendship in just the past 2 days. If activating fight mode would have helped him become more creative, he would have done that there and then. But what he needed was something to say to convince Elisira not to take up on Zara's offer. And the fact that he couldn't think of anything made him feel powerless and useless, although he didn't allow it to show. "I'm sorry, but I can't accept your offer." Elisira's skin turned purple again, her voice faltering. "Now go away, please. We have nothing more to talk." Rio's jaw dropped, failing to grasp her reasoning for refusing so strongly. Equally puzzled, Zara glared at Elisira, frowning. Even Zenvalor used his tail to propel against the tree and returned to an upright posture. "Do you have any idea how many enemies you already have? If you understood how much of Grandpa's time this matter has already consumed, you might reconsider." Zanvalor addressed her for the first time. Zanvalor's skin turned mostly red. "It was hard to believe the rumors that Amara had attacked you in front of the humans, but even after all the digging I did, I couldn't learn the specifics." Zanvalor's words were said as he scrutinized her body. "Did she scratch you in somewhere hard to see?" "No." He was reading Elisira like an open book. "Did she choke you with her tail then?" "Oh, there it is." Elisira froze in place, surrendering to her instincts and trying to hide from Zenvalor's eyes even though it was pointless, just as she had done right after Amara had attacked her on the ship. "That's enough!" Rio hated how Zenvalor exploited her trauma out of spite. "Go away now or I'll make you." Rio didn't stand up, nor did he reach for a knife or a gun, but just knowing that the complexity of the situation had been reduced to just defending a goal against a target was reason enough to boast his confidence. It made him stop feeling useless while alleviating his stress from trying to come up with a counteroffer. Zanvalor's exterior flashed some purple, but then red took over and he glared at Rio while letting his body blend with the background. Rio noticed that there was something attached to his tail, but he didn't move an inch from where he was, and only let a creepy smile appear as he waited. "What the fuck do both of you think you are doing?" Zara grabbed Zenvalor by the arm, startling him and causing waves of purple to propagate through his body. "Elisira needs some time to think. Look at her. The poor girl can't even move. I'll talk to her again tomorrow. I'm sure a night alone with her thoughts will help her see reason." Zenvalor's exterior returned to red, but after surviving Rio, Zara, and Elisira, his words followed another direction. "Tomorrow it is then." With Zanvalor's eyes constantly checking on him as they retreated, the duo vanished among the woods while neither Elisira nor he moved from their current positions for some time. Rio hadn't paid much attention to Zara besides a simple detail. She was not smiling as she left. Unsure of how to broach the subject, Rio stood up and approached her, who was still looking in the direction where Zara and Zanvalor had disappeared from her sight. "Ahem. Why were you so rude to them?" Elisira's exterior was still recovering from trying to hide from Zenvalor, and the first movement she made was to glance at him, but she immediately took 2 steps away from Rio and addressed someone else instead of answering him directly. Amara, I know you've been watching me. Elisira's skin had a significant amount of gray and purple in it, but the patterns those colors were forming were too complex for Rio to understand. I also know that replacing me in this mission was not just a small favor you did, but you don't hate how things turned out, do you? You didn't listen to my explanation before, but there's still one thing you will have to hear from me. I don't owe you anything after today. I hope you understand that. It seemed to him that she just wanted some closure and she was willing to pay a price for it. Elisira hated how humans looked, and she was still willing to go live among them just to pay some stupid debt to someone who had everything she would never have. Stupid was the only word that kept popping up in his mind. Elisira got closer and tugged at his sleeve, shyly pinching the fabric of his jacket as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Rio took a peek at her skin, but pretended he hadn't noticed the fleeting small dots all over her body. We have some free time before Nathan gets here. Normally it was Elisira who pestered him until he accepted to train her, but for once, Rio changed that. What do you say about we try doing something about your stupid fear? My fear? Elisira was avoiding his eyes. Rio expected some hesitation or questions about his methods, but Elisira was direct. Teach me how. This was an account based on the proposal Zara made to Elisira. The previous narrative is based on the events of the 15th day of the exploratory mission of Irisa. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Next are Patreon. Luna 6th query. Set the source to the translation logs of Princess Amara Orlin. Of course. Luna 6th query. Tell me about Amara and Nathan's first conversation after he arrived at the meeting place. For the 4th time in a row, Amara inspected the colors of her skin to ensure that nothing, besides indigo blue and black, was showing, only to have relief wash away her worries when she confirmed her exterior was unchanged, just like the last time she had checked. This brief state of calm only lasted for a few seconds, however, given that, just like the previous instances, what followed the calm was a spike of anger at herself. Anger for doubting the fine control of her emotions she had acquired over the many harvests of training she had undergone since she was just a child. Besides, what reasons did she have to worry about such details? It was not like Nathan would be able to extract meaning from the subtle timing at which her black spots appeared and disappeared, nor their sizes or their concentration on any parts of her body. The only thing she knew he would notice was her lack of clothes, which should make him uncomfortable, as it had done the last time they talked in a wild place among the despicable Maribane Flowers hunting grounds that he somehow found interesting. What she should be worried about was what lie she would tell him to explain why she had avoided him in the previous days. Is he close yet? Amara pressed a tiny button on her AR visors and questioned the staff whom she had assigned to keep watch on the perimeter. This was her second time asking them the same question. Upon receiving a positive answer, Amara's gaze disregarded the boulders, bushes, and tree trunks around her. While concentrating solely on the downward slope beneath, all she could think of was Nathan's fast-approaching emergence from the narrow gap between an uncrossable rock cluster and a wall of dense foliage. With his heavy breathing announcing Nathan's arrival prior to her eyes catching sight of him, Amara had to nip one of her childish ideas in the bud. Now was not the time for hiding from him and trying to give him a scare. She had to, at the very least, apologize to him first before she could attempt that. Drenched in sweat and bearing a flushed complexion, Nathan appeared at a distance. He noticed her immediately, and their eyes met as he paused his upward march and stared at her with wide eyes. Her mind did not spare a single thought about his disarrayed appearance, and her heart raced. He was the one who broke eye contact, and only then did Amara notice that the guards who were supposed to be with him, protecting him against anything dangerous, were nowhere to be found. Could it be that they ignored her clear orders of not letting him unsupervised and protect him at all costs? She considered contacting them immediately, but decided against it. Nathan was safe and under her care now. She could easily ask him what happened, and that would be equally or even more relevant anyway. Amara's gaze landed on the oversized backpack he carried all the way from the clearing where they fought the ox soils. How could I not come to meet you after such an exhausting journey? Maybe because you'd be too busy like you were yesterday. Nathan's eyes lowered slightly, avoiding her before he added, or maybe I did something wrong without knowing it. Amara's heart sunk at how Nathan still found a way of blaming himself for her emotional distancing. You did nothing wrong. She then preemptively avoided his eyes before continuing. But I did. I should not have let you walk all the way here on foot. I'm sorry. Amara started fidgeting with her tail in expectation of a question about her reason for avoiding him, but Nathan's reply was not a question. He giggled. I did that to myself, don't worry. Your guards are the ones who are truly exhausted and will need some resting before they can climb this last slope. She should be happy that Nathan had accepted her apology so easily, but all she felt was a weird aversion to how he stirred the subject away from herself. Is that the reason why you are alone? Unafraid of looking at his face now, Amara immediately noticed some loose hair strands sticking to his wet forehead as he spoke. Igmila and the others had no trouble babysitting me through most of the morning, but they got tired much sooner than I did. Then I grew annoyed waiting for their slow pace and I gave them all of my water supplies. But it was not enough, and they still had to stop to rest. She knew that humans could sweat and perform intense physical activities for extended periods without overheating, but seeing it firsthand was totally different from learning the theory. She began to correlate this with the information Yalara had shared with her, but she weeded out those thoughts abruptly, barely containing a hint of white from showing. You must be very tired from traveling without water. Her unusual faltering was enough reason for him to cast her what she suspected was a curious look, but it was insufficient to cause him to pursue clarification. Now that you've mentioned it, I think I have sore shoulders from carrying all this equipment. It's a pity I had no chance to use most of it. Nathan unslung his backpack and placed it on the ground, ensuring it leaned against a small rock close by. Amara followed it with her eyes, not missing how the bulging pockets, with items sticking out of their compartments, caused the straps to look as if they could burst at any time. You humans have more endurance than I thought. While he was puzzled by her intentions, Amara got close to him as he struggled to not stare at her. Her tail taped his biceps gently, as Amara intentionally brought the subject of their conversation back to a more exciting topic. You might be able to lift me from the ground if you try hard enough. Can you not? Nathan's head turned away from her, and he brushed off her attempt to change the subject to something more personal. What is this lifeline that Igmila told me about? I was expecting a different biome up here, but it seems my expectations had been betrayed. This time, Amara didn't just feel some weird aversion to how Nathan changed the subject. Instead, she perceived it as something done with conscious intent. Had Nathan gotten angry at her, and did it change the nature of their relationship? Considering this possibility made Amara hesitant in her reply. But with a heavy heart and deliberate suppression of any hint of gray from showing, she said, The lifeline is a layer of organic particles in the atmosphere that most plants release to protect themselves from radiation. There is a different biome above this line, but the change is gradual. You will notice it as we advance upwards in the mountains. Amara's explanation lacked any enthusiasm and was done as she retracted her tail from Nathan's arm. Was this how their interactions would proceed from now on? Amara wouldn't let it be that way. She threw herself right in front of Nathan as her tail moved toward his back. Its tip advanced toward his neck from behind, and it kept ascending from above his shoulders until it touched his chin and pushed his head to the side, keeping it there to make it hard for him to look away. Was my apology insufficient? Nothing. I just want you to go back to being yourself. She was unable to keep the gray from showing. Where is that Nathan who told me humanity's reason for landing on Irisa? What did I do that made you act so distant? He pushed her tail away, but still looked her in the eyes as he spoke. I truly don't get you, Amara. You went out of your way to avoid me yesterday and earlier today, but now you are saying I'm acting distant. Her exterior was conquered by red, almost squishing her black spots out of existence. If you want to understand me, you can. All you have to do is to ask why I was avoiding you, and I promise you that I will tell you the truth. Purple replaced the red before she forced her neutral blue to return, in disbelief at what she had just said. Amara had considered many lies in case she was asked that very question. However, one thing that never crossed her mind was not only suggesting that Nathan ask the question, but also going as far as promising to tell the truth in a fit of anger. Nathan's eyes widened and his jaw dropped while Amara's heart rate went through the roof as she waited for his reply. I really need some water, Amara. I'm going to get some from the containers ahead. This talk isn't going anywhere, and I think we both need some time to unwind. Nathan turned his back to her and sprinted uphill. Amara grabbed her tail while grinding her teeth, preventing herself from giving him a painful scratch for one-sidedly abandoning her mid-conversation, something no one had ever done to her. She watched him disappear into the woods without letting her neutral expression crumble. Even Amara herself was unsure how her skin would look had she given up her facade at that moment. And that persisted until a glimpse of what was happening inside leaked in the form of disjointed matching colors taking over her skin from head to toe for a moment. The cause of this leak was how she noticed that he was in such a rush to leave that Nathan even left his backpack behind. Just the sight of it caused her to feel like throwing the whole thing down the mountains out of spite. Of course, she was mature enough to not act upon that urge, and instead, she pressed a little button on her AR visors to contact someone to return it to Nathan, but ultimately she gave up on that idea too, without saying a word. Amara was afraid her current mood would cause her to lash out at her staff, and the last thing she wanted was to become like her mother. So what she ended up doing was attempting to lift the backpack with just her tail and failing, which only aggravated her already troubled emotional state. It was then, at the exact moment she looked for a proper place to grab the backpack without damaging anything with her claws, that a single item, hidden among the many external pockets, caught her attention. A printed picture of herself and Nathan together by the bonfire, one that contained a claw hole in between them. Amara did nothing except stare at the picture for several seconds, until she whispered a single name for no one but herself to hear. Aldrinch. This was an account based on Amara and Nathan's first conversation at the meeting place on the Eben Range. The previous narrative is based on the events of the 15th day of the exploratory mission of Irisa. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6 query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa. Luna 6 query. Tell me about Nathan's first dangerous encounter on the Eben Range. Trying to forget his inner turmoil, Nathan was observing the skills of the Irisian spotters. They were leading the group, composed of 32 Irisians and 3 humans, through carefully chosen paths, easily climbing trees to survey the area ahead, which ensured that very rarely they would need to mess with the undergrowth to create a suitable path for the whole group to advance. And even when it was impossible to avoid damaging the vegetation for passage, there was the decoy group in the rear, whose job was creating misleading paths, making it hell for anyone who might attempt to follow them. Nathan couldn't help but compare how such a level of cooperation and attention to detail would be very hard to achieve with a similarly sized group of humans, who would likely just give up hiding tracks and just use a handful of trailblazers to advance faster. The sizable expeditionary force that Amara had brought with her, a crew of 25 on the other hand, seemed to hide their tacks easily. A huge portion of their jobs was hiding his, Zara's, and Rio's footprints to his amusement. This put into perspective why Amara had called him clumsy a couple of times. Is it not odd? Rio and Zara are doing science. Amara was by his side, strangely acting as if their previous interaction had never happened, her eyes analyzing the change of behavior of the other representatives ahead of them. The way they collect random samples of rocks and plants for someone else to study can hardly be called doing science. Every time Amara spoke, Nathan feared she might bring up their previous conversation, or worse, the end of their friendship, considering how much of an asshole he had been to her. Do you want some samples as well? Amara's tone was hard to read, be it her neutral colors or the intent conveyed by the voice of the translator. Igmila and her underlings will certainly be pleased to help you carry as much as you like. 4 heads turned from ahead, and a salvo of dirty looks befell upon him. However, Nathan pretended he didn't notice. After all, why would it necessarily be his fault that Amara had asked them to take on the role of carriers on this journey? He had never said anything to her about the warning he had received from Aldrinch, and much less that he had agreed to do what had been asked of him. That won't be necessary. My drones can do a lot without the need of getting samples, and if I need to collect anything, it will be very small and easy to carry. Nathan still found it hard to face her as he spoke. He was pleased by the heads turning away, and that feeling of danger subsiding, but the fear of what Amara might ask was still hard to avoid. Thankfully, however, Yalara came running from Rio's position ahead and adjusted her walking speed to match theirs as soon as she reached Amara's side. Yalara stole all attention immediately. "Princess, I failed to convey your message. Elisira didn't let me get close to him. She said Rio is aware of the potential loss of communication and has already prepared for that." Amara only listened, staring at Elisira's back from a distance. Nathan had heard from Amara herself that she had her reasons to cut communications with the rest of her species. He hadn't yet dared to ask why she would do that, but Mission Control had at least agreed that exploring some wild lands was much preferable than getting involved in any conflict. Not informing Rio directly is not a problem. I already ordered someone to tell the human factions that they would have to rely solely on their own means of transmission from now on. Amara's eyes never left Elisira. "I don't understand why you allowed her to come with us." Yalara's hands formed a shield around her lips, but Nathan still heard what she said to Amara, given that the translator would always work. That is, as long as Yalara's intention was not to exclude him from the conversation. You said it yourself, you can never forgive her. This time, Amara's attention turned to Yalara. Had she stayed behind, she would be at the risk of becoming a liability. "Isn't she one already?" There was a hint of red on Yalara's skin. "She must have told all of you secrets to the Rio's faction, and she is even disrespecting your orders after all you did for her. She considers her debt paid, and she's planning to leave the planet." A hint of gray appeared on Amara's skin as she took a peek at Nathan, only to turn away when he said nothing. "I might be the only one who has not moved on after the end of our friendship." Nathan's heart ached at seeing Amara like that. Why did it have to be so hard to suppress the urge to ruffle her hair and tell her that everything would be fine? If only the nagging feeling that any display of affection would cause her to say something they would both end up regretting later would disappear. But of course, this might all be his imagination at play, and no such a thing would occur. As he tried to come up with some comforting words to say that didn't involve any touching, he spotted something new. Yalara's tail had reached for Amara's as they both walked side by side, linked by the tip of their tails. It was good that Yalara had done something when he couldn't, but what did interlocking tails mean for the Irisians? Nathan had never seen others doing that before, or rather, he had seen something similar when Amara fell slept by his side. That might be because he had hardly ever seen their species outside of a working environment. Yet, the possible existence of a deeper meaning behind it took several minutes to leave his thoughts. It was only when he noticed that the biome was changing that he somehow put this search for hidden meanings to the back of his mind. Samples. I'm thinking of collecting some samples. It mattered little the subject of their discussion. Amara would always find a way of putting him against the wall, leaving a tactical retreat as his only option. As Amara and Yalara exchanged looks and watched him from behind, Nathan increased his pacing until he had overtaken Igmila's group. Now he found himself in a spot where there was more room for him to move freely. Specifically so, given that Amara was kept at the very center of a tight formation, which made him feel overwhelmed by the scrutiny of her guards. Glancing back at both girls who were whispering words to each other's ears caused Nathan to reflect on Amara's recent change of behavior. The 15 days he had spent in Irisa had made him accustomed to the Irisians' habit of not using clothes all the time. Their normally blue skin full of black spots made him look at them as if they were wearing some sort of body paint, which, coupled with how well it blended with the leaves around, made it easy for him to forget that they were all naked. And then there was Amara. Ever since the first time they talked alone, she had learned how to tease him, but it was only recently that she started doing it all the time. One day she was avoiding him, and the next it felt like he was the one who had been too forced to avoid her. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and now she had become a huntress who had caught the scent of weakness and wouldn't let go of her prey. Nothing good would come out of crossing the line of friendship. He would go away in less than a year, and she had too many responsibilities that he could never be part of. Besides, if they ended up ruining their friendship by mixing in some more intense feelings, it could even compromise the mission depending on how bad it went. With his swarm of drones, it would be easier than breathing for him to show Rio and Zara the proper way of researching an alien planet. Don't stray from the safety perimeter. One of the armed guards scolded him as soon as Nathan had retrieved the small box with the drones from his pocket. Just because you tamed an oxoil doesn't mean nothing can't kill you. Nathan didn't deny he was getting a little distant from the rest of the group and corrected his path to avoid veering off. Sure. He complied, but he didn't take the warning too seriously. Nothing he had seen so far looked scary against a gun and a sharp knife after all. Fighting an oxoil in the wild was not an experience he wanted to have, but those creatures were not exactly subtle, and he would see them coming before it could get dangerous. The maribane flowers were also dangerous if not spotted, yet he had studied them enough to not be afraid of them anymore. Besides, not having to use his gun or even his knife on all those days had made Nathan confident that Arisa's greatest danger was the Arisians themselves, not the flora, fauna, or climate. Under this mindset, he returned to the safety of the group and deployed his swarm of drones, activating the custom view mode right away. An influx of information flooded his brain at once, and his world became full of labels, unveiling more secrets than he could process at once. To counter this, he focused on the tree trunk he was passing by, and more specific data began to be displayed. Using the drones to do science, while definitely practical, evoked a certain depressive feeling in him. Many would call Nathan old-fashioned for that, but the fact that he could do his work properly without ever touching a single leaf with his hands was something that didn't make him happy at all. Still, he could do things the old way in his free time, so he continued his analysis, this time focusing on the soil. Having found nothing too interesting so far, he changed the target to a small rock formation that looked interesting, thanks to having a few leaves growing out of it. 4 out of the 5 rocks he analyzed showed a similar composition to the crystals of the soil, likely formed through slow accumulation of sediments. One of them was very different, though. "Why is that rock alive?" Nathan asked loudly as he pointed at the rock with his index finger. The creature was highlighted in red to indicate that the IA had marked it as potentially dangerous. The 3 armed Irisians who were close to it suddenly stopped, aiming their guns at the rock-like creature in a flash. With no doubt or hesitation on his part, one of them poked it with his claws, immediately turning purple from head to toe when he confirmed it was alive. He then screamed as his body transitioned through many colors. "Urkree ambush!" Unaware of the generalized cacophony his simple question had unleashed, Nathan surveyed his close surroundings with the infrared view mode, finding nothing unusual, until he perceived the ground in motion beneath his feet. When he turned to his left after hearing some noise, all Nathan saw was an empty hole. This would not be a problem if not for a small humanoid creature with claws longer than his whole hand pouncing toward him, with the clear goal of puncturing his neck. He ducked without thinking, reaching for his knife as the creature landed on his previous position. No time for him to get rid of his heavy backpack to gain some agility or get his gun. With his knife firmly held in his right hand, he stared it into the eyes for a split second, waiting for the next pounce to happen. But before it could attack him again, his eyes widened at the sight of it yelping in pain and contorting its muscles as bits of skin were ejected from its back mercilessly. It fell on the spot, likely dead before its head had touched the ground. Nathan hadn't heard gunshots being fired, but he didn't need to hear them to identify the shooter. It was the male who had scolded him earlier. The muzzle of his gun was still locked onto the creature after it had already stopped moving. With his hands shaking and his heart pounding, a single thought crossed Nathan's mind. Amara. A glance from above his shoulders was all it took to confirm her well-being, but he also saw way more than he had expected. The bodies of more than 10 similar creatures lay around. Rio had a knife full of blood on his hand, and Zara apparently had not been attacked. It was a female, a member of the small crew of 3 whom Amara had allowed him to bring to the expedition to the valleys. Whether or not she was dead was something Nathan assessed in a single glance. One of those creatures was still holding her body tightly from behind. It was stuck to her even after its death, with a long claw buried deep into her left eye as blood flowed out of it. An Urkri ambush is nothing to take lightly. The same guard who had scolded him before approached him, his gun having returned to his back. We outnumber them, we outgun them, we outsmart them, and yet they still kill a few of us from time to time. How can that be? It was hard to understand how no one had noticed the ambush before he had found the unusual rock. They reduce their metabolism to such extent that they can stay in the same place for several harvests, completely unmoving until nature has completely erased their presence. He pointed at the back of the creature that had attacked them with his tail. This one here has some roots growing on its skin. I wouldn't be surprised if it has lived in that hole for the past 5 harvests. That's a decision Princess Amara will make. His tone was friendly, and his skin showed no sign of emotion. But I doubt she would have brought you humans to the Ebon Range without being ready to lose a few of her soldiers. The male whose name he failed to ask left and gathered with the others, but Nathan stayed where he was. His eyes then sought Amara, but she looked busy talking to her crew. He then sought another human, but found only Rio, who was too busy cleaning up his knife as if nothing had happened. Oddly enough, he only felt somewhat normal when his eyes found Zara's. She seemed to be the only one capable of sharing his feelings at the moment. They both stared at each other from a distance, comprehending how the other was feeling, even though not a single word had been shared. This was an account based on Nathan's first dangerous encounter on the Ebon Range. The previous narrative is based on the events of the early evening of the 15th day of the exploratory mission of Irisa. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6 query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa. Luna 6 query. How was Nathan's night after the ambush? Before Nathan, a rather small plant-like life form teeming with bioluminescent leaves drew his full attention for a fleeting moment. The anti-plant, a term he was using in his thoughts, for some reason emitted light through its leaves instead of absorbing it, like plants do to produce food for themselves. How it was viable for such a life form to survive by giving off energy instead of absorbing it was a mystery to him. A mystery that, under normal conditions, would have caused Nathan to become obsessed by it. This would undoubtedly have caused him to leave his group behind and set camp beside this life form until he had solved the puzzle. Yet now Nathan was struggling to stay focused on it. A few minutes had already passed since he discovered this new species, and the only thing he did so far was plucking a leaf and watching its brightness slowly fade in his hands. This process in which the dynamic mechanisms of life stopped being dynamic, this delicate order returning to its natural state of chaos, was not something Nathan usually reflected upon. There was something sad about the fragility of life. It had an inherent tendency to give in to entropy, as if to rub it in the face of every living being that death could be enduringly delayed but never avoided. It was not as if he considered himself an exceedingly good person, capable of unconditional empathy towards all beings. Nor did he have a strong inclination to feel bad for all untimely deaths in the universe. But the fact that Aphila, whose name he only learned after the incident, died near him somehow, shook him more than he thought possible for a stranger. An alien stranger, nonetheless. Was the detailed sight of the claw entering her eyes that made him feel like that? Nathan didn't think so. He had seen some serious wounds before, and none of them had troubled him so much. Was it the fear that the same thing might have happened to him then? No. He might not be as proficient as Rio in killing hostile creatures, but his chances of suffering the same fate as Aphila were quite low. He knew how to use a knife, and he was not a terrible shooter. Besides, he had another trump card running on every cell of his blood that no one except some of Earth's crew was aware of. The more time he tried to figure out the reason behind his distress, the more he considered leaving the anti-plant behind and going back to his tent, even after considering his slim prospect of getting any sleep. When he finally made up his mind to call off his drone swarm and rejoin the group that was merely a minute's walk distant from his current position, the threat detection tool captured movement, highlighting a red silhouette moving stealthily in short outbursts from behind one tree trunk to the other. Amara? His hand moved closer to the gun secured on his belt, ready for quick access if needed, unlike earlier during the ambush. Shh! He failed to identify the voice, but since it sounded perfectly natural through the use of the human translator, it was easy to infer who it was. Princess Amara cannot find out that I'm here. She sprang toward another tree trunk, taking cover somewhere close to Nathan, who repeated his question in a very low voice. Why are you here? Nathan raised an eyebrow, not knowing how to react to Yalara's shady-sounding offer. His mind was still elsewhere despite him not showing it. I'm not sure if you should be telling other people's secrets. Yalara stopped turning around for a bit. It concerns you, and it might be something that you already know. Nathan was not in the mood for playing games, so he was more direct than normal. Say it. Amara, she sees you in a different light than just friends. Yalara's tone was so low that he barely heard her. Nathan understood her implications. How wouldn't he after Amara's not-so-subtle hints? It had taken a toll on him not to follow his heart, but the heart oftentimes went after things that were not good for the integrity of the rest of the body, which was terrible given that it also sucked at keeping itself from getting broken. That was true for both species, it seemed, or perhaps a fear exclusive to him, not shared by Amara at all. If she sees me like that, it must be because she hadn't considered the situation as a whole. Talking to Yalara was so much easier than doing the same with Amara that it felt like cheating. Give it a few days and she'll forget me. Faint red spread through Yalara's body. Believe me, Princess Amara has thought things through. She noticed she had raised her voice and turned purple again, but she still went on in a lower voice. She might get over you if you keep avoiding her, but I'll cut off my tail and eat it if she ever forgets you. For the first time after the ambush, Nathan set aside his low spirits in a moment of transient bliss. But that only lasted until he remembered Aldrinch's words. Me. Her. This could never work. He would not tell Yalara about the warning, not because he was afraid of the consequences of doing so, but because he believed there was reason to avoid crossing some lines. Yalara checked behind the tree she was using a cover to ensure that no one had followed her again, before she continued in an even lower voice than before. Amara knows that someone has threatened you on Aldrinch's behalf. I'm not certain. Yalara's skin would turn into a different tone of purple at every secret she told him. Perhaps she wants you to rely on her competence to handle this, or maybe she wants to see if you will be stopped by this threat. It can even be something entirely different. Princess Amara and I are not so close to the point she tells me everything yet. Nathan was at a loss for words, gazing at the ground without even realizing he was doing it. His day had already been so chaotic that he was certain he wouldn't be able to get any sleep, and now Yalara came to him with enough fuel for his mind to mull over for several more days. Couldn't she at least have waited for tomorrow to tell him all of that? He only recovered enough clarity of mind to get back to the present when it occurred to him that Yalara's behavior was quite suspicious. Wait a minute. Why are you telling me this much about Amara? I can see that you are terrified of being found talking to me, and yet you're doing it anyway. Nathan looked her in the eyes and took a step towards her in an attempt to see her better and gauge her emotions. But all he got in return was her pressing her back against the tree trunk she was hiding. At the same time, she straightened her back and placed her tail in front of her belly. That was enough for Nathan to take a step back and give her more space so that she would answer him. I can envision a future where me and her become friends, and I'm placing a bet on this future. A hint of yellow appeared close to her neck, replacing some of the purple among her black spots. Today, I confirmed that she is not like her mother, and I'm willing to risk enraging her when you tell her about this conversation we are having. Yalara turned purple. Princess Amara might forgive me for facilitating her communication with you. But if she misunderstands the reason I sought you tonight, I fear I might suffer an accident on these mountains before I can explain myself. That's ridiculous. Amara wouldn't kill you just for talking to me. Even though Nathan was far from becoming an expert on how Iresian society worked, it was unthinkable to him that Amara could be that violent. There are rumors that Queen Kala has done something similar before. Yalara's speech slowed down to a measured pace. There's a lot about Amara's past that you are not aware too. I don't get why you're telling me this. Isn't your goal to establish a friendship with Amara? Nathan's brow furrowed. Yalara was not making a whole lot of sense to him at the moment. Besides, doesn't the way you two held your tails together earlier mean that you are already friends with her? No, our species have different levels of friendship, and it takes many instances of mutual trust not being broken for us to truly consider someone a friend. It was hard to see the details of the patterns in her body, with only the dim light from the bioluminescent life form behind him, but he didn't miss some white forming on her neck and face. As for why I'm telling you the truth about Amara, it's because I can envision a future friendship between us two. That caught Nathan off guard. He was not feeling quite well, given that had witnessed someone dying, and there was also the whole situation with Amara. Between all of this and the shining living being behind him, now was an overall awful time to make new friendships. But wouldn't he be a hypocrite if he said that now was not a good time for making friends just because of that? When he had asked Amara to be his friend, she had just ended her childhood friendship with Elisira and had almost fought Rio inside her ship. But didn't things work out for them after that? Maybe even too well, he thought, smiling to himself. If you want to envision a future friendship with me, be free to do so. Nathan paused his speech deliberately. But I'll consider you a friend from now on. Really? Yalara's exterior turned yellow, but nothing close to that beautiful golden hue he saw on Amara's skin when they had become friends. Yeah. Nathan smiled and pointed to the shining specimen behind him. But as a token of friendship, I want you to take me to a place full of those organic beings. I'm not in the mood to study them today, and I fear we'll depart too early tomorrow. He was not being serious, but whether or not the translator had worked properly, Yalara answered him in earnest. Easy. You will see thousands of them before we reach the valleys. They are the only source of light in some of the places Princess Amara is planning to take us. That made him slightly happy, but not enough to forget his awful day. Oh, I'm already seeing the benefits of being your friend. You would have known this if you weren't fleeing from Amara. Yalara checked behind the tree trunk for the first time in a while. But after I tell you that she is aware of Aldrinch's schemes, you have no reason to avoid her anymore, right? Yalara's color transitioned to red, and she opened her mouth only to close it again. No words were spoken. She stared at him for a while until her colors returned to neutral. Then she said, I cannot tell you how to feel, but your friendship alone warrants more than some vague words for her. I need to get back before someone comes looking for me. She cut him off, blending with the background as she checked for a path to return. We can talk again tomorrow, but I have one last thing to tell you now. While you stayed here alone, Amara ordered her tent to be built close to yours. Her guards are keeping an eye on her from the tree above, but after your early warning saved some lives today, I'm certain they will overlook if by any chance you confuse the tents and end up entering the wrong one. As she left, Nathan stood still, accessing the recordings on the integrated system to ensure his sanity was intact, and he heard what he thought he heard. His inner world was a mess, and his heart was racing faster than when he was carrying his heavy backpack around. Even so, talking with Yalara had transformed his initial feelings of being disheartened and slightly confused into a state of slight disheartenment and extreme confusion. He ignored the anti-plant and recovered his swarm of drones that never stopped operating in autonomous mode while they talked. He then turned the infrared view mode on and walked towards his tent as he checked his surroundings, which had been extensively inspected before, just to be sure. His first glance at the spot he had chosen to set up his tent was more than enough to understand what had happened in his absence. Zane Valar, Zara, and the remaining members of his crew had set up their tents on the same spot, on the northern side of a huge tree with many branches. Rio had set up his tent in a secluded area, and Amara's tent was right in front of his own, towering over it as if it were a stupid prank. The only thing that made it somewhat less embarrassing for him was that the ultralight materials used in the making of his tent gave off a much more modern aura and a strong feeling to its structure. But anyone with half-functioning eyes wouldn't confuse the tents. Nathan then looked upwards and found it was even worse than Yalara had described. On the long horizontal branches, he saw dozens of Arisians hanging by their tails. There were dozens of orange eyes scrutinizing him from above. Instead of fear, he felt like laughing for a second, his mind immediately associating this sight with that of a Christmas tree and the Irisians as baubles. Maybe this was his way of coping with that awful day. But he took advantage of this moment of bliss to advance to the front of Amara's tent, not even bothering to check the gazes coming from above. This moment of calm only lasted until his hand had nearly knocked on her door, though. Why was it easier to face an army of trained killers than to confront a single small princess? He found it hard to understand why. Reflecting on those questions, Nathan returned to his tent to start his night of rethinking his life choices, his failure to knock being seen by more eyes than he could be bothered to remember. This was an account based on Nathan's night after the ambush. The previous narrative is based on the events of the 15th day of the exploratory mission of Irisa. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6 query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa and the translation logs of Princess Amara Orlin. Not a problem. Your request will generate an account from multiple POVs. Do you want to proceed? Luna 6 query. Sure. Rio's perspective. At the uncomfortable sensation of something poking his shoulder, Rio's eyes snapped open, immediately taking in the sight of the ceiling of his tent. Turning to his side, he found Elisira's tail purposely crossing to his side, making his first coherent thought be an angry remark at how she had done the one thing she had strongly requested him not to do, never to invade her side of the tent while she was sleeping. Wriggling his body into a sitting position, he immediately noticed that she had already left her sleeping bag, the only one he had and had given her on the previous night. What the hell are you doing? Elisira's face was pressing hard against the tent's entrance. Both her hands were carefully guiding her pointy ears to probe the auto-foldable fabric. Go out then. Rio had no intention whatsoever of pretending his mood was better than it was, specifically just after being woken up. He remembered he hadn't given her access even to the lowest level of authority. Without it, she was unable to open the tent even from inside. The Brain I/O interface captured his intention, and the folding of small squares created an opening. In a matter of seconds, Elisira was free to leave. Rio was about to get a bottle of water from his backpack to prepare some coffee when she spoke again. You might want to come with me. I'm not interested in whatever discussion they are having. A warm cup of coffee in the morning was worth more to him than any gossip about the Arisians. Don't be like this. Elisira didn't give up. She wrapped her tail around his wrist, pulling him just enough to express her desire to take him with her. The only other time I witnessed an heir of a clan going against a royal in public, it ended with an execution that led to 4 harvests of assassinations and retributions. She is doing it again, he thought. During the days and nights they spent together, Elisira learned how to read his mood and get what she wanted from him. This time, she was using his interest for conflict to lure him out of the tent and go with her to see what's happening outside. He would bet that the part where she spoke of assassinations and retributions had been heavily exaggerated, just to get his attention. Are sure that this has the potential to go bad? Rio was baiting her to confirm his theory. Despite having seen through her trick, Rio still grabbed his t-shirt and jacket in a hurry. The light purple, barely visible in the form of small rings around the black spots on her cheeks, was proof that her playful mood wasn't totally honest. Perhaps she just wanted to see what was happening with Amara. He shielded his eyes with his hands as soon as he emerged outside, but he only felt like an idiot when no bright light hit his eyes. There was some light weaving its way through the dense canopies, but nothing enough to require his eyes to adjust to the new radiance. Surveying his surroundings cautiously, Rio noticed that day and night were not that different in the place they were now. If not for the digital clock floating in a semi-transparent window, he might have had to think a little before being sure it was day. Rio noticed that Amara's soldiers were holding their guns upside down, using their tails to keep their bodies attached to a couple of vertically spanning branches above them. They must be aiming at Zanvalor. Elisira had a hint of purple on her skin. For them to do this, he has to be acting like a threat to Amara. Rio noticed a few pairs of orange eyes locked on him. If they were serious, they wouldn't have time to worry about me. Elisira's tail wrapped around his wrist again, and she began pulling him toward the place where they were aiming their guns. The fight training they'd done together had helped them develop some basic nonverbal communication. Why can't it be me that they are worried about? You? Rio and Elisira had only a few training sessions so far, and even though she was a fast learner, it would still take months before she could become a proper fighter. I think the translator might be malfunctioning. She glared at him and straightened her grip on his wrist so that he would know she was displeased, yet she avoided speaking now that they were getting closer to the others. Rio found it hard to understand how she could be fierce when they were alone, but would change completely when there were others around. This was further confirmed when they approached Amara's tent. Elisira released his wrist, and Rio observed her reluctance to get closer, despite it being her idea to come there in the first place. He whispered in her ear, "Come on, yesterday you were firm with Yalara. You can't hesitate just because that princess is there." You are right. She was sneaky, waiting for him to lead the way, but that much he could tolerate since she was still making progress. This is ridiculous. Grandpa will take it as an affront to the whole clan. One of our best agents died in your expedition, and instead of going back or allowing a ship to come to recover her body, you demand we hand over our communication equipment. What will it be next? Will you want our guns? Or will it be our tents for your soldiers? The first thing he found upon reaching the front of Amara's tent was an angry Zanvalor. Elisira conveniently stopped in a position that had himself in the middle of her and Amara, as if that would prevent the princess from noticing her. Zanvalor glared in their direction for a few seconds, but his eyes quickly returned to Amara. Amara didn't spare them a single glass, nor did she rush to reply to Zanvalor's accusations. Eventually, she spoke. "Your guns, you can keep them. Your tents, I advise you to abandon them. I fear you are understaffed, and my crew is busy with my belongings. As for the communication equipment, it is useless without the network I control. I am doing you a favor for taking it." Rio raised an eyebrow. He didn't like either Amara or Zanvalor, but he respected more a mercenary who carried their own equipment than a spoiled princess who put a strong front just because she had more guns and soldiers. Besides, Amara was too ruthless even for his low standards. Zanvalor had lost an agent, possibly a friend, and she was taking his loss lightly. Even Rio considered that a low blow. It was unthinkable. How could that royal bitch be that insensitive after Aphila had died? Zara, who was not supposed to get involved, found it hard to stay silent. "Someone died, Amara. Your expedition is a failure. I can't contact the O'Neill conglomerate. But listen, what you're doing is not just wrong. It also paints Irissa in a bad light for the investors." Zara had only talked with Aphila a few times, but the sight of that hideous creature puncturing her eyes was something that made Zara take some medication. This was the only way she found to get some sleep at night. "Having one of you humans die on this planet would be worse," Amara replied right away. "Worse even if it was done by the claws of my species. This journey, more than show you our ancestral home, has the purpose of keeping you hidden from the harm of our wars and schemes." "And you decided that all by yourself?" Zara walked by Zanvalor's side and continued, "I for once would rather try my luck on your capital. If it's anything like what Zanvalor told me, No one on this planet would dare to cause us harm intentionally. Your species agreed with my plan. I would have been informed otherwise if anything had changed. Zanvalor had told her that Amara, unlike him, had access to some planetary broadcast system that kept her informed at all times. Amara, Zanvalor interjected. I don't blame you for Aphela's death. I could have said that your soldiers and the rest of your people are not well trained, and that it could have been different if you had allowed me to bring a larger party. But I won't do that. All I ask for is that you let me contact Grandpa. He can arrange for the retrieval of her body, and he will send a replacement for my team. Zara tried to read Amara's reactions to Zanvalor's speech, but she hadn't seen a single hint of emotion in her. It was as if his plead meant nothing at all to her, and just by listening to him without interrupting, she was doing him a favor. Your safety, you mean? Your brother swore to remove your head, not ours. Zanvalor couldn't contain a hint of red from showing. Zara interjected before Zanvalor could say anything stupid. Amara, all we ask is that you let us decide what to do ourselves. Why don't we vote if we can choose to abandon your expedition or not? You can hide in this dangerous forest alone if you are afraid, but we should not have to share your burden. She wanted permission not only to contact Zanvalor's clan, but also an opportunity to get away from this awful forest and visit the capital so that she could meet the elders and the queen. That's not a bad idea. Zanvalor showed his support, but Amara remained silent. As she waited for her reply, Zara checked Rio's expression for a hint of what he thought, even though it didn't matter much. She was confident in her chances of winning, and that was because she had noticed something that no one else did on the previous day. Nathan had been affected as much as her by Aphela's death, maybe even more. Each human gets a vote. Zanvalor and I vote too. Is that what you are proposing? Amara's reply was not a straight refusal, which gave Zara hope. That's what is fair, isn't it? Zara made it harder for Amara to refuse as she smiled. Amara's perspective. Hidden behind her back, Amara's tail coiled around itself and squeezed hard. When she woke up and received a report that Zanvalor intended to disregard her order of no external communication, Amara thought that it would be simple to convince him this was a bad idea. A mercenary such as him should be able to ignore his feelings and prioritize the safety of the living. But things escalated, and now she had been put in between a rock and a hard place. If she denied Zara's request for a vote, it might worsen her relationship with the human representatives. If she didn't and lost the vote, then Zara might return and be in danger, at the mercy of her unpredictable brother and his army. And it was even worse. Any attempt to communicate with Zanvalor's clan might give away the position of her group, thus endangering all the humans and Irisians. Even if Amara disregarded her scheme to force Elder Kivor's hand to send reinforcements in case the worst happened, she absolutely couldn't allow Zanvalor to communicate with his clan. To avoid this, she would have to be careful. There was no room for mistakes. Rio, on the other hand, was a mystery. Amara was constantly trying to gauge his expression, but she failed to extract anything besides some exchanged looks between him and Elisira, who was hiding behind him. What about you, Rio? Any insights on the voting? Asked Amara. Either allowing them to do as they please or not won't conflict with my orders. Rio grabbed Elisira by the wrist, forcefully pulling her in front of him and exposing her to Amara's view. But I want her to get a vote too. She technically works for the Martian Republic now, so it shouldn't be a problem. Amara's tail constricted more, her claws pressing against her skin. What the fuck is wrong with you? Both Zara and herself spoke at the same time. But while given a light pat on Elisira's shrouded, he went on, Then she decides how I vote. That much neither of you can deny. Amara was puzzled by his words. How could Rio leave such an important decision to someone like Elisira? Even now, her skin, full of all tones of purple, was telling everyone around her fears and doubts. At the level her emotions were showing, Amara was certain that it was obvious even to the humans that she was not ready to make any decisions. The fact that he didn't even spare a look at any of them as he left was the only cue Amara needed to understand that nothing she said would change Rio's mind, which left her with many hard tasks. Not only she would have to talk to Elisira for the first time after the end of their friendship, but also she had to convince her to vote against letting Zara and Zainvalor do as they pleased. And that was not all. Nathan hadn't left his tent yet, even with all the noise. She suspected he had woken up but was hiding inside just to avoid her. How could she deal with all of that at once without snapping or shutting herself out of the world again? Amara could only hope she wouldn't repeat the same mistakes she had made during the first days of the mission. The noise outside hadn't woke Nathan up, not due to its lack of volume, but rather because he hadn't slept for a second. At the beginning of the night, Afila's death and his failure to face Amara were all that he could think of. But as time passed, his mind wandered to countless dark places, only to get worse by the morning with the constant fear that his tiredness would cause him to become a burden to the group. What if something like that attack happened again, and he was too unfocused to defend himself or alert the others? What if someone died because of him? With those thoughts constantly bothering him, Nathan had put on some old-fashioned earphones in a last-ditch effort to get himself to sleep. But even the soothing music proved insufficient to counteract the incessant flow of negative scenarios playing in his head, one after the other. It was as he moved around inside his sleeping bag yet again that the uncontrolled tapping sound coming from the malleable fabric of his tent captured his attention. Without a second thought, a pop-up window with the cameras outside showed him that there was a lot of movement right in front of his door. Upon taking off his earphones, Zara's annoying voice became quite clear. "I know you are there. We need you here to decide something important." Without understanding what was going on, Nathan decided to ignore Zara for now, as he played the early recordings. With his IA assistant playing only the key moments of the discussion, in less than 3 minutes, he saw how everything unfolded from the start of Amara and Zainvalor's argument until Rio and Zara got themselves involved. And that was done, of course, at the same time that he attempted to look somewhat presentable, which was a challenging task, given how pronounced the dark circles around his eyes were. On his way out of the tent, Nathan fumbled with his boots, making his exit appear either comical or sad, depending on who you asked. Still alive, huh? Leaning against his tent, Rio was the second. The fact that it still looked like night, even though it was day, escaped Nathan completely as his eyes alternated between the individuals around. Elisira only gave him a glace and returned to stare at the ground awkwardly. Her body was exhibiting all shades of purple, and her black spots sometimes were being swallowed by it. Amara seemed unfazed, her skin only revealing a neutral expression. Various emotions surfaced when their eyes met, and it took him no more than a second of eye contact to be certain that there was more behind those deceiving colors. She broke eye contact first, but her eyes didn't leave him. She scanned him from head to toe, and then she did it again, but the words she uttered were not aimed at him. "I am convinced it was not your decision to be placed in your current position. Am I wrong?" Amara's focus shifted yet again to Zara and Zainvalor. 2 votes in favor of getting everyone in danger. Am I wrong? "That's just your opinion, girl." Zara glanced at Zainvalor and spoke on his behalf too. "But you are not wrong. Zainvalor and I want nothing to do with this dangerous expedition anymore." Amara's gaze returned to Elisira. "It must be immensely difficult for you to talk to me given how my eyes scare you. So I will make this an easy decision." "Your eyes?" Despite her obvious fear, Elisira went on. "Your eyes do scare me." She raised her head as her tail coiled around her belly. "I always hated your mental games as well. You get insufferable when you choose a battle you deem worth fighting for, and nothing but getting what you want will make you stop." Red appeared on Amara's neck, and as it began to spread to the rest of her body, filling the gap among her black spots, Elisira spoke again. "I chose that you take his communicator." Before Nathan could understand what was going on with Elisira, she ran toward Rio, her eyes always on the ground. He thought this was becoming too similar to what had happened inside the ship, and checked Amara only to see the red fading. But when he was starting to feel relief that nothing bad happened, Elisira suddenly stopped. She didn't turn to Amara as she spoke yet again. "You know what, Amara? I stand by what I said on the ship. You are slowly becoming just like your mother. Nathan could barely believe his eyes when Elisira grabbed Rio's wrist with her tail and ran off toward his tent. Nathan could swear he saw a glimpse of a smile on Rio's face, as if he was a little boy being dragged around by his big sister. "That was weird. Weird and effective it seems," said Zara after seeing the brand new tones of red filling nearly all available space on Amara's skin. "What kind of maniac votes us into a tie and then runs off without even seeing what was decided?" Zayn Valer said, "The kind who is too stupid to know what is better for themselves. It makes me wonder how can Amara take this much disrespect from her, but we can't even keep our own equipment." Amara glared at Zayn Valor, her orange glowing as her digits spread out, making it look like she was ready to attack. Nathan would be lying if he said Amara didn't look scary right now. What about you, Nathan?" Zara opportunely asked his opinion right when Amara's rage was being directed at Zanvalor. "You saw what happened to Aphila yesterday. That insensitive princess you call a friend isn't allowing Zanvalor to contact his clan to retrieve her body. Isn't that unfair to her family?" Nathan was far from knowing the Irisians to the point of knowing how they treated their deceased, but Zara's words still made a lot of sense to him. "I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding. There has to be a solution or some middle ground. You guys are just overreacting to call her insensitive, right, Amara?" "I hold no sway over their perceptions of my character," she said, facing Zara and Zenvalor. Amara's gaze softened a little when talking to him, but the most diverse tones of red were still flowing like a river among the black rocks on her skin. "And you are wrong, Nathan. There is no middle ground. Zayn Valor will give me his communicator, and we will remain hidden in these forests and valleys for the foreseeable future. See what I'm telling you? Self-centered and incentive." Zara smiled. "All we want is permission to choose for ourselves who we can talk to and where we go." It was hard for him to admit it, but right now Zara's argument was sounding more compelling than Amara's inflexible demand. Of course, the only conclusion that Nathan had drawn from this was that she was probably being a little unreasonable because of anger and needed someone to talk to. "You're losing your time asking her anything," Zara interjected, but Amara ignored her and began to advance the few steps that separated her from Nathan. Amara was still looking like a jaguar of black and red, ready to pounce at the slight provoking. Yet Nathan's only reaction to her approach was looking away, not due to her shapes and colors bothering in any way at that moment, but just because it was hard to look her in the eye after Yalara had told him in detail how Amara felt. Nathan felt a shiver on his spine at her touch, and he stared at Amara with wide eyes before he was overwhelmed, turning away only to catch a glimpse of Zara's sour expression. Zayn Valor was also standing by her side. His arms were crossed and nothing betrayed what he was thinking. Nathan took Amara's tail from his chin and pondered what to do. But in a lapse of reason and self-awareness, he realized he was too tired to think clearly and just made a decision based on his gut feeling instead. He grabbed her wrist and said, "I do trust you. And if you think that continuing on this expedition and staying radio silent is the best for us, I'll support you." Nathan noticed a slight hint of yellow close to her lips where he was looking, but Zara's voice caught his attention immediately after. "Typical. Even after Colonel Vega's warning, you're still thinking with the wrong head." She then turned to Zenvalor. "I don't think she would dare to do anything against you in front of us. What will you do?" Zenvalor didn't wait for Amara to retrieve the small object from his hand and just threw it against her body. He did so in a way that it would be impossible for her to catch it. Nathan barely saw it bounce on her belly and fall on the rough ground, ensuring it would be hard to find among the dead leaves and dirty. His blood boiled at the rude behavior, but when he turned to Amara, all the red had disappeared from her skin, and now her neutral expression had returned. "You can go now, Zanvalor. We have nothing more to discuss." Amara sounded so calm that it was scary. Zara and Zanvalor exchanged a look, and they turned to leave when Amara addressed him again. "Expect an inspection of your belongings and crew at any time." Zanvalor didn't look back, but Zara's gaze pierced Nathan and Amara for quite a while before she rushed to catch up with the retreating mercenary. Nathan's anger at him didn't even have a chance to grow, seeing how little damage his rude behavior had done to Amara. Besides, now that he was left alone with her, Not many of his brain cells seemed to prioritize thinking about Zen Valor. That was a busy morning. In search of a safe subject to bring up, he noticed how little light was weaving its way through the dense canopies. Well, that's if we can even call this morning. His attempt to stir the conversation to safer grounds went completely unnoticed. Were you afraid when my claws pressed against your neck? You noticed me yesterday? Oh, of course you did. Your species is so easily alarmed that I bet I woke you up. Nathan sometimes forgot the differences between them. You did not disturb my sleep. No one can disrupt what was deemed to fail from the moment I closed my eyes. Some of the purple on her skin turned to white. Her eyes sought his own, full of expectation for his next words. Nathan felt the dangerous turn this conversation was taking, and thanks to Yalara, he knew for sure how it would end if nothing was done to prevent it. Perhaps it was the sleep deprivation speaking, but at that very moment, he came to terms that this conversation couldn't be avoided, so he would try a different solution than fleeing from her and pretending her feelings didn't exist. You are not alone in this. I didn't sleep tonight, and a lot of it, I believe, happened because I was thinking of you. Relief and apprehension persisted as he spoke. My head is a mess, Amara. I'm too tired. I fear I might become a burden to the group today. And I can't stop thinking of Afila's death. I promise we can continue this conversation another time, but could you wait a little more before we talk about this complicated stuff? For a while, Amara's only reply was the elusive colors of her skin. Most times, yellow was predominant, but there was also green, purple, and everything in between. It was only when those changes stopped and it settled into faint yellow that he heard her voice again. Have you forgotten what I told you when we became friends? What do you mean? I mean that we will stay in this place longer and you can rest as much as you want. My people will understand. The others will not hate you more than they already do. Amara's way of thinking was different than his. Besides, you humans always say more than is needed. Telling them I decided the group needs more resting is more than enough. When he complied, she whispered in his ear, "Sorry for the scratch marks on your neck." She disappeared into her tent, saying no more. This was an account based on the morning of the 16th day of the mission. The previous narrative is based on the important events of the requested time range. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6 query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa. Luna 6 query. What was Nathan's biggest achievement as a scientist? 2 days had passed since the group left their previous position. Or rather, approximately 2 days. After his emotional truce with Amara, along with some resting, Nathan slowly recovered his curiosity for studying Irisa, which culminated in his current unawareness of the precise timing as he paced back and forth, constantly checking the progress of the 3 research sites. One of them, an ecosystem of its own, was located amid the maze of branches and leaves several meters above him. On the previous day, Nathan had investigated this strange biome, where no high-energy light from the blue star was capable of going through. It took him no more than a few drone probings to confirm the unusually high radiation levels above this forest, which was several times more intense than anything he had measured anywhere else. From there, he had asked a few questions to the friendly-looking Irisians among Amara's guards, and, after some tedious talking about the conversion of radiation measuring units, he was able to extract the details of what allowed the living beings of this strange dark biome to not only survive but thrive. He was fascinated by what he learned. It turned out that there was historical evidence that the Ebon Range had been named as such because of the widespread existence of such dark forests, which encircled the many valleys that sat among the gap of the huge mountains. This allowed the existence of patches of life even above the protective layer of the atmosphere that the Irisians called the lifeline. Those huge trees were the reason why this dark biome existed. Their endless layers of leaves, which regularly were burned by the radiation and promptly replaced by the new layer below, were the reason why such a strange biome thrived above the lifeline. Under normal circumstances and with normal enough people, this would have been a great finding, worth becoming to the focal point of all further research, taking priority over any other uncertain pursuit. But this was Nathan that we were talking about. So, instead of being happy with finding this little piece of the puzzle that was Irisa, he simply looked at all those bioluminescent life forms that instead of being rare took nearly every inch of space around and asked himself another question. How were those shining life forms connected to the existence of the dark forests? On the previous day, he had been tempted to just accept that it could be a simple case of evolution and adaptation and call it a day. Nothing made more sense than a shining life form adapting to a dark environment. Yet, upon examining closely the fascinating interplay between the now numerous bioluminescent life forms on the ground and its surroundings, Nathan began to suspect that he was still missing something big. To begin with, by mapping its DNA, he had discovered that this bioluminescent life form, which was neither plant, animal, nor fungus, was very distantly related to any other life form he had studied so far. His calculations indicated that there were billions of years separating the last common ancestors of this bioluminescent species from the more typical plants and animals found on the surface of Irisa. This finding was a humongous problem, given that it didn't fit the hypothesis he was previously working with, that Irisa's complex life had only developed after the planet had been ejected from its original star, and then it was captured by the strong gravity of this short-lived giant blue star. This divergence could only mean one thing, that either his equipment, calculations, or methodology were wrong, or that the previous assumption that Irisa's complex life was quite new was false. This single puzzle was the reason why Nathan found a reasonable motive to empty the contents of his backpack on the ground and set up 3 research sites, one close to the other. He had done that on the previous day, and the last time he checked, 15 hours had already passed. Which was bad, considering that several more hours had passed since then. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to speed things up. Despite it being possible to accelerate the work on his mobile research station if he gave it his full attention, there was very little he could do to improve the speed of the second research site, a point of interest high above the ground in the canopies where his drones were constantly coming and going to collect data. As for the third research site, a deep hole he was digging in the ground, it was even worse, much worse. The reason for that was a simple fact that hadn't changed much during the past millennium. Digging the ground always took its sweet time to complete. While the heavy drill bits and the prone-to-failure motors and gears had been completely replaced by large groups of very small machines, the process of digging remained fundamentally unchanged. It relied on breaking the surface into small pieces and removing them from the hole. It was fascinating that it even could move a pile of excavated material that was as tall as himself, creating a hole that was just a few centimeters in diameter but 300 meters deep in less than a day. Well, Nathan believed that less than a day had passed at least. But his expectations to complete each little experiment using the endless supply of samples available was so high that it had crossed a certain threshold. It had reached the point that even sparing the single thought required to trigger a pop-up window with the current time would be too much to ask of him. The current focal point of his attention was a group of digging units that were about to return from the deepest end of the hole. His excitement for this particular set of extracted material was due to its nature, a fleshly extracted and uncontaminated sample of a seemingly dense and strong layer of Irisa's crust. "It's me." Yalara's tail was what had touched his shoulder. Amara had reassured me that you humans don't get scared easily, but it seems she was wrong. Amara asked me to bring you this. Yalara was holding a tray containing many slices of what looked like fruits. And there was more. On the right corner of the tray, there was something incredibly similar to meat jerky, but it looked like it had been seasoned with a blue-colored powder. At the sight of the neatly organized selection of exotic treats, Nathan realized he was truly hungry, his belly immediately joining the anticipation and growling. "Wow, so much food! Is this all for me?" "I don't think you should be telling me that." Nathan's attention was split between Yalara and his attempt to find somewhere to sit. Somehow the thought of consuming Amara's carefully prepared treat by the side of a pile of dirt irked him. Yalara, noticing he was looking around, waited a bit. When Nathan finally found a close rock to sit on and began to walk toward it, she followed him and spoke on as they moved. "It's my duty as your friend to tell you such things." It took him less than 20 steps to arrive, and Nathan inspected his surroundings carefully before sitting down. But before he could even get comfortable, she added, "And besides, this is fair, since I'm also telling your secrets to her." Nathan raised an eyebrow as he inspected the faint yellow on her skin. "I don't remember telling you any secret." "It might not look like it because of how things went down between me and Rio, but without the Queen interfering with my actions, I'm quite good at reading your species." Yalara pointed at his face with her tail. "The expression you made now is one of doubt and confusion. You didn't believe my words. See? That's between me and her. I refuse to tell you everything." Yalara's skin was full of yellow, which led him to believe she was not being too serious. Still, the irony of her selective secret-telling didn't escape his notice. He was about to point it out when a pop-up window alerted him that the digging units had finally arrived at the surface with his samples. He forgot about Yalara for a second and considered what to do. No matter how excited he was about running experiments on the rock samples, abandoning Yalara and the food to continue his work now would be very rude. More than that, he wanted to take a break to try something Amara made for him. Yet, rather than choosing between eating or working, he used the Brain I/O interface to instruct the drones, causing them to halt their current activities and switch to transporting the rock samples from the entrance of the hole to his mobile research station, where he had prepared a set of tests to run on them. Yalara, who witnessed the swarm of drones descending from above to work on such a complex task, exhibited some light purple and dropped the previous topic. "The way you control all those machines at once is scary. I can't begin to comprehend how it's possible to command so many of them at once." Nathan noticed that most Iresians keep their curiosity to themselves about what they couldn't understand, even avoiding it from showing through their colors. But now he and Yalara were friends. She was less afraid of sharing what was on her mind. "It's easier than you think." His full attention was back on her. "Just an abstract command like, 'Take this thing and put it there,' is usually enough. The IA figures out by itself the best way to perform the action I want." Amara was right then. She commented absent-mindedly but immediately clarified. "We talked a lot about your work. She seemed certain that it was easy for you to do all those things. I said you looked tired, and she had the idea of bringing you some food. She is giving you all the time you asked." Yalara was not like Amara, whose conversations would get very intense very fast, but today she seemed a little more decisive than what he remembered of her. "But with how much work you've been doing, did you even have time to think about her?" It seemed Amara had told Yalara about their last conversation. Had Yalara and Amara's friendship improved over the past 3 days? Now that Nathan thought about it, Yalara hadn't said Princess Amara even once during their conversation. Could it be that... "Did you tell Amara about us being friends now?" It had been a while since he had a chance to talk with those two at the same time. "I noticed that Amara was in a strangely good mood after her exchange with Zane Valor." She looked him in the eyes. "I took the opportunity to confess everything. As I predicted, she got angry that I hadn't disclosed it to her sooner. But then she told me something interesting. Did you let her press her claws against your neck?" He scratched his chin. No. That's bad. Amara might have read the mood wrong then, and she is happy for nothing." Yalara panicked, and he could see a hint of red in her. "What did you think she meant when she touched your neck with her claw?" "A word you said didn't translate." "Ah, there's the description." Nathan realized he screwed up when he saw some unusual combinations of colors on her skin. "Oh." The more she read, the more intense her colors turned. "Whoa! Amara thought she got a proof of trust, but this makes it even better. She has to know this." Seeing that Yalara was about to leave, he said, "Wait a minute. I haven't even tried the food yet. Don't you want to share it while we chat more?" He wanted to dissuade her from sharing this with Amara. He hadn't even figured out what to do with his feelings after all. Amara prepared that for you, not me, she said while leaving. If you like it, you should let her know it. And please don't take too long. I don't know what you humans think, but after how much she revealed about herself, she deserves to know what's in your mind. She was gone before he was able to ask anything more, leaving him with a lot to eat and a lot to think of. Yalara was not wrong that after his last conversation with Amara, he had drowned himself in work, getting too comfortable with all the space Amara was giving him, and even abusing a bit of how partial toward him she was. The reason why the whole group had stopped in this place to rest was because he had asked Amara for a few hours to do his research. This had been yesterday, and today Nathan was sure she had extended their stay again, just so that he could finish what he was doing. Just thinking about it made him appreciate more the numerous new flavors as he started eating, and playfully smirked to himself at how evenly Amara had cut those slices. He couldn't help but feel guilty about how spoiled he was being by Amara, while he had done barely anything for her sake. At this point, whether he liked her or not was not even a question worthy of being asked. The true conundrum was whether he would bury those feelings before they could flourish or do something so very stupid that it could end up ruining more than just the mission. Unfortunately for Amara, however, before her gift had given him enough time to ponder over the tough choices ahead of him, a pop-up window appeared, alerting him that some of his experiments had concluded. Unconsciously, he took a peek at the report, only to lose himself in the details until he had read it from start to finish. The samples from deep into the ground were strong evidence that Irisa was an old planet, a planet that had a lot of radioactive elements in its soil and a very hot interior, likely due to the continued decay of all those heavy atoms. This information by itself meant very little to Nathan, just another scattered piece that carried a clue to a bigger whole. But that was not the only experiment that he had done. All the drones probing from the canopies and above had not found a single life form capable of flying. This further confirmed Nathan's observations from all his days on Irisa, a planet that lacked any naturally evolving flying species, it seemed. The presence of radioactive elements in the soil and the lack of birds might seem like something impossible to correlate, but Nathan's hands began to shake as he did just that, his imagination entertaining a scary and bold hypothesis, one that would turn the heads of the scientific community upside down if it was proven true. Still, this hypothesis was too foggy in his mind. He needed it to have more substance before any serious researcher would take him seriously. Luckily, though, he had everything he needed to make it more solid at his disposal. With a quick series of mental commands, Nathan used the AI to create a projection of how old Erzia was, based on the evolutionary paths of all living beings he had studied so far, including the elusive shining life form that seemed older than anything else. He plugged in some conservative numbers, but the result was staggering. According to this extrapolation, Irisa had to be at least 5 billion Earth years old. But this was not enough. So Nathan used the sample of the soil to calculate how old Irisa was based on the decay of the radioactive elements trapped in the minerals. The result was similar. About 5 billion Earth years old. The matching results fueled his curiosity, and the confirmation that he was onto something turned it into an obsession, which inspired him to run the most important projection so far, the estimated age of the most recent common ancestor of all plants he had studied from the beginning of the mission. The estimated age of the projection this time was much smaller, just 8 million years. Nathan's eyes widened as he stood up and dropped the now empty tray from his lap. He had eaten all the exotic food without even realizing it. This number, 8 million years, was exactly what he needed to prove his hypothesis. The veil of fog had lifted from his mind, and only certainty remained, as a clear picture of Irisa's ancient past took form in his imagination. And yet it refused to succumb to its doom, and life still found a way to emerge from the depths of its frozen oceans, fueled by the heat provided by the heavy elements splitting while shielded against the void by a layer of ice. Billions of years passed, and slowly its life forms grew in size and complexity. They did it as they competed in this fierce environment with limited space and ever-diminishing warmth. Irisa's fate would have been sealed to a slow death if this persisted for much longer, and its life forms would go without ever achieving sapience, condemned to an ice confirm where there was no path of escape to the solid land above. But against all odds, the rogue planet was captured by a giant blue star in a favorable orbit. The ice layer had melted, and the path to the surface had been unlocked through a cataclysmic event that killed nearly every single life form it ever had. This event, however, had been both a curse and a blessing. The few life forms that survived now had a lot of energy at their disposal, which, coupled with the unforgiving radiation from the star, was more than just an incentive to adapt to the new environment and conquer the land fast. This was when diversity exploded and the race to sapience began, culminating in the origin of the Arisians millions of years later. This was also the reason why there were no birds or flying beings on the planet. Life on the land was just too young. On a planetary scale, it had merely recently left the water, and it would need more time for it to conquer the sky. The shining life form that had triggered Nathan's interest in beginning his research must have been an old species that had only recently found a suitable environment for it to live on land. And that only happened after the other species had already conquered the planet and created a biome it could survive on. Somewhere inside, he knew this very moment would be the highlight of his life as a scientist. He had just single-handedly solved the puzzle of Arisa, and now only one question persisted. This was an account based on Nathan's biggest achievement as a scientist. The previous narrative is based on the events of the 19th day of the exploratory mission of Arisa. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6 query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Arisa. Certainly. Luna 6 query. Narrate how Rio found out about the impending war. Rio and Elisira waited side by side as Rio's tent folded itself back into a compact form. The meticulous folding process transformed the tent from a modestly roomy resting place into a slightly heavy object that could easily be held with a single hand. Elisira was used to witnessing this at this point, but that didn't mean she would be satisfied with just standing there in silence for once. Isn't it weird that Amara kept us here for 2 days? Rio recalled how they had arrived in this weird place, where the only source of light was the strange shining leaves. But instead of hastening their pace to reach the valley sooner, Amara had instructed the group to stay there and rest. Something that she had done yet again in the morning. The only reason his view of the princess had not hit an all-time low was that at least she had asked Igmila and her subordinates to take Ophila's body higher on the mountains, which would preserve it for longer in the cold until it was safe to recover it. Maybe that princess wants to use the cover from the trees to keep us hidden. Not a bad idea. Even without proof to back up his claim, Rio had his opinion. Rio stared at her for a second and then burst out laughing, ruining his serious demeanor. Elisira had always referred to Nathan as Earth's representative, but it seemed his influence had corrupted her a little too much. She didn't look pleased at his unusual reaction. What's so funny? You are the one who wouldn't stop saying that Amara's only goal was seducing him. They are both fools. Recovering from his laughing spree, he went on trying not to smile. Even if she succeeds, she will get nothing from Earth, and he is even worse, just falling for a cheap scheme after being warned about it. What if she's not doing it to get anything? Elisira's skin transitioned to light purple. That's stupid. You forgot how many times you said we look ugly to you? And even if she is slightly different, don't all of you think we look expressionless and boring? That is our first impression. She looked away and by chance, her eyes landed on Zara, who seemed to be walking toward them. Elisira, taking a step to his side, whispered in his ear, "Is she coming to offer me something again? What do I do?" Zara was alone, exhibiting a fake smile as soon as her eyes connected with Elisira's. She kept getting closer until she was right in front of them. "Listen, I know we started on the wrong foot, but I really don't mean harm to you or your species. I could use someone like you to bridge the gap with the elders, and you would gain so much more working with me than with this brute." It's funny you call me a brute when your boyfriend is no different. Rio did not feel like letting Zara do as she wanted this time. Zara's attention turned to him, Ever since their altercation during their landing on Irisa, they had been mutually avoiding each other to avoid drama. Zanvalor is not my boyfriend and you know it. I could stoop to your level and say the same about you two, but I also know it's not true. I don't think a woman of any species would willingly spend time with you. Representative Zara, Elisira interjected, her skin filled with blue and not a trace of other colors around her black spots. If you come here to try to change my mind about joining Zanvalor's clan, No, I know you won't accept it. Zara smiled. Zanvalor mentioned that perhaps you are afraid that Elder Kivor will sell you off to the Queen when you stop being valuable, and nothing I say will reassure you otherwise. But don't worry, I thought of something better for both of us. I will hear you. Even though her voice faltered, Rio hadn't seen a single change on her skin, which made him worried. She had made some progress in concealing her emotions after he had pushed her to face Amara. But being calm under pressure was something she still had to work towards learning, in his opinion. I'll be frank, the O'Neill conglomerate is interested in this planet. Of all new places the Core Galaxy Alliance allowed us to visit, this is by far the more promising when it comes to long-term profits. Zara smiled. This time it looked like she was being sincere. And I don't mean that in a bad way. The lives of your species will be improved in every single aspect, and everyone will win. Life is not a zero-sum game, you know. Zara took a deep breath and went on. To sum it up, what I'm proposing to you is that you become my apprentice. After the mission ends, you can go to live in space with us, but nothing will keep you from returning to Irisa from time to time. The doors to Mars and Earth will also be open to you when we overcome the hassles of accepting you as a citizen. Bullshit. Ryo didn't even wait for Elisira's reply to point out every imprecision in Zara's explanation. The O'Neill conglomerate can't even agree with who can cross their inner borders, much less give you access to Earth and Mars. Rio doubted Elisira's entrance wouldn't be vetoed almost anywhere, given that humanity lacked any regulation to encompass non-human races. Elisira was only listening, and Ryo had no idea what was going on in her head as Zara's eyes turned to him. I never said there would be no hassles, but you can't deny that her life will be much better if she follows me. Mars is a sad place to live in, and all of you are poor because of all the military spending trying to keep up with Earth's bottomless pockets. Rio couldn't argue about the fact the average Martian citizen lived a less opulent life when compared to those rich folks from the O'Neill conglomerate. But what did being poor even mean in the post-scarcity era? To not be able to live a never-ending partying life traveling from one exotic artificial construction to the other? To not be able to afford a private spaceship? You gotta be kidding me! More than Zara herself, Rio hated the very way of life of her people and their wealth-parodied culture. Just because we have to work a little to have some nice things, it doesn't mean we are poor. Elisira was still keeping her cool even though indirectly, she was the center of their discussion. Zara smiled and said, "The only entertainment you have on Mars are those bubbles of forest that are always crowded. This must be why so many people get addicted to virtual reality over there, right?" Rio, however, nearly snapped. It seemed Zara's people had investigated his past to hit where it hurt the most. He was forced to take a deep breath, ignoring Elisira, who displayed a hint of red on his behalf. Zara's demeanor changed when she noticed that Elisira had also understood her personal attack on Rio. But before she could grasp the extent of the damage, he spoke again. "You did some digging on me, huh? But guess what? I also know a thing or two about you." Rio noticed how uncomfortable he was making her, but he just went on. "It's curious that you had some long and nice blonde hair before this mission. Do you know what our intelligence department thinks about it? They suspect your nanites might be a few versions older than ours. Your hair being short now might be to avoid the embarrassment of having some of it shedding due to the radiation. But your people can afford to pay for the best of our doctors to fix you later. Not a problem, right?" Zara's rigid posture coupled with her intense gaze led Rio to believe she would slap him, but the words she uttered seemed surprisingly composed. We might be a little behind on some fronts. We never took part in this ridiculous arms race that Mars and Earth are so fond of. But I assure you that my hair will be fine. I might even let it grow again just to shut you up, Rio. He was about to reveal the questionable activities of Zara's family when Elisira broke the flow of the conversation out of nowhere. There, I think I heard something there. She pointed at a tree trunk right behind Zara with her tail. Zara glared at her with a puzzled expression. Are you trying to protect this brute? If you think I'm letting him off the hook. She jumped and stared at the item on the ground, but she hadn't even done the basics of either getting ready to face the potential threat or running. Rio didn't think twice before pushing Zara out of the way and inspecting what had fallen there, but the moment he saw it was a gun on the ground, his hand automatically reached for his belt as his eyes surveyed above, not even inspecting the item on the ground. Noticing it was a female, he watched her fall gracefully, using her 5 limbs to cushion the impact with the ground. When their eyes met, she was about to recover her gun, but before she could do so, he broke the silence. You are one of Amara's guards. What are you doing? She replied as she cleaned her claws from dirty. We've been ordered to gather here. Before he could ask more, another rustling noise from a gun being dropped from a tree caught their attention. It was clear that neither Zara nor Elisira knew what was happening, as another of Amara's guards jumped from above, immediately springing to the even ground where Rio's tent was previously positioned and staying there. This scene repeated itself many times, and during the short time he exchanged a look with Elisira, it was enough for an organized line containing a few of Amara's guards, standing attention side by side, to take shape a few steps away from them. Rio observed with interest as an increasing number of Irisians gathered. Their tails would coil around their legs, and their clawed digits would interlock behind their backs as they found a spot in the line. Any idea what's going on? He asked Elisira directly, not bothered by Zara's curious gaze. For Amara to order this, she might suspect there is a traitor among us. Elisira's facade finally crumbled, and purple took over. Zara was puzzled, but the situation got even more complex as Amara left her tent in a hurry, marching towards them at an unusually fast pace. Rio noticed many heads turning, some of the Irisians in the line showing hints of purple behind their backs at her imminent approach. Somewhere along the way, he noticed 3 shadows unbending from the background and joining Amara. There were 2 females and 1 male, all of them holding their guns firmly and looking ready to use them if needed. The Irisians were naturally silent, but he noticed that, as soon as Amara's eyes connected with the first of the line, it was as if the whole planet had tuned silent, and his own heart became the only source of noise he could hear. Unlike most instances where Amara would take her sweet time to move, she walked fast, scanning each of them from head to toe. Strangely, though, she reached the end of the line without saying a word, and her eyes sought Zara and no one else. Where is Zanvalor? She asked. Isn't he with you? Her eyes filled with worry. He said he would try to solve the matter of the communicator again. Amara didn't waste a second replying, and simply returned to the front of the line, gathering all attention. She raised her voice and announced, I want each of you to inspect your equipment. More precisely, I need you to account for your communication equipment. Rio saw a wave of purple traveling through the backs of Amara's staff, as each one of them began their search for the little device, that some kept inside their ears, and others chose to keep it attached to their guns. Elisira tugged at his sleeve. There was little to read on her skin, but her tail was pointing at one of the Irisians standing in the middle of the line. The female she pointing at had some deep purple squeezing her black spots. Rio noticed easily that this individual was standing out from the others, which could only mean one thing. You! Amara noticed this detail as well. Zanvalor stole your communicator. She was overwhelmed by fear and could not finish, but Amara lowered her body so that their eyes would meet. You owe me. Amara's first 3 words were devastating, but before they could fully sink into the kneeling female, she went on. The cost of the communicator will be deducted from your wage. Rio had never seen such vibrant yellow as that of the kneeling female. Amara, however, surveyed Rio, Elisira, and Zara before attracting everyone's attention with another announcement. Zanvalor and his remaining crew of 2 are missing. We will take a longer path to the valleys, and we are departing now. Take everything easy to carry, but tents and non-essential supplies are to be abandoned. Mine is no different. Zanvalor and crew are to be arrested if they return before we depart. If not, we are leaving them behind. As if waiting for Zara's complaints, Amara's attention remained on her. Zara did as predicted to the surprise of no one. You can't leave them behind. That would almost be a death sentence in a place like this. Just arresting him without a proper judgment is already excessive. Don't forget that he only took from you what you had taken from him first. You reminded me of something important, Zara. Amara's tone was ice cold. She announced again for everyone to hear. If Zanvalor is found following us after we leave, anyone is allowed to treat him as an enemy and shoot to kill. Elisira sought Rio's eyes as if not believing her ears. Rio, on the other hand, felt that something was wrong. Amara's rush to leave this place after 2 slow days of resting time was not something that he could comprehend. What are you not telling us, Amara? Rio went straight to the point. You can't ask us to follow you blindly as you do to your own people. A war broke out. Amara's words sent another wave of purple among her staff, one that didn't look like it would disappear anytime soon. The first layer of defense around this mountain range has been breached. The casualties are in the hundreds, and some of my allies abandoned the fight. Queen Kala will intervene soon, but we must relocate to ensure our safety. Zara froze, her mouth agape. Rio's eyes widened, but he was still calm. As far as he knew, the situation was not ideal, but it was still far from terrible. If Zanvalor left some guns behind, I'm taking it. He spoke on a whim, but Amara agreed easily. Do as you wish, but no one will teach you how to use it. She then addressed all her staff again. I will inform Nathan and Yalara now. When I return with them, we must be ready to leave. Amara left without anyone bothering her. He had nothing more to ask, and considering he had already packed his belongings beforehand, he got to watch the normally quiet and secretive Irisians running from place to place in a hurry to collect what they could. Zara and Elisira were both quiet, and strangely, he had some ideas of what might be happening inside the head of the latter, but Zara's vague gaze to the ground told him nothing of what she was thinking. Let's see if Zanvalor left something interesting behind. He didn't make it clear, but he was only inviting Elisira to come with him. The way that she was pulling his sleeve hinted that she wanted to talk in private. Wait! Zara panicked at being left alone. Will you use the emergency channel to request an extraction? After being abandoned by Zanvalor among a bunch of human and non-human individuals who didn't like her, Rio could almost sympathize with the scared look in her eyes. Almost. You can do that, Rio told her the truth. But I don't think your career would ever recover if your actions gave away our position to the enemy and caused that princess and her people to die. Rio might not be fond of Amara, but that didn't mean he wished to see her dead. Additionally, the way she handled Zanvalor's betrayal improved his opinion of her ever so slightly. He had the displeasure of having served under worse human leadership a few times, and he knew she could have handled it worse. A lot worse. So, with Zara's gaze piecing them from behind, he and Elisira rushed to Zanvalor's tent, Rio nurturing some mild expectation about what he might find there. This was an account based on how Rio found out about the impending war. The previous narrative is based on the events of the 19th day of the exploratory mission of Irisa. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6 query. Set the source to the translation logs of Princess Amara Aurelin. Certainly. Luna 6 query. Narrate Amara's evening after Zanvalor's betrayal. Closely followed by a group of her subordinates, Amara threaded the rocky ground alongside Yalara. Putting aside all the stress and anger caused by Zanvalor's betrayal, which happened at the same time she found out about the war, there were multiple reasons for the fleeting hint of red on her neck that would appear every time she forgot to hide it. To begin with, she was physically tired. Marching uphill in a hurry to ensure that the group's position remained hidden had taken a toll on the bodies of even the fittest of her soldiers, placing her and the other less physically adept Irisians of her crew into a challenging situation. Unlike the humans, of course, who seemed fine after half a day carrying the weight of their equipment and wearing those clothes made of thick fabric. Amara suspected that if the humans were not present, many of the soldiers would have already asked for a break, but since she had ordered them to abandon all the heavy equipment behind, while the humans had not abandoned theirs, she was certain that their pride wasn't allowing them to ask for a break. This individual was an heir to one of the allied clans. His death would create friction with his mother's allies and, at the same time, interfere with the organizational hierarchy of the deployment of reinforcements for her expedition. That alone was reason enough for Amara to suspect her dear brother, Xandrid, would attempt to target her, or perhaps even try to do something against the humans. She doubted he would be foolish enough to attempt to kill any of them, but Amara could see him doing everything in his power to ruin her chances of ever getting humanity to save the planet. After all, his sole goal on the past harvests had been joining forces with groups that wanted to accept the offer of a new planet from the Core Galaxy Alliance. That way he would be able to accomplish his foolish dream of starting a new civilization under his leadership. Amara was unable to tell if Zanvalor's betrayal had been previously orchestrated to support her brother, or if his foolishness ran so deeply that he had done it without even knowing that a war had started, putting himself in a situation where he would face most certainly a death sentence regardless of the outcome. Still, what was done, and now she was the one who had to handle the many consequences. Some of them were just mild, such as the failure of her scheme to get reinforcements from Elder Kiever, and also the fact that she had to abandon a lot of supplies, including her own tent. One of them, though, was a lot more concerning. There was a strong chance Zanvalor's position had been tracked when he used the communicator he stole, which had motivated her decision to quickly abandon their previous location. Besides, another little thing had been annoying her substantially ever since she had ordered Zanvalor to be left behind. "She did it again," Amara spoke firmly but in a low voice, keeping her eyes transfixed on the path ahead, where there was a huge rock in the way. To avoid the rock, the spotters had found a way around it, but the alternative path required jumping over a smaller rock, which was still bigger than Amara. Indeed, Amara finally explained her feelings instead of just complaining. But I still despise how she is relying on him so casually. She rarely spoke to Nathan before, but after Zanvalor abandoned her, she won't leave his side. "It's not surprising," Yalara explained, as Zara overcame the obstacle with Nathan's help. "After how much she angered you and with the close relationship she had with the traitor, she might not be comfortable trusting her safety under your care." Noticing that soon it would be their turn to jump over the rock, Amara didn't reply. Instead, taking advantage of having a tail to assist with the jump, her eyes kept looking ahead. She wanted to check if Nathan would offer help to her as well, or if at least he would look back to see how she was doing. Having an accurate mental image of her surroundings, her legs and tail moved precisely to guide her jump and cushion her fall against the tricky surface, eliminating the need to use her hands and resulting in an elegant fall. Despite her success, Nathan hadn't bothered to look back and admire her remarkable performance. Zara wouldn't stop talking to him, who seemed to be giving her his full attention, leaving none of it to the typical exchange of looks between them. As soon as Yalara overcame the natural obstacle and joined her side, Amara said, "I will talk to him." Amara herself could see even more reasons not to go, but once she made up her mind, it was hard to convince her to reconsider. "I can convince her to leave. And you are forgetting something too, Yalara. There is a myriad of subjects for us to discuss that do not involve our feelings." Amara ignored her tired legs and rushed ahead, only to hear Yalara's final piece of advice from behind. "I'll warn everyone to not disturb you, but you are aware that you and Nathan won't be able to talk about another subject, aren't you?" Amara was mainly the one who was allowing Yalara to become someone close to her, but that didn't make it any less annoying to be confronted with her contradictions. Still, Yalara's lack of faith in her skills to handle the situation gave her an extra boost of determination to perform well. She didn't fail to notice some worried gazes from her guards as her shape blended with the background, disappearing from Nathan and Zara's sight and moving away from the safe path. But ever since she was a child, Amara was never too concerned with the opinion of her guards, and it was not now that she was in charge of them that she would begin to do so. Amara's impromptu plan was to present herself to them and abruptly break into their conversation. Next, she would join them until Zara decided to leave, but the more she envisioned it, the less appealing it sounded to follow through with this idea. Realizing that Yalara might be right, the thought of returning did cross her mind, but since reason was not the source of her current actions, she kept stalking them while Zara was telling a long monologue about how she hated the combination of rocks, trees, and darkness. At the sight of a small crevice among two big rocks, she knew exactly what she would do. With both hands, she collected as many pebbles as she could from the ground, and then she rushed silently to a position behind a big tree trunk where Nathan and Zara would pass in a few moments. Given how easy it was for her to infer their position from the sound of their steps, Amara waited with her straight back pressed against the tree. When she was certain Nathan and Zara were passing behind her, she threw half of the pebbles to the other side of the path, quite far away from them. In the few seconds that Zara took getting a flashlight and pointing it at the source of the noise, Amara launched her ambush. She briefly left her hideout, her tail alerting Nathan of her presence, causing him to turn around in a burst. As soon as their eyes met, she sealed his mouth with her tail and pulled him behind the tree with her, careful not to hurt his wrist with her claws. As soon as Zara noticed he was missing, she began her search for him, but Amara threw away the other half of the pebbles to distract her, causing Zara to predictably focus all her attention on the wrong place again. This gave Amara enough time to grab Nathan and take him to the narrow crevice she spotted earlier. He didn't offer much resistance to being taken, but his loud steps were not something she had considered. She solved this by entering the crevice with him and using her back to mimic the textures of the rocks around. "What are you doing?" Nathan didn't speak loudly enough to ruin her plans, but the vibe he was giving off was that of someone not on the same wavelength as her. "Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to tell you I put you on the exception list on the threat detection system." Amara was not affected by his lack of enthusiasm, but when she was about to reply, a beam of white light was thrown in their direction, making her instinctively wedge herself in the crevice and press her whole body against Nathan's. As the light beam passed, she got to see Nathan's wide-open eyes staring down at her as both his hands held her waist. It was as if time had stopped for her, as if that moment would last forever. Yet when the light faded, her attention immediately shifted to Zara's loud steps, who ended up running back to where she had come from after not finding Nathan. Now she was not seeing his face clearly, but at least they were alone. "Tell me, did I fail to stir even a hint of excitement for you?" It had been so long since Amara had done something so childish for the last time that it felt like it would have been a matter of life and death if they got caught. Lack of excitement isn't the problem here. Actually, there might be too much of it. It was only then that she noticed it was no accident that his hands were holding her waist. He was consciously keeping her away from something. Yalara had told her a little about what to expect from male humans, but Amara still needed confirmation. "I learned you humans do not have full control of some bodily functions. Did I cause—" Amara had many things she wanted to say, yet just the thought of asking him if he liked this was enough to trigger the memory of Nathan requesting some time to figure out his feelings. She struggled to find a safe topic until her mouth moved, almost on its own. "Which one do you prefer, talking to me here or your early conversation with Zara?" "You are mistaken." Amara's tail coiled around his wrist. "My whole life consists of planning, scheming, and always trying to come on top. This time I did what I wanted. Is it wrong to not consider the outcome once?" "Mother, Aldrinch, and the elders possess more means than me to end this war. My only duty is to keep the representatives away from danger." Amara stopped his hand from moving among her strands. "And Zenvalor, I did all I could do to minimize the risk of his vile actions compromising us." She took advantage of the darkness and pressed her forehead against his chest. "All my time is yours now, so there is no reason for you to talk with Zara all day and forget about me." Amara's heart sunk at the thought she was pushing Nathan too much, with all the advances she was making on a whim, without considering his feelings. Rushing you into a decision was not my intention. Her light tone was gone and she spoke seriously, remembering Yalara's words. I just wish we could talk more like before. I don't know what will happen after we talk. Nathan's words were hard to hear. But I doubt it will ever be like before, regardless of how well we can communicate. Amara felt like she was the one who had been ambushed. You intend to talk here? Now? She was not prepared for that. When she came looking for Nathan, Amara was motivated by wanting to distance herself from her terrible day, a good dose of escapism tainted with a hint of jealousy. Nathan took a while to reply, and time seemed to have slowed down thanks to her anxiety, which manifested as light purple among her black spots. Amara was at a loss for words. On the one hand, being invited into his tent was something she had fantasized about every time she received a report on how Rio and Elisira would stay together day and night. On the other hand, though, the tone of his voice was being translated as unenthusiastic and plain, which raised her worries about what he had in mind. What was Nathan planning to tell her? Fine, Amara agreed. Regardless of his plans, she was not the kind who doubted herself. Be it on the political front, in the dark forests away from her comfort zone, or a place alone with Nathan, she had her ways to overcome an unfavorable situation. I fear my guards might have already found a suitable place to set camp. But will you stay here with me a bit longer? Stay here? Why? This might be our last conversation as just friends. Amara didn't mind showing her overconfidence. You could finish telling me about the time you were studying that volcanic plant on Earth. I promise I will not fall asleep in the middle this time. Nathan sighed but complied. I guess there's no harm in doing that, but you better sit somewhere, or my hand will drench your waist in sweat. Your body temperature is just too high right now. A hint of white showed in her skin at the thought her tired body was making him uncomfortable all this time. But before any kind of apology or clarification could be exchanged between them, her AR visors turned on, and a bright notification blinded her for a second. This was an account of Amara's evening after Zenvalor's betrayal. The previous narrative is based on the events of the evening of the 19th day of the exploratory mission of Irisa. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6 query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa. Luna 6 query. Why did Elisira hurt Yalara? From his not-so-comfortable seat on a rock, Rio inspected the only gun he found among Zenvalor's abandoned belongings. His hands had been itching to test the item the whole day, but given that they had to leave their previous cramping site in such a hurry, he had been forced to store the weird object in his backpack and bring it with him, despite not knowing if it would be of any use to him or not. The most surprising aspect of the gun was its lightweight. Even though it was as long as a short-barreled rifle, small enough to be fully hidden on the back of an Irisian, but too big to fit on a belt holster, Rio still felt like it was lighter than some of the fully loaded pistols he'd tried before. Of course, it was heavier than the 3D printed piece he had smuggled with him into this mission, but that was to be expected given that it could barely be classified as a proper gun for his standards. Did you like it? Elisira, who hadn't bothered to take a seat, asked while standing by his side. He had noticed he wouldn't be able to reach the trigger without a claw, which was quite disappointing. Like this? Elisira didn't think twice before leaning against him from behind, her right arm resting on his shoulder while a good chunk of her body pressed against his back as she struggled to reach the trigger. He struggled to see it well in the dark evening, but with the help of one of the small camping lights he was relying on, he got to see a tiny hole appear on the tree he was aiming at, without the gun having made a noise. What the heck? Are you crazy? Have you ever heard of gun safety, or that's not a thing for your species? If there had been any significant recoil, that might have caused an accident. I thought this was what you wanted me to do. Rio had only been harsh with her a few times, which resulted in some faint purple appearing on her neck as she avoided his gaze. I've never held a gun before. No one ever let me try. Rio stood up and stared at her averted eyes for a while before scratching his head, and releasing a fake cough. When he had her attention, he put the gun in her hands. 2 rules. Never point it at something you don't intend to shoot, and keep your claws away from the trigger until the last moment. Rio saw a wave of yellow propagating through her body, but her neutral pattern returned as her gaze transitioned to him. Don't you want to inspect it more? I know you were eager to try it. Yellow returned. This means Yes, you can keep it. He knew her well enough to anticipate her reply. At the sight of Yellow taking over her body while she inspected the gun, careful to not break the 2 rules he just told her, Rio found himself enjoying her happiness. It was so easy to make her turn yellow that it felt like he was taking advantage of her, giving her worthless things and getting such intense reactions every time. He could only imagine what she would do when she found out the endless supply of trinkets she could buy with the amount of money she was making working for the Martian Republic. But her happiness only lasted until he noticed the twitching of her ears, which caused all the yellow to fade and be replaced by some light purple. Is someone coming here? Yes, there are many. Before he could ask if she could identify who they were, Yalara, followed by a group of guards, emerged from the rock formation uphill. She surveyed the area around, her gaze alternating between his tent, Elisira, and finally Rio himself. This place is not suited to set camp. Please relocate to the spot we found in the rocks above and join us there. Rio raised an eyebrow at her suggestion, but Yalara didn't even wait to check his expression. She assumed he would just comply and turned to leave before he could explain his reasoning for choosing this place, which annoyed him more than it should. What if I like it in here? Yalara had stopped her futile attempt to seduce him a while ago, but Rio still remembered how annoying it was. Their forced relationship at the beginning of the mission had tuned into a non-existent relationship as the days passed, but now she had given him a reason to think about her again, and he didn't like it. Yalara stopped, and their eyes met again. You can't stay here. This place is too open, and there are few places to hide if you are attacked. Rio consciously decided to ignore her and leave her question unanswered so that she would just leave, but to his utter surprise, Elisira interjected. Amara has time to abandon all of us behind to go into the woods after Earth's representative. I doubt she is busy. Elisira was controlling her colors well. There wasn't a hint of her true emotions showing. Did that gun give her the confidence she was lacking? Rio didn't have much time to think about it since something else increased his caution. Red flowed among Yalara's black spots at Elisira's accusation. A traitor like you should be executed just for saying her name. Yalara took a step towards Elisira. How can you feel anything besides shame after betraying her the way you did? She is risking her life replacing you in this mission, and you repaid her with betrayal. Yalara cut her off. And you know what's even worse? You could only cry when Queen Kala ordered you to make a sacrifice for the sake of our species. But now that it benefits you alone, you are there, sleeping in the same tent as the human, and you seem happy about it. Rio's expression turned ugly at the accusations. He was only keeping Elisira with him because he feared for her life if she was left alone. And besides, before Amara had attacked her, Elisira had never told him anything that compromised Amara or their species. You can't say I'm a traitor. You don't know me, nor do you know much about Amara. I think she sees you as just a replacement for me. Elisira brought the gun closer to her body as she spoke, losing some of her control and letting some purple appear. But Rio was keeping an eye on her hands to ensure her claws stayed away from the trigger, and the muzzle was not pointed at Yalara. Yalara didn't take Elisira's words well. This is not true. And why are you holding this gun? Are you planning to shoot me or Amara? I won't be able to sleep knowing someone like you has a gun. This will be confiscated. Yalara advanced towards Elisira as her body merged with the background. Rio could almost smell an accident happening. But of course his confidence in preventing something like that was absolute as long as the guards behind Yalara didn't interfere, which they didn't seem like they intended to do. Through the infrared view mode, he saw Yalara trying to snatch the gun from Elisira's hand. But he moved faster and took it from her first. It was an accident. She turned purple. Yalara moved quickly, but now he couldn't focus on her or Elisira since he noticed the guards behind were raising their guns at the sight of Yalara's blood. They were all gouging his reaction, just like he was doing the same with them, which left them all at a standstill while Elisira and Yalara were let on their own for a brief moment. Out of the corner of his eye, Rio saw Yalara's right hand going for Elisira's neck, but Elisira intercepted it again, creating a copy of the wound on Yalara's other arm and restraining both her limbs under the pressure of her claws. Light purple spread among the guards, but not one of them dared to do anything for fear of starting another fight, which caused Rio to think they were stupid for not splitting their group to end this stupid fight. "Stop this!" he shouted. Elisira listened to him and released Yalara's arms, causing a large amount of blood to flow out of her wounds, painting the dead leaves on the ground in red. "Whoa, what have you done?" Yalara panicked, abandoning her camouflage and turning purple as soon as she saw how much blood was leaving her body. "What are you all waiting for? Take her from here and stop the bleeding." Rio noticed that his presence was still intimidating the guards. It was as if they thought he would attack them if they were to spare some attention to help Yalara, which meant he had to make his intention clear again. His words worked like magic, and two of the guards rushed to help Yalara while one still stayed behind, watching Rio's every move with his gun ready. As they were retreating, Rio was surprised by how well Yalara was taking the pain. She didn't scream or make a fuss about her wound. She only took a glance at Elisira and went away while tones of purple appeared on her skin. "Calm down." Rio was not bothered at all by what happened to Yalara. "If there is someone to blame is me who judged it was too soon to teach you restrainment. But this whole blaming game is useless anyway. So accept what you did and do better time. This will be enough." His words had not erased the gray from her skin, but they managed to stop the fleeting black spots from showing. She threw a mysterious gaze at him and stayed silent, but since Rio didn't mind the silence, she ended up talking first anyway. What do we do now?" "Nothing. I'm not relocating anywhere, and I doubt you are in the mood for training." Rio retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and gave it to her. "You can use this to clean the blood off your claws." Elisira's eyes widened at the sight of her tainted claws and accepted the water in a rush, not even talking to him as she usually did before she started cleaning. Rio watched her for a bit, but since he'd never been very good with emotional support, he left before she was finished, storing the gun back in his backpack and taking a sit somewhere beside his tent. He noticed that very few light beams were making their way through the thick leaves above, and confirmed that night was approaching by checking the time. "Fuck," he whispered to himself in anticipation of the talk he was about to have. Thinking Nathan might confront him again after their not-so-pleasant last discussion on Amara's ship, Rio entertained the possibility of this finally being the chance he'd been waiting for to extract some blood from the botanist. Yet Nathan stopped somewhere along the way, letting Amara come alone as he kept an eye on her from behind. The botanist was splitting his attention with a little box in his hands while looking around, likely mapping the surroundings with his drones. Rio tried the infrared view mode, but he only confirmed what his regular eyesight had already told him. Amara was coming towards him alone. "She will appear if you call her, will she not?" Amara's tone was calm, and there was no sign of emotion on her skin. "And why would I do that?" Rio was not in the mood for Amara's games, so he was direct. "What happened today is more Yalara's fault than Elisira's. If you can't see this, that's your problem, and we have nothing else to talk about." "I received a full report and reprimanded Yalara for her actions. She will recover, and she will stay away from you from now on." Rio found Amara's intentions very hard to read. "But Elisira will have to hear some words of mine before she can return and tell you any more of my secrets." "You are free to wait here." Rio smiled. "But you might have to wait a lot because I won't call her for you." "I have all night." There was a hint of yellow on her neck. "Me and Nathan will set camp on this spot you found." Very few times had the Arisians surprised Rio, but Amara caused him to swallow a lump of saliva for a lot of different reasons. Firstly, why was she not using her soldiers to get what she wanted like she had done when Zayn Valar was not cooperating with her? Secondly, Did she mean they would share a tent? If so, when had she seduced Nathan? Most important of all, why would she leave the spot full of her subordinates to stay in a place Rio chose for himself without following the suggestion of her own people? He was too prideful to ask any of that in a friendly manner, but before he could decide what to say, he heard Elisira's voice from behind. "I'm here, Amara!" Turning around, he found that the blood on Elisira's claws was gone, along with all the gray on her skin. And whether she was faking it or not, he suspected this was an improvement over her previous state, or at least he hoped it was. "I presume you overheard me and found it preferable to hear my words rather than hiding all night, am I wrong?" "Yes, you are." Elisira advanced until she was right behind him. "I won't hear anything you have to say, just like you refused to hear me when you found I was teaching Rio about our species." Rio looked behind with wide eyes. He could barely believe Elisira was picking another fight after everything that happened. "And you believe I will simply go away if you refuse to listen?" A hint of red flashed on Amara's face. "I know you won't." There was no purple on Elisira's skin. "But I know that if I propose a challenge to you as the condition for me to listen, you will accept it and go away." "Speak," Amara replied in less than a second. Amara surveyed Elisira from head to toe. "You are hiding it better than before, but I can see through that. You are still afraid of me. You know you cannot win. There's more you are not seeing." Elisira's act crumbled and Rio watched firsthand as her patterns became complex. There was purple in many places, but that was far from being all. There was a concentration of black spots full of gray right on her neck. Her belly had hints of yellow, and there was a fair amount of white and green taking space on her chest. Elisira's exterior turned into a mess of tiny dots and gray again. It seemed like Rio had misunderstood her greatly when he assumed she was fine. "I miss you, Amara." She spoke fast. "The first time I saw how happy you were with Nathan the day you ruined our friendship, it hurt a lot, and I couldn't understand why you would do that. I might understand you better now, but what I can't understand is Yalara. How can you replace me with someone like her?" Rio didn't see that one coming. He had never asked how Elisira was feeling about Amara. He just assumed she was fine with the end of their friendship. She had even refused Zara's offer just to repay some sort of debt to Amara, and she had even expressed her desire to abandon Irisa behind. How could he have missed something so big as this after so many days together with Elisira full-time? "I can never forgive you, and you know that." Rio had not digested all this information when Amara replied. Gray gained much more space on Elisira's skin, and Amara, showing only a hint of gray in her neck, turned her back to them before speaking again. "I accept your challenge, and I also promise I will keep my word and hear you if you defeat me. This is all I can do." Amara returned to where Nathan was assembling his tent, and Rio was left alone with Elisira again, not knowing what he was supposed to say in this situation and bothered by the silence for once. In doubt, he tried the usual method. "Hey, how about we go inside and have dinner instead of worrying about that princess?" None of the gray disappeared from her skin, and some of the red even intensified, but she still replied, "Fine." This was an account based on the reason why Elisira hurt Yalara. The previous narrative is based on the events of the evening of the 19th day of the exploratory mission of Irisa. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6th query. What happened when Nathan and Amara shared a tent? Unsure of how his conversation with Amara would go, or if it would happen at all, Nathan's uncertainty increased more and more as he watched her through the cameras attached to the outfolding fabric outside. Upon returning from the brief reunion she had with Elisira, Amara went quiet and chose an isolated place to stay as she waited for him to set camp and finish his outside activities. Leaning against a rock, she was fidgeting a water bottle with her tail, a bottle she got from his backpack without asking for permission. Of course, Nathan didn't mind that at all. He could literally see the emotions going through her skin after she had talked with her former friend, being easily able to tell that something was not right with her. Which was a problem, given that he had no idea how to handle this. It was at this point that Nathan politely asked if she didn't want to call off their talk for the night. Yet, the mere mention of escorting her back to her guards, where she could find Yalara, who was recovering there, was enough to fill her body with gray, leaving him with no clue of what to do. The only solution he found was to give her some time alone, which was less than ideal, given that he was unable to be at ease knowing Amara was outside and unprotected. This is when the brain I/O system captured his intention, and a pop-up window with the live view from outside appeared in front of him. And it was with him doing nothing but watching her that several minutes had passed, causing the mystery and anticipation of what Amara's action would be to nearly cause him a heart attack. This happened recurrently every time Amara took a step in any direction, tricking him into believing she would either leave or join him inside the tent. But the one time he wasn't expecting her to do anything, her colors suddenly became neutral, and she marched toward the back side of the tent, standing there a few moments before she did something that Nathan had to double-check to believe. Slowly, her 5 fingers moved toward the fabric of the tent. When they touched, she began to advance toward the entrance, using the friction to produce a lot of noise to announce her approach. Nathan didn't know if he should feel bad for ruining the surprise of her entrance thanks to the cameras, or if he should instead get mad at how she just assumed her claws wouldn't damage his tent. Still, he dismissed the pop-up window with the images from outside and started to follow the sound with his head. This lasted until his eyes met with Amara's as soon as her figure appeared at the entrance. From his sitting position on the ground, a lot of suppositions about what Amara would say took hold of his thoughts. Would she be direct and say she liked him? Would she navigate on safe waters and ask something about the tent? Do you think I am weak? Her first words were enough to pique his every expectation. What? He was caught off guard. His eyes surveyed her body in search of a clue. You are not hiding from anyone. Rio and Elisira know you are here. The rest of your people too. He was puzzled by her words, remembering how she had said, in front of everyone, that she would be staying with him the whole night because the situation had pushed her into abandoning her tent behind. I am hiding. Amara's claws tossed a few loose strands away from her eyes. The war, Zayn Valor, Elisira, I might be using you to forget all of that. Do you think I am weak? You? Weak? In your dreams. If I were you, I would have gone crazy by now without a getaway. Nathan spoke his mind, not putting a lot of thought into choosing his words. But don't take me too seriously. I'm just the guy who left Earth behind and used this mission as an excuse to break up with his girlfriend. When Nathan realized what he said, it was already too late to go back and change it. Amara abandoned the previous topic faster than she dropped her neutral expression, replaced by a combination of purple and red. Nathan sighed at his stupidity. Come on in. If we are going to talk about this stuff, you might at least come inside and take a seat. Only now did Amara's eyes scan the interior of his tent, her pupils contracting at the fully illuminated ceiling and returning to normal in an instant, ready for inspecting the only 2 items he left on the ground, his closed backpack and a single sleeping bag. She took a step inside, but turned back reflexively when she noticed that countless squares were folding in a circular pattern, fully locking the entrance behind her, as if there was never an opening there in the first place. When Nathan thought she would ask questions about the tech behind the folding structure, Amara took a short jump with the help of her tail and somehow landed in a sitting position, as if she was ready to start a meditation session while cross-legged above his sleeping bag, which he hadn't had the chance of unfolding yet. Did you abandon her? Amara's colors returned to neutral, but her eyes were analyzing his every move. Abandon is a strong word, Amara. Nathan noticed her tail swaying from side to side, which left him puzzled since he knew the Irishans didn't use that limb to express emotion. We wanted different things in life, and we agreed to break up before I took the mission. Some of us do. I don't. Nathan felt like he had to be honest with her now. When we broke up, me and Samantha were over a long time ago. It just happened that neither of us had a strong resolve to say it out loud. The mission was just the tipping point that gave me the courage to say it. Given how good the translator was, Sometimes Nathan forgot he was not talking with another human. Still, some of the things she said would remind him that there was still a barrier to communication. I wouldn't word it like that. Nathan struggled for words, feeling like he might be misunderstood unless he told her some things he would rather not talk about with anyone. Long story short, she wanted to settle down, and I didn't. Amara paid a lot of attention to him, and at some point her tail stopped moving, resting on top of her thighs as she touched her lips with one of her claws. I see, she was too boring for you and then you abandoned her. There was a hint of yellow around her neck. Hey, that's not fair. Realizing that she was not being serious, Nathan chuckled, trying not to laugh at the expense of his ex. Eventually, he recovered enough from his guilty laughter to go for a payback. What about you, Amara? Any boyfriends that stopped fulfilling your expectations as a mate worth speaking of? Amara's tone shifted from yellow to red. Her tail became stiff. All of that while her whole demeanor changed so drastically that Nathan considered apologizing for his question. She spoke before he could do that. The word you used does not apply to someone of my standing, but there was a male I once saw myself and him together forever, my chosen one, or so I thought. We don't have to talk about him right now if you don't want to. Nathan was curious, but not curious enough to hurt her unnecessarily after an awful day. It would not be fair keeping this from you. Amara held her tail as she spoke. His name is Thozor, and he was the heir to one of the 15 clans. Wait a minute. Before you tell me anything, you should know one thing. Nathan couldn't allow her to tell him her secrets, knowing he wouldn't be able to keep it. I guess I told you that everything I see, hear, or feel is recorded. But I don't think you know that I'm required by contract to do a synchronization at the end of the mission, and some people from mission control will gain access to all my data. Amara's eyes widened, taking her time without even blinking as she stared at an unremarkable spot in the fabric of the tent. When her attention returned to him, her tail grabbed his wrist gently and she went on. Elisira must have already told everything about me to your species. There is no point keeping things from you. Nathan noticed some hints of gray on her skin, and he struggled again to find the right words to say. Failing on this task, he then decided to say nothing, and instead, his hand reached for her head in an attempt to ruffle hair again. Amara not only allowed him to do this, but she even leaned her head to make his job easier, closing her eyes when his fingers lose themselves among her strands. He was daring, strong, handsome, and whenever he was in the room, it was as if everything and everyone else would lose their color and fade into the background. Nathan frowned at how Amara described her ex, but the hint of sadness in both her voice and skin was enough to keep him from interrupting her. The elders seemed pleased when he started pursuing me. Even the queen did not express any unfavorable view against him. Everything seemed so perfect that it felt too good to be real, and I was too young and foolish to understand it indeed was. Amara's tail retracted until she was holding it in her hands, and her eyes shifted to the ground as she spoke. It took me longer than a harvest to find out Thozor never liked me. The only reason he was with me was because he had been promised a lot of compensation by his clan. Noticing that she was having a hard time telling him this, Nathan tried to light up the mood. Was it at that time you decided Mr. Strong and Handsome stopped fulfilling your expectations as a mate, and you kicked his ass? I wish it had been this simple. She looked him in the eyes. I was bound by my word in front of the elders that Thozor would be my chosen. Worse yet, Mother and the elders knew everything from the beginning. My happiness was an illusion, and I was being used as a tool for a deal they made behind my back. Oh. Nathan didn't know how much the Irisians valued parental relationships, but it couldn't be a good thing to be deceived by one's own mother. I must have been tough, I can't even imagine. I had Elisira and Aldrinch with me. Gray and red coexisted on her skin. With their help, I got rid of the chosen one I was misled into choosing. Nathan immediately remembered how Yalara was afraid of Amara. You got rid of him? By that you mean... He lives, Red took over. But I broke him bad enough for him to renounce his clan and name. Mother lost control of her emotions when he spoke before the elders, saying he would pay any price to never have to see me again. Nathan was at a loss for words. The sight of this cute little princess causing this much damage to someone was something he struggled to picture in his mind. A few seconds passed with Amara just observing him before he said the first thing that came to his mind. Dating again must have been hard after this. Nathan was referring to her emotional state after such an ordeal, but Amara took his remark differently. The other male clan heirs avoided me as if I was an ox oil after what I did to Thozor. Because of this, many harvests passed with me unable to look at anyone as a potential mate. But that changed when a certain someone came to this planet and asked if he could touch my claws. He did it before even asking about the dangers of the surface and almost died because of that. It's not that, Amara. Again, something failed in the process of transforming ideas and feelings into words, and he didn't say much. She didn't take it well, and before Nathan had time to move from his lazy sitting position where his back pressed uncomfortably against his uneven backpack, Amara's tail encircled his neck gently, and another question hit him. Nathan was slightly amused that she did this, but his reply still didn't change much. It's not that either. He sought her eyes to try and explain himself, but after a brief moment of eye contact, he saw her vanishing, just before he felt something heavy pressing against his body. Two big oranges opened very close to his face as the colors of the rest of her body became distinct from the background again, revealing a hint of yellow among her black spots. Yalara told me something interesting about what you think of my claws, but can you tell me your opinion on them? Both her hands were holding his shoulders, but she was being careful not to hurt him. Amara, How could his words fail him yet again? Of course, at this point, he could guess she wouldn't let his silence go unpunished. What he couldn't guess, however, was how far she was willing to go. And the answer to this is not too far. She pressed their lips together and her tongue only slipped inside, not going too far down on his mouth. Nathan could only hear his heart pounding as her face gained some distance from his and two orange eyes opened slowly. Someone told me you humans enjoy this. Yellow filled her body, while a hint of purple encircled her black spots. Do you have anything to say about my lips? The pattern of her actions was becoming clear to him. She would just keep going as long as he failed to say anything. But when he noticed this, she was in the middle of doing something again. With her tail around his body, she approached his lips once more, this time moving slowly as if she were ready for a truly long kiss. Only when their lips had already touched again that Nathan finally decided he had to do something. He grabbed her upper arms from both sides and pushed her away from him, causing some surprise to show in her eyes and some purple to manifest everywhere on her skin. Okay, Amara, you win. Nathan gave up on the careful words he was waiting to articulate and just expressed his thoughts in the rawest and crudest form. I like your tail, your claws, and your lips makes me crazy, all right. There was more he had to say, but he needed some time for his breath to catch up. A time that Amara didn't give him. Her skin exhibited a golden hue, and, before Nathan could clarify anything, a significant portion of her weight was pressing down his shoulders, forcing his head against his backpack on the ground while she kissed him again, exploring every corner of his lips with soft bites using her sharp teeth. The moment bliss was short-lived, but Nathan's worries were turned off for a moment as his hands moved from her arms to her back as if on their own, getting an involuntary sample of how even and warm the skin of her back felt at his touch, while his mind was too busy processing the soft textures in his mouth. Her exterior returned to neutral at his resolute tone, and she gave him a few centimeters of space, which was a lot under the current situation. Why? Many reasons. He was still out of breath. Too many. It's not that. Again, Nathan was forced to throw away any carefully structured speech and just spilled what he had in mind. No matter what we feel, we should avoid getting too involved with each other, or this will end badly. I'll have to go back to Earth at the end of the mission, and don't forget that I'm required to do a synchronization at least once, which means we can never be sure we have any privacy. Amara stared at his chest, and he saw a few subtle changes of color on her skin. But after some moments of him only hearing the beats of his own heart, She spoke. Two harvests are no little time. We can find a solution if we work together. There's no solution. Nathan raised his voice without even noticing he did it. If we go on with this, there is just me going back to Earth and feeling like the highlight of my life is behind me, and you staying here to be matched with some other clan heir or something. He was unable to hide his emotions. Amara, on the other hand, kept a neutral expression, and there were no more hints of her emotions showing anywhere. How can you be so worried about the distant future when predicting tomorrow is already a challenge? I'm sorry if it saddens you, Amara, but our lack of a future together is very easy to predict. Nathan spoke his mind. With Amara standing beside him, Nathan watched from below as all blue from her body gave way to waves of red, filling the space among her black spots and squeezing them as they propagated. When she was sure he had seen enough, she added, I expected more than being afraid of the future from the one who dared to enter an enclosed space with two oxsoils. You are a coward, Nathan. He could already picture Amara storming off his tent and running away to join the rest of the group, but what she did was very different. Amara ignored him and lay down on his still folded bag, turning her head to the other side, staying there, pretending she was asleep. He refused to believe she was doing this and stayed observing her for a while, but the only time Amara moved during the several minutes she was there was just to adjust her position slightly, grabbing her tail with her hands and embracing it. You could at least enter inside the sleeping bag, you know. Nathan tried to test the waters, but he only confirmed she was giving him the silent treatment from now on. Realizing she would be staying, and also monopolizing his sleeping bag, caused Nathan to experience a very particular feeling, the one of being invited to sleep on the couch, even though there wasn't a couch. He sighed at this thought, and then he adjusted the temperature through the mental interface before taking his backpack to use as a makeshift pillow and moving to a slightly more comfortable position in the corner. As he dimmed the lights and observed her quiet motionlessness, Nathan realized that this would be a long and awkward night for them. He blamed himself much more than Amara for how things developed in the way they did. Had he not been carried away by her advances, he doubted they would have ended up in their current situation. This was far from how he envisioned that this night would go, and looking back at their conversation, he had even failed to take advantage of their time alone to ask her a lot of important questions from his list. He wanted to ask about her brother. There was the war. And there was also everything he discovered from studying the planet. One more time, he blamed himself for all the fluid exchange that ended up replacing the cultural exchange. With a head full of apologetic scenarios for early on the morning and a heart filled with a bittersweet feeling, the hours passed with the occasional remembering of bits of what they both said and did. His overthinking only stopped when he was finally about to fall asleep. The sight of Amara's figure so close to him, imbued with the feeling that she would always be very distant, was the last semi-coherent thought he had before his fatigue caught up to him and his eyes closed. This was an account based on the occasion Nathan and Amara shared a tent. The previous narrative is based on the events of the night of the 19th day of the exploratory mission of Irisa. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6 query, set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa. Luna 6 query, what did Rio give to Elisira? With only a thin layer of nanofiber separating his back from Irisa's ground, Rio lay inside his tent. There was not much going on in his head right now, and the only image filling his field of view was a floating window, showing nothing but a picture of himself. He usually had more important things to check, but for the first time since the start of the mission, it somehow occurred to him that 19 days had passed, and he hadn't yet bothered to look into a mirror, or rather, he didn't even have one. The picture taken a few minutes earlier showed a person he didn't like, a shirtless man without a single scar on his body, a face with perfect teeth and flawless skin, a head full of jet black hair that grew only until it reached eyebrows and not a centimeter longer. The reason Rio hated his own image was the same reason he disliked Yalara from the very first time he saw her acting human. Both of them were fake. Without the nanites running through every cell of his body, this current version of himself wouldn't exist. And instead, a decrepit body, struggling to survive Iris's gravity, which was similar to Earth's, would be all there was. It was not the strength, the enhanced perception, or the practical perks of the tech that bothered him, though. What he truly despised was this dissonance he would feel every time he saw himself, without a single scar or imperfection, as if the broken mind inside that skull was not a good match for such a flawless body. Rio zoomed into his face and looked inside his eyes, wondering if others could get a glimpse of any emotion at all from the depths of his gaze. Was there even anything left inside to escape through those windows? Before this rare moment of self-reflection could have led him anywhere close to an answer, his train of thought was interrupted by something getting in between his calf and the ground. He didn't need to look to understand why that happened. He closed his eyes, turned to the side, and opened them again, only to find a mess of paper sheets on the ground. Rio suspected she had that mess on purpose just because he had asked her to do her daily report before giving her the gift he had promised. She was sitting on the opposite side of the tent, a hint of red still showing on her skin. I've challenged Amara for a fight and it doesn't bother you. I hurt Yalara and it doesn't bother you. But when I let anything on the ground... The only reason this mess bothered him was that Rio liked to be ready to leave at any given moment in case something happened. Being forced to abandon the tent just because there was paper on the ground preventing the auto-folding would feel awful. Still, just saying that he had something for her was not enough this time. Elisira threw the clipboard on her hands to the ground as her eyes sought his. Why do you care? You don't even read my reports. I only see you glancing at them and putting them aside. Rio broke eye contact and surveyed the entity of her body in search of a hint of purple. When he found none, his thoughts went back to the first week when he had just met her. At that time, a sudden glass from him was enough to cause a wave of purple to propagate through her body. But now here she was, throwing a tantrum as if she was sure he wouldn't do anything against her. This evoked a strange feeling that he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, but he somehow liked it. Don't worry, this was the last time I gave you pen and paper. It was at this time that he stopped getting any amusement from her reaction and stood up to retrieve an item from his neatly organized backpack beside him. Is this? No, it can't be. Yellow, green, and purple danced around her black spots. You risk so much just because you wanted to remove your translator. Now is your chance. Rio explanation left out a lot of important details. She stared at the vial suspiciously while unscrewing the cap and inspecting the dropper. But how can we communicate after I remove it? This is the full package. You get to remove your translator and get a better one as a replacement. All yellow from her skin vanished. It changes nothing. It just replaces the weird roots growing in my brain with something invisible growing in my brain. Civilians have the privilege of a law against unremovable nanotechnology. This will apply to you. Rio inspected her skin as he spoke. If you want to remove it, you just have to find your way through the menu, say yes, and then wait 30 seconds. Do it 5 times, and the translator will remove itself. This easy? Yellow found its place again on her around her neck. He only nodded and watched the yellow intensify, leading her to rush to apply the drops just like he had instructed her. It was only after a few seconds had already passed that Rio remembered he was supposed to say something important. Don't panic. It'll take a while before full integration can be achieved. In the meantime, you won't understand me. Her eyes instantly widened and she stayed silent. After hearing his untranslated voice again, purple took hold of her skin. It's not working. 2 drops were not enough, or did something go wrong in my brain? She stood up and grabbed his wrist with her tail and shook his arm as if she didn't have his full attention already. Do something! I don't want to die! Rio raised an eyebrow, finding her reaction exaggerated. Only when he remembered that a few Irisians had died trying to extract their translators surgically did her reaction make sense. But what could he do to calm her down while they were unable to communicate? Failing to come up with any clever solution, he could only remember his military training of what to do when someone was panicking. Elisira stopped panicking when their eyes met, but that still didn't make the purple go away, nor did she release his arm despite her momentary calmness. When he got comfortable and thought she had overcome the panic, Her eyes widened out of nowhere and she jumped in startlement, despite her tail still being connected to his arm. Rio felt a strong jolt on his wrist and was forced to take a step forward to avoid resisting too much, which could result in an injury. This can't be happening. I swear there was something that shouldn't exist floating in front of your face, but now it's gone. Elisira was taking shy peeks at him as if afraid of something. It means it worked. Seeing her like that caused Rio to feel bad for not having explained what to expect from the tech before giving it to her. Just think you want to see the notification again that it will capture your intention and bring it back. Purple and yellow coexisted on her skin, and Rio witnessed her eyes moving from left to right. Integration successful, all modules available. Noticing she was still not as happy as he thought she would be for finally getting what she wanted, Rio became determined to make her forget his little mishap of leading her to believe she would die. I'm giving you permission to control the tent. Don't freak out when you see another notification. You now have access to Rio's den. Again, she read it out loud. Does this mean I can enter and leave whenever I want now? Rio cringed at how he had named the tent, but he didn't let it show, explaining things properly this time. I gave you level 2 access. There's a lot you can do. Try opening a door if you want. You just have to think and it will happen. She turned toward the entrance and Rio witnessed as her eyes widened while the nanofiber folded, creating a circular door that was made according to her command. The door closed and then opened again, this pattern repeating itself many times as gradually all purple vanished from Elisira's skin and only yellow remained. What? Elisira noticed he was smiling, which led to a hint of white appearing among all the yellow. Even Queen Kala would be impressed by this. I swear I'm not a child. Rio was happy that she was back to her usual self, from before the incident with Yalara and everything that occurred after. But the freezing air slipping from outside every time she opened the door was a little annoying. There's other things you can control, you know. You can even get a list with everything you have access to if you wish. He took a seat against the fabric of the tent and crossed his arms over his chest, refusing to wear his jacket. He did that just because he didn't want to feel inferior to Elisira, who was wearing nothing at all and seemed fine with the low temperature. Not noticing his plight, Elisira took his advice. Lighting, temperature control, security. What's this? Why do you have cameras outside monitoring Earth's representative? Rio had forgotten he had connected the surveillance equipment outside to the same security domain as the tent, which inadvertently gave Elisira access to things she was not supposed to have. He could never tell her that one of his goals was to get a sample of Nathan's blood. I wanted to see if that princess was not lying when she said they would spend the night together. He told a half-truth. He also wanted a chance to confirm his suspicion that Amara was trying to seduce Nathan for political reasons. The mere mention of Amara was enough to cause all the yellow on Elisira's skin to fade. Did your cameras capture her entering his tent? Even though he had given her access to a live feed from the cameras, Elisira didn't have access to his stored files. Is there a way I can see it? There were several ways he could share a video with her, and Rio chose one that didn't require him to give her any more permissions that could compromise the mission. Come here. Do you want to join a shared augmented space? What do I do? She was already standing by his side when she asked. Elisira did as instructed, her tail wrapping around his wrist as soon as she took a seat by his side. Rio thought nothing of it and commanded the system to find the last time the princess was spotted. Then he played the file. A pop-up window showing Amara standing outside full of complex colors on her skin appeared in front of them. Are you seeing this? He could see her eyes transfixed on the video, even though that was just an illusion of perception they were now sharing. From the POV of one of the plentiful hidden cameras he had placed around, they could see Amara's exterior suddenly transitioning from a mess of colors to just plain blue. And then, her claws pressed against Nathan's tent as she walked slowly towards the entrance. He expected Elisira would offer more insight into Amara's behavior, but he only got agreement. You can read her so well. He raised an eyebrow, failing to understand why she had just agreed with him. Her perspective would have helped him with the mission, so he decided to try again. We can see more of her if you want. Rio felt her grip tightening around his wrist, as purple tainted with a hint of yellow took over the space around her black spots. I'm tired of watching her from afar. Tired of watching her? That made even less sense to him. The snippet he played was less than a minute long. With his mouth slightly agape, Rio struggled to catch a glimpse of her eyes that seemed to be hiding from his gaze. No. But you must have. Don't you think I look ugly anymore? Even without the answers he needed, Rio immediately discarded the possibility of her trying to seduce him to gain something. He had already given her what she wanted, and besides, she was so bad at it that he found this possibility impossible. In his mind, this left him with only two possibilities. Either it had been some sort of twisted expression of gratitude, or Elisira had done that because of some sense of rivalry with Amara. Not talking yet. He tried again before giving up and rubbing the facts bluntly on her face. Whatever that was, it has to stop. Everything I see and hear is recorded. And if you think of me as some kind of savior, I can assure you I'm not that. Rio then forcefully removed her tail from his wrist and went back to his side of the tent, not having a single doubt that he had done more than enough to dissuade her from attempting anything stupid again. When he had moved as far away from her side of the tent as possible and was about to bend his legs to retrieve his pillow, Elisira broke his expectations by approaching him again and touching his bare chest with her claws. You make me feel safe. I like the touch of your skin. And you, Rio, are the only one that ever gave me a choice about how to live my life. With great effort, she found his eyes. I beg you, if like you, I have any redeeming qualities that can ever make you look at me as mate, tell me. I'm not playing your game. You know your qualities and flaws better than anyone. He intended to just push her away and leave it at that. But the sight of gray quickly manifesting everywhere on her body was too much for him to bear. Okay, I'll just say one thing. I was lying all the times I said you look like a broken kaleidoscope. You're beautiful. You are beautiful when there's no purple or gray ruining the view. Yellow appeared again, causing him to shamelessly enjoy the sight of her, forgetting for a moment he was supposed to push her away. A mistake he would pay dearly. Elisira didn't waste the opportunity, and she jumped on him without any sort of warning. Her hands found resting on his shoulders, but her legs, each encircling his upper tights from a different side, locked themselves on his back, entrusting all her weight to him without fear. Like in battle, a moment of indecision could cost a lot, and Rio, who only meekly offered resistance, gave her the chance to restrain his legs even more using her tail, which wouldn't have been a problem if she had not shifted her center of mass aggressively, making it so that he couldn't prevent losing his balance. Using his free hands, he was barely able to prevent their joined weight from hurting her feet as he fell backward with Elisira on top of him. You can handle this, can't you? She was not giving him time to think. Her legs stopped restraining him as her toes hooked into the pockets of his jeans with precision. When Rio noticed her trick, he was already wearing nothing but his underwear. And it was then that he gave up the physical struggle completely and attacked her with reason. My superiors will learn of what I see and hear on my synchronization. This will look bad for both of us. Are you aware of this? They won't see or hear anything, and nor will you. Rio spotted a last glimpse of the yellow of her body before the lights turned off and everything turned dark, courtesy of her newfound permission to control the tense environment. She said nothing, taking advantage of the darkness to slowly repeat the same thing she had done with his pants, but this time with his underwear. Rio had many options here, countless ways of stopping her. Still, he could feel her hesitation building up, her every move getting slower than the last one. An atmosphere of silence embraced them, and there was only the mild prickling of Hugh claws against his bare chest and the contact of their legs as proof that she was still there. Only when his thoughts were already on the lookout for why she lost her spirit did he feel the touch of her tail in his belly button, tracing a dangerous path downwards. She had, as inconsequential as one could be, skipped all bases to go straight for the home run. Her whole body was feeling stiff, and the levels of awkwardness were reaching unbearable heights, even for his high tolerance standards. This was the first time in a long time he felt his breathing becoming heavy in anticipation of a reply. As Elisira's hands left his chest, a sense of dread crept over him. But immediately after, he felt the contact of her warm skin against his chest at the same time that a large number of loose strands fell over his eyes, nose, and mouth. With her pointy ears pressing against the side of his face, she whispered to him, "No." It was at that precise moment that something clicked on Rio's head. Despite all the progress she had made with his help, Elisira was still very far from becoming the bravest Irisian there was. And there he was, playing with her resolve just to see how far she would go. Screw his superiors and whatever they would think of them after his next synchronization. As long as he was doing his best to complete the goals of the mission flawlessly, he and Elisira would at most get a slap on the wrist for a little mishap at night. Not much thinking took place after that. He simply grabbed her back tightly and rolled over with her, claiming the top position only to grab her wrists and pin her against the ground firmly. To his surprise, he felt her whole body relax at his command, and her movements become fluid again. The tail he had forgotten to account for wrapped around his neck, and she pulled their faces closer. "Do your worst." With those words fulfilling his desire, Rio smiled to himself, setting his mind on giving her a night she would never forget, while there still was some reason left in him. This was an account based on what Rio gave to Elisira. The previous narrative is based on the events of the night of the 19th day of the exploratory mission of Irisa. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6 query, set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa. Luna 6 query, how did the mission end for Zara? Standing a few meters away from the open door of her tent, Zara sighed with relief at the wallpaper-like view of some blue light beams filtering through the dense network of leaves above. Before Amara's mean prank, in which Zara was led to believe that something had attacked Nathan, pushing her to run away in fear, she was nearing her breaking point. The annoying terrain. And on top of that, of course, there was Valor's unannounced departure. Zara had endured everything without calling mission control for extraction, and amid the lingering tiredness caused by insufficient sleep, she found herself quietly proud of her accomplishment. She slapped her face a few times, trying to force herself awake. No sleeping now. You had all night for that. Taking advantage of the blue light, she recovered a tiny heart-shaped mirror from her travel kit, maneuvering it around to get glimpses of her face. On her mouth, she found chapped lips. In the corner of her eyes, there were those little crusty things surrounded by dark circles. Above that, all she saw was the short hair she hated. Zara was not a sadistic person who enjoyed seeing suffering. However, without this unfortunate event, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to share her tent with Yalara, who had become unable to climb rocks and trees due to her injury. And during this single night they spent together, Zara found something she had not found in any Irisian before. Someone like herself, who took pleasure in talking shit about Rio, Valor, and Elisira. It was reinvigorating. Even though this chance reunion had cost her a good night of sleep, Zara's social battery had been fully recharged, and she was feeling somewhat ready for another tough day. On her first days with Valor, everything was new, and it took time before they could figure each other out enough to get comfortable. But now both herself and Yalara were very proficient at interacting with the other species, making it easy for them to skip many steps, easily reaching the point where there was a seed of a friendship. Still, Zara had to deal with the caveat that Yalara would get very touchy in every instance she mentioned anything slightly negative about not only Amara, but even Nathan, which turned Zara's suspicion that those two had some sort of hidden romantic relationship into a certainty, and she had no doubt Yalara was also involved in this in some way. As Zara stored everything back on her travel kit, she couldn't help but look back at Amara's prank as the act of a jealous girlfriend. And that sounded ridiculous to her, not because of herself being against this unusual relationship, but simply due to Amara assuming that she, the daughter of Robert Rain, could ever be interested in Nathan romantically. To Zara, Nathan's only two qualities were being a good listener and being tall. Nothing that could outweigh the fact that he was just a guy who had wasted his youth traveling around Earth to study some plants with government funding, never worried about building a future for himself. With those thoughts in mind, Zara decided that her course of action would be an attempt to make amends with Amara. Being unsure if she would ever see Zanvalor again, Zara would need to, at the very least, pretend that she intended to take Amara's side. She would swallow her ego. She would bury the lingering bad feelings for everything Amara had done, and she would gain time until she found a way to have direct access to the Queen and the Elders. To do that, she would need to have a conversation with Amara first, which also would require Yalara's help to build bridges on her behalf. That is, if she already had recovered enough to guide her to the place where Nathan and Amara had set camp, and to help her dodge the trick rocks around. Her plans for the morning were perfect in her head, and the first step was to return to her tent and prepare a breakfast for two. She would need to be extra nice to Yalara to have any chance of success. When she was right in front of the entrance, though, a single drop hit her head, surprising her with a promise of rain. But when her index finger touched her scalp and she saw red on her fingertip, her eyes widened, and a foreboding feeling caused her to hold her breath. She looked up, and one of Amara's guards teetered dangerously close to the edge of one of the many flat boulders around their campsite. Before she could get a clue of what was going on, the female guard plummeted right beside her tent and rolled over. Zara stood motionless at what saw. This female's tail slowly lost its grip on her own neck, revealing a hole from which blood was flowing free. With her orange eyes still open, her body lost all black spots and assumed a pale blue color, lacking the slightest trace of movement. Zara panicked. "Help! Help! He—" Instead of receiving help, she was aggressively held from behind, and before she was able to resist, she realized she was being pulled toward a dark corner below a thick entanglement of roots that spanned for several meters. She tried to struggle, but her resistance subsided when they dropped their camouflage a moment, allowing her to see that it was Amara's guards who had abducted her. There were two males and Igmila, with whom Zara had interacted very little but knew her name. Igmila was keeping her mouth shut with her tail, while the other two were busy holding Zara's arms and guiding her among the weird protrusion of roots of a large tree, which had grown all wrong thanks to an unmoving boulder on the way of its roots. She didn't know what was happening nor where they were taking her. This was what motivated her to grab a root and hold to it with all her might, tensioning the tails of the males and forcing them to stop before she attempted to speak with Igmila's tail still blocking her mouth. Yalara is still there, still. "Someone will rescue her, but you humans are our priority. We have to take you to Princess Amara." Igmila whispered into her ear and straightened her grip, making it even harder for her to speak. Zara's lips pressed hard against her own teeth, causing her to feel suffocated and insulted. This was enough for her to choose violence and bite Igmila's tail. The piercing glare she got from this female as she released her was unnerving, but Zara ignored it, expressing her dissatisfaction loudly. "You can't leave Yalara there, and there's all my stuff. And what the hell is even attacking us?" There was a flash of red on Igmila's skin, yet it vanished when a projectile grazed her neck, leaving a thin trail of blood behind. With this near miss, Igmila's camouflage returned at once, bringing with it a hint of sharpness to those orange eyes, now looking down on Zara as if she were her prey. Igmila removed her tail from anywhere close Zara's face, but in its place, a clawed hand appeared to seal her mouth. She could barely believe when those 5 sharp digits made contact with her frail skin, and her blood flowed. It came as such a shock to her that all her brain registered was the metallic taste in her mouth, but not the pain. The two males took advantage of her paralysis, and their tails wrapped around her upper arms, firmly pulling her deeper into the maze of roots. Her memory became foggy at this point, with flashes of being carried up and down some large boulders and dark corners. The only thing she knew for sure was that they were navigating downwards the steep rock wall of the mountain while avoiding the natural obstacles on the way. It was not the scary number of loose rocks above that brought her back to the present thought. What ended up bringing her awareness back was a glimpse of her tent from far away, which triggered a cascade of memories from the training she had to undergo before joining the mission. "If you ever think you are going to die, Don't hesitate to contact Mission Control and call for an extraction. She had been told this more than once by her instructors. But was the current situation bad enough to warrant such drastic measure? As doubt consumed her from inside, the answer to her question came in the form of a deafening roar, an explosion echoing through the landscape from above. The vibrations hurt her ears as she felt the ground shaking below. Her eyes were drawn to leaves quivering on the dense canopies high above, many breaking free from their branches and drifting toward the ground in large groups. But nothing was hinting at the source of this explosion, at least for a clueless human such as Zara. The two males unwrapped their tails from her arms, letting her knees bend as they raised the muzzles of their guns toward the sky. Igmila simply stopped covering Zara's mouth, staring blankly at the canopies, with her gun still strapped to her back. With their defensive position suggesting the impending event, a violent series of sharp snaps of tree branches was followed by the sight of a metallic structure tearing through the foliage above. It happened fast, but Zara was able to witness clearly as several trees snapped in half to make way for a falling ship. Its propulsion was still at full power, but it couldn't defeat gravity, breaking apart on impact in the spot where Zara had abandoned her tent against her will. A bright light colored the dark forest in the tone of bright molten metal as another explosion shook the ground. There was a lot of debris flying everywhere, but most of it seemed to be raining down close to the crashing site thanks to the plentiful tree trunks on the way. Zara didn't scream or try to stand up from the ground. She only spoke in a low voice. "Yalara." We don't know if she was still there. Igmila's gaze slowly transitioned from the explosion site to the two males. But we know that Master Aldrinch will never forgive us if we don't get to Princess Amara before her brother's army do. Don't let the battle in the sky distract you from the ambush they set here. Our only goal now is to take Zara to the princess. A battle in the sky? An ambush? Zara's breath became heavy when she remembered that she would need her radio transmitter to contact the space station and request help, a radio transmitter that was now buried under several tons of molten metal and debris. When she was about to break down and cry, a pop-up window appeared. User unable to act on her behalf. Emergency transmission was performed successfully. Time passed since the help request. 2 minutes, 27 seconds. Now, she only needed to survive until the rescue pod undocked from the space station and made its way through all the layers of Irisa's atmosphere, which could take a variable amount of time depending on many factors. As she smiled to herself almost crazily, a tail grabbed her chin and forced her to look up. "You walk now. Your mouth won't be a problem with a burning ship to mask your noise." Igmila didn't pull her tail back, controlling the limb in a way it bent into the shape of a hook. Too shaken to act petty, Zara understood her intention and accepted Igmila's offer of help to stand up. Zara didn't want to believe her eyes, but it seemed there was a single possible path to advance, a narrow gap between two boulders that seemed loosely connected to the mountain wall. The two males rushed ahead and jumped downhill, pushing off one boulder, then quickly shifting their weight to spring off the other. She was mesmerized by their coordination and how, even under those circumstances, their backs still seamlessly blended with the colors around them. 6 alternating jumps, and they reached the bottom of the narrow path, immediately taking their guns from their back and sticking their heads each in a different direction in the segment below. "Hold my tail and go. There's no time for talking." A knot formed on her stomach. The segment below felt distant. She swallowed a lump of saliva and held the tail shyly, trying to get a grip on the flat rock from the mountain with her other hand. The rock was slippery and uneven, and Igmila's tail was the only thing providing some stability. She wasn't lucky enough to find anything to grasp with her other hand, but her right foot somehow found a little safe spot in the place where the boulder made contact with the vast mountain wall. The task of climbing down this path felt hard, but not impossible, as everything was progressing smoothly enough to instill a bit more confidence in Zara. On the rock wall right beside Igmila's head, a fleeting spark followed by the chipping of the stone sent some fragments flying toward Zara's left eye, causing her to instinctively try to protect it with one hand. "Shoot her!" alerted one of the males below. Zara was trusting all her weight to Igmila, which was terrible because the female reacted to the warning by jumping, sentencing them both to an ugly descent. Again, Zara's memory became foggy. All she remembered from the fall was how she frantically held to the tail in search of stability, but found none, encountering only the coldness of the steep wall, scrapping against her exposed arms and her belly. With her head spinning and her empty gaze focused on her wounded hands, the voice of one of the males was what brought her awareness back this time. The shooter was neutralized. She was about to lash out at Igmila for this fiasco, when her attention was drawn to the female soldier who spoke first. "We breathe. That's a victory. Good job." Igmila was missing a claw from one hand and 3 from the other, being equally injured as Zara. Maybe even more considering how much more damage she had sustained due to not having clothes to protect her. And even then, there was still a hint of yellow on her skin when she looked at Zara, who had been a literal burden to her, dragging her down with her because she held her tail in panic, refusing to fall alone. With her hand still trembling while resting over her injured eye, Zara said something completely different than what she thought she would. "Leave me behind and flee." She had attempted to express that there was a rescue pod coming to save her, but both her physical and mental states had already been pushed more than she could take, so her words failed her, suppressed by the panic-induced chattering of her teeth. "You are too important, Princess Amara, and Master Aldrinch would never forgive us if we abandoned." "Take cover!" Igmila recovered her gun from her back, pushing Zara into a tiny crevice before assuming a defensive position with her back straight against the rock. Time seemed to have slowed down for her, and Zara felt like she had detached herself from the world, her mind protecting her sanity by pretending that she had entered a realistic virtual world as she used to do during her youth. She didn't react to the sparks on the rock every time a projectile hit anywhere close to her, only watching the 3 Irisians firing their silent guns and repositioning every time they took a shot that gave away their whereabouts. Just as if they were an NPC in a game, she also didn't react when one of the males fell in front of her, treating the bleeding wound on his skull as if it would just heal when he respawned, as if the fading color of his skin was just a realistic animation. She only felt a vague hint of sadness when 2 shadows fell from the rocks above, striking Igmila and the other male while they were busy shooting. It ended with a single strike. One clawed hand reached around the belly to restrain, and another around the neck to kill. Even though she was not feeling anything, Zara still noticed the inconsistency. Why tears were flowing down her face when she was feeling nothing? And it was through those tears that she saw the pair of Irisians with blooded claws drop their camouflage, their orange eyes never missing a single movement she made, while more and more of them poured down from all sides and joined their group, almost forming a perfect circle around the crevice where she was supposed to be taking cover from them. This was Zara's longest half-minute of her life, which came to and when a male broke the circle and took a step ahead, putting one of his claws inside his own ear channel. "Xandrid, we've captured the female. What are your orders?" Zara's mental state had deteriorated so much that she had even forgotten the meaning of the word hope. But at that moment, a mysterious pop-up message appeared, reminding her of a possibility. Connection reestablished. The rebels, on the other hand, were having trouble with their comms. "Xandrid, can you hear me?" All the signs were there, but Zara only allowed herself to feel hope when she saw their ears twitch as they looked up. Many leaves fell and her eyes widened as a hole ripped open on the canopies above, letting a blue beam of light wash the dark space below. Through this hole, a single black and white capsule-like spacecraft descended, blocking the beacon of blue light for just a second. As far gone as Zara's reason was, one thing didn't escape her notice. As if she had just seen the Mona Lisa and found a mustache and cigar in her mouth, Zara didn't miss the black strap attached to the rescue pod. Before the mission had started, she had been part of the committee entrusted to choose the color of the rescue pads, and they had chosen it to be painted in white as a symbol of peace, even in case one of the 3 explorers needed to be extracted from the planet. But now it had a black stripe with odd metallic relief, giving her the sense that it didn't belong with the rest of the structure. A fact that the rebels also discovered when they opened fire against the pod, triggering the black metal to morph into a liquid and fall into a cascade that was absorbed by the ground as soon as it touched the surface. Zara saw a wave of purple spreading, sharing the surprise with them to the point of trying to open her injured eye to confirm if this was truly happening. But even in the case she had succeeded, there was nothing more to see besides the now fully white pod hovering a few meters above them. This was something that the group of Irisian rebels also realized, which made them all point their guns at her, likely suspecting that she had some control over the pod and that she was trying to do something against them. None of them dared to fire, but it didn't matter anymore. With a crunching noise in their growth, several mushroom-like structures rose from the ground, surpassing the meter mark in a split second as their metallic glint took over the space around them, giving off an aura of danger even though they looked harmless. Some of the rebels tried to flee while others only stared at the long protrusions while using their camouflage, but regardless of their choice, they all shared the same fate. The black metal in the tips turned into a liquid and expanded into the form of countless needles. It went down faster than the human eye could see. In a moment they were standing and alive, and then they were still standing but dead, impaled by a sea of tiny needles coming from all directions. The result was like a picture of their final moment, morbidly preserved by the rigid structure of needles that haven't even spared their guns from punctured through and destroyed. Zara didn't even flinch at this sight. She was too far gone to panic, being only a step away from bracing her legs and starting to laugh frantically. And because of this, she didn't take a second to answer the call when a pop-up window appeared, just wanting to see a familiar face and be told that everything was going to be fine. Zara assumed it was her handler calling from the space station, but she was wrong. "No, dear, my name is Sally. I'm sorry you had to see so much. Someone this young should never have to go through what you did." Zara was greeted by the image of an old woman, with all her silver hair draped over her shoulder. She was sitting in a chair and typing on a wooden keyboard. She was wearing glasses and had a teacup right beside a pink mouse, something that Zara had never seen in her life. Nothing was making sense to Zara. Her mind was protecting her from the memories of earlier, but it was impossible to miss the black substance that now was even creating traces on the rocks around her and spreading everywhere, making her uneasy. The old woman typed something fast, causing Zara's vision to become blurred. She looked right and left and confirmed this was a selective blur that pixelated the black substance and nothing more. In other terms, Zara's eyesight was being censored in real time. What are you doing?" "Not the mission." The old woman stopped typing to adjust her glasses, giving Zara her full attention. "We are taking over the planet, sweetheart. That's our secret, okay? You won't remember me when you wake up, but I hope we can meet in person one day." Smiling, she tapped the enter key as Zara's consciousness faded into obscurity. This was an account based on the last moments of Zara on the mission. The previous narrative is based on the events of the morning of the 20th day of the exploratory mission of Irisa. According to your current settings, no queries will be suggested. Luna 6 query. Set the source to the leaked files of the first reconnaissance operation of Irisa. Luna 6 query. What did Rio do during the first hour of the war? Rio had already reached a state of full awareness after waking up, and yet he hadn't moved an inch, immersed in his inner world as he thought about what he and Elisira had done at night. And what a wild night it was. The way that she had skipped the journey to go straight for the finishing line had caught him unprepared. Still, with the mystery of their physical compatibility out of the way from the get-go, Rio had been left with a lot of time to explore the other hiccups and perks of this interspecies endeavor. From the occasional accident with her claws to the new possibilities her tail brought to the table, Rio had enjoyed everything. There was not an ounce of regret in him, but the memory of their last act lingered incessantly in his thoughts. A vivid recollection of Elisira's tail, wrapping around his leg and letting silence prevail as his arms shyly enveloped her, allowing them to fall asleep side by side. The one memory that held him in place, fearing their interaction when the slightest of his movements would inevitably wake her up, mirroring what had happened all in the previous mornings. Would she think that they are in a relationship now? Rio touched his face and shook his head. instantly deciding it was time to start his morning routine to distract him from those absurd thoughts. The brain I/O interface captured his intention, turning on the lights on the ceiling with maximum brightness, something that he was sure would wake her up at once, given how sensitive to change all Irisians were. Elisira's head tilted away from the light as eyelids fluttered, but the only other thing she did before stopping moving was strengthening her grip on his leg quite a bit, making him realize that her tail had not let go of him the whole night. Upon noticing how numb his leg felt, Rio propelled his body upwards, intending to uncoil her tail from his leg and start his day. Hopefully, Elisira wouldn't mention what they did, and he too would be able to pretend it never happened. However, the moment his upper body lifted from the ground and he got a full view of her body, he was unable to remove her tail from his leg, captivated by a simple but powerful sight. With her hands inside the pockets, Elisira had used his jeans to restrain her claws, putting herself in a very uncomfortable position, likely afraid of hurting him during her sleep. His eyes widened, dispersing his previous train of thought from existence. The hand that was supposed to be dealing with her tail moved toward Elisira's exposed neck instead, aiming to wake her up with a gentle touch. And as if he had just perturbed the stillness of a calm lake with a stone, a barely perceptible ripple of yellow spread on her skin from the contact with his fingertips. It traveled through her neck, reaching the soft lines of her face, and even traveled down her long hair strands. At the same time that it felt wrong to be able to take a peek at her emotions so easily, Rio couldn't help but wonder, which other colors had the darkness stolen from him? While immersed in this question, Rio kept caressing her neck until her eyes opened slowly, resetting all the back spots of her body at once as consciousness took control over instinct. Unbothered by her curiosity, he even removed some of the loose strands in front of her eyes and threw them behind her long ears to make her job easier, feeling some apprehension only when she lost interest and sought eye contact. Traces of purple appeared around her black spots as she spoke. "What do you humans do after what we did?" He expected some intense reaction from Elisira, but there wasn't a lot of emotion showing. As he searched her skin, he also realized he was unable to look at her the same way as before. From seeing her small breasts, which he now knew for a fact fit on his hands, to the very memory of all evenness that he now was able to associate with the sheen her skin exhibited from certain angles, Rio realized he had lost the ability to gauge her emotions without feeling a hint desire. She noticed how long he was staring at her and a hint of yellow appeared. "I don't need everything, but nothing is not enough." How did Rio fail to see that this conversation would inevitably happen when they were having fun at night? "Oh." He was unable to keep his mouth shut, which resulted in red and purple manifesting on her skin as he felt the pressure for a quick reply. He had heard the Irisians speaking terms such as chosen, mate, and family, but Rio didn't know much about this, and now was not looking like a good time for asking for clarification. The translator would do its job in conveying his intention. But what would he say? Friends with benefits, maybe? He gave up that one on the spot. He didn't consider their previous relationship a friendship, and somehow he felt a dangerous desire to want more than that from her. Under the pressure of his previous mistake, he told her the highest relationship he was willing to have without a care in the world for consulting his superiors. "Is girlfriend good for you?" Elisira's eyes widened as her skin maintained the same tones, but it lasted only a second before a golden hue took over, leaving little room for her black spots. "Wait, are you serious? I never thought you would consider anything more than being my exclusive pair." As he said that, Elisira had already started taking little bites on his earlobe, her other hand joining around his neck while her tail was sneakily pushing the rest of her body on top of him. Rio was about to give up the time they had for breakfast, when a powerful explosion shook the ground, causing the whole tent to vibrate. Elisira's pointy ears began to twitch, and her body receded, trying to get a clue of what happened as she displayed purple. "I hear nothing." "This was not far from here. I don't think it was a landslide." Rio summoned a window with all the cameras outside and found nothing unusual, even with the infrared inspection. Elisira could see what he was doing since they had never left the shared augmented space. Can we see what Amara is doing? She might know more than us. He still was incapable of referring to her as his girlfriend even in his thoughts, but he still felt a hint of pride for her quick thinking. Let's see. He quickly summoned a live feed and promptly instructed the AI to go through the recordings of the whole night. Nathan and that princess are still inside the tent. Time to go there. Rio wasted no time explaining, quickly standing up to begin the search for his underwear. The floor was still littered with paper sheets, and there were even some opened water bottles around. But he still found what he was looking for before pulling his jeans from under Elisira's butt and getting dressed with haste. He wore his shoes but didn't bother with his shirt and jacket, just taking his already loaded gun from the holster and getting some spare ammunition before heading outside cautiously. Stay close. He activated the infrared view mode and scanned the surroundings just to be sure, then hasted his steps towards Nathan's tent, which was about 40 meters ahead. There was little he expected would go wrong on such a short journey, but Elisira's ears began to twitch halfway through, prompting him to stop advancing. Hear someone? Fuck, I hope you are wrong. He raised his 3D printed revolver and felt like cursing more at the fact he didn't even have a proper pistol, pulling back the hammer and getting himself in front of Elisira. Thanks to her acute hearing, when he heard the buzzing of the drone, his gun was already pointing in the right direction. Upon getting the first glimpse of the flying object and noticing how fast it was moving, he didn't hesitate to do a partial activation of combat mode. The world slowed down for a moment, allowing him to see the device flying among the very few beams of blue light that made their way through the canopies. He didn't wait a single second and corrected his aim slightly to the left before pulling the trigger. The drone was torn to pieces and many parts fell about 25 meters away from them, at a distance that any explosives wouldn't hurt himself or Elisira. When his eyes found her behind him, there was yellow and purple on her skin as she asked, "What if it was friendly?" "The owner can send the bill up the chain for all I care." Rio lowered the gun and did a full scan all around once more, only to find nothing again. Her tail wrapped around his arm as all purple on her body disappeared, leaving only a hint of yellow. Amara won't be happy if it was hers. Just as Elisira spoke, a circular door opened on Nathan's tent, and Amara took a step outside with red filling her body. Rio pictured a scene of a princess complaining about her lost drone, but things only got more complicated instead. Nathan emerged after her, and the pair began to argue loudly about what to do now that a war had broken out. Amara wanted to march uphill to join her guards, but Nathan held her by the tail when she was about to leave and prevented her from moving, saying it would be too dangerous. Their argument turned into a messy mixture of the present